Chapter 1. Huoguo the Starry Forest. In the Duke by Hus mansion of the Qing Luo Empire, a young boy opened the door to the world beyond. His youthful visage, no more than 11 or 12, bore a resolve far beyond his years, and his eyes radiated a hatred not typically found at such a tender age. Mother, may your spirit watch over me from the heavens. No matter the effort I must exert, there shall come a day when I return, and I will trample everything here beneath my feet. From this moment forth, I shall bear your surname, and I shall be known as Huoyuhao. Having uttered these words, he cast a lingering glance at the place he had called home for over a decade before turning towards the starry forest. He was determined to grow stronger and make the Duke by Hus mansion pay dearly to achieve this ambition. He required power enough to stand against an entire Duke's household, which inextricably relied upon soul rings. On the outskirts of the starry forest, a young boy reclined against a grand tree by a small river. Resting, he appeared quite youthful, with short, dark blue hair, exuding a sense of languor. After an indeterminate period, he stretched lazily and then vanished beneath the tree. Alas, after such a long wait, why has Huoguo still not arrived? How is it that I have traversed into this world of unparalleled trials? The narrative is truly exasperating. Huoguo, a pawn of fate, and the upper echelons of Shrek Academy seem rather peculiar. The only one remotely resembling the Huaxia culture, the Prince of the Sun and Moon, is decidedly abnormal. And there's an ancient coin in the sky, perpetually observing it's all quite bothersome. The boy's voice echoed from the treetop as he pondered his temporal and spatial predicament, unable to suppress his grievances. In no time, his hair became tousled from his own hands. However, it appears that Tang San is unable to intervene in Douluo continent any longer. It seems significant changes have transpired during my crossing. The Silver Dragon King seems to have awakened. Along with that shadow from the far north, could it be the illustrious Sang Yue from the Star Thief and the demigods of the Sun and Moon, among others? If he could intervene, surely these unforeseen elements would have been discreetly dealt with. Yet, I have heard no news of such occurrences. It seems that he is indeed unable to meddle in the affairs of Douluo continent, but it is still quite irksome. I have no way of knowing if the narrative has shifted. Alas, I suppose I shall simply abandon my thoughts after all. Living a second life is already a fortune. The boy's demeanor grew earnest, his expression turning grave for a moment, but soon fell back into a frown. Still so bothersome. I have been waiting here for 3 days. Why hasn't Huoguo arrived? This is the only path, surely I cannot have missed the timing. Perhaps the heavens could no longer bear the incessant complaints of this fidgety being, for shortly, a slight figure with blue hair appeared at the end of the path. His eyes sparkled as if they contained constellations, though he appeared malnourished and fragile. There is a small river ahead. Let us rest there, and perhaps catch a bite to eat. Beyond lies the starry forest. I shall become a soul master. Mother, I promise. Huoyuhao declared. Clenching his fist to rally his spirits, he rolled up his trousers and sleeves and waded into the river to catch fish. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was observed by a young boy perched upon a tree. Habitually, he rubbed his nose and furrowed his brow, before once again resigning himself to idleness. The boy quietly watched as Huoyuhao busied himself with the renowned delicacy of Douluo grilled fish. He then retrieved his midday meal from the 5 spatial gems in his possessiona substantial beef skewer. Oh my, how delightful! The people of Douluo really know nothing of good taste grilled fish. Who would choose that over savory barbecue? Sigh, this storage soul guide increasingly strikes me as rather juvenile. After my parents recognized me in this life, they gifted me something reminiscent of the divine spirits I watched in my youth, a storage soul guide identical to the glove worn by Mao Ling Yuxuan. While it looks impressive, it feels rather cringeworthy. The boy gazed at the soul guide adorned with red and blue gemstones, shaking his head in resignation. He then produced a juice and awaited the unfolding drama. Ah, baby, what is that delightful aroma? Come quickly. The fragrance is wafting from up ahead. A bright, melodious voice rang out, startling Huoyuhao, who reacted like a frightened creature, poised to flee. After all, Huoyuhao was currently a mere novice, unable even to contend with a wind baboon. Following the direction of the voice, Huoyuhao spotted 2 figures approaching along the stream. The first was a girl, appearing around 15 or 16, her long black hair tied into a ponytail cascading down her back, clad in a light blue outfit that exuded youthful vigor. The boy behind her boasted blue hair and emanated an aura of refinement and approachability. Huoyuhao found himself unwittingly relaxing. Little brother, your grilled fish smells amazing. Are you selling it? The girl exclaimed, bounding a few steps closer to Huoyuhao. Although he had seen beautiful girls before, our dear Huoyuhao was still a singleton, Having spent 11 years without a romantic interest, the enchanting girl approached. Hu Yuhao's face gradually flushed crimson. Seeing his bashful demeanor, the girl chuckled. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be shy. Then I shall not hold back. With that, she seized a piece of grilled fish and took a bite, her eyes lighting up with delight. At that moment, the boy behind her approached slowly, greeting the young boy with a resigned smile while glancing at the girl. Xiaoya, the little brother hasn't eaten, yet why have you started without him? Big brother, please have some too. Hu Yuhao offered the other grilled fish to the boy. The boy was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Little brother, you should eat first. A gentleman does not deprive others of their pleasures. Did you catch these fish in the river? No worries, they'll just catch more, Hu Yuhao said, preparing to fetch fish again. However, the boy stopped him, walking toward the riverbank. If we eat your fish, how can we allow you to catch more? Allow me to handle it. What do you think, Xiaoya? Beibei, what do you call me? The girl cast a fleeting glance at Beibei upon hearing the words, while Hu Yuhao, observing this scene, felt his face flush even more. Although the girl had yet to blossom into full beauty, that glance was imbued with a captivating allure. Seeing this, the young man quickly raised his hand in surrender. Teacher Xiaoya, I shall take my leave to assist my little brother in catching fish. With that, he dashed off, as though fleeing from some impending calamity. After finishing their lunch, the boy and girl rested together. The boy introduced himself to Hu Yuhao, saying, Greetings, little brother. I am Beibei, and this lovely lady beside me is Tanya. Tanya, upon hearing Beibei's words, shot him a disapproving glance before turning to Hu Yuhao. You may also call me Sister Xiaoya, little brother, she said, then leaned against Beibei's shoulder to relax. Greetings, brother Beibei and Sister Xiaoya. I am Hu Yuhao, he replied, settling down to rest, lost in his thoughts. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Boy, the Young Lord of the Frontier, Gufeng. Brother Beibei, Sister Xiaoya, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Hu Yuhao announced after a brief respite, heading towards the Stardow Forest. Beibei, do you think little brother Hua is also here to hunt souls? He is quite young, should we offer him our assistance, and bring him into our Tang sect? After all, he did treat us to grilled fish, Tanya mused, watching Hu Yuhao's departing figure. Upon hearing this, Beibei playfully nudged Tanja's forehead with his finger. I suspect you are simply coveting his grilled fish and are seeking a pretext to have him come cook for you. Nevertheless, given that he treated us, it is indeed only right to lend him a hand. Let us go, Xiaoya, Beibei concluded, gently ruffling Xiaoya's hair. TSK, this is indeed a land abundant with infatuated minds and ethereal beauties, a voice remarked. From the first aloha, we have Xiao Wu and Bibi Dong, and now we have Hu Yuhao and Beibei from the second. It gives me a headache, but this time I cannot allow you to pass. Irrelevant whether I am chosen or not, I merely came to explore. The youth perched atop a tree shrugged nonchalantly before gradually revealing himself before Beibei and Tanya. Apologies, but you must remain here with me for a while, he said softly to Beibei and Tanya, positioning himself squarely in their path. Beibei regarded the suddenly appearing youth with narrowed eyes, halting his pursuit of Hu Yuhao in the forest. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Is this road yours? If you don't step aside, do not blame me for being impolite, Tanya retorted, her expression reflecting her readiness to act if he did not yield. The youth, unfazed, casually dug at his ear, then blew on his hand before speaking. Firstly, I'm not afraid of your hostility since I dared to block your way. Secondly, I'm not Hey, I am Gufeng. Lastly, I am curious to see how a Shrek elite behaves in an impolite manner. With that, he crossed his arms and fixed his gaze on Tanya and Beibei. Young brother, please step aside. Since you are aware that we are students of Shrek, it would be best for you to move otherwise. Do not blame us for being impolite, Beibei stated, not even finishing the phrase. Before Tanya made her move, the dark blue-silver grass surged forth like a swarm of venomous serpents, rapidly advancing toward Gufeng, closing the distance in an instant. Beibei's arm crackled with blue lightning, following closely behind the blue-silver grass as it lunged at Gufeng. Ah, troublesome, Gufeng muttered, as a swirling mass of black energy began to emanate from beneath his feet. The dark clouds expanded dramatically, instantly dispersing the blue-silver grass and sending Beibei reeling backward. Gufeng's hair transformed from blue to black, growing wildly until it cascaded down to his waist. Ether, immovable king, Gufeng silently chanted. A towering figure, formed from the swirling black mist, emerged in the middle of the path, resembling a colossal version of the Susanoo from Naruto, yet bearing a visage akin to that of a matured youth. In the giant's grasp, the cloud coalesced into a formidable black sword. In the next moment, the massive blade descended, cleaving through the air toward Tanya. First soul skill Blue Silver Entanglement. Second soul skill Thunderous Might. Combined with the first soul skill Thunder Dragon Claw, Bei and Tang Yas' eyes narrowed as they unleashed their proud soul skills against the descending giant sword. An explosive sound erupted as the black sword shattered under the force of the thunder. In the next instant, a pattern of the other shore flower appeared beneath Bei and Tang Yas' feet. Ether Other Shore Flower. The black mist surged upward from beneath them. Lightning crackled violently, countering the onslaught from below. Bei maintained the thunderous might, and had it not been for the need to shield Tanya from the sudden attack, he would not have expended so much soul power to resist the cloud's assault. Seeing this, Tanya also halted her blue-silver grass barrier to assist Bei in fending off Gufeng's Ether Other Shore Flowered ha. 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 Heavy breaths escaped Gufeng's lips. Indeed, it is still a bit too much. My body cannot keep up. Reflecting on the incident with the star thief, Lu Xing, it's absurd truly. An ordinary person can become a demon lord. Ugh, this is unbearable. It seems I am somewhat lacking. Just using ether to unleash two skills is already straining my body. However, it is fortunate that these two have been temporarily incapacitated. It seems I must hasten to secure the third soul ring. Although the soul ring cultivation method is rather inferior and has significant side effects, I only require the strength it grants to accelerate my physical growth. And enhancement. Wow, these two actually managed to withstand my attack. It appears that novels have misled me. I genuinely believed that people in Douluo were remarkably weak. My parents were right with my current strength. Even a slight encounter with a formidable soul emperor would lead to my downfall. I foolishly thought they were jesting. Never mind, my body is too small to bear this power. I will address it later. It is time to retreat. Gufeng thought to himself as he discreetly made his exit after realizing his Ether Other Shore Flower had been thwarted. Cough, cough. Who exactly is that? Boy, is he a malevolent soul master? Yet, if he were truly a malevolent soul master, why did he not kill me in Xiaoya? Speaking of Xiaoya, are you unharmed? Bei, dragging his injured body, hurried to Tang Ya's side. Upon seeing that Tang Ya had not sustained significant injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. Bei, I am fine. Most of the impact was absorbed by you, so I suffered little harm. How are you? That scoundrel intended to kill, didn't he? How infuriating. I wonder how little brother Hui Yuhao is faring. Tanya, gazing at the disheveled Bei, could not suppress her anger. She felt a surge of resentment towards the assailant who had obstructed their path to assist Yuhao, having injured Bei in the process. Had it not been for Bei's intervention, she would have likely sustained serious injuries, and her quest for the third soul ring might have ended in failure. As she pondered, her ire towards Gufeng grew ever stronger. Xiaoya, please protect me while I recover. It seems little brother will have to fend for himself, Bei said, preparing to regain his strength upon confirming that Tanya was relatively unscathed. Encountering such trouble before even entering the forest had dampened his spirits on the other side. Gufeng leaned against a tree, observing Hui Yuhao approaching, slowly regaining his composure, feeling quite disgruntled. Seriously, I am utterly exasperated. I still cannot acclimate to the Douluo continent, where conflict erupts at a moment's notice. The surrounding wilderness is somewhat acceptable, but the situation in the Sun and Moon Empire remains uncertain. Nonetheless, here in Douluo, soul masters are undeniably superior. They initiate violence without hesitation. However, I suppose the fault lies with me. If someone obstructed my path, I would likely respond with anger as well. Yet, I truly did not anticipate that the Shrek individuals would resort to ambush tactics. One cannot help but commend the Tang sect. Gufeng's hair had reverted to a short blue style under normal circumstances. He would suppress the ethereal elements within him, as his body could not withstand it, rendering even cultivation impossible. The ethereal elements aggressively expelled the absorbed soul power, yet they were also gradually enhancing his physique by slowly absorbing the ambient energy from the world. Alas, I wonder if my parents will come searching for me once they discover my quiet departure. However, they likely will not, considering that more than a decade ago, an anomaly appeared on the continent. While most people could not perceive the overwhelming phenomenon, those of us in the top-tier powerhouses certainly are aware that I wonder if that rift is somehow linked to our arrival. It is indeed perilous. Why must the rift be situated near my home? On the bright side, the strongest entities emerging from that rift are merely titled Douluo. My father, a 98th level super Douluo, should be able to defend against them. However, the nature of his martial Sula, the sun-shooting bow, how outrageous! A soul ring can only be utilized once, and once employed, it requires a cooldown of a day. Though I have yet to witness its power, I can only imagine it is formidable otherwise. That old man would not have claimed that no one can withstand his attacks when he fights with all his might. Yet, the drawbacks are glaringly evident. Ji Yufeng gently touched his nose, a habit he could not seem to shake. Contemplating his next course of action, he had originally intended to escape his arranged marriage and visit the Shrek Academy from the second season of Douluo. However, having just dealt a blow to the great-grandson of Muin, he found himself in a bit of a predicament. Nonetheless, it should not pose too significant an issue. If they dare to target me, I could always call upon my parents after all. My mother is a formidable super Douluo of level 97. Yet, invoking parental intervention might lead to dire consequences, especially given her angelic martial spirit and illustrious six-winged angel. However, Shrek Academy should extend some courtesy to my father and mother, considering that the rift has long been under our family's guardianship. It seems our family's power is also known across the continent, yet few would dare to provoke us lightly. Sigh, what a misfortune it is to be a young city lord. With no home to return to, I truly feel on my wits' end. But merely 11 years of age, I'm already bound to an engagement, and the girl is over 6 years my senior. Truly, there is no alternative but to flee. Forget it. Why ponder so much? Let us take a break and wait for Haga to summon Electra. Gu Feng contemplated for a moment, then reclined against a tree. Watching Haga approach his feet, he slightly squinted, gazing at the sky, lost in thought once more. Chapter 3. Haga's Awakening, Tianming and Elder Yi. Gu Feng observed as Hui Yuhao reached the base of the tree, hoping that events would unfold in the manner he envisioned. However, even if they did not, it mattered little. Gu Feng's audacity to discreetly follow Hui Yuhao and witness the momentous spectacle of the first soul ring in a million years was largely attributed to the uniqueness of the ether. Under the circumstances where Gu Feng does not actively reveal himself, even the unparalleled Douluo cannot perceive his presence. After all, someone capable of eloping beneath the very gaze of a level 98 Super Da possesses a certain degree of confidence. Gu Feng once again retrieved a bottle of liquor from within his gloves, casting a glance at our unparalleled protagonist, classmate Huoguo. Engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the formidable wind monkey, a soul beast that nearly achieved the audacious feat of slaying a deity in a one-on-one confrontation. Observing Huoguo being nearly defeated by a lackluster wind monkey left Gu Feng utterly speechless, prompting him to instinctively place a hand upon his forehead in exasperation. To my astonishment, I found myself harboring a modicum of expectation for Huoguo. Despite his lack of enhancements, I must confess I was mistaken before his augmentation. Huoguo truly lacked prowess, to the extent of being incapable of fighting. Nonetheless, this spectacle was quite entertaining. If only I had access to a soul-guiding device to document the event, I would certainly wish to preserve a record of it. Hee. Gu Feng observed as Huoguo was chased by the wind baboon beneath the tree, intently savoring his melon. At last, through Huoguo's relentless tugging, the ferocious wind baboon collided with the white tiger dagger, resulting in the emergence of a white 10-year soul ring. How astonishing! This soul beast is merely a 10-year soul beast? I am destined to become a soul master. I must seek justice for my mother. Hui Yuhao gazed at the soul ring of the wind baboon, intending to absorb it, and with great effort, he approached the wind baboon despite his injuries. Here it comes. Gu Feng sensed an oppressive aura drawing near, and without needing to ponder, he recognized the terrifying mental pressure at the edge of the Star Doe forest. It could only be that insect. Finally, I have encountered a soul master of the mental attribute. Alas, if only I could shed tears, I would undoubtedly weep profusely. Suddenly, the ground split open, revealing a colossal snow-white insect adorned with 10 golden rings. How impressive! You can speak. Are you perhaps 100,000-year soul beast? Hui Yuhao scrutinized the enormous white insect before him, which emanated a mental pressure as deep as an abyss, yet he felt no fear whatsoever. You are the true white insect. I am the only million-year soul beast in the Douluo continent, the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. Fear not, for I shall not harm you. Rather, I will make you the most gifted being in this world. Just as in the original tale, the heavenly dream ice silkworm began to weave grand visions for our young Hua. Ah, how intriguing. What a coincidence. Or is this merely the favored child of Douluo, possessing innate level 1 soul power, who encounters a million-year soul beast, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, at his first soul ring? Even more astonishing is that the heavenly dream ice silkworm, in its weakened state, voluntarily chose to become this fellow's soul ring, a million-year first soul ring, accompanied by an uncertain second ice attribute martial soul. Undoubtedly, Once they merge, it shall arrive, holding the sun and moon, plucking the stars. There exists no one like me in this world. Ilex, who has created a transcendent artifact, single-handedly obliterated the entire Divine Seal continent, has taken an interest in one who is inherently lacking. Gu Feng observed the discourse between Hui Yu Hao and the heavenly dream-eye silkworm, lifting his gaze towards the horizon. Lost in thought, as the fusion of heavenly dream and Hui Yu Hao commenced, an overwhelming surge of mental energy enveloped the entirety of the Star Do outer region, causing all individuals and soul masters within a radius of 10,000 miles to faint under its formidable pressure. In that fleeting moment, the sky abruptly split open, releasing a swirling mass of gray energy that surged directly towards the space between Hui Yu Hao and the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. The ethereal cloud dragon, formed from a stream of white energy, soared towards the encroaching gray current. Upon its head stood a youth with azure hair, poised defiantly before the halted gray flow. This scenario established a precarious equilibrium. On one side were Heavenly Dream and the fusing Hui Yu Hao. On the other stood Gu Feng atop the cloud dragon, while the final entity was the gray energy, personified as the remnant spirit, Ilex. Cursed be these two. From whence do they hail? And why did I sense nothing of their approach? The heavenly dream-eye silkworm regarded the standoff between the solitary figure and the remnant spirit with growing unease. Yet, entangled in the fusion with Hui Yu Hao, there was little it could do. I require your assistance, Elder. The words had yet to escape my lips when the mass of gray energy lunged towards the merging figures of Hui Yu Hao and the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. Gu Feng cast a penetrating glance at Hui Yu Hao before commanding the cloud dragon to turn and depart. Sigh, indeed, is there truly no opportunity? It matters not. I shall strive to develop the ether to its utmost potential. The deities of this realm should not be my match. Yet, I wonder if I can attain the same formidable strength as the demon lord Liuxing from the original narrative. It appears rather improbable, after all. Liuxing single-handedly obliterated an entire hell, and subsequently annihilated it with the Doomsday Cannon. The crux of the matter is that hell exists as a higher-dimensional universe. The gods of Douluo, it seems they cannot contend with the demon lord. Even if Douluo is not as feeble as the eminent figures on the internet have conjectured in my previous life, they still cannot measure up to the demon lord. Gu Feng sat atop the head of the cloud dragon, lost in contemplation. His thoughts drifted through the realms of dream-eye silkworm, Ilex, the demon lord Liuxing, the abyss, and the essence of hell itself. Indeed, Gu Feng bore no trace of hell's blood. If he did, he would not resort to chance in seeking Ilex's assistance. Although in this Douluo universe, utilizing ether does not induce the adverse effects of reverse growth, the overwhelming power of ether rendered Gu Feng hesitant to wield it with full force, for his body could not withstand such intensity. Alas, it seems I must still gather that unpalatable whale gelatin. However, only the 10,000-year-old variety holds any significance for me now. I recall that Shrek possesses a piece of 10,000-year-old whale gelatin. Perhaps I shall acquire it in due course. Yet, why does the full exertion of ether invoke the conditions reminiscent of Liuxing, despite my lack of hell's blood? Could it be that I harbor some hidden trace of it within me? But that cannot be. My body bears no semblance of the conditions associated with hell's blood. It perplexes me greatly. Gu Feng pondered deeply, becoming increasingly perplexed. The multitude of uncertainties left his thoughts in disarray, mirroring the disheveled state of his hair. Nevertheless, he resolved to pursue the acquisition of the third soul ring. Although this particular soul ring seemed devoid of any utility, having had its soul energy forcibly consumed by the ether, rendering it devoid of any soul skills, he remained hopeful. He wondered whether the subsequent soul rings would possess soul skills, as both his first and second soul rings had yielded none. Gu Feng spent yet another day searching the outskirts of the stars, and at last, he discovered a specimen of the revered golden bamboo, estimated to be around 3 millennia old. Employing a variety of techniques, Gu Feng successfully acquired the soul ring. This configuration comprised a first soul ring from the 700-year-old solitary bamboo, a second soul ring from the 1,200-year-old blue silvergrass, and the third soul ring from the 3,000-year-old golden bamboo. Due to the influence of ether, Gu Feng's martial spirit did not inherit his father's sun arrow bow nor his mother's angelic form. It is said that during the awakening, his martial spirit was initially set to inherit his mother's angelic martial spirit, a divine legacy from millennia past. However, during the awakening, the ether within him shattered the angelic martial spirit, causing the fragmented essence to merge into his being. Consequently, Gu Feng's martial spirit has transformed into a reflection of himself. Or, one might argue, He now possesses no martial spirit at all. This occurrence startled both his parents, but fortunately, nothing further transpired. Only Gu Feng and his parents were privy to the truth, publicly declaring that his martial spirit had mutated into his original essence. Next, he planned to spend some time at Shrek Academy, as the moonlit continent was too distant and the path too elusive. Not to mention the prevalence of evil soul masters in that region. It seemed prudent to exercise caution. Initially, he had thought that with the presence of ether, he could confront any challenge, but it turned out that he might struggle even against a formidable soul emperor, as his body could not withstand the output of the ether. Frustrated, he resolved to spend 6 years at Shrek before returning. The notion of marrying at 18 was not entirely out of the question, however. He couldn't help but feel exasperated recalling that he had nearly been betrothed before turning 12. What a ridiculous notion. Nevertheless, he decided to head to Shrek to enjoy the company of its female students. Gu Feng chattered to himself atop Yunlong, but as he continued, he became overwhelmed. Clutching his head and rolling about on Yunlong's back, heading towards the entrance of the stars. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Hui Yuhao, encountered Bei Bei and Tangya, and, as in the original narrative, he joined the Tang sect. Thanks to Hui Yuhao's fortuitous luck and assistance, they successfully helped Tangya acquire her third spirit ring, a mandala snake aged 1800 years. The spirit abilities were consistent with those in the original tale. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, one could only exclaim in awe. Is Shrek truly this expansive? It dwarfed the desolate city by a considerable margin. However, it made sense. Although the desolate city had few inhabitants, they were predominantly formidable individuals. There were hardly any weaklings, except for me, who seemed to be the weakest among them at present. Gu Feng pondered deeply and realized that he might truly be a novice. However, upon further reflection, he acknowledged that he was barely 12 years old. Apart from himself, the youngest inhabitant of the desolate city was his betrothed, whom he had fled from. Yet, it appeared that she was nearing 18, although not a native of the desolate city. It was rumored that she possessed a twin martial soul, a formidable one at that, an extraordinary soul king capable of overwhelming an average soul emperor. And she was on the verge of breaking through to soul emperor herself. Why dwell on such thoughts? I have never even laid eyes upon her. Surely, she wouldn't come to Shrek Academy, would she? No, that is implausible, absolutely impossible. In the original text, it seems that there were no twin martial souls during this period in the Inner Academy. Indeed, it is utterly inconceivable. Gu Feng discreetly utilized his elder brother's city lord seal to forge a letter of recommendation. Presenting this letter to the admissions personnel would enable him to enroll. Chapter 4. Enrollment and the performance. Gu Yuna and Gu Qiu'er proceeded to declare their ages, names, martial spirits, and soul power levels before taking their places in line. The admissions officer, a bespectacled teacher, exuded a gentle demeanor that instilled a sense of comfort. I am 11 years and 7 months old. My name is Gu Feng, and my martial spirit could be considered my own, with a soul power level of 32. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed teacher. Gu Feng departed towards the school, leaving a trail of thoughts in his wake. Another soul master. Are there truly so many under the age of 12 this year? And a soul sect member as well. Alongside the girl from the academy, this year seems to be teeming with prodigies. Wang Yan adjusted his glasses, shaking his head in disbelief. Suddenly, he halted, a realization striking him. Wait. The martial soul is his own. Isn't that the manifestation of his innate martial spirit? Hiss, where did that little fellow go? Wang Yan turned around. But Gu Feng's figure had vanished from sight. Alas, it seems I must wait until after the class assessments to address this matter. Shrek City is indeed vast, far larger than any main city from my previous life. Yet, it lacks the vibrancy of those grand metropolises. There is no turning back, so be it. Gu Feng strolled along, reminiscing about the vibrant world of his previous life, a realm of peace and harmony. Everything in the present seemed almost surreal. Yet, after nearly 12 years of residing here, he understood that overthinking certain matters only served to burden oneself with unnecessary worries. Why ponder so much? One must simply carry on with their duties. Should the sky fall, there will always be someone tall enough to bear its weight. Shrek Academy, renowned as the foremost institution on the continent, is situated in the eastern part of the city, occupying nearly 1/3 of its expanse. Gu Feng gazed at the class assignment on the bulletin board. First grade class 1. He hissed softly, for it was likely to be that eccentric Zhou Yi teaching the class. Gu Feng looked at the class division with veins protruding on his forehead. Having read the original work, he found it difficult to comment on a teacher like Zhou Yi. What a nuisance. He hoped that this character would not be the same as in the original, as it seemed that many things in this world had changed. If it were to follow the original narrative, well, he found himself at a loss as to where to go for leisure. Home. Forget it. He felt as though he might shed a layer of skin. Since that was the case, he would endure as long as he could. If it became unbearable, he could quietly deal with her at night. Given Shrek's nature, as long as he didn't eliminate her, it should not pose a significant problem. Yet, it seemed that the original sinister Fire Phoenix faced no repercussions, implying that here, one could act with impunity if endowed with talent. Regardless, he decided to adopt a laid-back attitude. Although he had the safety net provided by his mother, it would be best to avoid using it, for doing so would lead to him being apprehended. Gu Feng gazed for a moment, contemplated his overarching objectives, and then placed his hands behind his head as he made his way to the dormitory. Room 107. This was to be his abode. Upon glimpsing the doorplate, he swung the door open, only to be greeted by a cloud of dust that enveloped him, instantly darkening his expression. Goodness! This dormitory is even more absurd than those from my previous life, he muttered in disbelief, standing outside the door in a state of shock. Suddenly, a white vortex of ethereal energy began to swirl, gradually coalescing into a miniature tornado, which swiftly dispelled the dust that had claimed the space. Gu Feng gradually tidied up the dormitory with meticulous care, then dashed into the corridor, eager to witness the unfolding drama. It was only a matter of time before Hui Yuhao and that peculiar creature arrived, ready for the spectacle. Hello, my name is Qin Feng. I also reside in room 107. Thank you for your efforts in cleaning. Let's share the responsibilities from now on. I look forward to your companionship in the coming years, he said amiably. Shortly thereafter, a youth with ashen white hair approached Gu Feng, exchanging pleasantries. Greetings, I am Gu Feng. That sounds agreeable. Let us take turns with the cleaning duties. Come, Chun, let us enjoy the show together. With that, Gu Feng playfully draped his arm over Qin Feng's shoulder as they leaned over the corridor railing, anticipating the impending entertainment. Wait, what are we watching, Gu Feng? What exactly are you up to? A bewildered expression overtook Qin Feng's face, reminiscent of a naive university student. They're coming, show. Let us not speak, just enjoy the moment. Gu Feng exclaimed excitedly, producing a watermelon to share, handing Qin Feng half of it. Following Gu Feng's gaze, Qin Feng noticed two young boys preparing to engage in a brawl on the lawn in front of the dormitory. The thrill of the impending spectacle filled him with delight. After all, what youthful spirit could resist the allure of chaos? Hui Yuhao activated his spiritual eyes, and a decade-old white soul ring slowly emerged from behind him. Wang Dong, observing Hui Yuhao, sneered dismissively. You think you're a soul master with just one decade-old soul ring? I want to even need to summon my martial spirit to take you down. With a swift motion, Wang Dong propelled himself forward like an arrow, his left toe barely grazing the ground as he closed the distance to Hui Yuhao in an instant. He lifted his right foot, aiming a direct kick at Hui Yuhao's chest. As the foot approached, Hui Yuhao's spiritual eyes pinpointed its trajectory, determined to teach Wang Dong a lesson. He swiftly sidestepped and executed a sweeping kick. Wang Dong was taken aback, surprised that his roommate not only evaded his attack but also countered with a strike of his own. Reacting instinctively, Wang Dong raised his right foot, using his left to propel himself into a back kick, narrowly escaping Hui Yuhao's sweeping leg. Yet, before Hui Yuhao could regain his stance, Wang Dong planted his hands on the ground and aimed a kick toward Hui Yuhao's neck. Seeing Wang Dong's disdainful demeanor ignited a surge of anger within Hui Yuhao. Reminiscent of his days at the Duke's estate, he forcefully blocked the incoming kick and lunged at Wang Dong, who had never encountered such unorthodox tactics from an ordinary person. In a matter of moments, Hui Yuhao had toppled Wang Dong onto the grass. Remarkable. Hui Yuhao is decisively aggressive, though it must be the analysis from his spiritual eyes guiding him, Gu Feng mused, one hand stroking his chin while the other crossed over his chest in contemplation. That pink-haired boy had underestimated his opponent. In a match between a lion and a rabbit, one must always exert their full strength. Qin Feng shook his head in silent disbelief at the farce unfolding, recognizing that he could easily dispatch either of them with a single stroke, yet his roommate remained an enigma. Let us go grab a meal together. Classes commence tomorrow. Gu Feng, having indulged in gossip, decided to cease his indulgence. The subsequent developments seemed devoid of interest, leading him to join Qin Feng for dinner. Gu Feng observed Qin Feng striding ahead, seemingly recalling something. How intriguing. The real world is indeed quite different from the original narrative. The 9 treasures, the 7 killing sword, yet. I wonder if the wielder of the bone dragon martial soul has arrived. He then leisurely trailed behind Qin Feng. Class 1, this must be the place. Why is this teaching building so vast? After searching for quite a while, I am truly astonished. Gu Feng gazed at Class 1's classroom, feeling utterly bewildered. The classroom was surprisingly located on the opposite side of the staircase. Well, I belong to Class 9, so I shall take my leave. Qin Feng looked at Gu Feng, feeling somewhat speechless about this lively character. However, his instinct told him that this was not the true nature of his roommate. There was an air of mystery surrounding him. The air of the 7 kills. Is the intuition of a swordsman always this keen? As Gu Feng watched Qin Feng's receding figure, he could not fathom the reasons behind it, and thus entered the classroom. Arriving early, he quickly found a seat at the back by the window where he settled down to sleep. Those who have been fighting, stand up. Groggy. Gu Feng lifted his head to see an elderly woman standing on the podium, ready to stir trouble. Soon after, he noticed 4 individuals rising to their feet, 2 boys and 2 girls, instantly becoming the focus of the entire class. 4 of them? Why do those 2 girls seem a bit off? Gu Feng regarded the quartet, preparing to enjoy the unfolding drama. Could you 4 explain the reason for your altercation? Joey inquired, casting a calm glance at them. I am roommates with Wang Dong, and we had a disagreement which led to a fight. The conflict has already been resolved, Hui Yuhao stated, revealing the reason behind his scuffle with Wang Dong. I couldn't stand that fox, so I gave her a beating. Who knew she couldn't take a hit? The assertive blonde girl declared coolly, crossing her arms defiantly. Gu Qiu'er, well done, but next time, be gentler. Don't leave her incapacitated. Zhou Yi remarked, her demeanor lightening upon hearing that her rival's classmate had been thoroughly bested by Gu Qiu'er. And you, Gu Yuna, what is your situation? Zhou Yi finally inquired of the girl who possessed an otherworldly beauty, with silvery hair and pale purple eyes resembling precious gems. Her visage seemed as though the Creator had endowed her with all the world's beauty. Similar to Qiu'er, that tiger and his fiancée are exceedingly bothersome, disrupting my reading. After reminding them once, I had to personally intervene to quiet them. Gu Yuna replied nonchalantly, as if these minor disturbances were of no consequence in her world, where perhaps even such trifles paled in comparison to her passion for reading. The Silver Dragon King and the Imperial Beast of the Emperor. Due to the Divine Realm's inability to intervene in Douluo continent affairs, even the Silver Dragon King has emerged. Yet, what does it matter to me? It has no bearing on my life. Gu Feng was initially taken aback, as he had not anticipated that even the Silver Dragon King would make an appearance. However, upon further reflection, he realized it bore no relevance to him, so it mattered little. Unbeknownst to him, his astonished expression upon hearing the name Gu Yuna was keenly observed by her. This fellow is rather peculiar. Does he know me? Or is he aware of my true identity? Gu Yuna cast a deep glance at Gu Feng, pondering his thoughts. Apart from the 4 of them, the rest of the individuals were tasked with running 100 laps on the playground. Zhou Yi, after conversing with Gu Yuna and Hui Yuhao, summoned the 4 of them to address the remaining crowd. Indeed, this character is just like in the original narrative, quite repugnant. Gu Feng regarded Zhou Yi on the podium, feeling an intense headache. He could not discern whether it was fortuitous for him to encounter such a teacher or if it was merely her good fortune. Chapter 5. The First Battle with the Soul Emperor. How did Zhou Yi ascertain whether these individuals had completed their 100 laps? She hadn't personally counted, and in the original story, those she expelled truly had not finished. Something seems amiss. Shrek currently lacks the monitoring of future generations. She is in the classroom. And even if she were not, with such a multitude, how could she possibly know who had not completed their laps? Wait, could it be that my suspicions are accurate? Gu Feng seemed to have an epiphany, lifting his gaze towards the classroom. If this were the case, everything would indeed make sense. After standing on the playground for a while, Gu Feng appeared to have made a resolute decision. With a deep breath, having been granted a second chance at life, why should he suppress himself as he did in his previous existence? As long as he remains true to himself, that is sufficient. Thus, let me see if reality aligns with my imagination. Zhou Yi. Moments later, Gu Feng seemed to transform entirely, feeling a significant weight lifted from his heart, as if the shackles binding him had been released. The ether cloud dragon surged forward, propelling Gu Feng at an exhilarating speed, completing 20 laps in a remarkably short span of time. He then dismissed the cloud dragon and joined the main group in their run, soon after which Hui Yuhao and his companions also joined in. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as depicted in the original narrative, with Hui Yuhao aided by Wang Dong, successfully completing 100 laps without incident. Next came the anticipated expulsion phase. Gu Feng smiled, eager to see if the proceedings would unfold as he had speculated. Zhou Yi, with an impassive expression, turned to the students, stating coolly, "Those whose names I call, step forward. Chengqing, Xiu Jianrao, Tang Dao, Shang Wenchentian, Lin Ziyu, Zhu Geyun, Tai Long, Tang Ling, Yin Xiaopiao, and Gu Feng." Save for Gu Feng, the other students slowly stepped forward. "You 10 are no longer required to attend from this moment forth. You shall no longer be students of Shrek," Zhou Yi stated matter-of-factly. "Why?" One student protested, unable to comprehend the situation, questioning Zhou Yi defiantly. Zhou Yi smiled, unconvinced. "He is Hui Yuhao. Had he not completed 100 laps, he too would stand alongside you. Yet, he has completed them. I never proclaimed that mutual assistance was prohibited. Wang Dong aided him of his own volition. Should someone wish to help you during your run, they are free to do so. But did anyone assist you? I do not concern myself with the process, only the outcome. The result is that Hui Yuhao completed 100 laps, while you did not. Now leave, linger any longer, and I shall dismantle your martial souls." A round of applause erupted as Gu Feng leisurely stepped out from the ranks. His serene demeanor, coupled with an unwavering expression that showed no fear of Zhou Yi, drew everyone's attention to him. "Are you truly certain we did not finish? Have you counted? How can you ascertain who completed 100 laps and who did not? Is your martial soul of the mental type, teacher? Can you stand by your words?" Gu Feng slowly approached Zhou Yi, standing at a short distance, his words laced with skepticism towards Zhou Ying. A smile, ambiguous and teasing, played upon his lips. Could this boy have discerned something? Unlikely. He was merely an 11-year-old child, incapable of such insight, merely feigning composure. Beneath her mask, Zhou Yi's expression paled, though no one could perceive the subtle shifts in her countenance except for Gu Yuna. "My words serve as evidence. As a teacher, how could I unjustly accuse you students? Do you intend to openly challenge me, the Soul Emperor?" Zhou Yi articulated slowly, her tone suddenly intensifying as she pronounced the title of Soul Emperor, 6 soul rings manifesting beneath her feet. The oppressive aura of the Soul Emperor surged toward Gu Feng. "Ah, it appears my suspicions were indeed correct, you shameless old crone. Those few must be some of the students whose soul power barely meets the standard, correct? I have scrutinized your teaching methods, and I am aware that you have expelled numerous students. For various reasons, the remaining students boast a remarkably high admission rate. But isn't that because you dismissed those who were merely slightly below par? These 9 must surely be the weakest of this cohort. Expelled, they are. As for me, you must think I have spent too little time on this task. By the time you emerged, I had already completed 20 laps. Yet, you probably remain oblivious to this." Old crone. Gu Feng, while mocking, berated the old woman Zhou Yi. Although Zhou Yi wore a mask resembling an elderly woman, she herself was barely in her 30s. Thus, Gu Feng's remarks were quite unfounded. "You little brat, you're courting death," Zhou Yi exclaimed in fury, immediately launching herself at Gu Feng. "Old hag, I've tolerated you for far too long, you foolish imbecile. Do you think I lack temper?" Gu Feng had long endured Zhou Yi's foolishness, but when he could no longer tolerate it, he struck directly. 3 soul rings rapidly manifested beneath his feet, and in the next instant, they transformed into countless shimmering motes that surged into Gu Feng's body. A burst of black cloud-like energy erupted, instantly propelling the approaching Zhou Yi away. The red dragon, manifested upon Zhou Yi, blazed with flames. Her hands morphed into dragon claws, and a layer of crimson scales adorned her body. She charged directly at Gu Feng. The ether, immovable king appeared as a shadowy half-figure behind Gu Feng, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Zhou Yi's head. Zhou Yi halted mid-charge, her pupils constricting as she unleashed a punch toward the 10-meter-tall black silhouette. With a resounding impact, a shockwave erupted from the point of collision, sending the surrounding first and second ring students flying. A black heavy sword materialized in the shadow's grasp, swinging down toward Zhou Yi. The ground of the playground was struck, creating a deep pit, 1 meter deep and 4 meters in radius. Zhou Yi slightly sidestepped the attack, but the force of the descending sword still sent her tumbling over 10 meters away, a few strands of hair caught in the blade's wake. The ether, other shore flower manifested black patterns at the location where Zhou Yi landed, and in the next moment, a massive shockwave surged from the ground upwards. With a flash, Zhou Yi activated 3 enhancement soul techniques. First soul technique, Dragon's Body. Third soul technique, Dragon's Fury. Fifth soul technique, Body of the Flame Demon, absorbing all the damage from the ether other shore flower. She emerged with minimal injuries. The ether Cloud Dragon, the ether Wind Tiger. And the ether, judgment of 10,000 swords charged at Zhou Yi. The playground was filled with suspended swords, which merged into a colossal blade measuring several dozen meters. It descended upon Zhou Yi at breakneck speed, the air parting in its wake, the terrifying momentum causing nearby students to retreat several meters. The sound of swallowed breaths filled the air until Wang Dong could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "What the heck? Is this guy one of us? Going toe-to-toe with the Soul Emperor and even overpowering him? And not just any Soul Emperor, but one from Shrek Academy. This can't be real, can it? Ah, Hui Yuhao, what are you doing?" Wang Dong cried out suddenly, as Hui Yuhao awkwardly lowered his hand. "Weren't you the one saying it was a dream? If you feel pain, it means this isn't a dream," Hui Yuhao retorted, then activated his spiritual eye to observe the battle on the playground. Gu Yu and Gu Qiuer exchanged glances, watching intently. They had previously thought that the soul masters of this era were merely average. But this encounter had proven otherwise. Seeing a soul sovereign overpowering a soul emperor was akin to a low-tier 1,000-year soul beast besting a 10,000-year soul beast. It was utterly absurd. Although Gu Yuna is capable, her status as the Silver Dragon King inherently bestows upon her formidable strength. Presently, it could be likened to a rebirth. And thus her accomplishments are somewhat understandable. Gu Qiuer, in her desperate endeavors, is also able to contend with the Soul Emperor at the third ring, albeit only just barely. Nevertheless, retreat remains an option. However, that lad with the previously azure hair, who now possesses flowing black locks reaching his waist, is consistently overpowering the Soul Emperor. The fourth soul skill, Dragon's Roar, emitted a thunderous bellow that forcefully disrupted the Cloud Dragon and Wind Tiger, while the colossal sword descending upon the field was shattered. Zhou Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood. Enduring such an intense assault, even with 3 amplification soul skills activated, proved to be quite taxing. Blood gradually seeped from the corners of Gu Feng's mouth, his body unable to withstand the intense utilization of ether. However, with time still on his side, he decided to resolve the situation in one decisive strike. Ether, Cloud Lock, dark chains descended from the heavens, ensnaring Zhou Yi's limbs, intent on lifting her into the air. Yet, Zhou Yi's struggles caused the chains to quiver incessantly. Ether, Cloud Explosion, a substantial mass of dark vapor was compressed in Gu Feng's hand, coalescing into a spherical form. The black orb spun in his grasp, continuously absorbing the elemental forces of the surrounding environment. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over Zhou Yi. A life-threatening urgency bombarding her mind as she beheld the suspended black sphere in Gu Feng's hand. Her brain was in a frenzy of alarm. Sixth soul skill, Hellfire. Zhou Yi found herself regretting the situation. She had never imagined a creature of such caliber could exist in her class. For the moment, her only option was to counter this impending strike. Crimson flames erupted from Zhou Yi's mouth, surging forth to break the chains and rush towards Gu Feng. The black orb hurtled towards her as well, and the two collided in a cataclysmic explosion. The ground of the playground was furrowed as if plowed. As the shockwave threatened to engulf the crowd, a figure manifested before the oncoming force, extending a hand to shield against the impact. This explosion, capable of annihilating an ordinary Soul Emperor and severely wounding a high-ranking one, was effortlessly dissipated. In the next moment, the figure appeared between Zhou Yi and Gu Feng, effortlessly intercepting the fiery assaults from both. With a gentle push, they were sent sprawling backward. Zhou Yi's hair was disheveled, resembling someone who had endured the wrath of a soul-guided cannon, while Gu Feng appeared relatively unscathed. However, Gu Feng had indeed sustained far greater damage than Zhou Yi. After all, his initial assault had merely caught her off guard, inflicting minor injuries without delivering a severe blow. Although the damage from the cloud explosion was substantial, it had been mitigated by Zhou Yi's sixth skill. Yet, Gu Feng's own body was now unable to bear the strain. Chapter 6. Yin Xiaozhe enough. If you continue this reckless brawl, do not blame me for being unyielding. The figure's voice was calm, yet the displeasure etched on their face revealed their anger. All students from Class 1, gather here. The figure first addressed the group of students at the periphery, then turned to confront the two instigators of this chaos. You too. Come here as well. They proceeded towards the one area that still retained some semblance of order, as the playground had been ravaged. Gu Feng stood in place, regulating his breath. The figure waved a hand, sending a surge of light toward Gu Feng, instantly restoring 70% of his battle-inflicted injuries, with the remaining 30% to be recuperated at his own pace. Greetings, I am Yin Xiaozhe, the Dean of the Martial Soul Department. Could someone kindly elucidate the circumstances surrounding this situation? a confrontation erupted between a student and a teacher, escalating to the extent that a significant portion of the playground lay in ruins. What a spectacle to unfold on the very first day of school. Yin Xiaozhi suppressed his mounting frustration. As the dean of the Soul Master Department, he was already burdened with the demands of the day, especially with the internal assessments scheduled for today. However, he could not have anticipated that a teacher from the external department would engage in a brawl with a student, particularly when the student appeared to be overpowering the teacher. While the element of surprise was indeed striking, the scenario was utterly ludicrous. Had the student not been so extraordinarily talented, Yin Xiaozhi would have taken immediate action to expel him. At that moment, Hu Yuhao stepped forward to recount the events leading to the altercation. Upon hearing the account, Yin Xiaozhi cast a penetrating glance at Zhou Yi. Having lived for so long, he perceived Zhou Yi's ulterior motives with remarkable clarity. This was not the first time Zhou Yi had resorted to such tactics. Yet this time she had encountered a formidable opponent. Students, please return to your classrooms and engage in self-study. Gu Feng, you should accompany them as well. Zhou Yi, I would like you to come to my office. Yin Xiaozhi addressed the students with a calm demeanor before swiftly departing to contain his ire directed at Zhou Yi. Just you wait, little brat. Zhou Yi thought to herself, as she had never endured such a significant setback. However, before she could voice her indignation, Gu Feng interrupted her. Old hag, do you think I fear you? If it comes to it, we can have another round. Who's afraid of whom? I swear, if I don't leave you incapacitated, I won't bear my family name. His words nearly provoked Zhou Yi into another outburst, yet she ultimately chose to storm towards the principal's office instead. Upon witnessing this, Gu Feng turned and walked towards the classroom. As his figure gradually vanished behind the teaching building, Wang Dong, with an expression of shock, exclaimed to Hu Yuhao, Yuhao, is this truly not a dream? Is he really our peer? My goodness, I should confront that old witch directly. This guy is astonishing. And it seems he is only in the third circle. How can the disparity between people be so immense? Hu Yuhao, shaking his head, replied as they walked. Just look at the playground, and you will know whether this is a dream. Moreover, if you possess that classmate strength, I believe you would be even more arrogant. Wang Dong, you stop right there. How am I being arrogant? You rascal, clarify that for me. Wang Dong chased after Hu Yuhao towards the classroom. Sister, tell me, how does he compare to those who attained divinity thousands of years ago at the same stage? Gu Qiu'er gazed at the teaching building and, after a moment, inquired of Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna, observing the playground after the fierce battle, sighed softly. Well, what do you think, Qiu'er? Under equal circumstances, even the gods from thousands of years ago may not stand a chance against your strength, but could you defeat that fellow? Gu Yuna shook her head and proceeded towards the classroom. She understood why Qiu'er posed such a question. It was a reflection of the discouragement she felt after just emerging, having been struck by the reality that even her exceptional talent, as an imperial beast transformed from the star doe, was overshadowed by formidable individuals. Her martial soul, the golden dragon, could rival divine martial souls. Yet she quickly realized that there were already those who surpassed human limitations. Indeed, encountering such monsters is rare over thousands of years. It seems futile to compare oneself with such individuals, Gu Qiu'er pondered, then followed Gu Yuna to the classroom. If Gu Feng were aware of Gu Qiu'er's thoughts, he would undoubtedly chuckle, for while he might not know much, he was certain that there were indeed powerful beings from the sun and moon side. After all, the 8 elements of Star Thief had 6 elemental fluctuations from that realm, and the extreme north held its own with figures like Song Yu, the Ice Empress, who was a pinnacle of battle prowess. The body sect also possessed an unknown entity, and Shrek likely had one as well. There were also those 2 elusive soul beasts from overseas. Perhaps even more powerful beings existed, as the anomalies witnessed 12 years prior were merely the 8 elements. The shadows of soul beasts, and the ancient giants alongside the ice element. Who could say whether only these few descended upon Douluo, or if there were more? Upon returning to the dormitory, Gu Feng lay directly on his bed, reflecting on the day's events, growing increasingly agitated. That old witch was truly more bothersome than the little fairy from his previous life. Initially, he intended to endure, but in reality, he couldn't bear it at all. With the foundation laid by his mother's previous gifts, he decided to take direct action. Gu Feng, it's gone viral now. A fierce individual from Class 1 confronted their homeroom teacher on the very first day, and shockingly, he managed to overpower the teacher. I was skeptical at first, but seeing the wreckage of the playground, I believe it now. It's utterly absurd. Gu Feng, you're also from Class 1, right? Do you know who it is? Chen Feng, upon returning to the dormitory, inquired of Gu Feng. eagerly recounting the sensational events of the day. As the conversation unfolded, I turned to see Gu Feng staring at me with an expression of sheer bewilderment, prompting me to halt abruptly. "What are you looking at?" I inquired. This matter is already common knowledge among the entire Shrek outer court. As for the inner court, I cannot say for certain. But it is evident that everyone in the outer court is aware of the presence of a formidable individual in Class 1, albeit their identity remains a mystery. Observing the increasingly peculiar expression on Gu Feng's face, a knot tightened in my stomach. I swallowed nervously and tentatively posed a question. "Gu Feng, could that person possibly be you?" My voice diminished to a whisper. Had it not been for Gu Feng's acute senses, he might not have caught the latter part of my inquiry. Gu Feng glanced at Chen Feng, gently nodded, stretched lazily, and indifferently remarked, "As long as you know. Don't spread it around. I've been sleeping for almost a day. Come, let us go eat." After speaking, Gu Feng walked outside. If he remembered correctly, today marked the first day that Hui Yuhao was selling fish, which was worth trying. "Whoa, Brother Feng, wait for me. I'll go call Miss and that fierce girl, Wu Feng, to join us." Chen Feng, recovering from his shock, hurried after Gu Feng. "Yuhao, this grilled fish is truly delightful. Today, my sister and I have been quite fortunate. If you continue selling grilled fish, both my sister and I will certainly support your business. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to us. Aside from that oddball in the outer academy, my sister is probably the strongest," Gu Qiuer chattered incoherently while enjoying the grilled fish. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna shot a glance at Gu Qiuer, quietly savoring her grilled fish. Though Gu Yuna was still young, her fleeting charm left our classmate Hui mesmerized, for she was indeed the most beautiful in Douluo. "Hui Yuhao, could you please serve each of us a grilled fish?" A voice called out. Gu Qiuer instantly froze, turning to face the center of today's school-wide commotion. She stealthily edged behind Gu Yuna, causing Gu Yuna's forehead to tense with veins. All right. Gu Feng, are they your friends?" Hui Yuhao inquired, observing the three individuals following Gu Feng, 2 girls and 1 boy. The boy exuded a sharp aura, while the red-haired girl's presence bore a striking resemblance to their homeroom teacher. The blonde girl radiated a natural warmth. Both girls were quite attractive, especially the blonde, who was nearly as beautiful as Gu Qiuer. This guy is my roommate, Chen Feng. The 2 girls are Ning Tian and Wu Feng. I suppose they can be considered friends. Please serve us each a grilled fish. I'd like to sample your culinary skills as well," Gu Feng stated blandly. He then took his fish to the side to eat with Chen Feng and the others. "I can't believe it, Brother Feng. So, you are the star of today's event. I feel like we're from different worlds. This is too absurd." The 2 girls, while chatting and eating fish, were astonished to learn that Gu Feng was the main character of the day. Chen Feng promptly relayed Gu Feng's situation to Wu Feng and Ning Tian, for he was merely a bodyguard, and certain matters could not be concealed from his master. Upon hearing this revelation, Ning Tian stared at Gu Feng in disbelief. Yet she fell silent, lowering her head, lost in thought. Just then, Gu Feng noticed a blonde girl with rabbit ear accessories approaching and sensed that more drama was unfolding. The girl's features were exquisitely delicate, as if a character from an anime had materialized before them. Enough said, more drama is on the way. Let us remain silent and watch the spectacle unfold. Gu Feng invited the trio to enjoy a delightful performance together, retrieving several apples from his soul guide to share with everyone in preparation for the show. "Hello, could you spare me 2 apples?" one of them requested. Gu Feng replied, "Of course, take some, Gu Yuna. Let's enjoy the show and the snacks together." Without even glancing at her, he casually handed several apples to Gu Yuna, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding drama between Hui Yuhao and the blonde senior. A fleeting, inscrutable emotion flickered in Gu Yuna's eyes as she expressed her gratitude and joined the revelry. At that moment, Chen Feng leaned in closer to Gu Feng, whispering conspiratorially, "Hey, are there any other beautiful girls in your class? Is her name Gu Yuna? What kind of boys does she fancy?" Gu Feng turned his head to look at Chen Feng, who was right there, pondering what to ask. He decided to refrain from interrupting his enjoyment of the spectacle. After making his remark, Gu Feng shifted his gaze to Hui Yuhao, already prepared for the unfolding drama, as the climax of this narrative was nearing. However, he mused, were the individuals from Douluo already contemplating romance at such a tender age? He had assumed that the inheritor of the 7 killings was solely devoted to his sword. Was it the allure of Gu Yuna that was so potent? Nevertheless, he deemed it more important to indulge in the unfolding events, pondering the irrelevant. Gu Feng absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, dismissing further thoughts, and resumed his observation. Chapter 7. The the twin stars of the outer court as the girl adorned with a golden-haired, rabbit-eared headpiece was about to take her leave. A deep voice resonated. You dare not sell? A gold soul coin shot from a distance, embedding itself into the barbecue grill, followed by a large hand reaching for the last 2 roasted fish at Hui Yuhao's stall. Upon hearing that voice, Hui Yuhao instinctively activated his mental probing. Just before the hand could seize the fish, he utilized the Tang Sec's Xian Yu hand combined with the Phantom Shadow technique to evade. However, he did not anticipate that the hand, failing to grasp the fish, would plunge directly into the barbecue coals, a heavy aura enveloping the air. As another hand seized Hui Yuhao's shirt, lifting him up, a golden ray darted into the figure's arm, followed by dark blue-silver grass ensnaring the figure, accompanied by a commanding shout. Su Sanshi, release Yuhao, that fish belongs to me. With that, she employed the control crane to catch dragon technique to push Su Sanshi aside. The sound of the blue-silver grass exploding resonated as Su Sanshi broke free from its confines, water swirling around him, a substantial shield materializing in his grasp. He charged toward Tangya, shield raised. A dragon-transformed arm struck the shield with great force, generating a substantial wave of energy at the point of impact. I say, Sanshi, you first laid hands on my junior brother, then intended to attack my dear Tangya. What? Do you wish for a brawl? The newcomers were Bei Bei and Tangya, who had previously been intercepted by Gu Feng at the Stardo entrance. Bei Bei, keep an eye on your Tangya, Su Sanshi retorted, relinquishing his shield. After a brief tussle, he extracted the dragon whisker needle that Tangya had shot into his arm at the cost of a Xian Shui Dan. Bei Bei, your Tangya is quite ruthless. That dragon whisker needle. Oh, it's torturous. Su Sanshi lamented as he rubbed the spot where the needle had been removed. Who told you to lay hands on my newly recruited Tang Sec disciple and attempt to steal my roasted fish? Tangya mumbled through a mouthful of fish, rolling her eyes at the foolish Su Sanshi. Wan, the fish Yuhao grilled is truly delectable. You should try some, Tangya encouraged. Gazing at the exquisite beauty before her, he walked over and grasped Jiang Nanan's arm. A smile blossomed on Jiang Nanan's face as she reached out to catch the grilled fish that Tangya had handed her. She took a delicate bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. This is truly delicious. Xieya, where did you find such a talented disciple? Jiang Nanan gently inquired of Tangya. Su Sanshi, witnessing this, rushed towards Jiang Nanan, exclaiming, Nanan, if it's that tasty, I'll buy it for you every day. His face was a picture of eagerness. However, upon seeing Su Sanshi approach, Jiang Nanan's expression darkened instantly. With a swift motion, she raised her right foot and delivered a sharp downward strike to Su Sanshi's head. Thud! The once formidable Su Sanshi crumpled to the ground, convulsing. Hui Yuhao instinctively shuddered at the sight of his gentle senior sister displaying such violence. It felt surreal. Do you think Nanan is quite fierce? Bei Bei approached, gently patting Hui Yuhao's shoulder. Hui Yuhao nodded instinctively, as anyone would find the scene hard to believe. Actually, Nanan is very gentle. It's just that she behaves this way towards this guy, Bei Bei explained, shaking her head as she pointed at the prostrate Su Sanshi. After finishing her explanation, she stroked her chin, as if discovering some remarkable secret. Once Su Sanshi managed to rise from the ground, he was visibly dejected, and he then confronted Bei Bei, leading to a heated exchange. Ultimately, they agreed to a duel in the Seoul Arena the following morning, coinciding with a school-wide break. Speaking of the break, it was indeed orchestrated by someone who was currently enjoying the spectacle. Yet, that individual remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Well, I can't quite understand this situation. What has to deal with that tortoise and the rabbit senior? Gu Qiu'er, looking perplexed, pondered for a long time before asking Gu Feng, do you know? Well, this matter is quite complicated. It's best for children not to pry too much. You've had your share of gossip. Now, let us all return to our respective homes, Gu Feng replied, before departing. Gu Feng cast a gaze at Gu Qiu'er that resembled that of a bewildered onlooker, shook his head, and strolled away with his hands clasped behind his head. Chen Feng, wearing a similarly perplexed expression, glanced at Gu Qiu'er before following Gu Feng's footsteps. Gu Yuna approached and patted Gu Qiu'er on the shoulder, then shook her head in silence and turned to leave. Throughout this exchange, Gu Qiu'er felt utterly bewildered, sensing a disconnection from the group. Wait for me, sister. What is happening? Please, enlighten me. Wu Feng observed the departing crowd, equally confounded, scratching his head as he turned to Ning Tian, asking, Young master, did you comprehend any of this? I certainly did not. Ning Tian, upon hearing this, could not help but tilt his head towards Wu Feng. After a moment of contemplation, he opted against voicing his thoughts, mirroring Gu Yun's earlier gesture by patting Wu Feng's shoulder before departing, leaving Wu Feng in a state of utter confusion. The following day, at the soul fighting arena, a multitude gathered in anticipation of the duel between the Academy's twin stars. They had clashed numerous times before, yet seldom was a victor determined. Today, they returned to the arena, curious whether a decisive outcome would emerge. I am so tired. Feng, what is there to behold? I would rather return to slumber. Gu Feng yawned, expressing his discontent to Chen Feng, who had insisted on bringing him to witness the fight. Brother Feng, I recognize your formidable strength. But these are the Academy's twin stars. Are you not intrigued by their prowess? Most of the outer Academy has assembled, Chen Feng remarked, observing the drowsy Gu Feng, while his gaze remained fixed on the arena, despite the absence of any combatants at that moment. Knowing the likely outcome in advance, and with no enticing spectacle to behold, he mused that a swift defeat held little appeal. Is Hui Yuhao already resorting to deceit? Is it his own notion? Or has Tangya instructed him in the art of trickery? Gu Feng contemplated for a moment, glancing at Hui Yuhao, who was only a few seats away. After some thought, he decided to sleep, reasoning that it was of no concern to him as long as the cheating did not directly affect him. The subsequent events unfolded just as in the original narrative. Hui Yuhao engaged in deceit, while Bei Bei, in a moment of extraordinary prowess, swiftly defeated Su Sanshi, leaving him utterly bewildered. The group then returned to the audience seats, at which point Wang Dong, filled with indignation, stormed out to confront Hui Yuhao. Subsequently, Wang Dong expressed his desire to join Tang's sect, to which Tangya responded with the stipulation that one must place in the top 8 in the new student assessment. Gu Feng, have you come to witness the battle between Brother Bei Bei and Senior Su Sanshi as well? Hui Yuhao approached with Wang Dong and Bei Bei. Gu Feng realized that he would not be able to sleep today. After all, there was still some lingering animosity between Bei Bei, Tangya, and himself. What a nuisance. He truly wished to avoid encountering that little fairy, Tangya. However, in a school setting, such encounters were inevitable. This matter would need resolution sooner or later, and it would be prudent to address it swiftly. Gu Feng cast a narrowed glance at the approaching Hui Yuhao and Tangya, rising to his feet and stretching lazily to ease his muscles, for he was well aware that a confrontation was likely imminent. It's you. You too are a student of Shrek. Tangya was momentarily taken aback by Gu Feng's countenance. She had not anticipated encountering this individual, who had previously obstructed her path at Stardo. Bei Bei, observing the blue-haired youth before him, restrained Tangya, who was ready to take immediate action. With a gentle smile, he extended his hand and said, "Greetings. You must be Gu Feng, the junior, am I correct? You bear a striking resemblance to someone I encountered earlier. Are you also among this year's fresh entrants?" Gu Feng cast a glance at the smiling Bei Bei before shifting his gaze to the visibly irate Tangya, and could not help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, this is truly amusing. I initially thought today would be rather dull. Alas, I must ask, senior, is this kind of probing truly engaging? I am indeed that person. So, what do you plan to do about it? Shall we engage in a duel? Gu Feng's laughter subsided as he fixed a cold stare on Bei Bei and Tangya. Tangya glared at the young man before her, her anger bubbling over. If it's a fight you want, then let it be a fight. I fear you not. With that, she prepared to strike, but Bei Bei intervened, raising a hand to stop her. Very well, I too wish to witness the prowess of our junior, she said, nodding at Tangya as if to convey. Leave it to me. Then, she quietly observed the young man before her. Gu Feng, upon noticing the two individuals before him, promptly turned and made his way towards the Soul Duel arena. His voice resonated, "Let us engage in a battle. Once it is concluded, we shall consider our previous grievances resolved." At this moment, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong sensed something amiss. Didn't Brother Bei Bei and Teacher Xiaoyu have a conflict with Gu Feng? Oh dear, this could spell trouble. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances and then seized Bei Bei's sleeve, imploring, "Brother Bei Bei, Teacher Xiaoyu, perhaps it would be best to let this go." Hui Yuhao intended to mention Gu Feng's impressive battle record, but before he could finish, Tangya poked him on the head, chiding, "Whose side are you on? Brother Bei Bei is a high-ranking soul master. We should relish the opportunity to witness him teach that fellow a lesson." She waved her hand as if victory was assured. After a silent exchange with Wang Dong, they reluctantly acquiesced. Torn between the monstrous classmate who had clashed with a teacher on the first day of school and their elder brother whom they wished to support, Hui Yuhao resolved to do everything in his power to ensure his elder brother's triumph in this confrontation. Meanwhile, spectators noticed another pair entering the Soul Duel arena and couldn't help but exclaim, Is there really another match today? How splendid. But that young man in the arena seems to be a freshman, doesn't he? Goodness, sister, look. Isn't that Gufeng? Who does he intend to fight? Who would dare challenge such a formidable opponent? Gu Qiu'er exclaimed, jumping up and shaking Gu Yuna by the shoulders. Qiu'er, calm down. We'll find out soon enough. I'm curious as well, Gu Yuna replied, gently patting Gu Qiu'er to settle her down, and they both focused on the unfolding events. Chapter 8. Ouyang Sun, the referee, surveyed the two combatants, a freshman and a fifth-year student. He felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Cross-grade duels were particularly irksome, demanding both effort and attention. I say, senior, how about we agree that regardless of the outcome of this bout, we shall consider our past disputes settled? Gufeng, though indifferent to the repercussions of the earlier incident at Douluo, was keen on resolving matters swiftly to avoid future encounters with Tangya. Rest assured, after this match, our affairs will be resolved, Bebe assured him warmly, then gestured to the referee that he was prepared. You and I settling matters? How intriguing. Are you excluding Tangyu from this arrangement? Quite clever, Mu Bebe. Gufeng reflected on Bebe's words with a smirk, shaking his head as he turned his attention back to the referee. Master, look, isn't that Chingu's roommate? I believe his name is Gufeng. Wasn't he the center of yesterday's school-wide incident? What brings him to the Seoul Duel Arena? Wu Feng and Ning Tian were momentarily taken aback while observing Gufeng and Bebe in the arena. Who knows? Let us watch and see. It'll be interesting to gauge the strength of someone who caused such a stir. When, sister, let us observe together. We might encounter him during the freshman assessment. Wu Feng suggested. Ning Tian shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the arena of combat. Teacher, I wish to challenge the blue-haired youth in the arena. Perched upon the young man's shoulders were two small creatures, a palm-sized black monkey and a similarly sized black and red frog, both poised and alert. At that moment, a golden-haired boy approached the instructor in the arena, uttering a few words before standing there, observing Gufeng. The boy appeared delicate and fragile, yet he exuded an unsettling aura that felt quite out of place. Gufeng and Bebe simultaneously turned their gazes towards the young lad. Bebe, after a fleeting glance, turned back to await the referee's signal to commence. Gufeng observed the boy with the yellow hair, then glanced at the pair of diminutive beasts on his shoulder, which appeared to be ordinary animals. Ah, referee, I believe both he and I are first-year students. After this match, I should have no issue facing him again, right? Gufeng gestured towards the yellow-haired youth while addressing the referee. The referee nodded and instructed the yellow-haired boy to temporarily exit the arena. Son, don't rush. Once they finish, you can fight him. That senior, named Bebe, won't last long. Unless the other fellow chooses to prolong the encounter, the young man softly remarked to the monkey perched on his shoulder. Squeak. I truly wish to engage him in battle soon. You two refrain from intervening. Let me enjoy a bout first. The yellow-haired boy nodded quietly, watching the arena intently. The earlier impression that the yellow-haired youth exuded a sense of danger lingered in Gufeng's mind. He decided to expedite the matter rather than linger with Bebe for amusement. With a contemplative expression, he awaited the referee's departure. As the referee exited, blue lightning erupted, and Bebe's arm instantly transformed, taking on a dragon-like appearance. At that moment, a wave of psychic energy connected with Bebe, revealing that Hui Yuhao was assisting him in an underhanded manner. With the third soul skill, Dragon's Fury, the lightning surrounding Bebe surged once more, as he charged towards Gufeng, unleashing the electric dragon claw's mid-attack, bolstered by a thunderous force. So you truly are resorting to cheating, Hui Yuhao. Gufeng cast a glance towards Hui Yuhao's position, then narrowed his eyes at the approaching Bebe. Ethereal, cloud screen. White clouds descended from the heavens, obstructing Bebe's path. The lightning dragon claws struck against the cloud barrier, creating ripples of energy, yet the cloud remained steadfast before Bebe. Ethereal, cloud chains. 5 white chains emerged from the cloud screen, binding Bebe in an instant. Although Gufeng did not exert his full strength, Bebe, being merely a 3-ring soul master, was not on par with the likes of Shou-Yi. Furthermore, Gufeng's current capabilities far surpassed those he could wield at Douluo. The cloud chains hoisted Bebe, suspending him above the arena. Gufeng observed him quietly, regardless of Bebe's futile struggles to break free. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. It was not until the referee announced Gufeng's victory that the sound of swallowed breaths began to resonate. Yet, few dared to speak loudly, as all were left in awe of the spectacle. A 3-ring soul master defeated in mere moments by a first-year student. annihilating a fifth year with the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit. Gulp, young master, could it be true? Gu Feng has obliterated that senior with the blue electric tyrant dragon martial spirit. Wu Feng turned stiffly to Ning Tian, yearning for affirmation, but Ning Tian merely nodded, offering no words. The cloud chains yanked Bei Bei and cast him from the arena, and in the next moment, a cloud of dust erupted from the battleground. As the spectators outside the soul fighting arena beheld the latest developments, it was evident that today's spectacle was worth every moment. As the dust settled, a black monkey, nearly the height of an adult, emerged onto the arena, trailed by a young boy with golden hair, who had a black and red frog perched upon his shoulder. Hee. It has been ages since I've had a good fight. Let us engage in battle, the monkey articulated in human speech. In an instant, it vanished from sight. The resounding clash of combat erupted, and in the next moment, Gu Feng was sent hurtling to the edge of the arena, nearly ejected by a single punch from the monkey. What? A talking monkey? Could it possibly be a 100,000-year-old beast? Yet, that seems improbable, exclaimed Gu Qiuer, astonished, as she witnessed Gu Feng being knocked aside. The martial spirit, Gu Yuna, quietly uttered 2 words and began to attentively observe the duel. Even she was compelled to take a serious interest in the monkey, which resembled a living creature. Oh, young man, you cannot be that fragile, can you? The monkey inquired, folding its arms and regarding Gu Feng with a curious gaze, rather than pursuing the advantage. Gu Feng brushed off the dust from his attire, squinting slightly as his hair transitioned from vibrant blue to deep black, cascading down to his neck. The Ether Cloud battle armor, composed of dark, ethereal mist, was a creation inspired by an anime he cherished in his youth, the Elite Vanguard, Bedel GA-17. The monkey observed the shadowy figure across from him, erupting into raucous laughter. Come, let us engage in a glorious battle. In an instant, both the man and the monkey vanished from sight, and the arena was filled with the echoes of their fierce confrontation, though scarcely anyone could catch a glimpse of their forms. Yet, with each clash, small craters emerged on the battlefield, and soon the ground was pockmarked with evidence of their ferocity. Cough, cough, cough. This fellow is exceedingly powerful. I apologize, Xiaoya. At that moment, Bei Bei returned to the side of Hui Yuhao and Tang Ye. Su Sancher patted Bei Bei on the shoulder, shook his head, and opened his mouth, ultimately saying nothing as he gazed at the destruction unfolding in the arena. Yuhao, you seem to be sleeping quite soundly. What are you all up to? Is that brat engaging in combat with something formidable? The voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm resonated in Hui Yuhao's mind, tinged with astonishment, as if it had encountered something extraordinary. By the heavens, who is this person? Is Shrek truly this perilous? It seemed the heavenly dream ice silkworm sensed something momentous, trembling as it spoke. Heavenly dream, you're awake. What were you just saying? Hui Yuhao inquired within his mind. No worries, Yuhao. I must advise you to keep your distance from those two engaged in battle. They possess remarkable strength, and it seems they harbor something ominous within. Also, that silver-haired girl over there. If you encounter her, evade her at all costs. I shall take my leave now. Do not summon me while she is present. After imparting this crucial information, the heavenly dream ice silkworm vanished, unresponsive to Hui Yuhao's calls. That aura just now felt reminiscent of that formidable, nourishing creature. Gu Yuna observed the arena, and upon sensing the absence of the creature's presence, she continued to watch the unfolding conflict. With a resounding crash, 2 figures staggered back to the brink of the nearly demolished arena. The man and the monkey regarded each other in silence. At that moment, the monkey glanced at the blonde youth on the arena's periphery and spoke. I cannot sustain this level of combat for long. You must feel the same. Let us conclude this with a single strike. Beneath the armor, Gu Feng's expression bore a certain gravity as he nodded and subsequently released the flowing cloud battle armor. This monkey must be the manifestation of that golden-haired youth's martial soul, which appears to be a dual martial soul. Has he not exerted his full strength? It seems so, as he has not unleashed his complete power. However, I doubt I can contend with him at this moment. No, that may not be entirely true. Judging by the expression on the golden-haired youth's face, he too must have certain limitations. Young one, are you prepared? Upon speaking, the monkey erupted in a dark crimson aura. 3 purple soul rings ascended behind him, radiating brilliant violet light. The dark cloud boots, the reinforced body, and the dark flame scepter manifested in the form of black boots adorning the monkey's feet, while his fur shimmered with luminescence. His left arm split open, and from the gash emerged a bone as tall as a person. With a mighty strike to the ground, a black-red staff materialized in the monkey's grasp, exuding the formidable presence of a soul emperor. The ether cloud explosion. A swirling black stream coalesced into a sphere suspended in Gu Feng's palm, emanating an unsettling aura. The monkey thrust the staff into the ground, causing crimson fissures to erupt from where it penetrated. The black sphere hurtled towards the monkey, who swiftly withdrew his staff, unleashing a scarlet energy blade that cleaved through the earth towards Gu Feng. The impact point of the energy blade and the black sphere initiated a violent upheaval of the arena's surface, tossing debris outward until it settled before the monkey, Gu Feng, and the golden-haired youth. When the clash subsided, a colossal pit, several meters deep and 100 meters wide, marred the arena. Gu Feng cast a profound glance at the golden-haired youth. I concede, two voices echoed simultaneously in the now silent arena. Gu Feng and the golden-haired youth turned to face one another. In the next moment, the golden-haired youth smiled. Greetings, I am Ouyang Sunday. I hope that when we next face each other, we may both unleash our full potential. With that, he began to walk away from the arena. My name is Gu Feng, and I look forward to our next encounter. Gu Feng's voice resonated in tandem before he too departed the arena. Chapter 9. Ouyang's son and Gu Feng. Following the conclusion of that battle, Gu Feng and Ouyang's son became renowned throughout the entire Shrek Academy. The two were in different classes, one in Class 1 and the other in Class 4. Their dormitory was soon besieged by curious students eager for a glimpse of the spectacle, though it ultimately yielded little more than idle chatter. Following their confrontation, the information regarding Gu Feng and Ouyang's son has sparked investigations from various renowned factions across the continent. However, both individuals remain increasingly enigmatic. Gu Feng, the reclusive young lord of the border wilderness city, is scarcely known outside his territory in the family seeking to arrange a betrothal with him. As for Ouyang's son, his mystery only deepens. Gu Feng, if you intend to sleep, kindly do so in your own dormitory, Zhou exclaimed, slamming the table in frustration as she glared at the figure dozing by the window in the back row. Upon hearing the words, Gu Feng cast a glance at Zhou, rose from his seat, and made his way outside. After all, he had little desire to attend the lessons of that elderly instructor. Several days had elapsed since the duel, during which various events had transpired. For instance, Gu Feng's dormitory companion had been replaced by Ouyang's son. It remained uncertain whether the academy sought to better understand them or merely to monitor their activities. Zhou Yi's punishment had also been mitigated, thanks to the intervention of her husband, the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department. Ultimately, their class instructor remained the same, with the class leader still being Hui Yuhao, while the vice class leader had now become Gu Yuna. Gu Feng, by not aggravating Zhou, had done her a considerable favor. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, due to their connections with Tang Ye and the Tang sect, had little interaction with Gu Feng. Conversely, Gu Feng had forged a strong friendship with Ouyang's son. The two of them shared a lively dormitory, filled with the antics of their respective spirit beasts. Gu Yuna, however, would occasionally appear before Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, leaving one to wonder about her intentions. Ning Tian from the Nine Treasure Pavilion frequently sought out Ouyang's son and Gu Feng, yet the two hardly paid her any heed. Feng, aren't you attending class? Ouyang's son exclaimed in surprise upon spotting Gu Feng beneath the trees by the sea god lake. He approached and plopped down beside him. This lad has likely clashed with that old witch again. In recent days, whenever her class is in session, he invariably stirs up some trouble, Sun chimed in, bouncing energetically onto Ouyang's son's head. Ouyang's son's shoulder companions, a monkey named Sun and a frog named Ouyang, were often silent, with the latter usually napping. Sun and Gu Feng had become fast friends, with Ouyang's son typically tending to their aftermath. Yang, shouldn't you be in class too? How come you've come here? You're not one to sleep through lessons or skip them, Gu Feng said, glancing up at Ouyang's son before rolling over to continue his slumber. You punk, what? Are you looking for a fight? Sun grinned toothily at Gu Feng, ready for a scuffle should he not receive a satisfactory explanation. Ouyang's son, noticing the tension, quickly intervened. Having grown accustomed to the daily exchanges between Sun and Gu Feng since they began sharing a dormitory. Well, today is a practical lesson. As you know, Sun's strength is considerable, and Ouyang's capabilities are only slightly inferior. They are no match for their peers at this stage. The teacher has given me free rein, Ouyang's son replied, settling comfortably against the tree next to Gu Feng. Yang, what brings you to Shrek Academy? Gu Feng inquired after a brief respite, stretching and leaning against the tree. Me? There's nothing to conceal. My family originally hails from overseas. You may have heard of it. In this era, deities cannot intervene on the continent, so my family encouraged me to explore opportunities to ascend to divinity, Ouyang's son revealed, his tone becoming solemn as he spoke of the continent, prompting a serious expression to cross Sun's monkey face. After Ouyang's son finished speaking, Sun accompanied Ouyang's son, and the three of them seemed to find solace in each other's company. And you, what brings you here? Feng. Gu Feng had never anticipated that Ouyang's son's reason for coming here was to attain divinity. He fixed his gaze intently on Ouyang's son, and after a moment, he suddenly broke into a genuine smile, one that radiated warmth, akin to the joy of encountering a true friend. Oh, when I first became aware of the existence of deities in the heavens and their capacity to intervene in the continent, I contemplated leading a quiet life as a minor lord on the fringes. However, I later discovered that the connection between the gods and the continent had been severed. Although I remain uncertain as to when the gods might descend once more, I am determined to grow stronger during this interval, to attain such formidable strength that even the divine would be rendered inconsequential. For the first time, Gu Feng expressed his innermost thoughts to another person. Although he had always maintained an air of indifference, circumstances dictated that he could not help it. He was too young, his body unable to withstand the power of ether, and the soul rings held no benefit for him. He could not cultivate soul power and was left only to explore the potential of ether. Yet Gu Feng had never ceased his endeavors in this regard over the years. Ouyang's son, gazing at his seemingly carefree friend, was momentarily taken aback. After a while, both of them shared a genuine laugh, a heartfelt expression of camaraderie. Perhaps their ultimate objectives differed, but they were united in their understanding that the divine was their common adversary. Shall we discuss our respective situations in detail? We could consider ourselves allies, after all. Ouyang's son suggested after a brief pause. Gu Feng nodded in response, prompting a smile from Ouyang's Sunday. I shall begin by sharing my circumstances. I am the holy son of this generation from Sea God Island. Of course, I am not the Tang San who ascended to divinity millennia ago, but rather the holy son of the original Sea God Island prior to that. The island fractured into two factions thousands of years ago. One remained loyal to the will of the old sea god, safeguarding the ocean, while the other followed Tang San. As the old sea god bequeathed his divine position to Tang San, those loyal to him suffered a significant decline in strength. Nevertheless, they remained formidable. Yet Tang San launched a relentless pursuit against them. Houghton Insect and Sea God Island were both involved in that hunt, though it is uncertain whether Shrek Academy participated. As Ouyang's son spoke, his tone grew heavy, revealing the weight of unspeakable truths. I belong to that faction of holy sons from Sea God Island who were persecuted. However, we have long since retreated from the sea, having taken refuge on the mainland a millennium ago. Our strength has been somewhat restored. Yet we still cannot compare to Sea God Island or Houghton Insect. I shall find a way to avenge this grievance, Ouyang's son conveyed, outlining his own faction and the reasons for their enmity with the divine. My situation is not dissimilar, Gu Feng replied. It is rather tragic. My father was brought into our family through marriage. Although he often fears my mother, their love is genuine. I actually envy their bond. My mother wields the six-winged angel martial spirit. You know, the legendary martial spirit from the spirit hall a millennium ago, a divine great spirit. So, while the story may seem kitsch, the outcome is not entirely dissimilar to yours. They went into hiding until the gods could no longer intervene in the mortal realm. Yet they harbor doubts about the powers on Douluo continent. After all factions participated in that war a millennium ago. They instead view the Sun and Moon Empire with some optimism. However, with the current emperor nearing death and the crown prince being rather unstable, perhaps they would have allied with the Sun and Moon otherwise. I find myself somewhat partial to the Sun and Moon Empire. It feels significantly more relaxed than Douluo. However, I fled to escape an arranged marriage and to explore the remarkable feats of Shrek Academy, the victors over the Spirit Hall a millennium ago. Gu Feng, as he spoke, reclined beneath a grand tree, resting his hands behind his head, as if narrating a tale. It appears we are destined to become close friends, and our family's influence now extends across the sun and moon. I, too, have stealthily ventured out, eager to investigate whether Shrek was involved in the siege of yesteryears. Ouyang's son chuckled softly upon hearing this. It can only be said that fate has woven a curious tapestry as two young souls embark together on an uncertain path. They remain oblivious to the victories or defeats that lie ahead, yet they are assured of one truth: they shall not harbor regrets. Feng, do you have a backup plan upon your arrival at Shrek? Ouyang's son suddenly inquired. Have you prepared any contingencies? Gu Feng gazed at him with an odd expression, almost embarrassed by the implication. Of course I have prepared, Gu Feng replied. I merely wished to inquire if you had made any provisions. If the time comes to flee, I would like to ensure we escape together. Ouyang's son spoke earnestly to Gu Feng. Rest assured, I am well prepared. Thank you. My family currently resides at the confluence of the star Luo, Sun, and Moon, and the star Do. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I hope you will lend us your assistance, Gu Feng said seriously, seemingly struck by a thought. Certainly, no problem, Ouyang's son nodded. They then resumed their conversation, exchanging various tidbits of gossip, until Gu Feng's gaze fell upon a peculiar incident involving a humanoid entity and a stitched monstrosity. Oh dear, what luck! With these two appearing here, the phoenix must be en route as well. Alas, this is troublesome, Gu Feng muttered. Observing the figures of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong approaching not far from them, and instinctively rubbed his forehead. Feng, son, something is rushing across the lake. Ouyang's son seemed to sense the impending danger, alerting Gu Feng and Ouyang's Sunday. They exchanged a glance, standing at the ready, prepared to act. Meanwhile, our classmate Hui Yuhao remained blissfully unaware of the looming peril, engaged in playful banter with his cross-dressing roommate. Yuhao, look, it's Gu Feng and Ouyang's son. I didn't expect to find them here, Wang Dong whispered, tugging at Hui Yuhao's sleeve. Gu Feng, Ouyang's son, what a coincidence. Are you here for a stroll as well? Despite the tensions arising from Tangya, their relationship was not entirely unfriendly, and Hui Yuhao greeted them warmly. I suggest you take a glance at the lake's surface, and if necessary, make your escape. Otherwise, I and son may not be able to assist you later. Gu Feng advised, casting a glance at Hui Yuhao before crossing his arms and watching the crimson figure that was fast approaching from the inner courtyard. At that moment, Hui Yuhao noticed the red silhouette, his keen instincts warning him of the impending threat. Wang Dong, quickly, we must leave, Hui Yuhao urged urgently. Although puzzled, Wang Dong complied, swiftly leading Hui Yuhao away toward the academy. Chapter 10, The Phoenix and the Transfer Student's Son. The creature appears quite perilous. We should strike first to avoid suffering later. Let us confront it together, Gu Feng remarked, his gaze fixed on the increasingly closer fiery figure. A fiery figure surged through the waves, charging towards Gu Feng and Ouyang Sunday. Ethereal blades of darkness coalesced into a tempest of swords, raining down upon that figure with ferocity. Yet, the figure's speed remained largely unaffected. Before the blades could descend, they were evaporated by the intense heat emanating from her. Playing with fire, are we? Son, cover me. I shall unleash something formidable upon this foe, Gu Feng declared, beginning to gather ethereal energy. A black sphere gradually formed behind him, spinning and absorbing the elemental forces of nature, steadily increasing in size. With a thunderous boom, the fiery figure created ripples on the surface of the sea god lake. Sun unleashed his full strength, striking that figure and sending it flying. One hand gripped his staff while the other shielded his eyes as he observed the figure soaring several meters away. Something feels amiss with that creature, Feng Yang. Prepare for a hasty retreat, as we may not prevail. Sun cautioned, sensing an unsettling aura from the entity. He understood that defeating the figure was beyond their reach. The only reason he managed to strike it down was due to its compromised state. As the figure plummeted into the water, it seemed to sense the threat, and 6 soul rings materialized around it. The first and third rings shone brilliantly, exuding an aura that left Sun completely stunned. This is futile. We must flee. In an instant, Sun reverted to his diminutive monkey form, scampering onto Ouyang Sun's shoulder. Defeating this foe was out of the question, but before making their escape, he resolved to leave a lasting impression on it. Gu Feng cast a glance at the increasingly potent crimson figure, narrowed his eyes, and lifted his gaze towards the island at the heart of the sea god lake, a gentle smile gracing his lips. How intriguing! A small black sun, an embodiment of the ethereal black day, ascended beside the lake, its dark surface rotating as everything in its vicinity was gradually drawn into its orbit. Once engulfed, all matter was compressed and annihilated in an instant, the energy released from this obliteration being swept along in the rotation of the miniature black sun. The sun swelled larger, its gravitational pull intensifying. The flames enveloping that figure were slowly being consumed by the sun. Let us depart. Gu Feng summoned a cloud dragon, hoisting Ouyang's Sun onto its head, before the dragon soared skyward towards the academy. The crimson figure sensed the looming peril, its 5th soul ring ignited, radiating brilliance as a small, ebony phoenix materialized in its grasp, soaring towards the now 6-meter-wide black sun. A tremendous explosion erupted, sending torrents of lake water soaring high into the air before cascading back down. The figure was directly thrust into the lake by the force of the blast. What is that sound? Rain Hao, what transpired behind us? Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao rushed to the outskirts of the Sea God Lake forest, mere meters from escape. Wang Dong halted, panting. As a mere second-ring novice, he had exerted his utmost strength to carry Hui Yuhao, leaving him utterly drained. I'm not sure, but it must be Gu Feng and Ouyang's son's doing, Hui Yuhao replied, equally incredulous as he glanced back. The explosion resonated from hundreds of meters away, even penetrating the thicket. A wave of heat swept through, causing the leaves to dance wildly. The ferocity of the battle was palpable, the shockwave itself terrifying. Contemplating the situation, Hui Yuhao's gaze drifted towards the academy, where he felt a slight sense of relief. Suddenly, a fierce gust blew, scattering leaves as Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong looked up to witness a shadow of a black dragon soaring past them towards the academy. Two figures faintly discernible upon its head. Could it be? Hui Yuhao exchanged a glance with Wang Dong, swallowing hard as he prepared to assist Wang Dong in fleeing. In the next moment, an intense heat descended, and Wang Dong was rendered unconscious by the violent shockwave. How dare you harm one chosen by me? The Tianming ice worm sensed Hui Yuhao in jeopardy and hastily intervened. A chilling aura extinguished the flames, enveloping Hui Yuhao in frost. Perish, commanded Tianming. As cold energy coalesced at Hui Yuhao's fingertips, a beam of azure light striking the head of the crimson figure, causing it to plummet instantly. Tianming ice worm yearned to deliver a finishing blow but sensed something amiss, reluctantly retreating back into Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea. Soon after, Hui Yuhao collapsed beside Wang Dong. Not long after Hui Yuhao fell, two figures emerged from the direction of the inner courtyard. One was the instructor who had previously assisted them in restoring the Tree of Life martial spirit, and the other was the dean of the martial spirit department, who appeared after Gu Feng and Shou Yi's altercation. Dean, Xiao Tao is here. And there are two new students from the outer academy. Fortunately, they had merely fainted from the shock. The instructor of the Tree of Life martial spirit examined the two outer academy students and reported to Yin Xiaozha. The residual aura here resembles the breath of the ancient ice dragon. Does the outer academy still harbor students with ice attributes? After pondering for a moment, Yin Xiaozha suddenly raised his head, as if he had recalled something. Teacher Zhuang, please escort Xiao Tao back to the inner courtyard first. I will wait for these two children to awaken before understanding the situation. Yin Xiaozha glanced at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong on the ground while addressing Teacher Zhuang. Yuhao, be careful lately. Do not venture into dangerous places again. If I hadn't arrived in time this time, we would have been finished, understand? The heavenly dream ice silkworm delivered a loving reprimand to Hui Yuhao within the sea of consciousness, even though it was just a creature without fists. I understand. Thank you, Brother Tianming. Hui Yuhao rubbed his head, which had been hit, and expressed his gratitude. All right, it's time for you to go out. There's a tidal Douluo waiting for you outside. The heavenly dream ice silkworm waved its hand and kicked Hui Yuhao out of the sea of consciousness. Before Hui Yuhao could comprehend what Tianming had said, he awoke. Principal? Hello, Principal. Hui Yuhao looked at Wang Dong, who appeared worried, and the nearby Yin Xiaozha. He immediately turned over and stood up. Hello, I would like to know who the ice-type soul master that assisted you is. This is crucial for me. Of course. These two soul-enhancing pills are a compensation for you. Yin Xiaozha did not beat around the bush and directly inquired about what he wished to know. I'm sorry, Principal, but I do not know. However, while I was unconscious, I saw a cloud dragon flying out from the lakeside, and after that, I remember nothing. Hui Yuhao calmly shifted the topic to Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, concealing the matter regarding the heavenly dream ice silkworm's involvement. Is that so? All right, I understand. Remember to keep this matter confidential, otherwise, the consequences will be severe. After Yin Xiaozha finished speaking, he soared towards the inner courtyard, intending to ask Xiao Tao for any impressions once she awoke. Damn it, strength. If I had strength, would I be treated this way? Hui Yuhao gazed at Yin Xiaozha's perfunctory demeanor and the casual compensation he had provided, recalling experiences from his childhood, which bred resentment. Yet, no one noticed, except for the faint sigh that emerged from Hui Yuhao's sea of consciousness. What on earth is that thing? The heavenly dream ice silkworm observed the gray sphere emit a sound, but then fell silent. After pondering for a while, it still could not discern what it was and then found a place to lie down and sleep. Xiao Tao, do you realize you nearly made a grave mistake this time? Just a moment away. Two students nearly met their demise at the shores of the sea god lake due to your reckless behavior. Yin Xiaozhe cast a disapproving glance at Ma Xiaotao, who sat by the window, and proceeded to chastise her. However, after the reprimand, he let out a soft sigh. Teacher, it won't happen again. I feel that my malevolent energy will not spiral out of control for the time being. Was there anything that transpired during my loss of control? I have a vague recollection that two individuals intervened. Ma Xiaotao gently spoke to Yin Xiaozhe while gazing out the window. She then leaped down and inquired further. There was an ancient ice dragon's aura where you lost consciousness. The two students who stopped you must be those enigmatic ones from the Outer Academy. Though it's uncertain if any of them possess ice attributes, Yin Xiaozhe recounted his findings to Ma Xiaotao. Do come and observe the Outer Academy's freshman assessment. You might just encounter that ice attribute soul master, he suggested before departing, as he had been quite busy lately. The explosion by the sea god lake had caught the attention of most in the Outer Academy, and he still needed to address those matters. The two students capable of briefly unleashing the strength of a soul emperor, are they from the Outer Academy? I suppose I shall attend the assessment to see for myself. Ma Xiaotao contemplated while reclining on her bed before sitting up to practice her cultivation. At the Outer Academy, a black cloud dragon descended at the edge of the training grounds. Gu Feng and Ouyang's son dismounted from the dragon. Can you actually control that contraption you created? We nearly got swept away, Ouyang's son exclaimed as he leaped onto Gu Feng's head, playfully tousling his hair. Gu Feng's lips twitched in irritation as he seized Ouyang's son and tossed him back into his embrace. It was merely a misstep. It was my first time employing this technique. A few minor glitches are to be expected, and thankfully, we emerged unscathed, Gu Feng replied. Gu Feng's voice grew increasingly softer, as this matter was indeed his fault. Given their capabilities, escaping with ease was well within reach, particularly since that individual was rather oblivious at the time. Ultimately, Gu Feng conjured a small sun, and that shadowy figure had yet to inflict any harm upon them, nearly leading to his own demise. Feng, unless you are prepared to fight desperately, it is best to refrain from engaging with such uncertain endeavors in the future. Ouyang's son gently patted Gu Feng on the shoulder as they strolled towards the dormitory. Alas, Yang, do you not trust me? Gu Feng called out, hastening to catch up with Ouyang Sunday. The following day, as Zhou entered the classroom, she slapped her hands on the desk. Speak up, Gu Feng. Was it you who caused the explosion at the Sea God Lake yesterday? Do you have proof? Whether I did it or not, what concern is it of yours? Gu Feng replied nonchalantly, gazing out the window and dismissing Zhou, as it had become a daily routine to oppose her. Today, we have a transfer student joining our class. Her name is Lan Shui. Let us extend a warm welcome, Zhou announced. Hello everyone, my name is Lan Shui. A melodious voice rang out. A girl with pink hair stood at the podium, clad in Shrek's red uniform, exuding an astonishing aura. Yet, there was an undeniable warmth about her that made one feel inexplicably at ease. Chapter 11. The Inner Courtyard, Lan Shui. Gu Feng widened his eyes as he gazed at the girl on the podium, Lan Shui, with her pink hair and an aura that radiated warmth and light. He suppressed his own presence, striving to diminish his existence. Gu Yuna stared at the girl on stage, momentarily frozen in her seat. The purity of her luminous aura surpassed even that of the radiant Dragon King. How could this be? What is this sensation? It feels so comforting. Being near her brings such ease. What is happening? At the moment Lan Shui entered the classroom, Gu Qiu'er felt an unexpected lightness wash over her. Bowing her head, she shielded her forehead with her hand, revealing a crimson vertical pupil that seemed to have discovered something. She subsequently closed her eye and turned her gaze toward Wang Dong. As if lost in contemplation, Hui Yuhao found himself entranced by the incoming girl, sensing an echo of maternal warmth emanating from her. A solitary tear slipped down his cheek. Fleeting yet poignant, Wang Dong observed Lan Shui and suddenly experienced a brief but intense headache, which dissipated almost as quickly as it came, prompting him to dismiss it from his mind. Behind Wang Dong sat a petite girl with a ponytail, her eyes fixated on Lan Shui, sparkling with admiration. Xiao Xiao blushed intensely when the girl glanced her way, hastily averting her gaze. Zhou, noticing Gu Feng, quickly lowered her head, momentarily taken aback by his unexpected lack of defiance. Could it be? Zhou glanced at Lan Shui beside her and suddenly smiled. However, her smile appeared somewhat terrifying to the students, given her human mask resembling that of an elderly woman. Lan Shui, there's a seat next to Gu Feng. You may temporarily take that one, Zhou instructed, pointing to the seat beside Gu Feng before turning and exiting the classroom. Damn, This is troublesome. The ether became a bit uncontrollable when that girl walked in. If she comes closer to me, it might just erupt at any moment. Gu Feng gazed intently at the approaching Lan Shui, as if he had made a momentous decision. He discreetly placed his hand beneath the table, quietly retrieving a bracelet from the soul guiding device, which he then adorned upon his wrist. Almost instantly, the ethereal energy within him settled into a profound stillness. This bracelet, a unique soul artifact from his mother's household, was akin to a level 8/5 soul guiding device in the realm of the sun and moon, albeit with rather limited functionality. However, it proved to be perfectly suited for the current circumstances. The artifact's effect was to suppress the turmoil of soul power within his body, typically employed during the absorption of soul rings, enabling the acquisition of higher-grade soul rings, albeit with only a slight ease in the process. Gu Feng had previously been frail, and due to the overwhelming strength of the ethereal energy within him, his mother devised a modification that ultimately allowed her to suppress the ethereal presence within his body. However, the trade-off was that he could scarcely harness the ethereal energy. Any attempts to do so forcibly would likely result in chaotic upheaval. Lan Shui settled beside Gu Feng. Just a moment ago, the light elements had been vibrant, yet now they seemed to have subsided. Could it be due to his presence? Lan Shui cast a furtive glance at Gu Feng, seemingly lost in contemplation. What a peculiar array of beings the current Shrek holds. Just look at the assortment present. There's Hui Yuhao, the child of fortune, and Tang Sen's daughter, though she may be a patchwork creation. She doesn't appear to be one at this moment. Then there's the Silver Dragon King and the Imperial Regal Beast, while they have yet to make their move. Who can predict what might transpire unexpectedly? And let us not forget Ouyang's son, who seems to embody the essence of a child of destiny even more than Hui Yuhao himself. Strength, influence, talent, luck, though perhaps luck is an attribute he cannot rival. And now Lan Shui? Is she attempting to mock my ignorance of stealing stars? The mastery of light, its ultimate limit must be time itself. Quite formidable indeed. I wonder if Tang Sen could exploit this light. Yet, it appears Lan Shui is somewhat of a slacker, wielding the most formidable abilities while executing the weakest maneuvers. As Gu Feng pondered, a realization struck him, prompting an instinctive glance toward Lan Shui. Hello, Gu classmate. Is there something on my face that has you staring? Lan Shui inquired, her voice growing softer, a hint of crimson blooming on her cheeks as she noticed his gaze. Oh, I was merely curious about why your school uniform is red. It's so different from ours. Gu Feng quickly redirected the conversation. In that fleeting moment, the entire class seemed to uncover some juicy gossip, their eyes glued to the two of them. Goodness. Who would have thought that I would find myself the subject of such intrigue? Gu Feng felt a wave of discomfort under their scrutiny. I was previously attending classes in the inner academy, but due to my age, the dean summoned me to the outer academy for a while. As for what comes next, I'm sorry, but I can't disclose that. Lan Shui stuck out her tongue, tilting her head as she offered Gu Feng a playful smile. Indeed. She is worthy of her title as the foremost actress in Stealing Stars. Surely, if one were to peel back the layers of her heart, darkness would lay beneath. We are seasoned performers here. Let us see who can outshine the other. Gu Feng gazed at the adorable figure of Lan Shui, unable to suppress a shiver. Ah. So you are a student from the inner courtyard? Your soul power must be formidable, and your martial spirit should be equally impressive. During class, refrain from giggling. Gu Feng, if you wish to speak, you might as well return to your seat. It was then that Zhou Yi reappeared at the lectern, interrupting the question Gu Feng had intended to pose. Gu Feng glanced at Zhou Yi and realized he had previously overlooked her admirable qualities. He quickly stood up and, with a simple yes, teacher, slipped out through the back door. At that moment, the entire class fell silent. Wasn't it just now that Gu Feng referred to Zhou Yi as teacher? Hadn't he called her an old hag? Could it be that Gu Feng was under some sort of enchantment today? Wang Dong suddenly exclaimed, appearing utterly incredulous. Hui Yuhao patted Wang Dong's shoulder, gesturing for him to look at the podium. Wang Dong stiffly turned his head to gaze at Zhou Yi, his fists clenched. You too, get out of here, Wang Dong. Later that evening, in the dormitory. Ouyang, we have a problem here. A student from the inner academy has come to our class, Gu Feng lamented to Ouyang's son, expressing his frustration over the day's events. Wow, you actually fear a student from the inner academy? That is hard to believe. Could it be that you have some dirt on you that the inner academy has caught wind of? Son, munching on a banana larger than himself, looked at Gu Feng with bewilderment, as they were somewhat of a troublemaker in the outer academy. What happened, Feng? Did that inner academy student pose any issues? Ouyang's son interrupted, sensing that Sun was about to unleash a barrage of mockery, knowing his friend's penchant for sarcasm. This is serious, Ouyang. You must recall the anomalies from over a decade ago. She is likely one of them. Gu Feng calmly articulated a conjecture that sent shockwaves through the room. An abrupt silence enveloped the dormitory. No way, you can't be serious. Good heavens, this is... Sun exclaimed, dropping his banana, utterly flabbergasted and appearing adorably flustered. Feng, if your assertion holds any truth, then her current strength should far surpass ours. After all, our family's power pales in comparison to the legendary might of Shrek Academy. However, the two of us need not fear her together. Your concerns likely stem from other reasons, Ouyang's son pondered, sharing his insights, recognizing that anomalies were a common phenomenon. Albeit Sun was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she is from the inner academy. I cannot fathom why she has come to the outer academy now. Regardless, we should exercise caution. Otherwise, we might find ourselves on the receiving end of a beating from a girl. Yikes. Gu Feng contemplated a certain possibility and promptly shook his head, discarding the perilous thoughts that lingered in his mind. Hey, why don't we invite Ouyang to subtly probe that individual in the inner courtyard? Sun interjected suddenly. Gu Feng and Ouyang's son exchanged glances at Sun's suggestion, then simultaneously shook their heads and retreated to their beds. They feared that prolonged exposure to Sun would render them as reckless as he. It was indeed absurd for this foolish monkey to conjure such an idea, engaging a notably young student from the inner courtyard at Shrek Academy. The crux of the matter was that victory was not guaranteed. How could one display such audacity? It could only be said that he was truly a monkey. Once a confrontation ensued, there would be no escape from the consequences. However, Sun was perplexed, having pondered the matter for some time. Ouyang opened his eyes, leaped beside Sun, and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Enough, monkey. Stop overthinking and go rest. Your role is solely to engage in combat. He then hopped back onto Ouyang's son's shoulder. Dazed from the slap, Sun reflected and concluded that indeed, engaging in brawls was his forte. Thus, he too retired to rest, illustrating that, apart from fighting, the monkey's intellect was utterly subpar. And so, more than 2 months passed. After that day, Sun and Gu Feng seldom attended class. They spent their days either by the sea god lake or embroiled in mischief, leaving Ouyang's son to manage the aftermath of their antics. Zhou approached Director Du Weilin on multiple occasions, demanding stern punishment for Gu Feng, yet ultimately, nothing came of it. Lan Shui forged a close friendship with Gu Yu and Gu Qiuer from their class, though it remained uncertain what their intentions were. Hui Yuhao, much like in the original narrative, befriended Xiao Xiao and had become the busiest student in the academy. After completing his morning classes in the martial soul department, he dedicated his afternoons to studying the crafting of soul tools in the soul tool department. The silver lining was that Hui Yuhao had ascended to the rank of a level 1 soul engineer within 2 months. He would also carve out time each week to sell grilled fish, which led him to become well acquainted with Su Sanshi and Jiang Nannan. Thanks to Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, the entire outer courtyard was fervently engaged in training, and compared to the original story, Hui Yuhao's strength had notably improved. He was now a level 19 soul master. Unbeknownst to them, the time for the opening assessment was swiftly approaching. This assessment would determine their class placements and the resources they could acquire, and it was none other than the opening assessment of the continent's foremost academy. Achieving first place in the assessment would yield substantial rewards from the academy. Hui Yuhao, prepare the team roster and submit it to me, Zhou said coolly. Glancing at Lan Shui, it was a foregone conclusion that her class would secure first place. Even Ouyang's son from Class 4 stood no chance against Lan Shui. In fact, they could potentially claim at least 2 of the top 3 positions, and with skillful execution, they might even dominate the entire podium. Gu Feng and Lan Shui will be in a separate group. Hui Yuhao, you need not concern yourself with them, just ensure the other groups are arranged accordingly. Zhou seemed to recall something, and after giving a reminder to Hui Yuhao, she walked out. Chapter 12, The Peculiar Group Assessment. Feng, how do you intend to approach the entrance examination? Ouyang's son found Gu Feng, who was dozing off, and sat beside him. How else could it be done? Just a casual effort will suffice. A mere semblance will do. I doubt I will take any action. Lan Shui is in the outer courtyard, although I could act. I fear that Shrek might resort to underhanded tactics. My ether and her light are simply too well suited to each other. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively and turned over. Speaking nonchalantly, after a while, he suddenly stood up and grasped Ouyang's son's shoulder. Son, if the opportunity arises, you should knock her down. Then we can secure the first and second places. As he spoke, Gu Feng's eyes sparkled with the contemplation of this possibility. Ouyang's son rolled his eyes in response, shaking off Gu Feng's grip. What are you daydreaming about? We know nothing about that girl, while Shrek has at least some information on us. She might even be stronger than us. You want me to take her down? Why don't you do it? After a moment of reflection, he added, well, I suppose you're right. Forget it. Let's just go with the flow. However, I estimate we will face numerous restrictions. Otherwise, the other candidates wouldn't stand a chance in the top 3. Gu Feng leaned back against the grass and mused thoughtfully. Yes, that seems likely, but who knows for sure? Are you aware of the examination format? After a brief pause, Ouyang's son fixed his gaze on Gu Feng, contemplating something. Huh, isn't it just a brawl? Are there any other rules? Gu Feng replied, looking bewildered. After all these years, who could remember the specifics? He could barely recall major events, let alone the minutiae of such trivial matters. I knew it. How would someone who rarely attends class know? Ouyang's son began to explain. First, there's the points competition. You earn 1 point for a win, but none for a loss. The competition is conducted in groups, with each group needing to play 10 matches, eliminating half the teams. Then, there's a round-robin stage involving 10 groups to select the strongest, followed by the progression rules for the top 64. Groups eliminated in the points competition will be expelled. That's about it. It's quite straightforward. Ouyang's son detailed the examination rules, though he personally paid little heed to them. After all, he believed that apart from this slacker, who spent his days idling, and the enigmatic Lan Shui, no one in the outer academy could match his prowess. The capabilities of those two, however, remained uncertain, as he had never faced them in full force. This method of competition is quite bothersome. Yet I have a nagging feeling that something unexpected will occur, Gu Feng remarked, sensing a disquieting vibe after hearing about the convoluted rules. However, he decided not to dwell on it, for their strength was unparalleled in the outer academy, truly a distinctive echelon. On the day of the competition, multiple venues were designated for the outer academy, and all first-year freshmen eagerly anticipated this assessment, with the exception of a few who lacked the requisite strength. Hello, everyone. I am Douluo, the head of the Martial Soul Department. We will now begin the allocation of venues and groups. Due to the unique circumstances this year, I have an important announcement. In Venue 1, there will only be 8 teams, which represent the top 8 of this assessment. If any team believes they are stronger than them, they may challenge directly. The victor remains in Venue 1, while the loser must start over and compete in the points competition. Naturally, considering the number of participants, we will disclose all the information of the students in Venue 1. All participants are allotted a day for the challenge. Following this, the roster for Arena 1 is as follows. Group 1, Gu Yuna, Gu Qiu'er, and Qiao Yuxuan. Gu Yuna possesses the martial soul of Elementalist and is a rank 4 soul master. Gu Qiu'er wields the Golden Dragon martial soul and is a rank 3 soul sovereign. Qiao Yuxuan harbors the Time Flow Bell martial soul and is a rank 2 soul master. Group 2, Ning Tian, Wu Feng, and Shen Feng. Ning Tian's martial soul is the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, making him a rank 3 soul sovereign. Shen Feng holds the 7 Killing Sword martial soul, also a rank 3 soul sovereign, while Wu Feng possesses the Red Dragon martial soul, being a rank 2 soul master. Group 3, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and Chuiji. Dai Huabin commands the Evil-Eyed White Tiger martial soul, achieving the status of a level 40 soul sovereign. Zhu Lu's martial soul is the Nether Spirit Cat, a rank 3 soul sovereign, and Cui Yiji wields the Nine-Tailed Fox martial soul, a rank 2 soul master. Group 4, Xia Huanyue, Lan Susu, and Lan Luoluo. Xia Huanyue has the Pai Pai Elephant martial soul, a rank 3 soul sovereign, while Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo both possess the Hare martial soul, being rank 2 soul masters. Group 5, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Hui Yuhao. Wang Dong possesses dual martial souls, the Goddess of Light Butterfly and the Haotian Hammer, being a level 30 soul master. Xiao Xiao also wields dual martial souls, the 3 Life Town Soul Cauldron and the 9 Phoenix Flute, likewise a level 30 soul master. Hui Yuhao, with his main martial soul of Spiritual Eye, has just advanced to level 20 the day prior to the assessment. Group 6, Lan Shui, with the martial soul of Light, is a rank 4 soul master. Group 7, Gu Feng, possessing the martial soul of the body, is a rank 3 soul sovereign. Group 8, Ouyang's son, with dual martial souls, Ouyang and son, is a rank 3 soul sovereign. Du Weilan, having read through the names of the 8 groups, cast a glance at Gu Feng and Ouyang's son but said nothing further, proceeding to outline the assessment procedures. due to the limited spots in Arena 1. Only today is designated for the challenges. Should any participant rashly engage in the challenge without preparation and be eliminated without resistance, we shall revoke their eligibility to compete. For this reason, we have enlisted a teacher from the Inner Academy to provide treatment. I hereby declare the commencement of this year's freshman assessment. Upon hearing the rules, Ouyang's son glanced at Gu Feng, exclaiming, "Hey, you wouldn't be a harbinger of misfortune, would you? There truly seems to be a twist." Sun leaped from Ouyang's son's shoulder to Gu Feng's head. "Get off. How was I to know the academy would actually conjure such mischief?" Gu Feng skillfully caught Sun and tossed him back to Ouyang's Sunday. "Now, I invite the members of these 8 groups to enter their respective arenas. Those wishing to challenge may also proceed." Following Du Weiland's announcement of all the rules, the assessment has officially begun. Upon entering the arena, Gu Feng retrieved a plethora of snacks and a blanket from his soul guide device, nonchalantly seating himself on the platform, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. "You rascal. It's not right to indulge in such delights alone," remarked Sun, who, upon noticing Gu Feng's feast, promptly dashed from platform 7 to join him in his merriment. Du Weilin, observing the scene, could only shake his head in disbelief, his hand pressed against his forehead. "Goodness, this fellow is audacious. Has no one dared to teach him a lesson?" He pondered. "My dear friend, do you wonder why platforms 6 and 7 are so sparsely populated? A trial awaits those who dare to challenge." Hui Yuhao cast a sidelong glance at Gu Feng, a flicker of envy evident in his eyes, before taking a deep breath. Steeling himself for the forthcoming battle. Sister, is Gu Feng truly this brazen? It appears rather entertaining. I wish to partake as well," exclaimed Gu Qiuer, mimicking Gu Feng's antics and starting to enjoy her own snacks. Do you not observe the lively Gu Qiuer with a shake of her head, retrieving a soul guide textbook and immersing herself in its pages, seemingly unfazed? "My word, you 2 young ladies certainly hold your own," remarked Qiao Yuxuan, wiping the sweat from his brow and quietly assuming the role of an observer, gathering information from the other groups. After all, being the weakest among them, he too yearned for a moment of leisure. Ouyang's son, noticing the atmosphere, settled down to rest. With the exception of their trio, challengers from other groups gradually emerged. The duo from Group 78 are truly formidable. We concede to their prowess. Yet, how dare a mere soul master stand alone on a platform? A team approached platform 6, where Lan Shui was stationed, preparing to challenge her. She cast a disdainful glance at the 3 fools opposite her. 3 second-ring novices dare to confront me? She mused, perplexed. Taking a deep breath to calm her rising irritation, she was indeed vexed. Her reputation may be modest in the outer courtyard, but it hardly implied weakness. The academy had assigned her to guard the platform alone, and any fool could discern her strength. Glaring at Gu Feng, who was still enjoying his snacks, and Ouyang's son, who was now focused on her, Lan Shui felt veins throbbing at her temples. In the next instant, the 3 spirit masters were unceremoniously ejected from the platform. Lan Shui's figure flickered briefly, and aside from a select few, most were oblivious to the manner of their defeat. Following this display, the area surrounding the platforms manned by Lan Shui, Gu Feng, and Ouyang's son became eerily devoid of onlookers, who had retreated to gather around the 5 foremost platforms. "Did you witness that clearly?" Sun inquired, squinting, his expression grave. "No, all I could discern were vague shadows, yet they were undoubtedly thwarted," Gu Feng replied thoughtfully, though a shadow of concern lingered on his countenance. Gu Feng and Sun Du fell into silence, for the speed they were confronted with was indeed beyond their means. Gu Feng glanced at Ouyang's son, who shook his head and then closed his eyes to rest. "Well, there's no need to engage her in a fierce battle. A mere pretense will suffice. Come, let us enjoy the spectacle, son," Gu Feng suddenly chuckled, addressing Sunday. Upon hearing this, Sun lifted his gaze to meet Gu Feng's and, after a moment, joined him in laughter. "You rascal, you're right. It's not a matter of life and death, so there is truly no need to exert ourselves." With a shake of his head, Sun also settled in to watch the unfolding drama. 8 arenas stood before them. Yet the last 3 and the first 3 had become devoid of challengers, save for the initially tenacious trio. Each of the first 3 arenas boasted 2 soul masters as a foundation, while the latter 3 were even more formidable. The 2 anomalies from the outer academy, along with a girl who potentially matched their prowess, posed a daunting challenge for anyone daring enough to step forth. Thus, our classmates, Hui Yuhao and the sisters Lan Suso, found themselves in quite the predicament. Their lineup included offensive capabilities, crowd control, and defense, complemented by Hui Yuhao's foresight, which allowed them to hold their ground. Nevertheless, they were still up against the entirety of the first-year newcomers in the Outer Academy, and several of the groups were notably formidable. They encountered an opponent whose martial soul was a mirror, capable of replicating Wang Dong. Had it not been for Hui Yuhao's predictive abilities, Wang Dong would have found himself in dire straits. Similarly, Xia Huanyue and his team faced their own challenges. Xia Huanyue, with his martial soul being a pai elephant, was relatively unscathed, yet the sisters Lan Suso and Lan Douluo found themselves toiling hard. They faced a team with a soul master and were forced to confront the hidden martial soul fusion techniques that had been unleashed as a trump card. There was no choice. They had to secure victory in today's competition. Winning would grant them a place among the top 8, while defeat would mean they were forever barred from that honor. After today's matches concluded, their group would enjoy 3 days of respite, awaiting the completion of the remaining contest before drawing lots for the quarterfinals. Gu Feng and Ouyang Sun are faring well, while Hui Yuhao and Xie Huanyu's teams appear to be quite fatigued. Hui Yuhao and Lan Luoluo have even been defeated in the arena once, yet ultimately, they managed to emerge victorious in the competition, albeit with some trepidation. Chapter 13. Light and Ether. I am so weary. Gu Feng squints, appearing as though he is yet to awaken fully. Today marks the quarterfinals, and they must all participate in the drawing of lots. Gu Feng was dragged here by Ouyang Sun and is still battling drowsiness. The finals consist solely of their 8 teams, along with several senior students from the Inner Academy and teachers. Following this, Du Weiluan announced the results of the draw. The first match, Gu Feng vs. Lan Shui. The second match, Ouyang Sun vs. Gu Yuna's team. The third match, Ning Tian's team vs. Dai Huabin's team. The fourth match, Hui Yuhao's team vs. Xia Huanyu's team. As Gu Feng awoke from his slumber the instant the groupings were announced, Ouyang Sun gazed in astonishment at the ludicrous arrangements. Lan Shui? Was it mere fortune or a nefarious scheme? Gu Feng silently observed Du Weiluan atop the platform, then turned to see several figures in crimson uniforms amidst Yin Xiao's group, along with a disheveled drunkard clutching a chicken leg. It appeared he had been set up. Lowering his head, Gu Feng's calm voice broke the silence. Hey kid, what's the matter? Stay composed. What is going on with you? Your aura is fluctuating wildly. Sun rushed to Gu Feng's side, attempting to reason with him. Feng, if you wish to fight, then do so. Should the situation escalate, we can resort to our contingency plan and withdraw. Shrek is no longer merely an academy. Ouyang Sun patted Gu Feng's shoulder, lifting his gaze to the clouds above. All right. Gu Feng uttered a single word before silently ascending the stage. In his previous life, Gu Feng was an ordinary individual who enjoyed reading novels. Although he harbored aspirations, reality proved to be harsh. His path had been predetermined since high school, and he had encountered injustice during his internship. However, he understood that such matters were beyond his control. After arriving in this world, life had been relatively pleasant. Yet, due to his betrothal, he was reminded of unpleasant memories from his past. Some things are simply unforgettable, the hatred and that fleeting light. Nevertheless, he recognized that in this lifetime, betrothal was a commonplace occurrence, prompting him to venture out and gain a broader understanding of this world. Now, Du Weiluan observed both prepared contenders, signaling the commencement before retreating. Gu, I didn't expect to encounter you so soon. Are you ready? Lan Shui tilted her head, greeting Gu Feng with a smile. Laughter erupted. You wish to ascertain the power within me? Then come forth. Gu Feng removed the bracelet he wore. Lan Shui gazed intently at him, her eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. At the moment he shed the bracelet, chaos ensued. A black vortex enveloped the entire arena. A colossal beast, towering 100 meters, rose from the ground, its tail sweeping across the stage, stirring up a vast cloud of dust. The beast occupied 1/10 of the entire final arena. Given the notoriety of Gu Feng's previous battle with Shou Yi, the finals had seen the arena enlarged to accommodate. Otherwise, the beast would have claimed half of it. The air erupted with a violent sonic boom as a gigantic hand descended from above, aiming for Lan Shui. Debris flew from the stage, creating a massive pit several meters wide. Yet, Lan Shui appeared unscathed upon the beast's arm, devoid of even a speck of dust. A roar echoed as the beast exhaled towards Lan Shui, unleashing a thunderous cloud of dust that caused the entire arena to tremble. The audience instinctively rose to their feet. Goodness! Such brutality, it seems that fellow is genuinely furious. Sun gazed at the tumultuous scene unfolding on the arena, perched upon Ouyang Sun's shoulder. Indeed, I share your frustration. Battles of the weak against the weak, and the strong against the strong, yet not a single clash between opposing forces. Am I truly inferior to the two of them? Quite intriguing, isn't it? Ouyang's son replied with a hint of indifference. However, those familiar with Ouyang's son recognized that he, too, was irked this time. Oh, let them witness your true prowess, Ouyang's son. Sun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile as he observed the arena. A colossal beam of light erupted from the dust of the stage, revealing a gaping wound in the chest of a giant beast. Ether meteor, dark dots appeared in the sky. In the next instant, meteors plummeted, their thunderous roars resonating without cease, while a golden radiance flickered continuously where they struck. The arena swirled with dust, and a golden light danced amidst the gaps left by the falling meteors. A blade of light shot forth from the stage, expanding in size as it shattered the celestial meteors above. Black patterns spread through the haze, and a dark beam ascended skyward. Lan Shui's silhouette leaped upon the surface of the beam, using it as a springboard. A massive black sword descended towards Lan Shui, clearing the dust in an instant with a powerful gust. Gu Feng stood atop the head of a black dragon shadow, gazing down at Lan Shui, who leaned against what remained of the sword's hilt. Gu Feng's hair had completely transformed into a deep black, cascading down to his waist, emanating an aura of darkness. Lan Shui, with her long pink locks, had transitioned into a brilliant golden hue, her pupils now a shimmering silver, wielding two luminous swords. A formidable black heavy sword coalesced in Gu Feng's grasp. The air resonated with the sounds of fierce combat as the dark figure clashed with the radiant one. Three blades intertwined in a fierce duel, and Lan Shui was propelled backward from the melee, transforming into a beam of light in her flight, racing towards Gu Feng with increased velocity. A sword mark, 100 meters long, etched itself upon the arena as the black heavy sword plunged into the ground. Halting the retreating figure, Gu Feng gazed at Lan Shui, drawing forth his heavy sword, his flowing hair concealing his crimson eyes. Golden patterns emerged behind Lan Shui, swirling in a mesmerizing dance as a beam of light, dozens of meters long, surged towards Gu Feng, the air around its edges crackling with intense heat. A curtain of black clouds shielded Gu Feng from view, as thick mist enveloped the arena, parting to form a Z-shaped passage. With a sweeping motion, Gu Feng swung his heavy sword backward, sending the dark figure hurtling to the ground, creating a series of enormous craters. A flash of black light streaked past, accompanied by a sonic boom at the point of impact, sending the golden figure flying. Mid-flight, it accelerated once more. The dark and golden silhouettes grew increasingly swift, until the arena was filled with only the sight of two contrasting beams of light colliding, separating, and crashing together again, on the ground and in the air. The clash of black and gold light quickened, each collision resonating with explosive sounds. Was this truly a battle between a third and a fourth ring? The scale of the conflict had escalated beyond what even a seventh ring, untransformed by their martial souls, could withstand. The same question echoed in the minds of all present. The audience, clad in red uniforms, rose to their feet in astonishment. Among them, a woman with red hair could no longer contain her exclamation. What on earth? Is this the destructive power and combat prowess of the third and fourth rings? Wasn't Lan Shui barely able to contend with high-level soul emperors in the inner courtyard? Goodness. A high-level soul emperor would surely be obliterated in an instant. Is this why Lan Shui is the most concealed talent in the inner courtyard? Ma Xiaodao blurted out what everyone in the inner courtyard was thinking. No, perhaps there's another who could reach such heights, yet that person is absent. The icy beauty with black hair countered Ma Xiaodao's assertion, recalling the figure with fox ears, shivering involuntarily. Once more, the black and golden lights diverged, coming to a halt on either side of the arena. Wounds of varying sizes erupted across Gu Feng's body, with the blood seeping from them forming a mist that dispersed into the air. However, the speed of healing was astonishingly rapid. Lan Shui bore no injuries, yet her breath came in heaves as if she had engaged in an extraordinarily intense bout of exercise. Chapter 14. The Ultimate Radiance. Lan Shui took a moment to compose herself. The brilliance flickered, the black-red aura surged wildly, and the shadowy figure cleaved through the air. The clash persisted. A golden sword of light deflected the black heavy sword, while another light sword seized the opportunity to pierce the shadowy figure's chest in an instant. The heavy sword struck downward at an angle from the shoulder of the golden figure. The golden figure was sent flying to the edge of the arena, expelling a copious amount of blood and kneeling on the ground. Flecks of golden light shimmered within the blood, which evaporated the moment it was expelled. The arena had lost its original form, engulfed in swirling black and golden flames. The shadowy figure gazed down at the chest pierced by the golden sword. And in the next moment, the sword was withdrawn and discarded, dissolving into nothingness. Blood flowed continuously from the chest, its hue not merely crimson, but tinged with fleeting shadows of black, vanishing without a trace as it was consumed by the black aura upon exiting the body. They locked eyes. A red flame surged from the depths of Gu Feng's gaze. The silver pupils in Lan Shui's eyes radiated an increasingly bright silver light. With a clap, Yin Xiaozhi struck the viewing platform, preparing to intervene and halt the battle. Clearly, the confrontation had escalated beyond a mere assessment. The academy had originally intended to probe the depths of the two enigmatic students, which was why Lan Shui had been summoned from the inner court. Now, however, their true capabilities were apparent, yet the challenge of concluding this engagement loomed large. Yin Xiaozhi resolved to intervene, as the potential consequences of inaction were too dire to contemplate. Lan Shui was essentially the appointed successor of the Sea God Pavilion. She could not afford to be harmed here. Relax, Xiaozhi. With Lao Zhao and me here. Let them fight. Let them unleash their full potential. There won't be any issues. As long as no heads roll, Lao Zhao can save them. The disheveled elder grasped Yin Xiaozhi's arm, silently observing the arena, urging him to remain seated. Another elder, radiating an aura of vitality, patted Yin Xiaozhi's shoulder and shook his head in disapproval. But Elder Xian, there are no buts. That girl isn't one to succumb easily, but only if we refrain from interference. Do you comprehend? The disheveled Elder Xian turned to Yin Xiaozhi with a fierce expression. Yes, Elder Xian, I understand. Sigh, Xiaozhi, I grasp your concern for Xiaoxua. But we must trust her. Elder Xian also set down his chicken leg and whined, his gaze fixed on the two combatants in the arena, unable to find peace. This lad, TSK, even in such a fierce battle, he has no intention of holding back. It seems he is intent on venting his frustrations. Sun observed the two figures on the arena, scratching his head in contemplation. Continuing to observe the battle, Ouyang's Sun cast a glance towards Gu Yuna, slightly parting his lips in a silent apology, expressing his desire to vent his dissatisfaction. Sun, upon hearing Ouyang's Sun's soft utterance, merely patted him on the back. Standing in solidarity, Gu Yuna, seemingly sensing his gaze, turned earnestly to her teammate, Chao Yuxuan, instructing him to concede as soon as they entered the arena. Fearing she might not be able to protect him, she then glanced at the equally fervent Gu Qiu'er, letting out a sigh. Qiu'er, act according to your abilities, and take care. All right, Sister Gu Yu, Chao Yuxuan replied, witnessing the intensity of the ongoing battle. He felt a flicker of doubt about facing opponents akin to those on the battlefield. Gu Yuna's words instantly eased his tension. Gu Qiu'er merely regarded Gu Yuna with a nod. Sister, we will win. At the very least, we shall not lose. Huabin, do you think we can prevail? Zhu Lu asked, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Dai Huabin opened his mouth, as if to respond, but upon observing the fierce combat before them, he ultimately fell silent. Shaking his head, Young Master, what are your thoughts on Fengge? The young talents our sect leader urged us to meet must be akin to him, Chen Feng remarked. Glancing at Ning Tian nodded, deep in contemplation. Yu Hao, do you believe our newly completed martial soul fusion skill can triumph over them? Wang Dong inquired hesitantly of Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao's eyes sparkled with determination as he pondered for a long moment. Our martial soul fusion skill is formidable. Even a soul emperor would hesitate to confront it head-on. However, it may ultimately prove ineffective. He shook his head in resignation. Why be so pessimistic? We can simply surrender when the time comes. Why are you two fretting over whether we can win? We are not even from the same world, Xiao Xiao remarked, casting an incredulous glance at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao observed the two combatants on stage, anticipating his journey to the extreme north. Knowing he too would grow stronger, his fighting spirit was ignited. The wounds of the shadowy figure mended rapidly. The gaping wound had already formed a scab. Gripping the heavy sword upside down, he lowered his body, bending forward. Dark energy surged, giving rise to massive black clouds behind him. The golden figure slowly rose. Her wounds healing, though her pallor indicated that her condition was far from optimal. Remanifesting two light swords, she held them aloft, stepping back with her right leg. Crossing her arms over her chest, a radiant golden light emanated from her. The arena was divided into two extremes. One side was engulfed in swirling black clouds, with red eyes emitting a terrifying crimson glow, as if hell itself had descended upon the earth. The other side radiated brilliance, with an overwhelming light and warmth saturating half of the arena, reminiscent of returning to a mother's embrace. It seems as though angels are present nearby. Dark swirling clouds spiral into the heavy sword, while a black meteor streaks across the ground, carving a pitch-black gash. Golden radiance surges into the twin swords. With a powerful thrust of the right leg, a beam of golden light slices through the fabric of space, manifesting a resplendent white aurora in the air. A soundless collision resonates, and in the next moment, something extraordinary appears, drawing everything in the vicinity toward the point of impact, only to be obliterated in an instant. A luminous hemisphere rises from the center of the arena, as everything is crushed and annihilated in that fleeting moment, emanating a terrifying brilliance. Gu Feng and Lan Shui were effortlessly swept away by this ethereal force. As the radiance dissipated, a colossal pit several hundred meters deep emerged within a 1,000-mile radius. The entire chasm was suffused with a dark crimson hue, ablaze with flickering black-red and gray-white flames. Everyone rose to their feet. The magnitude of this strike had reached the potency of a tidal Douluo's ninth spirit ring. At the heart of the explosion stood two figures. Yan Xiaoxia's aura surged forth, only to be overshadowed by an even denser presence. Xiaoxia, remain calm. The situation is not as dire as you imagine. Xuanzi sensed two faint auras at the edge of the arena and exhaled with a modicum of relief. A hand reached out from the periphery. Gu Feng propped himself up and sat on the ground, quietly gazing at the ruins before him. Light, an endless brilliance illuminated the debris. Lan Shui's hair and eyes transformed into a pure white, her aura escalating to new heights. She slowly floated from the edge of the ruins to stand before Gu Feng. A luminous sword pierced through Gu Feng's body and embedded itself into the ground. Confirming that Gu Feng was devoid of any strength, she turned to summon Elder Zhuang for healing. It was over. Suddenly, the sound of a heartbeat echoed. Dark clouds crept back into the arena, and amidst the shadows, flashes of red light danced as the air crackled with black-red lightning. The heartbeat reverberated, as if some terrifying entity was awakening. Chapter 15. Blood of Hell light was suppressed by darkness, confined within a 5-meter radius around Lan Shui. A fleeting red glow vanished, and a shadowy figure arose, its wounds completely healed, as if the earlier near-death state had merely been an illusion. Pain. Exquisite agony. A torment far surpassing the anguish Gu Feng experienced when the ether shattered his martial soul. Gu Feng gently opened his eyes. The vast expanse of the ground was a dark crimson, and the entire sky was enveloped in a deep red hue, exuding an ominous atmosphere. Above, a black sun and a blood-red moon emerged, standing in stark opposition to one another. Before him lay an innumerable array of skeletal remains. Gu Feng advanced slowly, and with each step he took, the bones disintegrated into fragments, which then transformed into powder, drifting into the air. Time seemed to have lost its significance in this place, where countless skeletons filled his view, as if no other living beings existed beyond these remains. Gu Feng walked forward unconsciously until a shadow clad in black stood before him. With long ebony hair cascading to its waist, blood-red eyes, and an array of countless scars, it sat atop a mound of bones, resting its hand upon its knee. A sword hilt was thrust into the ground, and the shadow gazed into the distance until Gu Feng approached from behind. "You have arrived," echoed a voice, ethereal and resonant throughout the heavens and earth. The entire realm lamented as black snow began to drift down, accompanied by a crimson rain. Gu Feng opened his mouth to gaze upon this world. "There is no need for inquiries. I shall disclose what you ought to know, while the mysteries beyond your grasp must be sought by your own endeavor." A voice, steeped in the void, resonated. Gu Feng parted his lips but ultimately fell silent, nodding in acquiescence. "Here lies hell." The moment the voice from the abyss spoke, Gu Feng was rendered bewildered. Yet, it was not the end. This realm is a fragment of hell, ravaged by the ravages of war. The battlefield of the star gods has engulfed the entirety of the universe. The gaze of the star gods has descended upon your world, and the bloodline that slumbers within you is destined to awaken. Should the future grant you a chance, I hope you will reconstruct hell. The world appeared as though it were being erased by an unseen hand, vanishing from the outside in. A dark red vortex manifested in the sky, within which a drop of ink-black blood emerged, penetrating Gu Feng's being. The instant the blood fused with him, the world ceased to exist. A dark red beam of light surged toward the heavens, visible throughout the entirety of Shrek City. Golden radiance shimmered, flickering and compressing inward. The black silhouette collided once more with the golden figure. The clash reverberated, a stalemate ensued. If the battle continued, both would risk their lives. Xuanzi intervened, positioning himself between Gu Feng and Lan Shui, halting their advance. With a forceful push, he sent them careening to the edges of the massive pit, where they both succumbed to unconsciousness. Lao Zhuang, tend to these two youngsters, Xuanzi instructed, retrieving a wine gourd and a chicken leg, mumbling indistinctly after taking a bite. A colossal tree sprang forth from the earth, emanating a verdant glow that dispelled the black mist from the arena, extinguishing the dark red and grayish flames within the pit. Two leaves soared towards Gu Feng and Lan Shui, healing their injuries. Is it truly a draw? I hope Feng can accept this outcome, Ouyang's son thought, shaking his head as he slowly carried Gu Feng away. The arena lay in ruins. A second match would not be possible today. Let us depart, Chior. We must ponder how to confront tomorrow, for it too presents a formidable challenge. Yu Na murmured, watching the retreating figures of the two before leading Gu Chou away. Leaving Xiao Yuxuan, a mere second-ring ruffian, to his own devices. Teacher, I shall take Xiao Shui back to the inner courtyard to recuperate, Ma Xiao declared. Lifting Lan Shui and soaring toward the inner courtyard, her voice echoing through the air. Hui Yuhao quietly lowered his outstretched hand and, without uttering a word, turned to leave. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao followed suit, departing alongside Hui Yuhao. The other three teams gazed at the desolate arena, unable to find tranquility for a long while, before gradually making their exit. Yuhao, do not compare yourself with such monsters now. Your starting point is too low. Once your break arrives, I shall take you to the far north, and by then, you shall not be inferior to them. In his mind, Tianming Binkin painted grand visions for Hui Yuhao. Below the dormitory, an elderly gentleman gazed at Ouyang's son, who was carrying Gu Feng, and let out a soft sigh. He then reclined in his rocking chair, gently fanning himself. Hey, are you awake, kid? A voice echoed through the dormitory at night. If there's nothing pressing, why not share with us what transpired? Leading to this situation? Sun leaped in front of Gu Feng, studying him intently. Ouyang also opened his eyes, quietly awaiting Gu Feng's response. Ouyang's son approached, patted Gu Feng's shoulder, and offered him a glass of water. It seemed he merely wanted to vent. Initially, he had thought to deal with the situation casually. Yet upon hearing the groupings, his temper flared. It was impossible to remain composed without a confrontation. Gu Feng took a sip of water and began to explain. Indeed, it's quite vexing. The groupings are utterly absurd. Ouyang's son nodded in agreement, his eyes seemingly harboring suppressed anger. If it were merely a straightforward brawl with Lan Shui, it would be manageable. However, this grouping pits strong against strong, and the disparity in strength between the two sides isn't particularly vast. By the way, be cautious of Gu Yuna. She is not as simple as she appears. The academy instructed us to draw lots for our opponents. And what do we end up with? Such results? All 4 matches are like this? If there's no foul play involved, Yang, would you believe it? The academy is keen to gauge our abilities, isn't it? Well, they now have their answer. Let us see how they intend to proceed from here. After Gu Feng concluded his explanation, he reclined on the bed, his hands resting behind his head, and fell into a tranquil silence. Indeed, it was infuriating. Tomorrow, I shall exert my utmost in the battle. Gu Yuna, you evoke a sense of dissonance within me, coupled with an unsettling aura of danger. I shall remain vigilant. It is best to retire early. Ouyang's son, with arms crossed, pondered momentarily before offering a greeting to Gu Feng and returning to his own bed to rest. The blood of the underworld. That dimension was merely a fragment of hell. The star god, could it be the one I am familiar with? It seems unlikely. If it were the kind of star god etched in my memories. Hiss, this Douluo might be exceedingly perilous. Are you suggesting I seek the answers myself? Very well. Some truths can only be unveiled through personal experience. Lan Shui September? Or perhaps the divine September. The state observed today, with her pristine white hair and immaculate white eyes. Furthermore, she retained combat prowess even after such an explosion. Is it a memory or a legacy? Am I affected by the fusion with the blood of the underworld? And what of her? Additionally, in that fleeting moment of collision between ether and light, what precisely was that phenomenon? It bore no resemblance to elemental fusion. Rather, it felt akin to the void. Gu Feng lay in bed, lost in thought, eventually drifting into a restless slumber. This night was destined to be tumultuous. On Sea God Island, within the Sea God Pavilion, a group of over 100 elderly men sat in silence, unsure of how to commence the conversation. What purpose did this gathering serve? What was there to contemplate? It was merely a skirmish among a few students over trivial matters. Have none of you ever engaged in a brawl? Yet here you are, sitting for hours over such a trivial incident. A frail voice emerged from the shadows. But, teacher, Yin Xiaozhi seemed inclined to voice further objections. There are no buts. Fear not, and refrain from taking action against those children. We still have Lan Shui and that young lady, though she is solely focused on finding the one who fled from their wedding. Alas, the aged voice resonated again, tinged with a hint of disappointment. The others could not suppress their laughter. Thus, the meeting concluded hastily. Once everyone departed, a sigh echoed in the empty conference room. Chapter 16, Silver Dragon Yang. Be cautious in today's match. Gu Feng called out to Ouyang's son from the spectator stands as he prepared to take the stage. Ouyang's son nodded and ascended to the arena. Ha ha ha, fear not, young one. With me here, victory is assured. The voice of Sun emanated from Ouyang's son's shoulder. They then stepped onto the platform together. Following Ouyang's son's entrance, Gu Yuna, Gu Qiu'er, and Chao Yuxian also took the stage. Sun leapt down from Ouyang's son's shoulder, and in the next moment, an ominous aura radiated from the monkey beside him. A black monkey stood alongside Ouyang's son, emanating a crimson glow, as a colossal shadow of the monkey flashed momentarily. As Du Weilan exited the arena, a black and red staff plunged into the ground, sending fragments of stone flying. I concede, Chao Yuxian shouted, surrendering. The momentum of the monkey's gathered energy was abruptly disrupted by this declaration, causing the ground to sink. The monkey swung its staff towards Gu Yuna, but a spear emerged from the side, intercepting the descending weapon amidst a cloud of dust. Gu Qiu'er, with her golden hair, slid back several meters. Weapons clashed, and the arena resounded with the cacophony of combat. Gu Yuna glanced at Qiu'er, who was momentarily engaged with the monkey. With a wave of her hand, a layer of solid ice formed around the monkey. A figure was sent skimming across the ground. The ice encasing the monkey shattered, leaving it somewhat disheveled, yet unscathed. Strikingly, the monkey's fighting spirit surged even higher. With increased speed, it charged toward Gu Qiu'er as the battlefield became delineated. The wielder of the Golden Dragon's martial soul collided with the monkey in a fierce confrontation. The arena was continuously filled with the sound of sonic booms. Gu Qiu'er, enveloped in golden dragon scales, stood upon the stage like a valkyrie, wielding her spear as if it were a third arm. Each of the monkey's assaults was repelled, yet its momentum grew stronger, and its speed accelerated. Gu Qiu'er stood resolutely, gathering momentum. In the next moment, 3 soul rings illuminated. The power of the dragon amalgamated with the golden dragon form, a golden energy coalescing at the tip of the dragon spear, which erupted in a thunderous explosion upon contact with the monkey. The golden dragon erupted. A series of explosions relentlessly bombarded the monkey. The spear struck the ground, causing the monkey to slide several hundred meters, leaving a 100-meter-long trench in the earth. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Qiu'er charged towards the monkey with furious strength, intent on vanquishing it in one decisive blow. Black boots materialized beneath the monkey, its fur glistening under the sunlight like a polished mirror. The monkey advanced rather than retreated. The clash of power ensued. Gu Qiu'er's golden dragon martial spirit could only contend with the monkey in a stalemate. A sweeping strike from the spear came forth. Gu Qiu'er bent backward, grounding her spear, delivering a kick towards the monkey. Just as her foot was about to make contact, the monkey flipped and leapt, swinging its staff down with great force. Gu Qiu'er adeptly pivoted her spear to evade this powerful strike. The confrontation continued, their speeds and strengths evenly matched, with Gu Qiu'er and the monkey locked in a battle of skill. On one side stood a Valkyrie-like maiden, a born warrior, on the other, a fierce monkey wielding its staff against any foe. A contest of techniques and instincts unfolded as they remained in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna observed Ouyang's son, stepping forward in her high heels. A wave of energy surged from the ground as spikes erupted from beneath. Glimmering ice crystals gathered behind her, forming icicles, while a fireball in her hand absorbed the essence of the world. Ouyang's son slowly closed his eyes, sitting upon the arena. In the next moment, the frog perched on his shoulder leaped down, growing to a meter in size. The frog extended its hands forward, a black vortex swirling within. All elemental attacks were consumed by the vortex. Was this Ouyang's son's dual martial spirit? A detached dual martial spirit? Yin Shaozhi gazed at the 3 engaged in battle on the arena. Have they not yet unleashed their full power? Yang, what are you waiting for? Gu Feng watched Ouyang's son and the others, pondering. Ouyang's son, unleash your full strength. Suddenly, Ouyang's son's voice rang out. After fending off Gu Yuna's assault, Yang retreated to Ouyang's son's side. Seizing the moment, Sun returned the favor, jumping back to stand before Ouyang's son and Yang. Gu Qiu'er was pushed back to Gu Yuna's side. The spear twirled before embedding itself into the arena. The golden dragon sensed it. Guqiuo harnessed the innate power of the golden dragon, sending a stream of golden flames towards Ouyang Sunday. The monkey bent slightly, one hand gripping the staff, the other pressing against the ground. A black orb surged towards Guqiuo, the staff bracing against her spear, and in the next moment, it propelled Guqiuo out of the arena. A black trench appeared on the arena, several meters wide, cutting through its entirety. Just as Guqiuo was about to fall from the arena, she swung her spear to deflect the staff. With a swift motion, she grasped the monkey's hand, and together they plummeted off the arena. Goodness, is that monkey eliminated so hastily? Gu Feng rubbed his forehead, momentarily taken aback. Douluo, could you withstand that monkey strike? Ma Xiaotao turned to a boy clad in a red school uniform with golden hair. Most likely just like that girl, or perhaps directly knocked out. This year, the foreign college had an abundance of peculiarities, no monsters. Dai Yueheng shook his head, indicating he could not endure that blow. Ice Queen, do you think you can defeat any of them? Ma Xiaotao then teasingly glanced at Ling Luoqing. Fierce girl, what about you? Can you guarantee a complete victory against any one of them? The girl who had been eliminated seemed merely stunned by a single strike. She likely had more tricks up her sleeve. That monkey was no different. Their elimination was rather dramatic. Ling Luoqing shook his head, objectively analyzing the situation. TCH, quite dull. Ice Queen, Ma Xiaotao remarked, shifting her gaze back to the arena. As soon as Sun and Guqiuo were eliminated, Ouyang Xing transformed into a swirling vortex of darkness. The entire arena began to tremble, and cracks stretching hundreds of meters appeared in the ground, continuously spreading outward. Guyuna's hair floated upwards as she crouched, connecting with the earth beneath her, resisting the devouring force from above. Devouring? Guyuna pondered, realizing that there were already numerous monsters in the foreign college. If her performance faltered, it would negatively impact her plans. She brushed her hair aside, and a dragon's might radiated from her, spreading in all directions. Dragon scales adorned her body, and in an instant, Guyuna appeared to have matured. Her silvery hair flowed gracefully, and her amethyst-like eyes shone with extraordinary brilliance. While the dragon scales formed an armor-like garment, in her hand, she wielded a silver-white spear. A spectral silver dragon rose behind her. The audience instinctively stood up. How is this possible? A silver dragon? Wasn't this spirit beast supposed to be extinct long ago? How could such a martial spirit manifest in a human? Xuanzai felt a violent surge of soul power, contemplating whether to intervene and seize the girl with the silver dragon martial spirit. Xuanzai, she is human, there is no doubt. An ancient voice resonated beside Xuanzai. Seeing this, Xuanzai gradually suppressed his aura, yet his trembling hand betrayed his inner turmoil. 7 elements appeared in Guyuna's grasp, continuously merging before being hurled into the dark vortex above. Just as it was about to be devoured, Guyuna detonated the elemental sphere. A miniature sun arose, and the shockwave of the explosion was slowly absorbed by the vortex, a silver light flashing momentarily. The vortex was shattered, and Ouyang's figure plummeted onto the arena. A white spear spun and planted itself before Guyuna. The divine artifact, Silver Dragon Spear. Chapter 17. The true Ouyang Sun. Guyuna drew the dragon spear, elements converging at its tip. The chaotic blend of elements surged toward Ouyang Sun, a massive cloud of dust billowing forth. Footsteps emerged from the swirling dust, unnoticed by all except Gu Feng, who realized that Sun had vanished from the stage. Indeed, Sun and Ouyang shared a singular martial soul. Even the mightiest of martial souls possess their own consciousness, yet they ultimately constitute only a fragment of oneself. Silver Dragon. Ah, how intriguing. An illusory martial soul. Let us put it to the test. A manic voice echoed as a figure slowly materialized. His once yellow hair transformed into a silvery white hue, adorned in golden red armor. 2 luminous feathers floated gently above his head, while dense tufts of fur cascaded down to the ground, bound at the base by a golden cord, resembling hair. A monkey mask adorned his face, reminiscent of the frenzied deity's mask from the Grey Keeper. His eyes glowed with a malevolent crimson light. Ouyang Sun threw his head back in wild laughter, one hand pressed against his forehead, a staff firmly planted into the ground. The force of his aura obliterated everything on the arena. It became evident that one half of the stage was marred with deep pits, while the other half bore enormous fissures. Goodness, is that blue field jade? No, it seems different. This creature is red, while blue field jade appears gray. Gu Feng gazed at Ouyang Sun's new appearance, utterly bewildered. He recalled an anime from his childhood, where, although the protagonist was not him, the figure that shouted Chi Tian was the true hero in his heart. So, were these individuals from the Outer Academy truly monsters? Did they simply transform when defeated? Ma Xiaotao observed the drastically altered figure, whose aura was strikingly close to that of a soul sage. Grasping her hair, she looked skyward, silently pondering the meaning of life. Was she truly a genius? And what did that make the others? Tianming, do you think I can really catch up to these creatures? Hui Yuhao had initially believed his spirit was sufficiently robust, yet the absurdity of what he had witnessed in the past 2 days was overwhelming. A soul Zun had erupted with the combat prowess of a typical soul sage, and in desperate circumstances, could even overpower a somewhat weaker soul Douluo. This left him, the so-called first soul ring in a million years, feeling utterly defeated. You can certainly do it. The second martial soul I have in mind for you will be at least on par with the silver dragon. Tianming blinked and responded within Hui Yuhao's sea of consciousness before falling silent. Indeed, it could rival the silver dragon, but the opponent was the silver dragon king, a being of an entirely different caliber. And what on earth was the martial soul of the figure opposing the silver dragon king? Ouyang's son pointed his staff at Gu Yuna, and a crimson beam shot forth from one end of the staff towards her, cleaving a massive chasm into the ground. Elemental enhancement. Earth, wood. Gu Yuna thrust her dragon spear, splitting the crimson beam in two, as 2 rifts extended beyond the arena's confines. A silver figure flashed past. Ouyang's son raised his staff to block, then propelled himself forward. Aha, impressive strength. Come again. The manic laughter echoed from afar, as the red figure clashed with the silver one numerous times. The arena was rife with marks from spears and staffs. The staff radiated a crimson glow as Ouyang's son twirled it with fervor. Gu Yuna's pupils narrowed, and she retreated swiftly. A tremendous pit, several meters deep and 100 meters in diameter, formed in the arena. Ouyang's son stood within the pit, his eyes glowing red, his mask wearing an expression that resembled a madman's grin. He lifted his gaze to Gu Yuna, his eyes blazing with crimson light, pointing the staff skyward. Above, a multitude of red weapons materialized. Swords, spears, and halberds filled the air above the arena. Little girl, let's see you dodge this. Ouyang's son tilted his head, his eyes ablaze. A frenzied aura surged outward as the weapons descended simultaneously. Dust swirled, and Gu Yuna's figure gradually emerged from the haze, surrounded by an array of various weapons. Yet her form remained untouched by any debris. The red and silver shadows collided, separating, then colliding once more. Both figures slid to the edge of the arena simultaneously. Gu Yuna's high heels left an imprint at the edge, while Ouyang's son's fur fluttered with the wind. The dragon spear planted itself into the ground, and 7 distinct colors of light flickered behind Gu Yuna. The Silver Dragon King, a divine-level martial soul endowed with elemental mastery, possesses unparalleled spiritual attributes and the ability of elemental liberation. The enhancement of spiritual attributes amplifies elemental control, culminating in the eruption of 7 ultimate attributes. The liberation of the earth element grants the blessing of the land, bestowing exceptional defensive capabilities upon Gu Yuna. The release of elemental liberation unveils the most formidable powers of the Silver Dragon King. However, once the corresponding element is liberated, it cannot be summoned again within 3 days. The exalted sovereign of soul beasts, Gu Yuna, at the pinnacle of her power, wielding the might of a deity, finds herself thwarted by a mere human. Despite employing the Silver Dragon King martial soul, she has yet to secure victory over this individual. Even if this human is extraordinary, it has undoubtedly provoked the ire of the Silver Dragon King. Ah, skills, you say? Let us see who possesses the greater array of abilities. Ouyang's son, with his staff angled into the ground, squats atop it, observing Gu Yuna as she enhances her state. The fluff behind him and the luminous feathers atop his head sway incessantly as he rests his hands upon his knees, his voice tinged with mania. The warm jade shield, essence of heaven and earth, legendary physique, and the fleeting moment of the King of Hell, dozens of enhancement skills cascade upon Ouyang's son. A terrifying pressure emanates from him. My goodness, is this not excessive? Such a plethora of enhancement skills? While few directly bolster combat power, the defensive capabilities, recovery, and immortality seem utterly outrageous. Is this truly the Blue Field Jade? Gu Feng gazed in astonishment as Ouyang's son unleashed a flurry of enhanced skills, exclaiming in disbelief. This truly left Gu Feng dumbfounded. Not to mention the others. What on earth is this? Do dozens of enhanced skills exist? Are we really from the same world? Ling Luoqin could not restrain himself and leaped up, his previously aloof demeanor vanishing in an instant. Ma Xiaotao and the others were equally dumbstruck, however. Having witnessed many outrageous events recently, they had developed some resilience. Yet, they had never encountered a situation like this. What on earth is happening with this kid? Why does he possess so many soul skills? Xuanzi and Yin Xiaojia, along with their group, could no longer remain seated. Xuanzi, Xiaojia, this child's backing is formidable. We cannot afford to antagonize him. If I am not mistaken, he must possess a unique divine-level talent. He is likely endowed with a divine martial soul. The aged voice once again resonated in their ears, but this time it was tinged with agitation. I am truly amazed, Yu Hao. How does your academy have so many monsters? Another divine martial soul, and such a terrifying one at that. The voice of the dreaming ice silkworm echoed within Hui Yu Hao's mental sea, imbued with disbelief and a hint of regret. Another one? Are there other divine martial souls as well? Moreover, dreaming brother, what constitutes a divine martial soul? I have only heard of ordinary martial souls, advanced martial souls, and super martial souls. Hui Yu Hao's bewildered voice reverberated through the mental sea. Yet, the dreaming ice silkworm fell silent once more. Chapter 18, Divine-Level Talent Ouyang Sun. Empowered by his divine-level talent, hoisted his staff onto his shoulder and strode toward Gu Yu Na, the red light in his eyes growing increasingly piercing. A divine-level talent. Is it? Let us see whose talent is superior. Gu Yu Na discerned with a mere glance that Ouyang Sun's prowess stemmed from his innate abilities. The clash intensified. Ouyang Sun's assault was ferocious, yet Gu Yu Na sustained almost no damage. Until the blessing of the earth was shattered, Gu Yu Na was nearly invincible. This damned tortoise shell is remarkably resilient. I shall see just how much punishment it can endure. Ouyang Sun's voice erupted from the clouds of dust. Qitian, a towering figure, several dozen meters tall, slowly materialized upon the arena. Ouyang Sun transformed into a giant, the staff in his hands beginning to bend and reshape. Ultimately, it morphed into a colossal Gatling gun. A dangerous signal relentlessly bombarded Gu Yu Na's mind. 6 paths of reincarnation cannon. I shall send you to reincarnation. The booming voice resonated throughout the arena. The rhythmic sound of gunfire erupted from the Gatling gun in Ouyang Sun's grasp. The spent shells that fell to the ground stood half a meter tall, glowing crimson with a hint of golden light. The moment that peculiar weapon materialized, Gu Yu Na exerted all her strength to maintain the blessing of the earth. A mountain rose before her. The incessant barrage resounded upon the peak, with debris flying in all directions. After several seconds of relentless bombardment, Ouyang Sun's assault came to a temporary halt. The peak had been reduced to a flat expanse, and Gu Yu Na knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The blessing of the earth had nearly been shattered. And though the reason for the madman's sudden cessation of attack remained a mystery, an opportunity arose. What was once meant to be preserved was now unleashed. The fire element liberation, Purgatory Phoenix, an endless inferno coalesced into a magnificent fire phoenix, its cry echoing as fiery clouds enveloped the sky. However, the burden of elemental liberation was immense, and Gu Yu Na's body could not bear to release multiple elements simultaneously. Otherwise, her strength would surely reign supreme in the outer academy. The fire phoenix soared toward Ouyang Sun, despite its colossal form appearing akin to a mere bird before him. The terrifying heat and power caused Ouyang Sun's expression to shift. Coiling dragon mongoose. Coiling dragon roar. The luminous feathers atop his head transformed into a gigantic mongoose and a blazing dragon, which clashed with the phoenix. Yet, their strength was not on par with that of the phoenix, and they could only endure for a brief moment. Nevertheless, time was sufficient. In the instant the mongoose and dragon were torn asunder by the phoenix, Ouyang Sun brandished the Gatling gun once more. A more ferocious attack surged forth. The phoenix was drenched in blood. Within a fleeting moment, the fire phoenix was swept into oblivion by the relentless barrage of the Gatling gun. The remaining bullets pierced through the phoenix, hurtling toward the recuperating Gu Yu Na. A horrifying cloud of dust ascended. The ground around Gu Yu Na, save for the spot where she stood, was indented several meters. A mouthful of blood was expelled from Gu Yu Na's lips, falling into the deep pit before her. So that's it. Your technique is indeed formidable. If I'm not mistaken, each attack is thrice as powerful as the last, but your chances have run out. Gu Yu Na slowly propped herself up with the dragon spear. Oh he, what does it matter if you know? The final blow shall consign you to hell. A deep voice resonated as the Gatling gun in Ouyang Sun's hands emanated a blinding red glow, a dreadful energy coalescing at the muzzle. Gu Yu Na slowly closed her eyes, then reopened them, her pupils entirely white, devoid of any color. Lightning element liberation, world-ending oracle. The dragon spear ascended. Boundless thunder converging upon it, exuding an aura of annihilation. In the next moment, the dragon spear pierced through space, lunging toward Ouyang Sunday simultaneously. The energy within Ouyang Sun's Gatling gun reached its zenith. A red beam of light targeted the dragon spear and Gu Yuna. The instant the crimson beam manifested, the space shimmered with ripples. A tremendous explosion erupted. A mushroom cloud rose steadily. On that day, the entirety of Shrek City beheld the mushroom. Wood element liberation, the ancient tree of salvation. The deep pit from yesterday re-emerged upon the arena. Is the world truly this chaotic? Why does it so readily resort to these mutual annihilation techniques? Ma Xiaotao's eyes had lost their luster. Gazing upon the apocalyptic battlefield, she fell into profound contemplation. A sound of swallowing echoed. Wang Dong gazed upon the battlefield, unable to suppress a shiver. Surely, this would lead to fatalities. Could an assessment truly descend to such depths? Wang Dong found himself perplexed. Gu Yuna's figure knelt in the depths of a pit, her extraordinary wood element healing. Combined with the residual earth element and the enhanced physical strength conferred by the Silver Dragon King's martial soul, enabled her to withstand the blow. Yet it rendered her devoid of combat capability. Ouyang Sun stood not far from Gu Yuna. His eyes, concealed beneath the mask, no longer radiated the ominous red glow. With 20,000 avatars and the effects of the King of Hell, Ouyang Sun endured the explosion. All his enhancement effects were shattered in an instant, and the repercussions surged forth simultaneously. Ouyang Sun reverted to the appearance of the golden-haired youth, staggering backward, while Gu Yuna, at that very moment, could no longer maintain her stance and fell forward. The continuous release of elemental forces inflicted horrific backlash upon her. Had it not been for the divine nature of the Silver Dragon King as a godly martial soul, she might have truly descended into the abyss without the use of divine power. Gu Feng and Gu Qiuo appeared simultaneously on the battlefield. Gu Qiuo gently supported Gu Yuna's shoulder, cradling her tenderly. Gu Feng wrapped his arm around Ouyang Sun's shoulder, allowing him to lean against him. Two verdant leaves fluttered towards Ouyang Sun and Gu Yuna, stabilizing their injuries. A glance exchanged between Gu Feng and Gu Qiuo signaled their silent understanding as they departed the battlefield together with Ouyang Sun and Gu Yuna. The outcome of this fierce confrontation was a draw, a fact that Yin Xiaojia announced with a grim expression. The arena required repairs once again. After declaring the result, he departed the stands with several elder mentors. I retreated to my practice, striving to achieve a breakthrough to Soul Sage before the grand competition. Ma Xiaotao stood in quiet contemplation for a moment before unfurling her wings and soaring towards the training chamber within the inner courtyard. Dai Yueheng and Ling Luocheng exchanged glances before heading in the same direction. Qiuer, what was the result of the match? Who emerged victorious? Gu Yuna inquired, awakening and looking at Gu Qiuer beside her. With reddened eyes, Gu Qiuer embraced Gu Yuna, her entire being trembling slightly. Observing this, a fleeting smile graced Gu Yuna's face as she gently patted Gu Qiuer's shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right. It's all right. I'm here. I've always been here. Everything is fine, Qiuer. After a considerable while, Gu Qiuer managed to regain her composure, though her slightly reddened eyes only accentuated her vulnerability. A draw? That is acceptable. At least we didn't lose. So, did we both faint simultaneously in the end? Ouyang Sun gazed at Gu Feng, who was beside him enjoying a slice of watermelon. Feeling utterly speechless. Ah, you've hidden your true self so well. Gu Feng looked at Ouyang Sun and, setting aside the fruit, offered him a peeled apple. They are recuperating within me. It will take some time for them to recover. Your injuries must also require a period of healing, correct? Ouyang Sun responded while munching on the apple that Gu Feng had prepared. Indeed, this time we suffered a significant loss. Our information is now nearly fully exposed to the Academy, except for the forces backing us that remain unknown to them. Gu Feng sighed, reclining on the bed to rest. Ouyang Sun smiled at Gu Feng, who was preparing to rest, and soon drifted into slumber himself. Chapter 19. Core Disciples and the upcoming competition of Change. The third day of the competition concluded, mirroring the original narrative, as Hui Yuhao and his companions, through their spirit fusion technique, triumphed in the contest. Gu Feng, Lan Shui, Ouyang Sun, and Gu Yuna's team shared the fifth position. Following that intense battle, they collectively forfeited the subsequent matches. As a result, Hui Yuhao and his companions, true to the original narrative, secured first place. A week later, after the assessment and ranking statistics, the awards ceremony for the freshman assessment commenced. The top 3 teams were announced. Third place went to Ning Tian's team. Second place to Dai Huabin's team. and first place to Wang Dong's team. Now, I shall declare the rewards designated for the top 3 teams of the freshman assessment. Each of these teams will receive a unified reward from the Academy. Every individual may request assistance from the Academy to acquire a soul ring that aligns with their capacity and is most suitable for them, effective for rings below the 9th. This year's freshmen exhibit a quality surpassing that of previous years. I hope you will continue to strive diligently. The heavens reward hard work, no matter how great one's talent. Without effort, one cannot reap fruitful rewards. Our Shrek Academy stands as the foremost Soul Master Academy on the continent. I hope you all graduate successfully and achieve outstanding results. Given the emergence of some exceptional newcomers in this year's competition, the Academy has granted approval for a select number of students to be designated as core disciples of the External Academy. I shall now announce the list. The core disciples are as follows: Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Ning Tian, Chen Feng, Xia Huanyu, and Xiao Yuxian. Considering that some freshmen displayed deficiencies in their abilities and talents during the assessment, the Academy has decided to extend core disciple privileges to these students, with the hope that they will officially become core disciples by next year. I will now announce the names: Hui Yuhao, Cui Yiji, Wu Feng, Nanmin Yuner, Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, and Huang Chutian. The freshman assessment has concluded successfully. The first place winner should accompany me to the office to receive a special reward. The rest may remain at the Academy for 3 days, after which the Academy will be on break for a month. During this month, you may arrange your time freely. But remember, there will be an entrance assessment upon the commencement of the new term. Should you fail this assessment, you are to return whence you came. Du Weilan rattled off an array of details. However, the core points were few: the vacation period and the core disciple slots. Upon hearing about the core disciple opportunities, Hui Yuhao did not feel the unfairness that he had in the original narrative. After all, there were several exceptional individuals who also did not receive core disciple slots or even privileges. It was truly predictable. The core disciple designation? In truth, it holds little value. At most, it merely allows one to represent Shrek in the continental competition. Yet, what significance does that trivial competition hold? Is it merely to act as a spectacle? There is nothing of worth to be gained, aside from those few soul bones. But soul bones, they are hardly enticing. Moreover, those few inferior soul bones are better left untouched. Gu Feng, seated beneath the tree, remarked leisurely after Du Weilan announced the results of the freshman assessment. Indeed, such things are unnecessary. However, it is rumored that the competition format for next year has changed. The Douluo Empire has discovered a secret realm, believed to have emerged 20 years ago. After years of exploration, much of this realm has been unveiled, yet it still harbors numerous mysteries. Intriguingly, only individuals under the age of 20 are permitted entry. Consequently, various nations have decided to amend the rules for this event. Each academy may dispatch 2 teams for exploration, while sects are allowed to send 1 team. Most notably, free practitioners can also participate without the need for registration. However, the bounty they acquire within the realm will be largely claimed by the Douluo Empire, along with a hefty entrance fee. Ouyang's son was explaining these changes regarding the upcoming competition to Gu Feng, knowing that this idle fellow was likely unaware of such developments. Really? I had no idea. What is the situation of this secret realm? Please enlighten me. Gu Feng exclaimed, his curiosity piqued as he approached Ouyang's son for further details. I am uncertain, but it seems that the realm connects to a land that is not part of the Douluo continent. According to reports from those who have previously ventured inside, it appears to be a continent devoid of abundant life energy. Its area seems to surpass that of both the Douluo continent and the Sun and Moon Empire combined. Yet much of it has succumbed to emptiness, leaving only a territory comparable to that of a single empire. In this realm, soul power is rendered ineffective. However, soul skills and abilities from soul bones remain usable. Yet, without soul power, soul masters are not significantly stronger than ordinary individuals. This situation might be advantageous for those from the body sect, but you and I need not worry about such matters. Ouyang's son remarked, casting a glance at Gu Feng, who scratched his head and nodded, urging Ouyang's son to continue. Moreover, there are numerous creatures within the realm, all devoid of any soul power. Yet even the weakest possess the strength of a high-ranking soul master. The only advantage is that these creatures seem to lack any rationality. Initially, during the exploration by Douluo, many individuals fell into eternal slumber within the secret realm. Subsequently, Douluo had no choice but to cease its control over the realm. opening it to the entire continent. However, later explorations did not proceed smoothly, and eventually, the Sun and Moon Empire became involved, bringing along numerous 7th and 8th grade soul guiding devices that enabled successful exploration. The materials extracted from the realm were of remarkable strength, capable of being utilized to forge 9th grade advanced soul guiding devices, even those that were damaged. Yet, the materials are exceedingly hard and cannot yet be crafted, or else the Sun and Moon Empire would have recklessly dispatched troops to Douluo. It is said that someone discovered a lingering image within, which was brought back. The script is not from our Douluo continent or the Sun and Moon Empire. Nevertheless, it took the latter over a decade to decipher the text. This fragmentary image has been made public, albeit with only a few disjointed words: celestial vessel, Songqing, star calendar 6300, and devouring realm, Luoho. My family members in the Sun and Moon Empire are also involved in the deciphering of that image. The intelligence I possess is extensive, perhaps even more comprehensive than that of Shrek. Now, let us discuss the secret realm. This realm is strewn with remnants of shattered walls, suggesting it has endured a cataclysmic battle of immense scale. Within this secret domain, one can still behold a towering ancient tree. However, it appears to have been severed. And lurking nearby are perilous creatures. Those who ventured inside reported that the weakest among these monsters possess strength exceeding that of a soul Douluo, while the strongest are rumored to surpass even the limits of a limit Douluo. That is nearly all I know. What troubles you, Feng? Has your injury flared up again? Upon sharing all the intelligence he had, Ouyang's son gazed at Gu Feng, whose complexion had turned ashen, and inquired with concern. Upon hearing those words, Gu Feng's mind went completely blank, engulfed in overwhelming shock. His thoughts ceased entirely, leaving him in a state of stupor. Yang, you the deciphered text you mentioned, is it confirmed? Gu Feng swallowed hard, stammering out the fragments of memory that lingered in his mind. Xiano Songqing? Ouyang's son, observing the shift in Gu Feng's expression, realized the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly. Gu Feng remained silent for what felt like an eternity before finally lifting his gaze to the heavens. Yang, I must journey to that secret realm. Once the competition commences, I will depart from Shrek and can no longer accompany you there. Gu Feng resolved with determination. Ouyang's son placed a reassuring hand on Gu Feng's shoulder. Share with me what you know. We shall go together. There isn't much left to discover at Shrek, and I am quite curious why that place caused you such distress. Moreover, our combined strengths will provide mutual support. Agreed. Let us return to the dormitory to discuss. This is not the place for such matters. Chapter 20. Stinzhou now, tell me, Feng, what exactly is this Xianzhou known as Songqing? Once the door to the dormitory was closed, Ouyang's son activated a shielding ability. The information he had previously mentioned was well known among the powerful factions across the continent. It seemed that the individual before him had been utterly oblivious to the circumstances at home. Otherwise, as the young lord of the borderlands, how could he be unaware of such news? Yet, given Gu Feng's earlier expression, Ouyang's son understood that the forthcoming revelations were not to be taken lightly. Yang, what I am about to share may sound outrageous. During this break, we shall return home and bring what I have spoken back with us. At that time, have someone meet us at Xinghua. I will summon my mother, and you should bring a formidable ally to maintain order. Gu Feng spoke gravely about this matter, and upon seeing Ouyang's son nod, he began to elaborate on the Xianzhou. The Xianzhou. Historical records indicate there are a total of 9. Moreover, the Xianzhou merely serves as a means of transportation, yet they are colossal, each housing multiple cities. What you referred to earlier is merely the wreckage of one such Xianzhou. In ancient times, a great emperor sought immortality and dispatched 9 massive flying vessels to traverse the starry seas in pursuit of eternal life, which they called the Xianzhou. However, as time passed, these 9 vessels became lost in the vastness of the starry seas, unable to find their way home. Yet, amidst the interminable expanse, the Xianzhou did indeed uncover the secret to immortality. However, this immortality came at a price. The inhabitants of the Xianzhou eventually encountered a deity who severed the path to eternal life. Subsequently, the deity led the Xianzhou in a struggle against immortality. During this conflict, several vessels were utterly destroyed. The precise number eludes my memory. Eventually, the remaining Xianzhou formed a coalition known as the Xianzhou Alliance. Ouyang's son listened intently as Gu Feng divulged all the intelligence he possessed. Contemplating the so-called celestial vessel, one cannot help but ponder the existence of immortality. Has not the divine been in existence since eons past? When you speak of the gods of the celestial vessel, It evokes the inquiries posed by Ouyang Sunday. It seems that these entities exist on a different plane. To be precise, the gods above us are merely individuals endowed with greater strength, and they do not possess overwhelming power. Those divine beings can achieve a form of longevity, yet it appears distinct from the immortality associated with the celestial vessel. My understanding is somewhat limited, however. Nevertheless, the deities we oversee are, in a sense, overshadowed. A general from the celestial vessel could easily vanquish at least half of the divine realm, not to mention the gods of the celestial vessel themselves, whose single strike could obliterate the entire vessel. Gu Feng conveyed to Ouyang Sun the general situation regarding the celestial vessels from the crumbling iron universe of his previous life. However, after more than a decade, aside from the more significant details, Gu Feng struggled to recall many specifics. He only remembered the star gods, the various powerful factions, and the envoys. The Douluo were not as feeble as previously conjectured. Nonetheless, the God King would likely be unable to contend with the envoys, and even some of the ruthless individuals beneath them would prove formidable. After all, there were few capable of shattering stars among the God Kings. Tsang City. According to Ouyang Sun's intelligence, even the long-dilapidated Tsang City was beyond the reach of the Douluo's cohort. The earlier fragment of hell had now manifested a spatial rift leading to the celestial vessel Tsang City. Hiss. Could it be? A sudden chill coursed through Gu Feng, sending shivers down his spine. What's wrong, Feng? Ouyang inquired, observing Gu Feng's sudden stupor and suspecting he might have sustained a head injury from the earlier battle. It seemed the situation had grown complicated. Was that rift bidirectional or unidirectional? If it were bidirectional, the arrival of those entities would spell disaster. A unidirectional rift might be manageable. However, if someone were to extract corpses and conduct dubious research, it would lead to even greater troubles. Gu Feng pondered for a moment before sharing some concerns with Ouyang Sunday. Ouyang Sun gazed intently at Gu Feng, then retired to the bed to rest. You need not bear everything alone. I will assist you. Gu Feng gazed at Ouyang Sun, who was preparing to rest in bed, a smile blossoming on his lips. He too reclined upon the bed. How delightful. Gu Feng pondered over the intelligence he had gathered. The rift of the immortal vessel could lead to Douluo, suggesting that the star gods must be aware of this universe. Hell was shattered by the fierce battles among the star gods. The only documented battlefield of the star gods I am aware of is the one that ravaged multiple universes during the breeding event. Could it be that battlefield? Or perhaps another battlefield of the star gods that has not been mentioned in other games? Oh, apothecary. I hope the people of Douluo do not discover anything significant. Otherwise, if Douluo were to also experience abundance, the scene with the immortal vessel and the storm would be unimaginable, an arrow shattering stars. Perhaps the so-called divine realm would also face destruction. This implies that the ether within my body and all its elements are indeed the result of hell's fragmentation. Ether. I wonder if there is a connection between the ether elements used for stealing stars and the ether coating from the crumbling iron. Ether elements can bear all matter, while ether coating seems capable of altering reality. So, can ether elements perform the same feats as ether coating? And what of the immortal vessel? I wonder what time period the current crumbling iron represents. Do the individuals he once knew still exist? Jing Yuan, Jing Lu, Dan Heng, Ling Sha, do those familiar souls from his past still inhabit this world, or are they yet to be born? Who can say? And how could he forget Fei Xiao? Lost in thought, Gu Feng soon fell into a slumber. Let us go eat some gossip. It seems there is some news to indulge in today. Early the next morning, Gu Feng eagerly pulled Ouyang Sun towards the school gate. Hey, Feng, what is going on? Where are we headed? Ouyang Sun inquired, bewildered. Being dragged towards the gate at such an early hour left him speechless. We're going to enjoy some gossip. After we're done, let us return home and let our families know. We'll team up to head to Changqing and have them come to pick us up. Gu Feng replied as they hurried on, soon arriving at the entrance of Shrek Academy. The atmosphere at Shrek was rather subdued now. Following Du Waren's announcement yesterday, most people had departed, leaving only Gu Feng, Ouyang Sun, and a few others who lived too far away to return home. Don't rush. It should be coming soon. Let us find a spot to watch the spectacle. Gu Feng urged as he led Ouyang Sun to a distance. I'm off. Come back early. Just watch me go, Wang Dong said to Hui Yuhao, turning away. Upon seeing him, Hui Yuhao noticed something glistening at the corner of his eye. Over the past 4 months, the two had spent nearly every moment together, training day and night. Though not inseparable, they had become close friends. As they were about to part ways, The profound sense of reluctance choked them both. Although this feeling might not linger long, at that moment, they both felt the pain of separation. With those words, Wang Dong fled towards the academy's exit without looking back, his tears finally spilling over. He muttered to himself, "Wei Yuhao, you big fool." Wei Yuhao watched as Wang Dong's increasingly slender figure gradually faded away, raising a hand to rub his eyes before turning to gaze at the sign of Shrek Academy, gradually departing from the academy. A sense of disbelief washed over Ouyang's son as he observed the tumultuous interaction between two individuals. "Is this what you brought me to see?" he mused, bewildered. It was perplexing to witness such a spectacle. The two had previously been in the same class, and after the assessment, they had been sorted into a new one together. Ouyang's son had also joined the first class, where, notably, apart from the auxiliary system soul masters, all the top 8 from the freshman assessment were placed. However, Gu Feng and Ouyang's son had not attended classes since the assessment, citing severe injuries as an excuse for their prolonged absence. This infuriated Shui, who vented her frustration daily in the classroom, yet her apprehension towards these two formidable individuals prevented her from taking any direct action against them. Her attempts to expel them had consistently been met with disapproval. Interestingly, Dai Huabin, much like his counterpart in the original narrative, questioned Zhou Yi, and given her humiliating position in relation to Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, he too was ultimately expelled. "Ugh, I was wrong. I shall never indulge in such gossip again. It nearly drove me to madness," Gu Feng lamented, supporting Ouyang's son as he retched beside him. Suddenly, a clear, melodious voice resonated from behind. "What are you two up to?" Gu Feng and Ouyang's son turned to see two figures approaching. "Are we well acquainted, Gu Qiuo? And why have you two not yet departed?" Gu Feng confronted the advancing Gu Yuna and her companion. "What business is it of yours, you rascal? Is this academy your family's establishment? When we leave is of no concern to you," Gu Qiuo retorted, her expression one of disdain. "Ah, my fiery temper. Humph. Who is afraid of whom?" Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna exchanged glances, each grasping the arms of Gu Feng and Gu Qiuo respectively, shaking their heads in a shared sentiment of camaraderie. Their gazes softened as they regarded one another. "All right, Feng, enough of your antics. Gu Yuna, may I inquire what brings you both here?" Ouyang's son interjected, halting Gu Feng's banter and directing his question towards Gu Yuna. She glanced at Gu Qiuo, effectively silencing her, and with a gentle flick of her hair, she expressed her intentions. "My sister and I are on break and have nowhere to go. We would like to accompany you to your home, if that is permissible." "Goodness, you two are indeed scheming to play with my brother's affections," Gu Feng exclaimed, stepping in front of Ouyang's son and pointing at Gu Yuna. "Fine, let us go together," he began, but was interrupted by Ouyang's Sunday. Gu Feng turned mechanically to Ouyang's son, a large question mark hovering above his head. Laughter erupted unexpectedly as Gu Qiuo clutched her stomach, pointing at Gu Feng in amusement. "I never anticipated this, Gu Feng. You truly are a jester." In that moment, Gu Feng felt her face flush with anger, and she instinctively wanted to confront her adversary. Even though her injuries had yet to heal, she knew she might not prevail against Gu Qiuo, yet the provocation was insufferable. Ultimately, it was Ouyang's son's persuasive efforts that restrained Gu Feng. The group, embroiled in a lively dispute, made their way toward the outskirts of Shrek City. "Remember our affairs," she called out. "We shall meet again when the new school year commences. I must take my leave." After parting ways with Ouyang's son and the others, Gu Feng headed towards the direction of Bianhuang City. Nestled at the confluence of Xingdou, Xingluo, and Riyu, Bianhuang City boasted walls that were not particularly imposing. When compared to those of Xingluo, they seemed almost trivial. However, for dozens of miles beyond Bianhuang City, not a single living creature could be seen, as they had been driven to far-off lands. Those soul beasts unwilling to depart, along with certain less amiable soul masters, had long succumbed to eternal slumber beneath the earth. Gu Feng stealthily approached the city gate, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before slipping inside. Unbeknownst to him, his furtive actions had been observed by a group of onlookers. "That wretched boy has been away for nearly a year, and now he dares to return. Just wait. My dear, I shall bring him back at once," a timid voice declared, intending to sneak out and inform their son. "What do you think you're doing? Planning to tip him off? Stay right here, or else," a commanding voice interrupted, belonging to a striking beauty with golden hair, seated gracefully as she watched the screen displaying the sneaky figure. The silhouette bore a remarkable resemblance to Qian Rua Shui from millennia ago, adorned in resplendent golden attire. She exuded an air of nobility, casually resting her chin on one hand. As she observed the elusive figure, maternal affection glimmered in her eyes. "My dear, do you think this rascal is unaware that his fiancée is visiting us today? After a year of absence, he chooses this moment to return. Should we not bind him and deliver him to the girl's chamber tonight?" The elegant woman's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly eager to act upon her husband's assent. "My dear, is that truly appropriate? Fenger is still so young. Might we be rushing things?" A tall, middle-aged man appeared behind the beauty, his tone obsequious as he gently massaged her shoulders. "Well, it's settled then. This girl has been searching for him all year, and her strength far surpasses his. Besides, do you not find her quite charming? They share a history from their childhood." The beauty shot a glance at her husband. Hearing his wife's conviction, the man fell silent, continuing to massage her in quietude. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the figure on the screen, which continued to advance toward their location. "Oh, it seems my parents are not home. Thank goodness. But why is the city so deserted today? Something feels amiss." Gu Feng suddenly stiffened, his expression faltering. Could it be? He turned abruptly, his lips twitching. Indeed, the two figures stood right behind him, watching intently. Mom, I was wrong. I won't run away again," he pleaded, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at Qian Xiaoyu. With a firm twist, she released her grip, tenderly ruffling Gu Feng's hair. "So, you've returned at last. Now, tell me what mischief you've been up to this past year. Have you stirred trouble? Have you set your sights on any pretty maidens?" Qian Xiaoyu inquired casually, though a glint of coldness flickered in her gaze when she mentioned the beautiful girls. Yet, Gu Feng, nursing his sore ears, remained blissfully unaware of her underlying intent. Gu Yechen wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, hoping that his son would remain safe in the times to come. He subtly signaled to his son, yet Gu Feng remained oblivious to his gesture. Qian Xiaoyu turned her head and shot Gu Yechen a fierce glare. "Have you completed your affairs? Why not arrange for your return home to prepare for the new year?" The concept of the new year was originally non-existent in this world. However, Gu Feng had introduced it long ago, with both parents finding merit in the idea. They summoned the townsfolk to inquire about the feasibility of such an arrangement. Thus, the significant day of the new year from his past life continued to be celebrated in the Edge Wilderness City. Gu Feng recounted the experiences and observations of the past year to Qian Xiaoyu, until he reached the mention of Shrek Academy. Qian Xiaoyu's lips twitched incessantly. What a surprise. This rascal is lurking right under that girl's nose. However, it seems she hasn't been around the academy much this year. It's only natural she wouldn't know. Yet, this young man is indeed fortunate. A playful thought crossed Qian Xiaoyu's mind, and a bright smile illuminated her face. "All right, if you wish to go, then by all means. Just utilize the talisman your mother gave you. She will arrive through the spatial tunnel when the time comes. But let's not dwell on that matter any longer. Now, it's high time we discuss your affairs. Let us settle the accounts properly. The first issue at hand is your escapade of leaving home. That girl is quite charming and possesses formidable talent. At least, that's the impression I have. Previously, you would have been utterly outmatched, and even now, I dare say you would still find yourself at a disadvantage. Furthermore, she is a fox-eared maiden, a refined one at that. Do you think I am unaware of your preferences? And it's not as though you're rushing into marriage. It's merely a meeting to establish a betrothal. Why the haste to flee?" As she spoke, Qian Xiaoyu delivered a light punch to Gu Feng. He instinctively shielded his head, nearly brought to tears by the pain. This truly hurt. Observing her little one's reaction, Qian Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. "The second matter pertains to what you mentioned earlier. I had originally intended to discuss it with you, but who could have foreseen your sudden departure? Nonetheless, since you are already aware, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Just be cautious. The items within that realm are not to be underestimated. We have encountered something similar in the past. Others may be oblivious. But my angel martial soul has issued a warning. That object brought out is exceedingly perilous. You may possess more knowledge of the details than we do. So take care of yourself. Although you were born different from others, remember that you are the child I bore after 10 months of pregnancy. Your father and I are always behind you. When faced with challenges, you need not fear. You have your parents' support. With your father by your side, even a limit Douluo would have to show him some respect. And should your father go mad, even the limit Douluo could fall. The cost may simply be too great." With an assertive tone, Qian Xiaoyu spoke, gently ruffling her son's hair. Strangely enough, the texture was rather pleasant, though she mused that such moments might soon be rare. Gu Feng gazed at his mother, his eyes tinged with redness. However, and the next moment he stifled his tears. He certainly did not wish for the entire city to become aware of his sorrow. If his mother knew, it would not be long before the whole town was informed. As for the last matter at hand, well, how should one articulate it? Qian Shouyue became somewhat bashful at this juncture, wrestling with the decision of whether to divulge the information to her son. "Mother, what is it? Just speak plainly. This is not like your usual demeanor," Gu Feng remarked, finding this bashful side of his mother quite intriguing, as he had not witnessed such a display in all his years. Qian Shouyue regarded her son with compassion. "Very well. Your fiancée, Yi, is coming to celebrate the new year with us this year. She will arrive tonight, and our home is not equipped with many spare rooms, so you will have to share with her. Furthermore, your fiancée is also a student at the Shrek Academy. How surprising and delightful, is it not? Mother, you must be jesting." Gu Feng's expression instantly stiffened as he uttered the words that sent shivers down his spine, hoping against hope that this was not true. Qian Shouyue merely nodded solemnly and then seized the young man who was attempting to flee. "Run away, you little rascal? If you try to escape, I shall ensure you regret it. She has spent a year searching for you, and upon discovering your cowardice, she intends to confront you and inquire why you would wish to flee. Such a good girl is not easily found. How can you be so ungrateful?" As Gu Feng prepared to bolt, Qian Shouyue pinched his ear in frustration, causing him to gasp in pain. "Mother, please, I was wrong. I won't run away anymore. But I have never even met her, and there is no foundation for any feelings," Gu Feng rambled on. Qian Shouyue simply nodded. "And then? Do not offer me excuses. As for that girl, do you have no recollection? Was it not you who insisted on marrying her when you were a child? She even held you in her arms back then," she stated matter-of-factly. "I do not recall any of this. When did this happen? How can I have no memory of it?" Gu Feng listened to Qian Shouyue's revelations, utterly bewildered. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. We shall see what transpires when you meet her." Qian Shouyue, observing her son's bewildered expression, decided to leave him to his thoughts and went off to confer with Gu Yeqing about strategies, leaving Gu Feng alone in the house, his mind swirling with questions. "What do you mean by not bothering with me? Mother, this is entirely your doing. Wait for me." Gu Feng hastily pursued Qian Shouyue out the door. The streets were adorned with red lanterns, and the entire borderless city was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. At this time every year, Borderless City would clear out any forces that did not belong within a 10-mile radius of its borders. They either relocated or met their demise. Most factions preferred to show respect to Borderless City. Those who did not were already laid to rest. The Starry and Solar factions were also unable to exert their influence over Borderless City. After all, the Border Wilderness City is home to two of the most formidable super Douluos, alongside a plethora of other powerful beings. Although the population of Border Wilderness City is rather limited, it resembles more of an expansive town than a city in the traditional sense, with only around 100 inhabitants. Nevertheless, the weakest among them had already attained the rank of Sol Douluo before Gu Feng ventured out from his family. While only Gu Feng's parents hold the title of Super Douluo, there are nonetheless over a dozen titled Douluos in Border Wilderness. Both empires are eager to sway Border Wilderness to their side. However, due to the Watcher Rift, the city has not aligned with either faction. Secretly, the people of Border Wilderness harbor a greater affinity for the Sun Moon Empire compared to the Star Luo Empire, maintaining clandestine connections with the former emperor of the Sun Moon. However, since the current crown prince assumed power, these ties have nearly severed. Before nightfall, fireworks illuminated the sky above Border Wilderness City. In his previous life, Gu Feng only experienced such festive celebrations during his childhood during the New Year. As he grew older, although the family would still gather annually, the festivities lost their charm and felt merely like a mere assembly. In this new world, he rediscovered the joyous essence of New Year celebrations from his youth. Perhaps this is what he truly yearned for. Gu Feng leaned against the city wall, observing the bustling activity within the town. Although everyone exhibited remarkable strength, in this vast expanse of time, they resembled ordinary individuals. Yet, in this world, what constitutes an ordinary person? "Young lord, when will you return? You aren't planning to sneak away again, are you?" A middle-aged man inquired as he approached Gu Feng. "Why are you not celebrating the new year with your family?" Gu Feng asked, taken aback by the man's presence beside him. He moved closer to the man, together gazing at the myriad lights of the households. "Look at this scene. I must express my gratitude, young lord, for bringing forth the significance of the new year. It is indeed a celebration, isn't it?" He chuckled heartily. In the past, most of us were unaware of the true meaning of cultivation or what it was all for. The residents of our desolate city initially followed the Lord solely for the promise of a better life, and the Lord treated us quite well. However, the concept of meaning was largely elusive to us. It was not until you introduced the notion of the new year that many of us paid any heed. Yet now, as we behold these countless lights and the company of family and friends, it seems we have all discovered our purpose. The most precious things have always been right by our side. What do you think, young lord? The man spoke these words with quiet reflection. Gu Feng was momentarily stunned after listening. The elder uncle gazed at the lights for a while before returning to his tasks. These few days each year were indeed the busiest. Time passed gradually, and Gu Feng remained atop the city wall, lost in contemplation, the elder's words echoing in his mind. Gradually, the fluctuations within him intensified, the blood of hell boiling. Ether began to materialize around him, until the sun descended, casting a glow upon the world. Gu Feng's hair had transformed into a deep black, cascading down past his shoulders. The ether slowly retreated into him, and his hair did not revert to its previous blue hue. It was time to return home. The myriad lights twinkled, family by his side, friends still present. Was this truly what I yearned for the most? Then let me grow stronger. Strong enough that no one in this universe can take away what I desire. Not a soul shall succeed. Gu Feng lifted his gaze to the illuminated dusk, softly expressing his thoughts. Mother, I am home. Upon entering, Gu Feng spotted 3 individuals engaged in conversation. To be precise, it was his mother conversing with an unfamiliar figure, while his father cast him a knowing glance. However, his mother and the stranger had their backs turned to him, leaving Gu Feng unaware of the person's identity. Yet, an inexplicable familiarity with that silhouette lingered in his mind. Qianxiu Yu shot a glare at the informant, Gu Yichun. Get moving. Are you trying to starve me? She then kicked Gu Yichun, sending him into the kitchen. At that moment, Gu Feng approached Qianxiu Yu and the mysterious figure, standing frozen in place, as if paralyzed. What did he behold? The figure bore 2 snow-white fox ears, their tips adorned with cerulean fur. White hair was styled into a high ponytail, cascading down to her calves, with the ends tinged in sky blue. Her bangs parted gracefully, revealing a golden diamond gem affixed to her forehead, accompanied by a circular gem nestled beside it. Her blue eyes exuded a gentle warmth. A cerulean pendant dangled from her right hair, complemented by a red hairpin by her ear. 2 earrings adorned her left ear. She wore an outfit akin to a qipao, its azure hue exuding approachability, while her lower half was clad in practical shorts. Her battle boots elongated her legs, which were accentuated by 2 leg rings on her left leg and an ancient-style half-cape on her right, cinched at the waist with a white belt. The cape was also a soft blue. Over all of this, she donned a white trench coat, reminiscent of a general ready for battle. Her hands, clad in black and red gloves, rested on her thighs as she chatted with his mother, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Qianxiu Yu observed her son's foolish demeanor. Astonished, she had previously assumed her son was disinterested in women, considering that despite her efforts to praise a certain girl, he had once run away from home. Now, witnessing her son's enamored expression, she realized that this situation was quite promising. The figure also noticed the stunned Gu Feng. After a brief moment of surprise, they extended their hand and greeted Gu Feng with a smile. It's been a long time, Ah Feng. A radiant smile blossomed. Gu Feng regained his senses and gazed at the figure etched in his memory. Upon meeting Fei Xiao's eyes, he comprehended something profound. Long time no see, Sister Fei Xiao. You little rascal, when did you come to know Xiao Xiao? How come I was unaware of this? Qianxiu Yu observed the 2 exchanging greetings, feeling as though she were an outsider in this moment. Gu Feng and Fei Xiao exchanged knowing smiles, simultaneously exclaiming, "We have known each other for a long time." Their laughter resonated in the air, leaving Qianxiu Yu and Gu Yichun utterly bewildered as they entered, having just finished preparing dinner. Chapter 23. Evening conversations. The 4 of them concluded their meal in an atmosphere thick with peculiarity. As they prepared to retire for the night, Qianxiu Yu and Gu Yichun exchanged glances at their little rascal, both wearing expressions of confusion. Let us go, Ah Feng. The Annie's probably Haven Tea tidied up many of the rooms. Over the past year, I have always rested in your room, Fei Xiao said, lifting Gu Feng's chin with a delicate finger, leaning in closer as she spoke. Gu Feng's face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a blushing monkey. With a smile, he proceeded towards the room he and T returned to in a year. Ah Feng, look at you, still shy. Come on, sister has some things to discuss with you. Gu Feng sat quietly in the room, motionless, still unable to gather his thoughts. Fei Xiao leaned against the headboard and stretched, Afon, you must also be a denizen of another world, right? Do not hastily refute me. I am grateful to you for your kindness when I first arrived in this realm. Without you, I might have succumbed to the madness of the moon and plunged into darkness. Back then, you were just a little fellow, a mere child. In the blink of an eye, you have grown so tall. Subsequently, someone insisted on marrying me. Who would have imagined that the little one from those days would ultimately flee from the wedding? Although I, as your elder sister, am indifferent to the notion of marriage. As the general of the immortal vessel, I bear the weight of responsibilities that require me to journey forth. Once those obligations are fulfilled, if you still desire it, we shall approach the marshal to seek permission for marriage. Fei Xiao's gaze fixed upon Gu Feng, as if her eyes could penetrate the secrets nestled within his heart. Elder sister Fei Xiao, I. Gu Feng looked at the figure before him. The multitude of words he wished to express caught in his throat. Take your time, no need to rush. Say whatever is on your mind. We are not of this world, yet here I sense the echoes of Yaoqing. Quite delightful. Fei Xiao blinked and turned her gaze towards the starry sky outside. The fireworks are truly beautiful. In Gu Feng's memories, the figure that proclaimed, if this is what they desire, I shall be at their service, gradually merged with the silhouette by the window. Indeed, I am not a denizen of this world. My parents must have surmised as much. Nevertheless, I am undeniably their child, born after my mother bore me for 10 months. Perhaps it is a matter of reincarnation, or perhaps of cycles. Who can say for certain? I am also aware of certain aspects of your existence from a previous life. The incident from my childhood, I had long believed to be merely a dream. After all, I was scarcely over 2 years old at the time, and it seemed you vanished the very next day. Thus, I had always assumed it was an impossible dream. Little did I know, it was no dream at all. Gu Feng then sat upon the bed. Gazing upwards as he continued, General Fei Xiao, you must have arrived here by some unforeseen circumstance. I hope that when you return to Yaoqing, should any insurmountable issues arise here, you might lend me your assistance. Gu Feng spoke earnestly. He had never considered himself the protagonist, nor did he ever believe that fortune would grace him. The cherished memories he held were sufficient for him. A shadow obstructed Gu Feng's line of sight. Fei Xiao observed the boy before her, chuckling while cradling her stomach. Oh, Gu Feng, do you truly think I jest? And by the way, call me sister. Although I am unaware of how long you have lived prior, in this moment, you are merely a young lad in his teens, so address me as sister, understand? However, I must devise a way to return to Yaoqing. Even though after my disappearance, Jiao Qiu and the others would undoubtedly manage the affairs of Yaoqing, I currently cannot find a method to return. This place seems to be shielded by some force. Moreover, the energy emanating from this barrier is at least comparable to a superior level, yet it does not reach the heights of a star god. Otherwise, I would have returned to Yaoqing long ago. It has been nearly a decade here. While my strength has not fully restored to its zenith, it has regained about 70 to 80%. Yet, the path back remains elusive. This place feels like a cursed domain. Could it be the fringe of the universe? Fei Xiao gently tousled Gu Feng's dark hair, her expression softening with a hint of concern. She truly was an exceptionally admirable general. Subsequently, Gu Feng recalled the mysterious voice from the depths of hell and the words of Ouyang's son regarding the ruins of Sanqing. Gu Feng gazed upon the figure he had cherished in his past life, marveling at her sudden appearance before him. He listened intently to the promises she offered. Gu Feng smiled, his joy evident. Yet, a flicker of turmoil lingered in his eyes, for he understood that once he revealed the intelligence he possessed to Fei Xiao, she would undoubtedly depart from Douluo, despite this being merely their second encounter, or more precisely, their first official meeting. Nevertheless, he trusted his instincts. Ultimately, Gu Feng resolved to speak. Sister Fei Xiao, I have gathered quite a bit of intelligence as well. After Fei Xiao absorbed all the information Gu Feng shared, she gazed quietly at the boy before her, whose mood appeared dismal. Fei Xiao smiled, a genuine smile that radiated warmth. Fox spirits are, in essence, quite simple. Treat them kindly, and they shall reciprocate in kind. Just as Gu Feng had once saved Fei Xiao from the brink of a lunar frenzy in her childhood. Furthermore, with Gu Feng harboring intentions to marry her, Fei Xiao contemplated committing to him, especially now that she found herself lost and devoid of familiar faces in this world. Yet, this little fellow did not deceive her. Instead, he embraced her, resting his head on his shoulder, and earnestly expressed, "Thank you, Afon. I must return to Yaoqing. It is my responsibility. However, the matter of marrying you is indeed serious. I am not so young anymore. But you likely have matters to attend to, right? Once you have completed your affairs, I will await your arrival in Yaoqing to marry me. Fei Xiao made her promise. As Gu Feng felt the softness of her embrace and listened to the vow she bestowed upon him, a sense of tranquility washed over his heart. Yes, I will wait for you, Sister Fei Xiao. Dear, did you hear their conversation? Xiao Xiao remarked. That girl and Gu Feng are completely oblivious to us. Otherwise, just her alone could obliterate our entire city. Just think of our foolish son's fortune to encounter such a girl, Qian Xiuyu mused, leaning against Gu Yichen's embrace as she softly recounted the scene. Gu Yichen gently caressed Qian Xiuyu's long hair. Indeed, this young lad has matured. Do we still possess the ability to assist him, Xinghua? When the time comes, I shall accompany you to fetch this mischievous child. As for the matters he speaks of, false gods, star gods, and hell, we shall leave those for him to resolve. Let us merely provide silent support without complicating his journey. They nestled closely together. Over the years, as they observed the scenery of Bianhuang City, their mindset had subtly shifted. As long as the family remained safe and sound, that was all that truly mattered. Ah Feng, what are your plans? If I recall correctly, Shangqing was consumed by the living planet, Shiji Luo. However, as long as the ancient tree in Shangqing remains, I can reach out to Yaoqing. There should be plenty of bountiful resources and other treasures there, so be cautious. Fei Xiao and Gu Feng lay side by side on the bed, deliberating the potential scenarios that may arise during their journey to Shangqing. Yes, Sister Fei Xiao, rest assured. However, it seems that the spatial rift in Shangqing connects to Douluo. This suggests that Douluo has grown significantly stronger since my last recollection, likely due to the influence of hell. Therefore, Shangqing may not be as straightforward as we envision. For now, we need not concern ourselves with Shiji Luo. Although hell has been shattered, we cannot ascertain whether any remnants of it have survived. Sister, you can only barely exert the power of a messenger, right? While your strength is indeed formidable within Douluo, caution is still advisable. Fear not, for I am known as the Grand General of Great Victory. It appears there are some unfriendly entities lingering above your world. Would you like me to assist you with that? Surely, it falls within your responsibilities as well. The strongest among them can barely scratch the surface of the power of a half-step messenger. While they may be powerful here, they would be insignificant amidst the starry seas. Fei Xiao spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng nearly succumbed to the temptation of dragging Fei Xiao to obliterate the divine realm. Ultimately, he steadied himself and shook his head. Sister Fei Xiao, let it be. We do not yet know what the journey to Shangqing will entail. Your strength has not fully returned, and I shall handle those false gods myself. If I cannot even manage these pretenders, I would feel embarrassed to propose to Yaoqing. Gu Feng gazed upon the visage he had dreamed of countless times, contemplating the future, and soon succumbed to slumber. Fei Xiao, beside him, experienced a feeling she had never encountered in her life, yet it was a rather pleasant sensation. She too quietly drifted into dreams. Chapter 24, The Holy Sun. Ouyang son Ouyang, how much longer until we reach your home? Is it really that far? Gu Qiu'er finally inquired on the fourth day, unable to endure the scenery any longer. Qiu'er, please, let us not jest. Ouyang, may I address you as Yang? How much longer until we arrive at your home? Gu Yuna gently asked Ouyang's son, who had maintained his silence throughout their journey. Yes, of course. At our current pace, we shall arrive by tomorrow. I apologize. My home is rather distant. As of now, Sun's abilities have not yet reached the level required to summon the Nimbus Cloud. If we had it, we would arrive in a day. However, by the time we return, I should be able to utilize the Nimbus Cloud, Ouyang's son explained patiently, scratching his head as he looked at the two sisters, Gu Yuna and Gu Qiu'er. Gu Yuna observed the composed young man before her. Recalling the frenzied figure from the recent battle, gradually lost in thought, her eyes shimmering with contemplation. Gu Qiu'er tugged at Gu Yuna, bringing her back to the present as their group resumed their journey. We are nearly there. Once we cross this mountain, we will reach my home. There aren't many people there, but they are all very friendly. I have a few matters to discuss with my sister upon returning, so for now, I must trouble you both to rest. Ouyang's son softly communicated to Gu Yuna and Gu Qiu'er. The Holy Sun is almost here. Let us go welcome him home. A beautiful woman with azure hair whispered, Great offering. Should we summon the young lady back as well? The Holy Sun and the young lady share a close bond. Since the Holy Sun has returned from Shrek Academy, should we inform the young lady? A beguiling voice emerged from a nearby pool. The beautiful woman glanced helplessly at the languid figure. Which, I have told you, do not refer to me as great offering. It is just the two of us remaining, along with those two siblings. The others, alas, The mermaid's eyes dimmed as she leaped from the pool, transforming her tail into legs, embracing the azure-haired beauty. Do not worry. I, along with the two little ones, will be here with you. Let us not dwell on it too much, all right? The azure-haired woman smiled at the figure that had shared many years with her. Thank you, witch. We must have faith in the Holy Sun and his companions. The witch gazed at the woman, her eyes seemingly alight with brilliance. Wherever you are, I shall be there too. Whatever you wish to do, I will accompany you. With that, the witch playfully nipped the woman's earlobe. Ah, witch you. The woman blushed, pushing the witch away, meeting her fervent gaze before lowering her head and speaking softly. Ah, once the Holy Sun and Mist have matured, let us seek a secluded place together, dear sorceress. Cece, have you finally acquiesced? Ha ha ha, those foolish ones have departed quite well. Had they not left, I would still be unaware of when I might win your heart, Cece. The sorceress erupted into laughter, then embraced Poseidon, whispering warm breaths into her ear. Sister Cece, I have returned. Ouyang's son, accompanied by Guyuana and her companions, approached just in time to witness the intimate scene between Poseidon and the sorceress. Startled, he quickly retreated, blocking Guyuana and Guchioer's view. Forgive me, Sister Cece. Sister Sorceress, I saw nothing. He dashed away, pulling Guyuana and the others along. It's all your fault. Little Yang saw us. It's all your fault. Poseidon blushed fiercely, akin to a monkey behind, incessantly swatting at the sea sorceress. The sea sorceress gazed at the charming woman in her arms, her eyes twinkling with starlight. As Poseidon met the sorceress's fervent gaze, she murmured softly, Shall we discuss this later? Little Yang just returned today, and he has brought two young ladies home. Shall we speak of this later? Poseidon's cheeks were aflame, resembling a young bride who had been thoroughly teased. Ah, young, who are they? Guyuana inquired. Her face flushed as she gazed at Ouyang's son, having never witnessed such a scene before. The impression lingered in her heart. Well, since you have seen them, I must ask you not to speak of it. They are my family, whom I have always addressed as sisters. You may also refer to them as such. Ouyang's son spoke softly, glancing toward the door. Little Yang, are they your friends? You didn't even announce your return. It would have been nice to bring back more people. Now, our lineage consists only of me, Cece, and the two of you siblings. The future relies on you too. The sea sorceress emerged with Poseidon. Yes, I will. What of my elder sister? Is she still working on her special weapon in the sun and moon? Ouyang's son inquired about his sister, noticing her absence. Yes, we have sent word to Cheer. She will return tonight. How long do you plan to stay this time, having been away for so long? Poseidon embraced Ouyang's son gently. Her inquiry tender. A month. I have many matters to discuss with you all. Let us wait for my sister to return before we converse. Ouyang's son replied to Poseidon, then turned to Guyuana and her companions. I apologize for the lack of hospitality, Guyuana and Guchioer. Is that so? Ayong. Now autumn, and I wish to pose a question to you. We hope you can share your thoughts with us. Guyuana exchanged glances with Guchioer, deciding to lay their cards on the table as they had previously agreed. Ah, little sister, what question do you wish to ask our holy son? He has no girlfriend, and our holy son is truly a wonderful person. The witch suddenly appeared before Guyuana and her companions, introducing Ouyang's Sunday sister witch. Please, no more antics. Guyuana, feel free to ask your questions. I shall answer anything that does not pertain to secrets. Ouyang's son gently pulled the witch aside and pushed her into Poseidon's embrace, turning back to Guyuana and the others. Ayong, it seems that the power you wield is not closely related to the soul ring system. Can others cultivate within your system? Furthermore, what is your perspective on soul masters and soul beasts? After her inquiries, Guyuana, alongside Guchioer, awaited Ouyang's son's response. Their arrival in the human world was primarily to address the conflict between soul masters and soul beasts. Upon encountering Ouyang's son and Gufeng and Shrek, they had been eager to inquire further. However, the abilities of Ouyang's son and Gufeng were distinctly different. Guyuana felt a closer bond to Ouyang's son compared to Gufeng, perhaps due to Ouyang's nature, which prompted both Guyuana and Guchioer to visit Ouyang's son's residence. As Guyuana posed her question, Poseidon and the sea witch's soul power surged intensely, ready to detain the two girls at a moment's notice. Guyuana and Guchioer sensed the formidable pressure from the two super Douluos, their expressions shifting slightly. Guyuana discreetly retrieved a black dragon scale, bracing for the unfolding situation. Ouyang's son gazed quietly at Guyuana and Guchioer, his profound eyes lost in thought. just as Poseidon and the sea which could no longer restrain themselves and were about to act. Ouyang's son raised a hand to stop them. He then turned and walked toward the courtyard. Come in, let us discuss this further once my sister returns. You may want to put away the dragon scales you hold. Sister Chishi, do not engage either. The owner of that dragon scale must be of the utmost caliber. If I am not mistaken, such a scale's aura can only belong to one being across the continent, correct? The dragon scale of the beast god of Douluo? Indeed. Do not misunderstand. We harbor no intentions of enmity. We merely seek to understand your cultivation system. To express our sincerity, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Silver Dragon King, the true sovereign of Douluo, the overlord of all soul beasts. Xiaoer is the emperor's auspicious beast of Douluo. As Guyuna watched Ouyang's son retreat into the room, she suddenly revealed their identities just as he was about to disappear from view. Emperor's auspicious beast? Xiaoyang, what is this? Poseidon inquired, her hand covering her mouth, astonished by the revelation. Emperor's auspicious beast? The precious gem of Douluo. How did you come to be here? And why did you enter Shrek? Ouyang's son turned, intrigued by her words. I accompanied my sister. She wishes to change the plight of the Soul Beast clan, and I am aiding her. Yet, you have yet to answer our questions. Gu Qiuer responded with a hint of pride. Ouyang's son smiled, inviting Poseidon and the sea witch into the courtyard. As I said, we shall wait for my sister's return to discuss this matter further. Please, do come inside. With the presence of Emperor Tion's deterrence, we will not take action against you. Chapter 25 Cooperation. Little brother, you have returned. A girl with blue hair rushed into the room and embraced Ouyang's son tightly. Big sister, you're back. Let us eat first. After dinner, we have some matters to attend to. We shouldn't keep our guests waiting too long. Ouyang's son reciprocated the embrace, gently patting Ouyang Qier on the back. Yes, no problem. It's been ages since I savored your cooking. I am in for a treat tonight. Ouyang Qier beamed with joy at the mention of dinner, bouncing up in excitement. Dinner was spent amid Ouyang Qier's exuberance and the silence of the others. After the meal, everyone sat quietly together. Ouyang's son, have you thought about the answer to the question I asked? What is your perspective? Gu Qiuer posed the inquiry, while Gu Yuna also turned her gaze towards Ouyang's son. Awaiting his response, let me consider how to articulate this. Allow me to explain. My cultivation system indeed differs from that of the Soul Masters, and they are unable to practice it. Currently, on this continent, aside from my sister and me, I have yet to encounter anyone with a similar system to ours. I have attempted to share this method of cultivation with Sister Qian, but as you can sense, she and the others still adhere to the Soul Ring system. Therefore, disseminating my cultivation approach may prove challenging. In fact, regarding this matter, I believe you could consult Gu Feng. He embodies another system that is not that of a Soul Master. However, his cultivation method diverges from both mine and my sister's. And he is quite enigmatic. Perhaps he knows how to proceed. As for your inquiry about my views on soul beasts, my perspective aligns with that of most individuals. Nonetheless, I regard soul beasts as integral to this continent. If it were not for the Soul Ring system, perhaps we could coexist in harmony, even if peaceful coexistence were unattainable. The current state of perpetual conflict seems extreme. This system appears to exist for the sole purpose of exterminating soul beasts, which is rather grotesque, yet unavoidable. I suspect that this distortion is related to those so-called gods above. To instigate change, one must confront these alleged deities directly. Ouyang's son articulated all his thoughts in one breath, and with each word, Gu Yuna's eyes dimmed further. By the time he finished speaking, Gu Yuna had lowered her head. Is there truly no other way? Gu Yuna's voice emerged, tinged with a subtle despair. Ouyang Qier, observing the helpless girl before her, nudged Ouyang Sunday. He swatted her hand away, casting her a disapproving glance. Shall we collaborate? Gu Yuna and Gu Qiuer, if your goal is to confront those gods. Ouyang Sun's proposition astonished Gu Yuna and her companions. Gu Yuna lifted her head, gazing in disbelief at the boy who had so casually declared enmity against the gods. She found it incomprehensible. Ouyang Sun noticed the astonishment on their faces, seemingly aware of their thoughts. Don't be so surprised. We harbor animosity towards a certain deity above. Perhaps even a multitude of them. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that we indeed have pressing issues that necessitate resolution with some of those celestial beings, a matter of life and death. If I surmise correctly, you two share our predicament, having reached an impasse with those deities. Given this, I propose a collaboration, for our individual strengths are woefully inadequate. To ensure the success of our alliance, It must not devolve into one party becoming a mere vassal of the other. Allow me to disclose a foundational truth. My sister and I have the potential to ascend to the level of the gods, though I remain uncertain of our exact strength. Furthermore, we have an ally, Gu Feng, whose ambitions conflict with those of the heavenly entities. Thus, should we form an alliance, it would effectively be a tripartite coalition. What are your thoughts on this proposal? This is the sincerity I can offer. Moreover, I would like to provide an additional piece of information without charge. If my conjecture is correct, next year within the Starry Realm's hidden sanctuary lies something that transcends limits, albeit fraught with peril. The source of this intelligence is Gu Feng, and I believe its veracity is quite high. My sister and I intend to withdraw from Shrek during that period, entering the sanctuary under the guise of rogue cultivators. Naturally, my sister will accompany us. Right, dear sister? Ouyang's son had addressed all the inquiries posed by Gu Yuna and her companions, while also seeking his sister's opinion. Ouyang Chier looked at Ouyang's son in confusion, but soon embraced him with a spirited demeanor. Of course, dear brother, how could I possibly refuse your request for assistance? She then affectionately ruffled Ouyang's son's hair. Gu Yuna and Gu Qiuer exchanged glances, a potent wave of mental energy emanating between them as they communicated within the sea of consciousness. Once the mental resonance subsided, Gu Yuna spoke, apologies. But Qiuer and I must confer with Di Tian regarding the matter of our alliance. We can certainly collaborate on the exploration of the sanctuary. But the alliance itself requires further deliberation. Rest assured, we shall provide our decision before the commencement of the school year, and even if the outcome is not an alliance, we shall not become adversaries. Ouyang's son's fingers drummed thoughtfully on the chair. Very well, we shall await your good news. In the meantime, there are other matters to discuss. After addressing Gu Yuna and her companions, he shifted the conversation. Xiaoyang, what is it? Both Poseidon and the witch regarded Ouyang's son with gentle encouragement. The witch nodded in agreement. Well, I hope that Sister Qixi and witch sister can assist us when the time comes. Gu Feng is apprehensive about unforeseen complications. They will also dispatch someone from the borderlands for support. If I am not mistaken, the individual sent from the borderlands may very well be that Angel Douluo or the Sunstrider Douluo, or perhaps both. We must rely on Sister Qianqian and Sister Witch for assistance as unforeseen circumstances may arise. Given Feng's demeanor, it seems that Xingluo is likely to encounter significant misfortune this time. Ouyang's son conveyed all the matters discussed with Gu Yi at the academy in one breath, then turned his gaze to his sister's work. Sister, what are you working on? Ouyang's son inquired, observing the red scarf in Ouyang Chier's hands. Oh, this? It represents my years of effort. It is no ordinary scarf. I have yet to complete its creation, as 2 segments remain unfinished. Currently, this scarf possesses 5 abilities. Although it may not be of much use to you, my dear brother, your sister lacks your extraordinary gifts, thus the abilities of this scarf are immensely beneficial to me. Ouyang Chier continued to manipulate the red scarf as she spoke. Ouyang's son, intrigued, leaned in to see if he could be of assistance. Ayong, Autumn and I shall take our leave to rest, and we'll also discuss the alliance with Emperor Tian. Gu Yuna announced before departing with Gu Qiuer. Qianqian, do you recall what you said? Now that everything is settled, let us return to the bedroom, the witch said, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the rabbit-like Posei, practically wishing to enact her desires on the spot. But please be gentle. There are others present, and Chier and Xiaoyang have returned as well. Posei's voice was barely a whisper, akin to that of a mosquito. Yet the witch still heard her. You must restrain yourself, my darling Qianqian. Otherwise, how will my precious Qianqian face Chier and Xiaoyang later? The witch whispered inappropriate words into Posei's ear. Subsequently, amidst Ouyang's son's bewildered gaze and Ouyang Chier's astonished expression, she scooped up Posei and dashed towards the bedroom. Brother, do you think Sister Qianqian and Sister would share such a relationship? They are both girls. Is that truly acceptable? Should we not advise them? Ouyang Chier asked, returning to her senses. Well, it appears to be that kind of relationship. What is there to advise? Sister Qianqian and Sister Witch have been together for so many years. How could we intervene? Though I am uncertain when they solidified their feelings. As for 2 girls, it's certainly preferable to 2 boys. Ouyang's son recalled the watermelon Gu Feng had treated him to on the way home, feeling that 2 girls were far better than 2 boys. The thought of 2 boys was indeed quite unsettling, prompting a shiver from Ouyang's Sunday. Upon hearing Ouyang's son mention 2 boys, Ouyang Chier was momentarily reminded of the watermelon scent and began to pester Ouyang's son for more details about the matter. Chapter 26. Wei Yuhao's journey to the far north Tianming, it is so cold here. Could you tell me what soul beast you prepared for my second martial soul? A youth bundled in layers of thick cotton clothing wriggled in the snowy landscape, accompanied by a golden, ethereal figure drifting beside him. Firstly, Yu Hao, let me clarify my purpose. Tianming began. I arrived here with a certain ulterior motive, gazing at the pristine white expanse through a golden figure. This reminded me of the prodigies of our era. Eventually, he lowered his gaze to the figure shuffling in the snow, reflecting on the arduous efforts of the past months. With a sigh, he confided his self-serving intentions to Hui Yuhao. However, Yuhao, rest assured, even if the Ice Emperor ultimately chooses not to join us, I can guarantee our safety. At that moment, I will harness a portion of the original source to forcibly grant you the Ice Emperor's essence. Will you still trust me, Yuhao? Hui Yuhao halted in his tracks. After a brief pause, he continued to slowly make his way toward their destination. His voice gradually floated back to them. Tianming, thank you for sharing so much with me. We are in this together, are we not? I merely hope you can inform me in advance next time, all right? Yes, Yuhao. Thank you. Tianming, how much longer? We have lingered here for several days. Hui Yuhao excavated an ice cave in the snow to rest, replenishing his energy with food. Tianming Ice Silkworm observed the storm outside gradually receding into the distance, prompting Hui Yuhao to retrieve its chrysalis, signaling him to resume their journey. Days passed, and they reached the core of the extreme north. Tianming instructed Hui Yuhao to hide. In an instant, a golden mental force enveloped half of the core region. The overwhelming pressure of 1,000,000 years of spiritual might surged forth, causing all soul beasts beneath 10,000 years to succumb to the terrifying force. Ice Emperor, do you remember what I said? I, Tianming, have returned. Ice Emperor, why do you not dare face me? At this moment, Tianming Ice Silkworm showcased the majesty befitting a 1,000,000-year soul beast. The atmosphere of half the extreme north core was saturated with an awe-inspiring spiritual pressure. Yu Hao, stay hidden and silent. It's coming. In the distant sky, a brilliant emerald hue emerged. The arrival of the supreme ruler of the extreme north heralded a transformation in the very fabric of the realm. A scorpion, entirely adorned in a vibrant green, materialized in the sky. Though only a few meters in size, its body was encrusted with gem-like crystals, and its 9-segmented tail bore a green stinger. Its blue, gem-like eyes radiated a green luminescence amidst the extreme north's atmosphere. Insect, I have searched for you for many years. I was on the verge of giving up. Yet here you're before me. What a divine gift this is. Allow me to consume you. A commanding female voice emanated from the scorpion. Oh, could the rumors from the extreme north be true? Ice Emperor, do you truly harbor feelings for the Snow Empress? She rejected you, and thus you are so enraged. Tianming Ice Silkworm initially intended to provoke the Ice Emperor, seizing the opportunity to capture her. However, the moment the Ice Emperor heard of the Snow Empress's rejection, the elemental ice in the realm erupted violently. Insect, you are courting death. Eternal freezing domain. The solid ice rapidly expanded across the core of the extreme north for thousands of miles. Wrath of the Ice Sovereign. A tangible green beam shot forth from the tail of the scorpion, instantly piercing through Tianming Ice Silkworm's spiritual form. In that fleeting moment, a golden chrysalis seized the scorpion as it unleashed its attack, and then vanished in an instant. The oppressive spiritual influence of the Arctic core has vanished without a trace. In an instant, chaos erupted within the Arctic core region, as countless auras, each over 100,000 years old, surged forth. The next moment, the snow of the Arctic fell eerily silent in midair. The spiritual fluctuations of the Snow Empress, the sovereign of the Arctic, radiated from the core, spreading throughout the entire Arctic in a heartbeat. As this wave of spiritual energy approached, Tianming swiftly transported Hui Yuhao and the Ice Empress out of the inner Arctic perimeter. A mental barrier was established in the outer Arctic. Phew, that startled me. The Snow Empress is still conscious at such a critical moment, Tianming thought. Relieved by their swift escape, albeit regretting the depletion of his own spiritual essence. To ensure safety, Tianming had utilized a century's worth of spiritual essence to teleport Hui Yuhao and the Ice Empress to the outer Arctic. The Ice Empress struggled relentlessly, her golden chrysalis continually morphing, yet she remained ensnared. Tianming, are you not concerned that using your spiritual essence in this manner might prevent you from returning to your body? After her attempts bore no fruit, the Ice Empress settled into silence, for as the ruler of the Arctic, she must never lose her composure. Cough, Ice. Can't you see that I am left with nothing but spiritual essence? Hui Yuhao introduced himself. I am now a soul ring. The first unprecedented million-year wisdom soul ring in the history of the continent. Tianming unearthed Hui Yuhao, buried in the snow, and proceeded to unveil his divine plan to the Ice Empress. Ice Empress, do you wish to collaborate with us in the creation of a deity? If not, I shall have no choice but to extinguish your spirit. The divine creation plan must proceed. After articulating his plan, Tianming noted the Ice Empress's indifference and reluctantly revealed his contingency. A mocking female voice interjected, "Oh, is that so? In my unwillingness to cooperate. Can this lad truly absorb my essence to form a second martial soul?" "Indeed," Tianming replied confidently, "with my assistance, it is entirely possible, provided we erase your consciousness." Ice Empress, are you truly unwilling to gamble with us on the divine creation? Your 40th calamity is approaching, is it not? Are you certain you can navigate it? Tianming incisively pointed out the critical dilemma facing the Ice Empress. A prolonged silence enveloped the hidden space of Tianming. "Greetings, Ice Empress, I am Hui Yuhao. Though my talents may not be remarkable, I believe that with Tianming's guidance, I can achieve divinity, and I have compelling reasons to do so." Hui Yuhao articulated his reasoning, prompting a stir of emotion within Tianming, who was aware of the boy's memories. They awaited the Ice Empress's response, but she remained silent. "Ah, great bug, little scorpion. Yuhao will become a deity. In light of Yuhao's memories, I too have regained fragments of my past. Shall I serve as a guarantor?" Suddenly, the entire space transitioned into shades of gray. A lifeless aura rendered the atmosphere desolate. Hui Yuhao's eyes turned a ghostly gray, and his hair transformed in an instant. An ancient voice emerged from his lips. "Who are you? How did you come to reside within Yuhao's body? This aura feels so familiar. You are that little gray ball. This is the essence of a deity." A voice of astonishment emerged from Tianming, and the entire insect was engulfed in ecstasy. Following the manifestation of divine thought, a wave of spiritual energy emanated from the Ice Emperor. A girl adorned in a flowing green dress, her back graced with a tail, appeared before Hui Yuhao. With her green twin tails and captivating emerald eyes, her face bore 3 dark green magical patterns, adding an extraordinary allure to her presence. "Indeed, the aura surrounding you is that of a deity. I am willing to consent to your plan. However, what is the probability of its success?" the girl inquired, crossing her arms as she hovered above Hui Yuhao. As the oppressive silence dissipated, Hui Yuhao reverted to his original form, a frail voice escaping his lips before his transformation was complete. "You may inquire with this great insect. I must stabilize my divine consciousness. At present, I only recall fragmented memories. Do not disturb me unless necessary." The Ice Emperor observed Tianming, awaiting its response. If it were previously, with only my assistance, the likelihood of Yuhao attaining divinity would be merely 30%, given my lack of combat prowess. However, with your involvement, I am confident of a 60% success rate. Together, we can forge a super genius for the ages. Furthermore, with the Elder's earlier input, I possess a 90% assurance. Tianming and Hui Yuhao exchanged glances, deliberating within the sea of consciousness before Tianming provided its answer. "Very well, I shall collaborate with you. However, I request that you allow me to depart once divinity is achieved. Should this not be feasible, I would rather be reduced to ashes." The Ice Emperor stated her terms. "How? But I..." Hui Yuhao interrupted Tianming, grasping the latter's words, then offered some suggestions within the sea of consciousness. Tianming's eyes brightened, and it nodded in agreement to the Ice Emperor. In the depths of the extreme north, a natural secret realm unfolded. A colossal ice crystal tree ascended from the ground to the heavens, atop which a crystalline palace materialized. Beneath the palace, 2 figures engaged in a game of chess. The figure with snow-white hair was on the verge of triumph over the one with deep blue hair. The ethereal presence of the snow-white figure seemed to embody the beauty of the universe, evoking admiration. Her flowing white hair cascaded behind her, and a long robe cloaked her graceful form. The figure with deep blue hair squinted slightly, a blood-red longsword embedded in the palace floor beside her. Bandages wrapped around her vital parts, yet the exposed whiteness ignited fervor. The simplicity of her adornments could not obscure the aura she exuded. Her beauty rivaled that of the most enchanting beings, imbued with a touch of tenderness amidst her proud demeanor. A commanding voice resonated. "You have won. I do not relish playing chess. My injuries have stabilized, and you must be nearing the completion of your own recovery. I will assist you in addressing the recent events. You are my first friend in this world." That is her own tribulation. We cannot aid her. Very well, let us proceed together. I shall journey to Shrek, where traces of the divine can be found. I wish to investigate. Will you accompany me? Indeed. Chapter 27. The Snow Emperor of the Extreme North and the Empress Song Yu as Snow. Do you know the way? Point the way, and I shall guide you. Song Yu suddenly proclaimed on the third day after departing from the far north. I am unfamiliar with this region. I have resided in the far north until now. However, according to the soul masters from the far north, our destination lies at the heart of the continent. We need only to proceed in a singular direction. The Snow Empress replied haughtily, though her expression bore a hint of unease. Song Yu halted, gazing quietly at the Snow Empress. Very well. I shall inquire with someone for directions. With a sense of resignation, Song Yu opened a portal and vanished from sight. Before long, Song Yu encountered a youth emerging from the far north, and, before either Tian Ming or the Ice Empress could react, brought Hui Yuhao along with her. Hui Yuhao, taken by surprise, found himself unceremoniously thrown to the ground. As he looked up at the two strikingly beautiful yet frigid women before him, he was momentarily entranced. Song Yu nudged Hui Yuhao with her foot. Do you know the way to Shrek? Point me in the right direction. I and this woman intend to go to Shrek. Song Yu then found a stone to sit upon, her crossed legs enhancing her allure. Song Yu, I have a name, Snow Moon. I am not to be referred to as this woman. Remember it well, the Snow Empress, or Snow Moon, replied icily to Song Yu. A few days prior, when Song Yu and the Snow Empress decided to journey to Shrek, the Snow Empress, lacking a name and unfamiliar with the human realm, adopted a name based on Song Yu's. The two then deliberated on various matters to be cautious about while outside. As one had spent nearly all her time in the far north, and the other had little regard for humanity. Now, however, they needed to be mindful. For one had yet to regain her former strength, while the other had undergone a recultivation. This world was no ordinary realm. According to Song Yu's prior disposition, if one did not respond to her inquiries, she would simply seek another to ask, what of this person? Depending on Song Yu's mood, if she was pleased, he could leave. If not, he might find himself transformed into a mere ice sculpture. Returning to the present, both Song Yu and Snow Moon awaited Hui Yuhao's response. Unbeknownst to them that Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea was in turmoil. Tian Ming, release me. The one outside is Shuer. How could she be recultivating? Let me out. The Ice Empress struggled frantically within Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea, bound by golden chains. Tian Ming wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, having shielded Hui Yuhao's entire spiritual sea. Hui Yuhao remained oblivious to the situation, and it was imperative that he did not discover the truth, for his experiences were still too shallow to conceal such matters. Ice Empress, first you must comprehend our current predicament. The Snow Empress is the sovereign of the far north. If she learns that you have assumed the form of a human and become a human's martial soul, do you suppose she would not view it as a betrayal of the far north? And who is the girl beside the Snow Empress? From their dialogue, it is evident that she is at least of equal standing with the Snow Empress. Otherwise, the Snow Empress would have acted long ago. I shall not permit your release until I ascertain their attitudes, nor do I understand the reasons behind their journey to Shrek. What secrets does Shrek harbor that draws forth such an array of oddities? We must seek clarity. Ice Emperor, our endeavor is to create a deity. Let us not squander our hard-earned progress. Tianming spoke at last, half-rogue, half-gentle. The Ice Emperor ceased her struggles, and the sea of consciousness plunged into silence. Clenching her fists, she recalled the indomitable spirit and perseverance of Hui Yuhao, who had merged with her essence and soul bone. Perhaps he truly has the potential to ascend to divinity. Ultimately, the Ice Emperor relented, and tranquility enveloped the sea of consciousness. Tianming lifted a segment of the seal from the sea of consciousness, transmitting a wave of mental energy to Hui Yuhao before sealing it once more. Yuhao, the Ice Emperor, and I require recuperation. Assisting you has drained much of our primal energy. Answer any inquiries posed by these two young ladies. The sea of consciousness is now sealed. Thus, he concluded, do not provoke them. A large question mark loomed over Hui Yuhao's mind, yet no one could fathom its meaning. He turned to face the two stunning women awaiting his response. Esteemed sisters, I am a student of Shrek Academy and can escort you there. However, my enrollment is imminent, so we must depart swiftly, Hui Yuhao declared, awaiting the two before him. Though pressed for time, he dared not venture alone. For each of these women exuded a potency far surpassing that of his previous acquaintance, Gongyi. Luck seems to favor us, Shui, now that we have a guide. What shall we do? Shall we proceed directly or take a moment to observe? Song Yue leapt from her perch, glancing toward the horizon. Let us observe first. As for time, we shall open a portal a few days in advance. This emperor requires a deeper understanding of this world, the Snow Emperor proclaimed, turning toward the city now visible in the distance. Listening to their conversation, Hui Yuhao sensed that danger might descend upon him at any moment. He could only feign ignorance and follow them closely. In this brief interlude, the Snow Emperor and Song Yue had encountered numerous incidents. Due to their appearance, they were often harassed by individuals from the more remote corners of the city. The fates of these harassers were invariably dire. They were transformed into ice sculptures or dispatched by Song Yue to feed the fish. Hui Yuhao indirectly witnessed the prowess of these two. The Soul Emperor could be vanquished effortlessly with a single strike, while he had yet to encounter a soul sage. Moreover, these two rarely resorted to soul techniques. During moments of levity, Hui Yuhao sought their counsel on becoming stronger. The Snow Emperor paid him no mind, but Song Yue offered him a smile, casually demonstrating a few mental techniques. Her former royal brother had also engaged in the manipulation of the mind, though his abilities were of an entirely different caliber compared to Hui Yuhao's. Subsequently, the trio intermittently purchased numerous items across various cities. Of course, it was Snow Empress and Song Yu who were indulging in shopping, while Hui Yuhao was merely a reluctant companion. Despite not having a girlfriend, he experienced the unique joy of accompanying women on their retail adventures. However, they were not invincible. They were susceptible to injuries. During their final outdoor respite, the three encountered an evil soul master of the soul sage level. Hui Yuhao had already resigned himself to the notion of writing a will. To his astonishment, he witnessed Snow Empress effortlessly dispatch the evil soul master, while Song Yu did not even need to lift a finger, although Snow Empress sustained a minor injury afterward. It was truly negligible. Hui Yuhao once again recognized the advantages of having a powerful ally and felt a renewed yearning for strength. Let us go, Snow. We've seen enough here. There is nothing left to admire. Let us head directly to Shrek. The lad leading us is practically bursting with impatience, Song Yu declared, having just eliminated the nuisances that had been bothering them, while gesturing towards Hui Yuhao. Yet, I too am weary. Let us proceed to Shrek. Hoping to discover something that will elevate me further, Snow Empress set down her teacup, gazing contemplatively into the distance. During their travels, both she and Song Yu had developed several interests. Song Yu had taken a liking to reading, embracing all genres, while Snow Empress had developed a taste for savoring tea. Hui Yuhao, however, felt unworthy of such pursuits. Before them appeared a fissure resembling a portal, adorned with enigmatic engravings. As Hui Yuhao examined the intricate patterns, he found himself perplexed. With a swift kick, Snow Empress propelled him through the portal. What is there to see? A waste of time. Let us move on, Snow. Song Yu said, stepping through the temporal gate alongside Snow Empress. Meanwhile, Gu Feng and Fei Xiao, after bidding farewell to their parents, made their way to Shrek. Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna had also reached an agreement and were en route to Shrek, accompanied by Ouyang Qi'er. At the same time, Lan Shui was dining with Ma Xiaodao and her companions within Shrek City, taking on the responsibility of enrollment. At the registration desk, Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luoqing stood quietly, while Lan Shui diligently recorded the names of applicants. Unsurprisingly, the number of registrants here was the highest. Having lost a bet, Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luoqing were compelled to act as the face of the enrollment effort, standing expressionless at the desk. However, they had already sentenced Dai Yuang, who proposed the wager, to a figurative death. At that moment, chaos erupted at the registration desk. Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luoqing exchanged glances and simultaneously rushed toward the source of the commotion, leaving Lan Shui to silently fulfill her role as a mere tool. Finally, I'm no longer just a gatekeeper. It was excruciatingly awkward. Ice Queen, don't you feel it? Ma Xiaodao exclaimed, her energy renewed the moment she dashed away. No. I simply prefer silence. It was too embarrassing, came the understated reply. Ling Luoqing spoke with an air of haughtiness, then proceeded towards the source of the commotion. Behind the new students in line, a fissure resembling a portal appeared in mid-air, radiating with the force of space. Both Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luoqing's expressions grew solemn, readying themselves for action. Chapter 28. Assembled at Shrek, a help. A cry for assistance emerged from the portal. Hui Yuhao plummeted from the sky, about to become a mere splatter upon impact when a delicate hand grasped the nape of his neck. Are you the top scorer of the new student assessment? I believe your name is Hui Yuhao. Could you enlighten us about that portal-like object above? A searing presence loomed over Hui Yuhao's head. Ma Xiaotao held him beneath the portal, poised for any eventuality. Ling Luoqing had relocated the surrounding new students to a different registration point. Those two were the martial spirits of this year's new students. Hui Yuhao was about to elucidate, but before he could finish his sentence, Ma Xiaotao hurled him away. Boom. Dust erupted from the ground as a crimson blade embedded itself in the earth. The sound of high heels echoed in the area. As the dust settled, two ethereal women materialized before them. One stood with her arms crossed, silently observing, while the other approached the blood-red sword, gently extracting it from the ground and wielding it. Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing had already manifested their martial spirits, prepared for any confrontation. This must be Shrek, right? What will you do, Song Yue? Song Yue sheathed the blood-colored demonic blade and turned to Snow Empress. She wished to ponder little, only yearning for a battle against a formidable opponent. Snow Empress surveyed the surroundings, spotting a boy in the distance. He seems to be a student of Shrek Academy. Let us join that academy and investigate. Perhaps it holds what I seek. After a moment of contemplation, Snow Empress resolved to explore the legendary academy that had been spoken of for millennia. I must inform you both that your ages exceed the eligibility for new student registration. Thus you are unqualified to join Shrek. Ma Xiaotao addressed the two enchanting figures before her, asserting the age restrictions. Oh, are you capable of making that determination? A commanding voice resonated, and an icy chill descended upon the vicinity. Ling Luoqing sensed an absolute suppression of attributes, as Ma Xiaotao's fiery phoenix flames flickered near extinction. Shock appeared in their eyes. Such a phenomenon could only signify one possibility, the ultimate ice. The girl wielding the blood-red sword possessed the ultimate attribute, the pinnacle of ice. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of a super Douluo erupted from within Shrek. A radiant energy surged from the inner courtyard towards the entrance of Shrek, followed by multiple tidal Douluos racing from Shrek City to the enrollment point. Song Yue sensed the powerful auras drawing near, estimating only a few minutes remained. Her own presence surged forth, believing those approaching were adversaries. Oh, did you think summoning reinforcements would be effective? Before those individuals arrived, they had already set their sights on annihilating you. Song Yu believed those people were her adversaries and intended to eliminate the ones before her before fleeing with the Snow Empress. Song Yu thought this way and acted accordingly. She unleashed her ultimate move, Absolute Zero. The extreme cold enveloped the surroundings in an instant. Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing attempted to explain, but before they could utter a word, they were transformed into ice sculptures. Fortunately, Hui Yuhao managed to evade disaster due to the essence of the Ice Emperor and the Ice Sapphire Emperor Scorpion. However, he remained frozen and shivering in place. Song Yu conjured two crystalline ice roses, which soared towards Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing. If not for an unforeseen event, calamity would have struck. A beam of light sliced through the two ice roses, shattering them in midair. The golden-haired Lan Shui appeared before them, wielding a luminous sword. "Who are you?" she demanded. "If Shrek takes action, do not blame me for subduing you." As she finished speaking, countless beams of light rained down from above the entrance of Shrek. Antarctic Cross Star. A colossal diamond-shaped crystal shield manifested above Song Yu, blocking the descending beams. Emperor Hantian, Snow Dance, Radiant Sun, Snow. A blizzard descended, opening a massive domain, while a blue sun appeared in the sky. This sun did not bring warmth, but rather an intense chill. The Snow Empress floated in front of the blue sun, forming an ice sword. She hurled the ice sword into the air, where a gigantic vortex of cold formed, and a colossal ice crystal greatsword descended from it. Emperor Sword, Ice Extreme, Peerless. With a roar, the demon sword in Song Yu's hand plunged into the ground, and an ice dragon erupted from the earth. Standing atop the ice dragon, Song Yu swept the sword forward, causing a blue lotus to spin atop the blade's tip, which then soared towards Lan Shui. Extreme Cold, Ice Lotus. In an instant, Lan Shui transported Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing out of the danger zone. She needed to intercept these attacks, otherwise a majority of the newcomers might sustain injuries. As for Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing, the absolute suppression of attributes meant that if she did not send them away, they would perish. Lan Shui drove her luminous sword into the ground, forming a golden formation, with a hexagram pattern continuously rotating within it. A transparent light column formed a hexagonal shield, standing firm before the ice sword and ice lotus. Hexagram, light defense. A tremendous sound erupted at the entrance of Shrek, and a fierce shockwave sent Ling Luoqing and Ma Xiaotao, who were already in the safe zone, flying far away once more. Some newcomers, who believed themselves capable of watching the spectacle, were also hurled out. Lan Shui endured 2 attacks and sustained some injuries, as the demon sword carved an icy scar. The Snow Empress raised a new imperial sword in her hand. The clash of weapons echoed. Oh, that golden-haired one? It's only been a month. And look at you. What a state you're in. I haven't fought in a while. Sun, wielding a black staff, blocked the demon sword and then leaped back to Ouyang Sun's side. Fei Xiao, riding a black cloud dragon, pinched the Snow Empress's imperial sword between 2 fingers. Let us not be so impulsive. Impulsiveness never resolves issues, you know. A gentle voice resonated. In an instant, the Snow Empress recoiled, as the fox-eared lady before her exuded an aura of profound danger. Gu Feng appeared behind Fei Xiao, subsequently pulling her aside. Sister Fei Xiao, aren't we just here to watch the show? Why did you suddenly jump into the fray? Is it not merely because that little girl, Xiao Xue, is struggling against her opponents? I have lingered in Shrek for quite some time. Certainly, I should lend a hand when the opportunity arises. Fei Xiao gently ruffled Gu Feng's hair before leaping off the yunlong and approaching Lan Xue. Upon seeing Fei Xiao, Lan Xue rushed forward and embraced her. Sister Fei Xiao, it has been so long. We have missed you dearly. Have you located that despicable runaway groom? Surely, in his past life, he must have saved the continent to deserve a fiancé like you. Yet he dares to flee from marriage. I truly wish to give him a good thrashing on your behalf. Lan Xue exclaimed, venting her frustrations to Fei Xiao. The Snow Empress descended slowly beside Sang Yue, her countenance heavy with gravity. Shall we retreat or engage in battle? Sang Yue's cold voice resonated towards the Snow Empress. The latter retracted her domain and dissipated the imperial sword, shaking her head in response. The ice dragon landed softly, gradually transforming into crystalline ice, then scattering into glimmers of light, while the demon blade was also sheathed. However, Sang Yue's gaze towards Sun was filled with combative fervor. That presence is akin to my own kind. All right, I have returned, dear Xiao Xue. The heartless wretch has been located. Moreover, he is simply unaware that I am his fiancée. Otherwise, he would not dare to flee. Wouldn't you agree? Ah, Feng. Fei Xiao sought to console Lan Xue. But as she spoke, she abruptly turned to Gu Feng, uttering words that left all present, save for Sang Yue and the Snow Empress, utterly astounded. Lan Xue stiffly turned her gaze towards Gu Feng, for one cannot conceal the intent to strike in their eyes. Gu Feng, who had been enjoying the spectacle, was suddenly caught off guard by an unexpected revelation. Gu Feng's lips twitched as he gazed at Fei Xiao's enigmatic smile. Then, with an ingratiating demeanor, he approached Fei Xiao and began to massage her shoulders. What is it that you wish to convey, Sister Fei Xiao? My affection for you is such that even the celestial deities cannot hinder it. Surely, you must be aware of this, dear Sister Fei Xiao. As Gu Feng's voice dwindled to a mere whisper, his gaze fell upon Fei Xiao's countenance, evoking memories of the year Fei Xiao had spent searching for him. A growing sense of guilt enveloped him. Subsequently, amidst Lan Xue's astonished stare and the peculiar glances from Ouyang Sun and the others, Fei Xiao boldly released Lan Xue and embraced Gu Feng, drawing him close to his chest, while one hand tenderly caressed Gu Feng's head. Gu Feng experiences a blend of anguish and joy. The pain is akin to a relentless ache on his head, while the joy envelopes him in the tender embrace of Fei Xiao, a comfort that is unparalleled. He finds himself deeply nestled within a large pillow, immobilized. At this moment, Yin Xiaozhe and his companions arrive just in time to grasp the situation. Upon realizing that this entire episode stems from a misunderstanding, they are left at a loss for words. A mere second before Yin Xiaozhe's arrival, Fei Xiao releases Gu Feng, pushing him aside. All of you are nothing but trouble. Fei Xiao exclaims. Gu Feng, Ouyang Sun, you too. I won't bother lecturing you. I'm used to it. Gu Yuna and Gu Qiuer. Do not follow the poor examples set by these two. Ah, Fei Xiao has returned. Those girls, including Lishuan, have missed you dearly. As for you too, Sang Yue and Xue Yue. If you wish to join Shrek, come along with me. And you, the one beside Gu Qiuer, join us as well. You little ones can accompany me too. As for you, Hui Yu Hao, you should return to the academy first. Subsequently, Yin Xiaozhe leads the group to clean up the mess and heads toward the inner courtyard. Lan Xue pulls Fei Xiao aside to inquire about her relationship with Gu Feng, while Ouyang Sun engages Gu Feng in discussions about their plans. Ouyang Qier and Gu Yuna deliberate over Ouyang Sun's matters. Upon recognizing the misunderstanding, Sang Yue and Shuadi ease the tension with Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing. The group, a lively procession, makes its way toward the inner courtyard. In this hasty skirmish, only Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luoqing sustained injuries, both of whom are now trembling. Chapter 29. Collective entry into the inner courtyard. In the inner courtyard of Shrek, on the open grounds of Sea God Island, Yin Xiaozha and Xuanzi await the arrival of the little monsters. Many others gaze upon this scene from the shadows. Xiaozha, is this truly Master Mu's decision? Is he really going to admit all those little ones into the inner courtyard? Shrek has never set such a precedent, Xuanzi inquires, happily indulging in food and drink as he sits on the ground. Yes, Elder Xian, this is indeed the teacher's decision, and everyone has agreed, haven't they? The strength of those little monsters ranks among the best in the inner courtyard. If they were in the outer courtyard, it would discourage other ordinary talents, Yin Xiaozha responds. Somewhat exasperated, as it is his first time facing the dilemma of having students whose prowess is overwhelming. Strong students are generally a boon, yet having two troublemakers complicates matters. Now it seems that two more have emerged. Yin Xiaozha reflects on the two girls who had just clashed in Shrek, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Gu Feng and Ouyang's son had already given him a headache, and now there are two more, sigh. Despite their earlier conflict, the group ambles toward the inner courtyard in clusters. Ma Xiaotao attempts to voice something, but Ling Luocheng pulls her aside. Violent girl, do not act recklessly. None of us can match these individuals. They are merely heading toward the inner courtyard as well. Let us take our time. Don't let your frustration involve me. Ling Luocheng quietly persuades Ma Xiaodao. Aware that the recent chill has left her with lingering apprehensions, Ma Xiaodao parted her lips, gazing at the group of playful individuals ahead, and cast a fleeting glance at the two girls, shivering slightly before quietly trailing behind them. Hey, you rascal, you've actually found yourself a female companion. I thought you had no interest in such matters, Sun exclaimed as he playfully nibbled on a fruit atop Gu Feng's head. However, as these words escaped his lips, an abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Gu Feng's brow. A shadow loomed before him. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Sun instinctively attempted to flee, but was promptly ensnared by a delicate hand. Oh, where did this little monkey come from? Absolutely adorable. Wouldn't you agree, Gu Feng? Gu Feng's desire for survival surged instantly as he hurriedly approached Fei Xiao, offering a gentle massage to his shoulders while diverting his attention. Sun Ho, usually fearless and unyielding, suddenly sensed an unsettling taste of fear. Very well, I shall spare you this time, but let it be a lesson learned, Fei Xiao said, softly patting Gu Feng's shoulder before relinquishing Sun to Ouyang Sunday. At the moment Sun departed from Fei Xiao's grasp, it transformed into shimmering stardust, vanishing from sight. Ouyang's Sun stepped closer, observing Gu Feng's forced smile. Quietly, he conveyed a message. What troubles you? You seem to be in great distress. Gu Feng hastily called upon Ouyang's Sun to assist him, then communicated telepathically. My bones are shattered. Do you think it hurts? Fortunately, my recovery ability is quite formidable. Ah. The pain is excruciating. Upon hearing Gu Feng's thoughts, Ouyang's Sun shuddered, stealthily glancing at Fei Xiao's figure, and cast a look at Gu Feng that bespoke of self-preservation. Pray tell, why has Dean Yin summoned us to the inner courtyard? Surely, it cannot be that he expects us to join the inner ranks prematurely? Ouyang's Sun's voice gradually dwindled. You've come to the same conclusion. Is it not rather obvious? Our prowess goes unchecked in the outer courtyard. We shall see how things unfold. I have no intention of joining the inner courtyard. By the way, who is that vivacious girl with blue hair? Is it true that you have such charm with the ladies? Or is it merely because you have blonde hair? Gu Feng's tongue remained as sharp as ever. As expected, he was sent flying by Ouyang's Sun's punch, his body crashing against a tree. All eyes turned towards the two, curiosity etched on their faces. Oh, brother. What is going on between you two? Isn't he your friend? Or is this your way of communicating? Ouyang Qier, whose intelligence was already somewhat lacking, seemed even more bewildered. It's nothing, Sister Qier. It's not surprising what these two do together. After all, when a Yang and that fellow Gu Feng are together, anything can happen, Gu Yuna remarked, observing the two with a hint of exasperation as she pulled the dazed Ouyang Qier forward. Huh, what is happening with Xiao Feng? Fei Xiao inquired, watching Gu Feng slowly slide down from the tree, lying on the ground. Their relationship seemed akin to that of Mo Zhe and Jiao Qiao. Oh dear. Sister Fei Xiao, it's just how these two are together. You'll get used to it. Ouyang's Sun was reliable on his own, while Gu Feng merely enjoyed watching the antics of others when alone. However, together, they were a different story. Lan Shui remained silent, knowing she had to preserve Gu Feng's dignity in front of Fei Xiao, lest she find herself in a troublesome predicament. Shui, Everyone here, aside from those two girls trailing behind, is formidable. I could truly relish a fight with them right now, be it with the girl with pink hair or the one with blonde locks. Song Yu sensed that none among this group were weak. The innate combat instincts within her igniting fervently. Seeing this, Shuedi quickly grasped Song Yu's arm. Song Yu, there will be time to spar with them later. But for now, let us follow them to hear what that old fellow has to say about joining Shrek. Shuedi gazed towards the approaching sea god lake, faintly spotting a small island. Feng, what do you think? Shall we collaborate with them? Ouyang's son inquired of Gu Feng before they reached the shores of Sea God Lake. Seeking his opinion on Gu Yuna's intentions, Gu Feng glanced at Gu Yuna and then at Ouyang's son, an expression of intrigue evident in his eyes. Just as Ouyang's son contemplated delivering a punch to him, Gu Feng's voice resonated, affirming his agreement. Nevertheless, Ouyang's son followed her inner inclination and struck him. Before them lay a vast lake, Sea God Lake. Ma Xiaotao stepped forward to explain how to traverse it, outlining a plethora of precautions. What a nuisance. We just need to get across. I am not from the inner courtyard, so these rules are irrelevant to me. Gu Feng found her words exasperating and interrupted her. A black cloud dragon descended from the heavens beside Gu Feng, who stood atop its head, just as he was about to take flight. Fei Xiao suddenly appeared next to him, pulling him behind her as she assumed a commanding stance atop the cloud dragon. Lan Shui transformed into a beam of light, coalescing beside Fei Xiao and linking her arm with hers. Let us go, Xiao Feng. Our destination is the inner courtyard. Fei Xiao pointed towards the inner courtyard, and the cloud dragon ascended into the sky, with Gu Feng quietly seated behind them, gazing at Fei Xiao's silhouette with a silly grin. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look who's experiencing a turn of fate. Gu Qiu'er observed the dauntless Gu Feng, feeling a sense of sentimentality. Brother, you and Nana should go ahead. I will accompany Qiu'er, Ouyang Qiu'er suggested, adjusting the yellow glow at her waist and transforming her scarf into an accessory that dangled elegantly. Upon her utterance, the faces of Ouyang's son, Gu Yuna, and Gu Qiu'er flushed simultaneously. Gu Yuna exchanged a glance with Ouyang's son, and a nimbus cloud appeared in the sky. Ouyang's son pulled Gu Yuna onto the cloud. Sister Qiu'er, shall we proceed? Gu Qiu'er shyly inquired. Having felt left out over the past month as Gu Yuna and Ouyang's son often excluded her while observing the peculiar relationship between Poseidon and the Sea Witch. Gradually, Gu Qiu'er developed a fondness for Ouyang Qiu'er. The others were aware of Gu Qiu'er's feelings and wholeheartedly supported her, yet Qiu'er remained oblivious, naively believing that Gu Qiu'er merely enjoyed her company. It remained uncertain when Ouyang Qiu'er would discern Gu Qiu'er's true intentions. Blazing radiance, Seraph. 3 pairs of flame-formed wings emerged behind Ouyang Qiu'er as she embraced Gu Qiu'er and soared towards the inner courtyard. Gu Qiu'er instinctively wrapped her arms around Ouyang Qiu'er's neck, nestling into her embrace. A colossal ice dragon erupted from the void, upon which 2 imposing women stood, as the dragon gradually made its way toward the inner courtyard. Simultaneously, Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing swallowed audibly. That fierce girl, that scorching aura just now, is that the ultimate flame? Surely, the ultimate attributes can't be so devalued now? I, too, am uncertain. This era is filled with an abundance of monstrosities. It is only now that I comprehend the meaning of the phrase, there are always greater beings beyond humanity. Ma Xiaotao has grown accustomed to such setbacks, yet she cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. Alas, such envy cannot be conjured at will. In the end, one took to the skies while the other condensed blocks of ice beneath their feet, setting forth from the sea god lake towards the inner courtyard. Chapter 30. My refusal. Inner courtyard. Outside the sea god pavilion, a dark cloud dragon soared above the golden tree, and the countenance of Yan Xiaozha and his companions darkened as they contemplated bringing that rascal down. Just then, 3 figures descended upon the cloud dragon. One of them seized another person and hurled him directly before Yan Xiaozha and his companions. Upon seeing Gu Feng attempting to stir trouble once more, Fei Xiao immediately grasped him and leapt down from the cloud dragon. A human-shaped crater formed upon impact, and Gu Feng's legs twitched, affirming his survival and that he was unscathed. Lan Shui stifled her laughter, covering her mouth. Serves him right. Sister Fei Xiao, you are truly formidable, effortlessly subduing this fellow. Lan Shui whispered to Fei Xiao. He is simply too mischievous. Just moments ago, he proposed we leap to the treetops for a bit of fun. It was inevitable that I would have to pull him down. Fei Xiao observed her own emerging silhouette. a faint smile gracing her lips as she approached Gu Feng to straighten his disheveled attire and brush off the dust from his person. Then, she firmly gripped Gu Feng's ear. "Little Feng, could you not act a bit more serious for once? When I first met you, you were such a shy boy. How is it that you seem to have gone awry now?" After delivering her reprimand, Fei Xia released her hold on Gu Feng, greeted Yin Xiaozha and the others, and then stood aside with Lan Shui, aware that this time, the spotlight was not on her and Lan Shui. Gu Feng rubbed his ears, softly muttering to himself. "Wasn't it you, Sister Fei Xiao, who advised me not to tire myself out, urging me to be carefree and natural? It's exhausting to have my mind occupied all day." However, Gu Feng only dared to whisper to himself, for fear of further admonishment. Yin Xiaozha and the others looked at the seemingly obedient Gu Feng, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. As if the sun had risen from the west, a drifting cloud descended, carrying Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna to Gu Feng's side. Ouyang's son patted Gu Feng on the shoulder, casting a speechless glance at him, while Gu Yuna stifled her laughter. They had just witnessed everything from above, recognizing that he was merely courting disaster. Otherwise, how could he have been pulled down from above? Upon reflection, it was indeed peculiar if he were not to act recklessly. At this moment, Ouyang Qier descended, cradling Gu Qiuer in her arms. Yin Xiaozha and the others felt an intense surge of fiery energy, their eyes widening in astonishment. But soon they recalled Fei Xiao, Lan Shui, and Gu Feng, which brought a sense of calm. "Whoa, Gu Qiuer, is that a blush on your face? Surely, you can't be in heat, can you? This is the first time I've witnessed such a thing." Gu Feng exclaimed as he rushed to stand before Gu Qiuer and Ouyang Qier. His words tumbled out, leaving Ouyang's son at a loss for words. While Gu Yuna's smile turned into a twitch, Ouyang Qier, taken aback, glanced between Ouyang's son, Gu Yuna, and Gu Qiuer, momentarily frozen in place. An invisible aura of anger enveloped Gu Qiuer, who was teetering on the edge of fury, yet she managed to restrain herself, for Ouyang Qier was still present. However, the incessant chatter from a certain individual, babbling about heat and two women, only served to exacerbate her irritation as he continued to linger before her. Golden Dragon Perception. Dragon's Power. Talent of Strength. Golden Dragon Eruption. With a thunderous crash, a massive pit several meters deep formed in the ground, where Gu Feng lay, one foot occasionally twitching. A testament to his continued existence. Ah, what a relief. It seems I cannot endure this pest. After venting her anger, Gu Qiuer hurried to Ouyang Qier's side, resembling a child who had misbehaved. "It's all right, Qiuer. There's no need to worry. In fact, I quite like you," Ouyang Qier said, a momentary, enigmatic smile gracing her face. Upon hearing this, Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna simultaneously turned their gazes toward Ouyang Qier, then glanced at the already overly touched Gu Qiuer, both thinking the same thing, how to articulate their astonishment. Two blue figures also appeared, observing their surroundings keenly. "Now that everyone is present, I shall speak plainly. After discussions within the academy, we have decided to grant you the opportunity to join the inner court ahead of schedule. I trust you all would be willing to join the inner court, yes? The Shrek inner court is entirely distinct from the outer court. Our responsibility at Shrek is to maintain the safety of the continent, eradicating evil spirit masters and the scourge from various nations. To join the Shrek inner court, one must also become a member of the Shrek prosecutor's office, which serves as our organization dedicated to safeguarding the continent. Each year, students from the inner court fall in their pursuit of peace. Yet this is our mission, and their honor, perhaps no one will remember them. And perhaps it is fraught with danger, but it is a calling we embrace. Children, are you willing to accept this mission and join the Shrek inner court? Moreover, joining the inner court does not conflict with your original factions. On the contrary, you will receive our assistance. And the Shrek Academy generally refrains from intervening in your respective factions unless you so desire." Once all were gathered, Xuanzi announced a shocking revelation. Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luocheng gazed at them with envy. They had endured considerable hardship to join the inner court, unlike the ease with which others could now gain admission. Naturally, graduating from the outer court poses no significant challenge, but graduation from the inner court requires the completion of tasks assigned by the prosecutor's office. Failure to fulfill these tasks precludes graduation, and those who do graduate from the inner court are formidable in their respective fields. Regrettably, many have fallen in the quest for peace, succumbing during numerous missions, yet this is an obligation we must uphold as the foremost power on the continent, responsible for maintaining peace. In recent years, the Sun Moon Empire has exhibited treachery, and we at Shrek have consistently worked to preserve the continent's tranquility. Thus, should they initiate war, they will become our adversaries. Xuanzi reiterated the conditions for joining the inner court and the requirements that must be fulfilled. Gu Yu, Gu Qiu'er, Ouyang Qiu'er, Ouyang Sun, and Shui Di were all profoundly moved by Xuanzi's words, as they had never realized the weight of responsibility resting upon the Shrek inner court. The Gu Yu sisters and Ouyang Qiu'er exchanged glances with Ouyang Sun, who led them. Despite Xuanzi's eloquence, they preferred to place their faith in Ouyang Sun's judgment. Although Ouyang Sun was taken aback by the inner court's legacy, he was a man of his word, and he felt an unsettling dissonance. Having previously assured Gu Feng that should Gu Feng join, he too would follow suit. Song Yu, what do you think? Joining the Shrek inner court seems to offer us no advantage. As for maintaining peace, what concern is it of mine? The voice of Shui Di echoed in Song Yu's mind. Listening to the elders' discourse on hollow glory and duty, she found it laughable, deeming this so-called academy unworthy of the mantle of peacekeeping. VV Academy, the gentlewoman from her memories who established an institution for the sake of world peace, stands on an entirely different plane from this one. To compare this mediocre academy with VV Academy is to insult its legacy. Oh, Shui Di, do you wish to join such a worthless institution? Hearing the elder's words, Gu felt nothing but revulsion. I shall not be a part of such an academy. The voice of Tsang Yue resonated with a palpable anger, which she conveyed to the Snow Empress. Observing this, the Snow Empress hastily grasped Tsang Yue's arm, striving to prevent her from succumbing to rage. It was the first time she had ever sensed such a tumultuous emotion within Tsang Yue, revealing to the Snow Empress that Tsang Yue was indeed capable of experiencing anger. Fei Xiao pulled Gu Feng up from the pit and provided him with a superficial bandaging. She was aware of his extraordinary recuperative abilities, akin to that of a bountiful creature, though devoid of any semblance of abundance. It would not be long before he would heal on his own. Indeed, as Gu Feng regained consciousness, Xuanzi had just finished speaking, prompting Fei Xiao to recount the events to Gu Feng once more. He let out a cold chuckle and looked at Fei Xiao. Sister Fei Xiao, have you joined this inner academy? His expression was inscrutable, yet it seemed as though something weighed heavily on his heart. Observing the boy's discomfort, Fei Xiao affectionately tousled his hair, a habit she had developed over the past month. She found a certain comfort in ruffling Gu Feng's hair. No, I didn't for someone fled from their wedding. I searched for that individual for a year. Naturally, I have not joined the inner academy, I merely became acquainted with its members. They traverse the continent, and sometimes when they encounter me, they request my assistance. However, I had no idea that this so-called inner academy harbored such pretentious expectations. Do you understand? Upon hearing Fei Xiao's words, Gu Feng appeared to exhale a sigh of relief, then cautiously inquired about Fei Xiao's perspective. Fei Xiao gazed at the boy who cared for her gentle words resonating in his mind. As for me, dear brother, I certainly intend to accompany you. After all, if the intelligence regarding Sanqing proves accurate, I shall be able to connect with Yao Qing in the ruins of Sanqing. Wherever you go, I shall follow. You are, after all, my betrothed, and I cannot allow another to whisk you away. Moreover, I harbor no fondness for this so-called peacekeeping endeavor within their inner court. Do not forget. Dear sister is a general of the Xianzhou. Fei Xiao playfully pinched Gu Feng's cheek. Upon receiving Fei Xiao's answer, Gu Feng made a resolute decision and turned to Ouyang's son, who nodded in affirmation. Fei Xiao, will you set an example? Came the words of Xuanzi. Fei Xiao paused, her expression cooling slightly, yet she responded to Xuanzi, Elder Xian. I cannot decide. I must heed my little man's wishes. Such matters are certainly his to determine. With that, she winked at Gu Feng. Fei Xiao's wink. It was the first time Gu Feng had witnessed the real thing. He froze momentarily, his face suddenly aflame. Seeing his blush, Fei Xiao chuckled. Now what is your answer? Young man, will you join the inner court? Xuanzi interrupted the playful banter between Gu Feng and Fei Xiao. Oh, me? I must emphatically decline. Chapter 31. Confrontation. Very well. Since you consent, what shall you say? You have declined. Xuanzi, believing Gu Feng would join the inner court, was abruptly halted by the word decline. The atmosphere grew tense. Silence enveloping the scene save for the whisper of the wind. Oh, how intriguing. Let us observe how they resolve this matter, Snow Emperor. Sang Yue's voice reached the Snow Emperor's ears. He nodded, patiently awaiting the developments alongside Sang Yue. Given that, I too refuse to join the inner court, Elder Xian, my apologies. Ouyang Sun's calm voice echoed at that moment. Ah, Elder Xian, did you hear my little man's words? Thus, I too must apologize. For I declined to join the inner court. Fei Xiao's gentle voice followed Ouyang Sun's refusal. However, her tone carried a hint of mockery and disdain. Having fought for many years in Xianzhou, she had encountered numerous instances of self-righteousness masquerading as virtue, which she found rather distasteful. Nevertheless, she typically refrained from taking action against such displays. Xuanzi, unaccustomed to rejection, especially in such succession, felt anger rise within him, and soon his formidable aura erupted. Give me a reason for your refusal. The glory of Shrek is not something you can trample upon at will. If you cannot provide a justification, do not blame me for being ungracious. Yan Xiaozhe and his companions wore expressions of displeasure. Their rejection of Elder Xian signified a repudiation of Shrek, a blatant affront to their dignity. Sister Fei Xiao, why does Lan Xue still wish to speak? Yet, she was halted by Yan Xiaozhe. Xiaoxue, this matter is no longer simple enough to resolve. Let Elder Xian handle it. With that, he retreated with Lan Xue to a distance. Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luoqing observed their response. Though equally incensed, they too departed, taking Lan Xue with them. Ouyang's son, accompanied by Gu Yuna and others, approached Gu Feng. Exchanging greetings with Fei Xiao, Gu Feng, glancing at Xuanzi, suddenly found the situation rather amusing. In his previous life, Gu Feng observed the disciples of the Tang sect and found Shrek to be somewhat peculiar. Now, however, he perceives that these peculiarities are indeed of an extraordinary nature. No wonder, during the era of the Dragon King, the Federation directly launched a divine assassination missile. How audacious of the old man to treat us with such disrespect. Who does he think he is? I shall see how he intends to demonstrate this supposed disrespect. Gu Feng retrieved a level 9 fixed spirit cannon shell from the spirit guiding device and placed it directly upon Sea God Island. Following the level 9 shell, there were 3 level 8 shells, all aimed directly at Xuanzi. An unsettling chill enveloped everyone present, aside from Fei Xiao, who merely furrowed his brow. The others felt an impending disaster looming. Do you think that by presenting this, you can threaten me? You are courting death. Xuanzi's furious voice echoed. Yet he was acutely aware of the peril of acting recklessly. His instincts warned him that should he dare to strike at Gu Feng, the shell would inevitably be detonated, branding him as a traitor to Shrek. Come then, test your limits. Who among you can prevent this thing from exploding? Old man, I am right here. Come and kill me. Afraid, are you? Pathetic old fool. Gu Feng, as a person of the 20th century, lived in an era where everyone exhibited momentary foulness of speech and indulged in extreme pleasures, albeit at considerable cost. However, in the world of Douluo, with his family being among the top-tier powerhouses of this age, he had also experienced a degree of growth, ensuring he would not be easily defeated. Thus, the notion of cost? What is that? The cost is, quite simply, non-existent. A heavy aura permeated the air, with Xuanzi's presence exuding an exceedingly unstable energy that could erupt at any moment, instilling a chilling dread that loomed over everyone. Calm down, Xianlao, Gu Feng. Please, maintain your composure. Yan Xiaozhe and a group of seasoned elders hastily urged the two adversaries, carefully mediating amidst a force capable of threatening even the limit de law. They were well aware that had anyone possessed such an item, they would have never been permitted entry into the inner academy. It was far too perilous. Snow Empress, is this the pinnacle of your world's technological weaponry? Its power rivals that of nuclear arms, yet it poses a lesser threat than the nuclear weapons of my previous world. Songya remarked, observing the weapon resembling a nuclear device. Although it evoked a sense of danger, she felt confident that she could escape with the Snow Empress at the moment of detonation, perceiving its potency akin to that of a conventional nuclear weapon, devoid of radiation. However, the destructive capability of nuclear arms is indeed formidable. At present, she would be incapable of withstanding it, but evasion was still an option. This emperor is uncertain. Yet this weapon must be among the most powerful in our world. However, my understanding is limited. As I have always lived in the far north and am unfamiliar with the outside world, the Snow Empress's voice responded to Song Yu's inquiry, leaving her at a loss for words. It seemed that both of them were equally uninformed. Nevertheless, given the current situation, this weapon, reminiscent of a nuclear device, was undoubtedly among the most elite deterrent weapons in existence. Brother, what does your friend's family do? How can they produce both 8th and 9th level fixed soul-guided artillery shells? Is your friend truly that formidable? Surely he wouldn't detonate it, would he? If that thing explodes, the entire island would be utterly annihilated, and Shrek Academy would be left in ruins. Ouyang Chierer stammered, while Gu Yuna and Gu Chioer gazed gravely at the shell. And Ouyang's son's face twitched uncontrollably as his resigned voice soon followed. Not necessarily. Others might refrain from triggering such a device, but as for Gu Feng, I cannot say for certain. Under the persuasion of Yin Xiaozhe and the other elders, Xuanzi was pulled aside, fearing that this reckless individual might provoke Gu Feng into detonating the soul-guided artillery shell. If that were to occur, Shrek would likely be consigned to history. While it would be manageable if they were to intercept the strike and detonate it in midair, the current situation presented no such opportunity, as the weapon was directly positioned outside the Sea God Pavilion, leaving them feeling utterly helpless with no recourse. What? Is it now possible to converse amicably with the young master? Is there an issue with my reluctance to join your so-called inner academy? How dare you threaten me? Engaging in coercive tactics. Do you truly believe that I have no means of self-defense while I am out in the world? You foolish individuals, come forth. For today I shall stand my ground against you. Gu Feng directed his ire towards Yin Xiaozhe and his companions, unleashing a torrent of invective that persisted for over half an hour. The countenances of Yin Xiaozhe's group had turned a deep crimson, bordering on black. Had it not been for that soul-guided cannonball, they would have ensured that this insolent youth faced dire consequences. Upon witnessing that he was not the sole recipient of such verbal assault, Xuanzi inexplicably felt a surge of relief, though his desire to tear apart that loquacious brat remained unabated. After Gu Feng took a sip of water, he intended to continue his tirade. Unfortunately, he found himself unable to contend with these seasoned veterans. Fei Xiao, however, could easily vanquish them, yet this was his own affair. Moreover, Fei Xiao needed to conserve his strength and refrain from expending energy on these old-timers. The Douluo universe had been sealed by that infernal demon lord, and the energy of fate was alarmingly scarce. Utilizing even a modicum of Fei Xiao's energy would require considerable time for replenishment, especially with the imminent opening of the secret realm. It remained uncertain what perils awaited them then, so it was prudent to refrain from action whenever possible. Thus, Gu Feng could only indulge in verbal sparring, as these old geezers were simply incapable of matching his wit. Young friend, is this sufficient? The young lord of the borderlands indeed did not require the affiliation with other forces. However, this did not grant you the liberty to insult our Shrek. This soul-guided cannonball cannot shield you, and we harbor no fear of the borderlands. Young friend, you either bring them to join Shrek, and I can reserve a place for you at the Sea God Pavilion. Otherwise, a radiant aura enveloped the entire island. This light, while qualitatively inferior to the luminescence emanating from Lan Shui, was quantitatively on an entirely different scale. An ancient voice resonated within the minds of everyone present. This voice seemed to carry a hypnotic quality, albeit more insidious, harmonizing with the aura of light to create an atmosphere of treachery. Suddenly, Gu Feng's expression shifted dramatically as the ether surged around him. Ouyang Sun's visage transformed, donning a mask, while luminous feathers and soft fuzz danced in the air. His hands wielding the divine demon staff, Gu Yuna sprouted dragon horns and scales, and a golden radiance enveloped Gu Qiuer. One of Ouyang Qian'er's eyes glowed a vivid crimson, her waist ornament emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, and 3 pairs of wings unfurled from her back. The Snow Empress brandished the imperial sword, and the demonic blade of Tsangyu also emerged. Fei Xiao narrowed her eyes, gazing at the pinnacle of the golden tree. A cerulean light enveloped the entirety of the Sea God Lake, as a force distinct from soul power manifested upon its surface. Just as Fei Xiao prepared to strike, Gu Feng intervened. This artifact was left behind by a malevolent entity from a millennium ago. Although potent, its power was quite limited and could not impede them. Old wretch, do you still intend to brainwash us? Do you truly believe you have us under your control, thinking that this young master would shy away from detonating such a device? Let us put that to the test. The moment Gu Feng appeared before Moon, he conveyed a message to Tsangyu. As Gu Feng made his move, he swiftly initiated their retreat. However, the space was sealed by the radiance of the sea god, and she was unable to break through at that moment. Chapter 32. The moment of action and departure. In an instant, a wave of destructive energy erupted, and Tsangyu opened the portal to another dimension. All of them evaded the damage inflicted by the soul-guiding cannonball. A towering mushroom cloud ascended slowly. Yet, the damage was minimal, as the light of the sea god absorbed the majority of the impact. Nevertheless, a group of veterans from the Sea God Pavilion fell grievously wounded. With the exception of the resilient Xuanzi, Moon summoned the light of the sea god to block the terrifying soul-guiding cannonball, rendering himself incapable of further action. The blast radius was contained outside the Sea God Pavilion, affecting only 100-meter range. However, a pit several thousand meters deep formed on the ground. As Moon redirected the energy underground and into the sky, where a second sun appeared in an instant. I want you dead. After Xuanzi's martial spirit manifested, he coughed up blood. Although his tough exterior served him well, the chaotic soul power within him hindered his ability to utilize soul techniques, which was, in a sense, a piece of good news for Gu Feng and his companions. Ether, cloudbind. Dark clouds instantly ensnared Xuanzi, continuously multiplying in number. Calm Sea divine formation. Ouyang's son thrust the demon god staff into the ground, summoning 4 towering pillars around Xuanzi. Each pillar erupted with a golden chain, binding Xuanzi's limbs. Blood cold, heart blood cold lotus. An extreme chill enveloped the scene as Tsangyu drew her enchanted blade, slicing her palm. The blood-red cold manifested into a myriad of blood-colored ice lotus flowers, which froze everything upon contact with Xuanzi. Imperial cold sky, snow dance, radiant sun. A blizzard descended, cloaking all their figures within its embrace, as multiple auras surged toward this direction, becoming lost amidst the torrential storm. Purple extreme star, insightful eye. One of Ouyang Qian's eyes shimmered with a magnificent purple hue, revealing a purple cross star emblem within. The emblem spun, revealing that the old fellow's weakness lay beneath his armpit. Attack there with all your might. In that fleeting moment, everyone unleashed their full power. Ether, ultra-low configuration. Pseudo-apocalypse cannon. The clouds coalesced into several abyssal beasts, which devoured one another to form a colossal cannon mouth. Chaotic energy surged forth, disrupting the Snow Emperor's protective domain of snow dance, radiant sun, and charging directly toward Xuanzi. Enhanced to the maximum, Hunter's Sniper. Ouyang's sun radiated an aura nearing the pinnacle of power. The tip of the demon god staff gathered a terrifying wave of energy, the air around it crackling with an acrid scent. Imperial sword, ice extreme, unmatched. A massive ice sword materialized in the air, gradually compressing until it resembled an ordinary ice sword. As it swept through the space, a pitch-black fissure appeared, swallowing the sword within. Then, a rift manifested before Xuanzi, heralding the arrival of a dreadful killing intent. Blood cold, cold lotus slash. The endless crimson ice lotus surged into the demonic blade held by Tsangyu, emanating a blood-red luminescence. With a swift motion, Tsangyu swung the blade, causing countless crimson ice crystals to rise from the ground and soar towards Xuanzi. Just as they were about to reach him, the ice crystals transformed into a colossal blood-red dragon, in the state of the blazing awakening stellar goddess. Ouyang Qian's attire abruptly vanished, her body enveloped in bandages that concealed her modesty, while golden bandages obscured her eyes. Behind her, a miniature galaxy materialized. A small meteor descended from the heavens. With the liberation of the fire element, Phoenix of Purgatory, and the liberation of the thunder element, Apocalypse's divine revelation. Gu Yuna unleashed the 2 most potent elemental liberations, with lightning illuminating the fiery phoenix. The thunderous fire phoenix emitted a cry as it charged towards Xuanzi. The eye of fate, judgment. Gu Qiu'er traced her fingertip across her forehead, and a vertical eye adorned with golden red patterns appeared. As the eye opened, a beam of light surged forth, traversing both time and space to instantaneously manifest before Xuanzi. Roar, a monstrous creature, towering at 100 meters, obstructed the attacks of Gu Feng and his companions. The beast bore a goat's head with bull-like horns, its sharp teeth innumerable, with a gaping maw resembling a black hole. Its eyes were nestled beneath its forelimbs, one of which was rendered immobile by their concentrated fire. They successfully interrupted Xuanzi's martial soul true form, the devouring divine ox. A super martial soul with the bloodline of ferocious beasts. I want you all dead. The thunderous voice emanated from the giant beast as a massive claw swiped towards Gu Feng and his companions, a terrifying force potent enough to reduce them to mere pulp. The dimensional gate had already opened after they unleashed their attacks, and Gu Feng and his group had long since fled. At this moment, they were not equipped to vanquish such a formidable entity nearing the pinnacle of this world. The sea god island of Shrek's inner courtyard trembled slightly as the giant claw struck the ground, creating a small lake's worth of impact, followed by Xuanzi's furious roar. Damn them! Do not let me find them. Why is this happening? Why have the teachers engaged in battle with Sister Fei Xiao? What is the reason for all of this? Is it Gu Feng? Yes. If it weren't for him, Sister Fei Xiao would still be in the inner courtyard. It is indeed him. Lan Shui, witnessing this scene, fell into a trance, maturing in an instant, albeit in a twisted manner. The light of salvation can also be the light of destruction. However, Gu Feng remained oblivious to all of this. Even if he were aware, he would not take it to heart, for this is Shrek, where the most eccentric individuals reside. One of the most bizarre phenomena in this world. In a certain mountain range, the 8 of them descended. Upon landing, aside from Fei Xiao and Gu Feng, the others were recuperating, as a super Douluo nearing their limits is not easily vanquished. The backlash from their attacks was beyond their capacity to withstand. After all, this group was no ordinary ensemble. Normal individuals would have perished long ago in Shrek. Fei Xiao refrained from intervening, harboring reservations. The journey in Songqing still held uncertainties, and she could not afford to act recklessly. Due to the infernal blood he acquired earlier, Gu Feng's regenerative abilities are remarkably akin to those of abundance. However, the offspring of abundance can only be vanquished through extraordinary means. Otherwise, they are nearly indestructible or can simply be crushed. In contrast, Gu Feng's infernal blood currently enhances only his physical strength and regenerative capabilities, which are slightly extraordinary, resembling a form of accelerated regeneration. Gu Feng and Fei Xiao stood vigil, their companionship a comforting presence. Xiao Feng, Fei Xiao mused, how much longer do you think we can remain like this? Will we still be able to watch the sun rise and set together in the future? Resting her head on Gu Feng's shoulder, she seemed burdened by unspoken thoughts. Fei Xiao felt that her time was running short, yet she chose to stay by Gu Feng's side. After all, with her formidable strength, she could easily venture alone into the ruins of Songqing. Over the years, Fei Xiao had preferred to refrain from using her power. Her moon frenzy was a calamity for the world, and none could thwart her when she was in its grip. A decade prior, her moon frenzy had erupted. Yet at that moment, a certain child had appeared, altering the course of events. As she pondered deeply, Fei Xiao gradually succumbed to slumber against Gu Feng's shoulder. A hint of sorrow etched upon her brow. In truth, she was exceedingly weary, but she could not allow others to perceive her fatigue. As a general, if she were to exhibit weariness, then what would become of Yao Qing? Gu Feng gazed at the slumbering Fei Xiao, his thoughts drifting far and wide. Eventually, he fixed his eyes upon her profile, resolutely making a decision. A hand gently patted Gu Feng's shoulder. It was Ouyang's son, who, having regained his strength, had approached without disturbing Fei Xiao. Gu, we still have nearly half a year until the secret realm opens. What shall we do next? Ouyang's son communicated telepathically, while Song Yu and others lingered behind, eager to see if collaboration was possible, for they were not ones to suffer losses. Let us establish an academy first. We have just enough people here to form a 7-member battle team, with Sister Fei Xiao serving as our leading instructor. As for the academy's principal, I could invite my parents for a formal introduction. The Shrek Academy, those old geezers will eventually have to settle the score for this debacle. What about you all? What are your plans? Gu Feng observed them as Ouyang's son nodded, intending to accompany them. Song Yu and the Snow Emperor also expressed their agreement. However, Yu requested a favor from you, viewing it as a debt of gratitude. Suddenly, Song Yu addressed Gu Feng. Chapter 33, the VV Academy and the Killing Organization. Well then, let us converse as we walk. Gu Feng gently lifted Fei Xiao and walked towards the border wilderness, deciding to establish the academy there. It felt comforting to think of it as home, a place where he could return at any time. Being far from home often stirs nostalgia, even if this home is not the one from a past life. Xiaoyang, shall we invite Sister Qin Qian and the others? They must feel quite lonely over there in Ryu. Ouyang Cheer inquired of Ouyang Sunday. Yes, certainly. I will send a message to Sister Qian Qian and the others to meet us in Border Wilderness City. Feng, I trust you will not mind our company. Ouyang's son replied with a smile, transmitting his thoughts to Gu Feng. They all observed Gu Feng tenderly cradling Fei Xiao, wishing not to disturb the slumbering gentle elder sister. Of course, you are most welcome. Song Yu, do tell me, what assistance do you seek? Gu Feng's tone seemed unusually gentle, as he communicated with Song Yu while gazing at Fei Xiao in his arms. Have you decided on a name for the academy? What is the purpose of its existence? We cannot build it merely to counter that disreputable Shrek Academy, can we? Furthermore, Shrek now only admits geniuses with recommendation letters. Yet there are many individuals in this world who remain overlooked. Are we also establishing a school that accepts those with special abilities? The ordinary talent constitutes the majority in this world. What are your thoughts? Although we may start with just a few of us, have you considered what will happen when we ultimately defeat Shrek? While I regard that academy as inferior, I must acknowledge its notoriety. one that has endured for millennia. Should we triumph over them, a multitude of seekers will come, but will they be turned away or welcomed? Or shall we disband the academy altogether? Have you contemplated this? Song Yu had never spoken so much before the Snow Emperor. This was indeed the first time the Snow Emperor witnessed Song Yu express herself so extensively. Ouyang's son and the others began to ponder, as they had not considered all these aspects, particularly the matter concerning a certain Dragon King, the idle Dragon King, which need not be discussed further. After all, that silver dragon's perspectives served only the interests of the soul beasts, bearing no relevance to them. I have thought about it. I wish to bring an end to this era, to reshape this world into the form I desire. Perhaps in the eyes of some, I may be seen as a dictator. Who can say? I have wandered outside for a year, spent half a year in Shrek, and the remaining half observing much. I believe this world should not be as it is. I once heard a saying, "The affairs of the mountain belong to the mountain." Let me clarify this. It means to separate ordinary people from the powerful into two distinct worlds, where the ordinary cannot pose a threat to the strong. Yet, those in power can inadvertently bring ruin to the ordinary. Perhaps one may remain oblivious until catastrophe strikes. Is this not a common occurrence in our world? I aspire to build a force, a power that will put an end to such circumstances. This academy is merely the embryonic form of that vision, aimed at restraining the soul masters. Gu Feng articulated thoughts that moved everyone present deeply. In an instant, all attendees fell into contemplation, reflecting on their distorted perceptions of the world. What they once deemed trivial now resonated profoundly with Gu Feng's insights. They realized, perhaps unknowingly, that they had become akin to those they once scorned. Ouyang's son was the first to react, followed by a rueful smile. Gu Feng, you are indeed correct. Matters of the mountain belong to the mountain, right? I find it quite commendable, and I shall assist you. My younger brother supports you. Thus I, as your elder sister, am also willing to join. Ouyang Chie glanced at Ouyang's son and smiled, recognizing her brother's gentleness. Gu Yuna and Gu Chio'er exchanged knowing smiles before speaking in unison. We shall join as well. After all, it was the person we admire who engaged in this endeavor. Upon uttering these words, a blush crept onto the faces of Ouyang's son and Ouyang Chie. Song Yu listened to Gu Feng's aspirations, understanding that this young man was akin to that woman, possessing a similar gentleness towards the world. However, the woman named Aimi paled in comparison. Gu Feng's kindness towards the world did not extend to everyone indiscriminately. Gu comprehended this, and thus expressed a desire to witness how he would enact the world he described, where matters of the mountain indeed belonged to the mountain. Shui Di observed her friend Song Yu, pondering if such a world, as envisioned by that young man, could also apply to soul beasts. She too wished to see it unfold, for she was the sovereign of the far north. I, too, wish to witness the world you speak of. Perhaps I might glean something from you to improve the far north. At that moment, Song Yu suddenly recalled something. Have you all decided on the name of the academy? And what about the name of the organization? We cannot simply call it the Mountain Academy or the Mountain Organization. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent. Gu Feng felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him, rendering him somewhat uneasy. Well, I haven't thought it through yet. Let us first reach the borderless city and discuss it further. Moreover, the journey ahead may not be so effortless, considering that certain academies may not wish us well. A cold gleam flickered in Gu Feng's eyes as he cradled Fei Xiao and made his way out of the mountains. Ouyang's son and the others, witnessing this, followed suit, each consumed by their own thoughts. Yanhuang City. Has the young city lord returned? Could it be that he has skipped class? First evading marriage and now skipping class. How audacious of the young city lord. I must inform the city lord at once. The guards on duty at the city wall spotted the 8 figures struggling in the distance. Indeed, it was an arduous journey back. The group from Shrek was truly relentless. Gu Feng, upon seeing his home, could not help but voice his grievances about the obstacles they faced along the way, directly confronting those who had obstructed them, leaving them utterly disgusted. At first, Gu Feng and his companions attempted to elucidate the situation, but to their dismay, each individual had been thoroughly indoctrinated by Shrek, rendering their explanations futile. They resorted to violence against anyone who obstructed their path. Along their journey, they encountered numerous adversaries. Those lacking the strength of a soul sage were swiftly eliminated without a chance to defend themselves. After all, soul sages are not commonplace. Yet, it was perplexing how Shrek could muster such a multitude of individuals, leaving them in a quandary, neither able to fight nor retreat. Their frustration grew. As each time they vanquished one foe, another would emerge, and the cycle continued unabated. The relentless onslaught featured a cadre of fearless opponents. While those who fell were predominantly former graduates of Shrek, their relentless pursuit was reminiscent of a stubborn adhesive, and it truly vexed them, especially since they found themselves at a disadvantage. Fei Zhao's condition had also been deteriorating of late. The restoration of his strength was concomitant with the resurgence of the moon frenzy ingrained in his very genes. Though Fei Zhao had confided in no one, Gu Feng had quietly observed his distress during the night. Moon frenzy, the ruins of Tsang City, the hunt storm, and the abundant apothecary. What on earth is going on, you scoundrels? Why are you in such disarray? What transpired? And what is the situation with Xiao Xiao? Gu Yechen pulled Gu Feng aside to inquire. Qian Xiuyu engaged in conversation with the young ladies, discreetly trying to gather information about Gu Feng, while Gu Yechen took the opportunity to understand the circumstances, with Ouyang's son accompanying them. To put it simply, Shrek insisted that we join their so-called inner court, to which I refused. Those old geezers accused me of insulting Shrek and looking down upon them. Subsequently, that old curmudgeon named Xuanzi attempted to strike me, prompting me to retaliate with the 9th-level fixed-point soul-guided artillery shells that we had secured from the Sun and Moon Alliance long ago. Thus, I clashed with them. And upon fleeing Shrek, I found myself pursued relentlessly across the continent. After recounting this, Gu Feng casually picked up some fruit, appearing unfazed by the ordeal. Gu Yechen's lips twitched slightly as he gazed at the impudent lad before him. A 9th-level fixed-point soul-guided artillery shell detonating right in his home? If it were him, he would not rest until vengeance was exacted. What enmity lay between them? Ah, so you intend to establish an academy together? This institution is but the nascent form of the power that Xiao Feng speaks of. Have you deliberated on the purpose of your organization and the name of the academy? Qian Shuyue paused to absorb their thoughts for a moment, yet she wholeheartedly supported them. Were it not for the ancient dragon from Shrek claiming to be alive, she would have led Yechen directly to storm Shrek. She had never laid a hand on her own child. How dared that rubbish Shrek act against her cub while in her home, treating them as if they were mere clay to be molded? Let us not even entertain the notion of right or wrong. In this world, strength is the ultimate authority. Although she had heard of the world her cub aspired to create, it remained unbuilt for now. Subsequently, Gu Yechen hurried to the city lord's mansion to convene everyone regarding the matter of openly challenging Shrek, while Gu Feng and the others began to discuss the academy and organization names under the auspices of Qian Shuyue. Stop, stop, stop. Goodness, our bickering has led us nowhere. Allow me to make the decision. As soon as Gu Feng uttered these words, he was promptly yanked aside by Fei Xiao, who grasped his ear. Gu Feng observed the names being discussed by the women nearby and exchanged a glance with Ouyang's son, both letting out a sigh, realizing they were utterly unable to interject. Stop. No more discussion. I will decisively determine that the academy will be divided into 8 classes, with one person leading each class. The names for the classes can be chosen as one pleases. Is that agreeable? Gu Feng looked at the group of women who had been engaged in discussion until the late hours, feeling quite overwhelmed. They seemed to understand that no fruitful conclusion would emerge from their deliberation as they nodded in agreement. However, Fei Zhao's expression was somewhat displeased. She opened her mouth and silently uttered, "Wait for it tonight, little Feng. You have quite the audacity. This is just the beginning." Gu Feng caught Fei Zhao's unspoken words and shivered slightly. He observed that they had finally ceased their discussions and nodded in acquiescence to his assertion. He also mentioned those 2 names that would instill fear and reverence in the hearts of many: VV Academy and the Killing Organization. Here, a brief explanation follows, can be disregarded. No impact. This book addresses the issue of combat strength. In traditional Douluo, strength is determined by soul rings. However, those familiar with Douluo know that soul rings are merely ornamental. The protagonist can easily surpass levels, while others struggle to match them. In my narrative, I have incorporated elements from Stealing Stars, Crumbling Iron, and the Keeper of Tombs. Future developments may introduce other elements based on plausibility. Combat strength will not be determined by Douluo standards. Stealing Stars originally calculated strength based on self-developed abilities, while Crumbling Iron has only 3 tiers: Star God, Envoy, and Below Envoy. The protagonist's abilities stem from the 8 ether elements of Stealing Stars and the blood of the underworld. Fei Xiao is currently restrained by the plot. Otherwise, she could easily defeat a Douluo. An envoy would face no pressure in battling a weak Douluo from the divine realm, and even a partial victory would pose no issue. Moreover, The strength of the Douluo native roster has been slightly enhanced, though it remains reasonable. After all, if the protagonist faction is so formidable, a significantly weaker opposing faction would render the narrative invulnerable. Strong adversaries will emerge later, such as the Fifth Mirror of Stealing Stars, the Abundant Life of Crumbling Iron, and the Destruction Legion, alongside Tang San's arrangements. As for the Tsangqing immortal vessel, I believe it was indeed destroyed by the Imperial Bow in the original text. Here, I have written that a core part was preserved, a creative liberty taken for narrative purposes. Regarding the comparison of combat strength, it is clear, Crumbling Iron ranks highest, followed by Stealing Stars, while Douluo, regardless of enhancements, remains the weakest faction. Finally, the rationale behind Fei Xiao's predicament is comparatively reasonable. The essence of the Iron Collapse's gluttonous star god is an ancient beast, while the Starlight Thief's hell is inhabited by abyssal behemoths. I am uncertain which of the two possesses greater strength. After all, the information provided by Iron Collapse suggests that the minimum power level of an adult ancient beast is equivalent to that of a commander, with the stronger ones potentially reaching the caliber of a star god. Hell, as described in the Starlight Thief, is a high-dimensional realm, seemingly five-dimensional, but who can ascertain the truth? The narrative becomes increasingly convoluted, so I shall adhere to my own interpretation. Thus, I have established that the pinnacle of power in Starlight Thief is nearly on par with that of a star god, capable of standing alone against one. For mere mediocrity is unacceptable. Furthermore, Fei Xiao's inability to engage in combat is an absolute constraint. The original work does not elaborate on how the moon madness is suppressed, so I shall link this condition to his abilities. Following his recovery, the symptoms of moon madness intensify, hence the prohibition against action. As for how to resolve the moon madness, I have yet to devise a solution, contemplating whether it will involve the assistance of Ruan Mei or that of the apothecary. Based on my personal analysis, it appears that, first, Fei Xiao's moon madness should not be classified as an illness when the immortal vessel was blessed with abundance. Fei Xiao still fought alongside the step away from humanity. His ascendance to combat prowess stems from a bloodline regression. Second, Fei Xiao's bloodlust, resulting from this regression, can likely be attributed to genetic factors. The current narrative of Iron Collapse lacks sufficient depth, and it seems somewhat skewed, particularly in the realm of treatment, which has not been adequately explored due to the apothecary's involvement. Thirdly, I wish to elucidate why I believe Ruan Mei may assist Fei Xiao. Ruan Mei is a prodigious scientist, arguably a mad genius, who delves into genetics and even managed to clone the Commander Bug King, albeit for merely a minute. This signifies that Ruan Mei possesses profound knowledge in genetic studies, leading me to believe she could potentially resolve Fei Xiao's bloodlust associated with moon madness. Lastly, regarding the apothecary, there is little to elaborate upon. Those who know are aware of his capabilities as a bug star god, and he will undoubtedly provide a remedy. Now, let us turn our attention to the protagonists. The main character, Gu Feng, possesses abilities enhanced by ether elements and Hell's blood, along with the capacity for recovery and potential demonic transformation, which I may elaborate on later, though perhaps I will not. Ouyang's son wields the innate talent of the 1,000-kill divine net, conceptualized from a monkey prototype, reminiscent of the Guardian of the Tomb's original work. However, I intend to modify certain aspects, as the original portrayal of the monkey brother is excessively reckless, challenging anyone in sight. In my rendition, this monkey will also be exceptionally formidable, as he is, after all, my beloved monkey brother, one of my favorite characters from childhood. And it would be unacceptable for him to lack strength. Song Yu, possessing top-tier strength, should be on par with Jing Lu, though it matters little if she is not. I believe her mere existence suffices. September, Lan Shui, a peak true god, currently lacks such prowess, likely reaching only the level of a demigod. Perhaps akin to that of a commander, especially considering her narrative has taken a darker turn. As for the Silver Dragon and the Auspicious Beast, I have yet to determine the extent of their enhancement. They may only reach the threshold of a half-step commander, for their command over fate and elements is not to be underestimated. The original work, however, was rather exaggerated, leaving one somewhat perplexed. Ouyang Qiyu, in terms of her characterization, can be likened to the embodiment of fire, perhaps even the incarnation of the sun. Her strength would not exceed that of a leader of the non-humans, for they are indeed formidable. The Snow Empress has also received a boost in power, as she is a naturally born spirit. Ordinarily, in a world like Zhejian, she would be regarded as a born holy spirit, and in other realms, she would be exceedingly potent, in the realm of collapse iron. She could even be considered a unique ancient beast, enhanced to a level comparable to that of the Dragon King and the Auspicious Beast. The Emperor of Heaven will undoubtedly make an appearance later, and though I am disinclined to ponder the specifics of this enhancement, any potential boost would likely stem from the immortal dragon's side, a thought I am hesitant to entertain. The strength of the fifth Mu'er and those that follow will be no less than that of a commander nearing the commander level, albeit all are in a state of recovery. The protagonist has not yet reached the pinnacle of their abilities, while these individuals have yet to regain their full potential. That is the essence of the situation. Chapter 34. The Tournament of Change and its rewards. Subsequently, an academy arose outside the city of Bianhuang. I must say, the realm of fantasy indeed surpasses my previous life in certain aspects, particularly in infrastructure, which is progressing at an astonishing pace. In my past life, constructing an academy could take several months just to lay the foundation. Here, everything was completed within a month, an absurdity that would leave one astounded. Later, Ouyang Sun's two elder sisters arrived as well. Meanwhile, Gu Feng had spent 3 days in bed, having been thoroughly beaten, when Poseidon and the Sea Witch arrived. They walked hand in hand, reminiscent of Gu Qiu'er and Ouyang Qi'er, while Ouyang Sun was accompanying Gu Yuna at that time. Gu Feng ascended to a tree to indulge in a leisurely slumber, while Poseidon and the Sea Witch, appearing youthful, led him to mistakenly believe they sought his allegiance. His folly was compounded by his audacity. He carelessly exclaimed, "By heavens, you perverse girl!" This was tolerable. Yet what truly incited ire was his brazen scrutiny of Poseidon and the Sea Witch, causing an immediate rise in their tempers. Subsequently, Gu Feng succumbed to slumber, only to be discovered later by Poseidon and the Sea Witch, who were preparing to welcome him at night, realizing he was nowhere to be found outside the city. Fast asleep. Upon grasping the situation, Fei Xiao, in the presence of onlookers, dragged Gu Feng back to his chamber, where he remained in slumber for 3 consecutive days. Youth indeed has its advantages, allowing him to sleep without a care. In due course, Gu Feng felt a twinge of fear upon encountering the witch. He dared not be mischievous in her presence, primarily due to her propensity to discipline him, an endeavor he could not withstand. Time slipped away unnoticed until the grand tournament for the entire continent loomed near. By heavens, have the rules changed yet again? Gu Feng lamented, exasperated by the unpredictability of it all. Yet, as he noticed the collective gaze of those around him, a dawning realization struck him. Tentatively, he pointed to himself, and after a unanimous nod from the crowd, he nearly faltered. Is it true that Shrek has lost its senses? No wonder the rules have been altered once more. It was those foolish individuals from Shrek who instigated this. Fei Xiao, in a fit of frustration, delivered a light punch to Gu Feng's head, causing a conspicuous bump to form, prompting tears to well in his eyes as he gazed up at her. His pitiful expression nearly ignited a maternal instinct within Fei Xiao. But recalling his past misdeeds swiftly brought her back to reality. She embraced him briefly, offering a reluctant consolation to the beleaguered Gu Feng. Enough now, little Feng. I am well aware of your recovery abilities. Cease your antics and pay heed to the rules from your elders. But it hurts so much, Gu Feng protested, casting a woeful glance at Fei Xiao. Observing his plight, Fei Xiao chuckled softly and ruffled his hair. The onlookers had grown accustomed to their dynamic, despite Fei Xiao's frequent playful strikes. They all understood that had anyone else dared to act so foolishly before Fei Xiao, the consequences would not have been so lenient. They often contemplated administering a proper reprimand themselves. For Fei Xiao's temper was notably forgiving. Ahem, cease your antics for now. Listen closely to what I am about to say. Though you possess great strength, it would be unwise to be caught unawares. Pay attention, especially you, young man. Gu Yechen interrupted the idle chatter among the group and then directed a scathing reprimand at Gu Feng, prompting the latter to cast a resentful glance at his father. The previous regulations were, in truth, not particularly advantageous for Shrek. However, at that time, Shrek had both Xiao Xiao and that young girl named Lan Shui, which alleviated their concerns. Moreover, with 2 teams involved, Shrek felt even less apprehensive. After delivering his admonition, Gu Yechen glanced at his son, making Gu Feng feel quite embarrassed. He then continued, however, it was not long before you youngsters stirred things up at Shrek. Although the specific details were kept under wraps, and you did not spread rumors, there were 2 significant explosions during the new student assessment at Shrek. I heard that one of them was caused by you, little Feng, clashing with Lan Shui, while the other stemmed from the duel between Xiao Yang and Nana. Many were envious of Shrek for having such formidable students. Subsequently, in Shrek City, Song Yu and Shui Yu also engaged in a skirmish, which became widely known, prompting many to seek information. Shortly thereafter, the sea goddess Light appeared over Shrek City, accompanied by two sons, and the explosive event at Shrek Academy, though limited in scope, did not go unnoticed. The scouts were astute enough to realize that Shrek was in trouble. Before they could ascertain the full story, Shrek issued a bounty on you. With the bounty proclaimed, there was no need for further inquiry. Following this, the Elder Dragon from Shrek approached every influential faction to discuss the changes in regulations. However, the Sun and Moon sect, the main body sect, and our faction were untouched by that old dragon's visit. Naturally, he did not dare to come here, for should he do so, we would not hesitate to eliminate him. Consequently, while the three of us did not consent, the overwhelming majority of the continent was in agreement, leaving us with no recourse but to acquiesce to the alteration of the rules. Gu Yechen spoke at length, taking a sip of water to soothe his throat before continuing. There are some modifications to the rules compared to the previous competition. Firstly, this time the tournament permits participation from both sects and civilian forces, although each participating group must consist of at least 7 members. Previously, it was stated that each faction could form 2 teams, but that has now been revised to allow only 1 team per faction. This, however, does not concern us, as we initially have 8 members, with Xiao Xiao unable to compete. The format will proceed directly to knockout rounds, indeed, a straightforward elimination format, with no point system involved. Opponents will be drawn at random, continuing until only 64 contenders remain. It is noteworthy that losing in the knockout rounds does not signify the end of one's opportunity. Once the 64 finalists are determined, those eliminated from the knockout rounds will have a chance to challenge the finalists. Should they prevail, the defeated finalist will be ousted, and the victor will then secure a place among the 64. It is also important to mention that participants in the knockout rounds are prohibited from inflicting excessive harm upon the top 64, while the reverse is not restricted. Thus, it stands to reason that the finalists are unlikely to face defeat. The secret realm of Zhangqing serves as the reward for the 64, granting access solely to those who compete. Furthermore, the top 8 competitors will be allowed to form 2 teams, with the top 3 also permitted to include a mentor. Naturally, this mentor will exceed the so-called age limit of 20, as it seems something was discovered on the Xinghua side. After testing, it was found that individuals carrying this item can be aged up to 40 years. As for Xiao Xiao, I am uncertain if you will be able to utilize it. If you cannot. After Gu Yechen spoke, he turned to Fei Xiao, for she was indeed quite different from the rest of them. Fear not. The constraints placed upon me are not insurmountable. Had it not been for my desire to alleviate your concerns, coupled with my reluctance to resort to forceful means, I could have already entered that secret realm. Fei Xiao's commanding voice resonated with everyone, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. Over the course of their time together, they had come to understand Fei Xiao's circumstances, her longing to return to her home in Yaoqing. To be hindered by so-called age restrictions would be unbearable, yet, as Gu Feng observed Fei Xiao, he realized that the situation was far more complex. The moon frenzy had been suppressed for too long, and with no one to help Fei Xiao regain her balance, her strength was gradually returning, requiring more energy to keep the moon frenzy at bay. In the past, Fei Xiao might have fought valiantly, but now, due to Gu Feng's influence, she remained steadfast in suppressing her inner power and the moon frenzy. Unwilling to become a mere instrument of slaughter, Gu Feng clenched his fists, reaffirming his resolve deep within. That night, he returned to his bedroom and beheld Fei Xiao, who had changed out of her usual attire, now clad in a tank top and shorts, seated by the window gazing at the night sky. Sister Fei Xiao, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied. Would you care to share with me? Gu Feng inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Fei Xiao turned her head quietly, gazing at Gu Feng in silence. Her expression remained unchanged until the smile faded from his face. At that moment, she gracefully leaped down from the window ledge. Pointing to the edge of the bed, she motioned for Gu Feng to sit. Once he settled down, Fei Xiao suddenly embraced him. Little Feng, I appreciate your concern, but my condition has become somewhat unmanageable. If only I had known about Zhangqing a few years ago. Now, time is no longer on our side. However, had I known back then, I might never have met you, and perhaps that would have been for the best. She continued softly, I only wish that if I were to lose control someday, you would have the strength to end my life. Fei Xiao expressed her true feelings while holding Gu Feng tenderly. Before he could respond, she interrupted him and guided him to lie down on the bed to rest. Gu Feng lay in bed for a considerable time, gazing at the serene visage of Fei Xiao as she slumbered. His conviction grew stronger. Fei Xiao could no longer delay her destiny. Even if it meant turning against each other in the end, he only wished for her to survive, alive, healthy, and joyful. Chapter 35. The beginning of the competition in the Xingluo Empire. Within the desolate city of Xingluo, he pondered, such imposing walls. But what purpose do they serve? Are they meant to thwart sieges? What were the inhabitants of the Xingluo Empire thinking? In a world infused with extraordinary powers, do such barriers truly hold any value? Upon witnessing the towering city walls, measuring several dozen meters in height and thickness, Gufeng and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Unable to suppress a sardonic remark, Gufeng startled the others with his commentary. Initially, they had considered these walls nearly impervious, even to the mightiest of Douluo. But they had not contemplated that a super Douluo could simply soar over the walls and decimate those within. Thus, the walls appeared to hold little significance. At that moment, Fei Xiao shook her head in resignation, casting a glare at Gufeng, and proceeded to elucidate the reasons behind the construction of the walls by Luo. As she was well versed in such matters, it was evident that while Super Douluo could breach the walls, the inhabitants would become mere targets. Luo possessed its own formidable warriors, and those who crossed over must be prepared for a counterattack. To avoid being besieged, the only option was to launch an assault on the city. Gufeng's assertion that the walls were ineffective stemmed from his unique ability to effortlessly ascend to heights of 10,000 meters, a feat unattainable for the powerful of this continent. Therefore, for him, the walls were indeed of no consequence. However, for the denizens of this realm, they were undeniably valuable. Gufeng's perspective diverged significantly from that of many others. They merely needed to focus on themselves and not be led astray by his musings. After a collective nod, the group felt a rising urge to chastise Gufeng for his indifferent demeanor, yet they were fortunate to be in Luo rather than the borderlands, where a confrontation would have been inevitable. All right, let us proceed, Xiao Xiao. Everyone, let us find a place to rest while we await tomorrow's elimination rounds. Came the gentle voice of Qian Xiuyu, accompanied by Gu Yuchen and Poseidon. This time, the pinnacle forces of the border city had gathered, primarily out of concern that the old guards of Shrek would resort to unsportsmanlike conduct. With the presence of these four, regardless of whether it was Shrek or other factions, they would have to weigh their ability to withstand the wrath of four Super Douluo. Following Gufeng and his companions into the city, a group of 8 individuals cloaked in black robes made their entrance, exuding an air of mystery and danger. Young master, this time we must teach Shrek's group a severe lesson. It is time for the world to recognize the strength of our body sect once again. One of the imposing figures declared to the youth leading the way. The young man, though not exceptionally handsome, bore an aura of authority that commanded respect. Rest assured, our body sect will secure first place this time. I have fully mastered the Golden Awakening, and I sense that there exists an even more potent awakening beyond gold, of which I have begun to grasp, the youth proclaimed as he led the members of the body sect toward their lodgings. They had awaited this day for a long time, yet this particular competition proved to be the most fortuitously challenging for them. The world is vast and teeming with talent. It is not the absence of geniuses that plagues it, but rather a lack of those with connections, capability, and innate gifts. Moreover, just because one possesses these attributes, does it not imply that others lack them? No one dares to assert themselves as the strongest, nor can anyone guarantee their success. One ought to anticipate the worst in every situation. Gufeng embodies this philosophy, having contemplated the most unfavorable outcomes. If the worst can be accepted, then what is there that cannot be endured? It is akin to the moment he first laid eyes on Fei Xiao, having prepared for the worst. He believes that with effort, a favorable result will ultimately emerge. In his previous life, Gufeng overthought everything, striving for perfection, only to realize that he was merely average, unable to achieve the utmost in all endeavors, and sometimes falling far short of his expectations. In this life, he has resolved to think less, only needing to consider the worst outcome, for it cannot be worse than what he has faced, thus granting him greater ease in this existence. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Can this wretched wall truly withstand the bombardment of our soul-guided cannons? The silver-haired youth mused, standing beneath the wall alongside a silver-haired maiden. The boy resembled a young aristocrat, albeit with a hint of youthful recklessness. The girl, observing her spirited elder brother, couldn't help but shake her head before tugging him towards a white-haired youth. "Mirror, let us depart. My brother has gone mad again." The girl clasped the hand of the white-haired boy, whose indifferent demeanor vanished upon seeing her. Very well, let us enjoy this competition, with me by your side. No one shall harm you. The girl only caught the initial words of his declaration, while the latter part seemed to be a solitary musing or a resolute determination from the young man. Sacred Maiden. Most of the participants in this competition are the prized disciples of various sections. Must we eliminate them? An ominous elder bowed before the figure clad in black robes. A hoarse voice emanated from within the robes, reverberating as if from the void, reaching the ears of several figures cloaked in darkness. Let us find a more suitable location. There are too many people here. Death shall be their inevitable fate. No one can escape. The black robe stirred slightly, revealing a visage that seemed alien to this world. As night fell, Shrek arrived in Xinglua City, weary yet determined. Their presence aligned with the fated trajectory of the original narrative, set to confront the hand of death. Fortunately, with Lan Shui and the inner court senior sister, Zhang Lishuan, present, the inner court suffered minimal casualties, aside from a boastful Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuang, who incurred minor injuries. Upon entering the city, numerous hidden gazes fixated on this so-called premier academy of the continent, as all capable individuals scrutinized Shrek's strength, eager to see if they could vanquish this perennial champion or even eliminate them. Xiaofeng, what are you staring at? Fei Xiao emerged from behind the rooftop, joining Gu Feng and following his gaze toward Shrek's members. Is your anger still unresolved, Xiaofeng? If so, I shall cheer for you from the stands and ensure they receive a thorough thrashing. As they conversed, Fei Xiao rested her head on Gu Feng's shoulder, her eyes slightly squinting, a blush appearing on her cheeks. Gu Feng detected the scent of alcohol emanating from her, and his expression darkened. Fortunately, she was not inebriated this time. He recalled that after their heartfelt conversation on a previous occasion, Fei Xiao had produced a jar of fine wine, and he had indulged in a modest sip alongside her. To his surprise, after just one cup, she had succumbed to the effects of the drink, behaving in a drunken manner. Had it not been for Gu Feng's remarkable resilience, rivaling that of abundance itself, he might have found himself incapacitated the following day, with Fei Xiao pleading for his survival. That was the first time Gu Feng had experienced such fear. Thereafter, he vigilantly monitored Fei Xiao, preventing her from touching any alcohol. Little did he know that his visit to the rooftop to observe whether the Shrek individuals would endure the tribulations of the original tale would yield a different outcome. Fortunately, Fei Xiao had consumed little this time and exhibited a different kind of delicate grace. Gu Feng held Fei Xiao close, casting one last glance in the direction of Shrek. Gu Feng lowered his gaze upon the fox sister nestled in his arms, his heart never having experienced such tranquility before. The blessings of the hunt, the soaring of the phoenix, the madness of the moon, and the ancestral bloodline, he yearned solely for the safety and happiness of the enchanting lady in his embrace. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Gu Feng's eyes. If he were to ultimately fail, it was highly likely that Fei Xiao would meet his demise. At that moment, he would probably descend into madness. Indeed, love can often be utterly unreasonable. Gu Feng found himself ensnared in the very love he once despised. Chapter 36. The Display of Unique Talents. The following day, at the grandest arena of the Star Luo Empire, a fierce competition unfolded. Due to the tournament schedule, every team was compelled to engage in relentless matches from dawn till dusk without respite. Victorious teams would immediately face the next challengers, continuing until the top 64 were determined. Some lamented the inequity of this arrangement, yet such is the nature of the world, innately unjust. All participants fought valiantly. Those who faltered could only concede defeat to superior skill. There were no excuses to be made, nor would any be entertained. Meanwhile, the nobles and common folk of Star Luo City reveled in the spectacle of this grand contest. A tragic world, reminiscent of a circus, where the aristocracy observed these so-called prodigies battle with fervor, oblivious to their own arrogance. Gu Feng increasingly yearned to witness the world as envisioned by others. Song Yu gazed upon the sickly realm and its ailing denizens, unable to suppress a sigh of despair. What had become of this world? No one could provide an answer. Perhaps, when the Spirit Hall suffered its defeat millennia ago, the space for ordinary people vanished. The once mighty force that protected the populace had dissipated into oblivion. The feats unachieved by predecessors now fell upon their shoulders. Most among them were either reincarnated or had lived long enough to seek a new existence, eager to pursue their desires without restraint. Thus, it began here. In the forthcoming elimination rounds, each of you shall face a singular match, swiftly concluded. to demonstrate the might of our frontier and to elevate the reputation of your organization of slaughter. Qian Shouyue observed these young individuals. Their aspirations extended far beyond this mere competition, for a tournament is but a contest, infinitely less brutal than the battlefield. Gu Feng and his companions exchanged glances and nodded in unison. When it was their turn, each took the stage in succession. Boredom led them to wager on who would take the longest to finish. The slowest among them would be obliged to run errands for the group for an entire day. Regardless of the task, as long as it was not excessively burdensome, it must be fulfilled. Ethereal, otherworldly blossom. Gu Feng supported himself against the ground. As dark patterns spread across the arena, a series of luminous beams instantaneously obliterating an entire team. Frozen, with a wave of his hand, the Snow Emperor summoned a tempest of snow, encasing a squad in ice sculptures. Divine punishment of the heavenly soldier. The divine staff in Ouyang Sun's hand radiated golden light, sweeping through the air and sending another contingent flying. Blazing eyes, tornado. Ouyang Qian'er's eyes glowed crimson, unleashing fiery tornadoes that swiftly eliminated another group of competitors. Supreme sovereignty. With a flourish of her demonic blade, Song Yu split the arena in two, transforming all present, including the referee, into ice statues. Golden Dragon Eruption. The roar of the Golden Dragon echoed as Gu Qiuer summoned a thunderous dragon cry, causing the arena to tremble, rippling cracks spreading outward, leaving no one standing. Elemental Torrent. Gu Yuno wielded the forces of nature with reckless abandon. Though she had little interest in such a tedious wager, the collective participation compelled her to engage earnestly. In the end, the round concluded with a series of instant eliminations, resulting in an inevitable stalemate. Perhaps their tactics had ruffled some feathers, for other academies had begun to showcase formidable talents. Golden Surge. A silver-haired youth stepped forth, multiple metallic spheres materializing behind him, swiftly forming hundreds of soul-guiding cannons, overwhelming the battlefield in an instant. The sheer velocity of his assault dispatched all opponents in a flash. Lan Shui cast a glance toward Gu Feng and his companions, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her profound gaze. Curiously, Hui Yuhao, seemingly inspired by the original narrative, simulated 600,000-year soul rings, leaving an entire team in stunned silence, while others merely found amusement in the spectacle. Little one, observe those individuals. If the opportunity arises, eliminate them without hesitation. They are the archenemies of my family. Were it not tantamount to declaring war on the entire continent, I would relish the chance to annihilate them. Qian Shouyue approached with Gu Yeqing and Poseidon, fury blazing in her eyes. As the scurrying vermin from the shadows resurfaced, Shrek had truly become a disgrace. Unable to contain her rage, Qian Shouyue struck the stands with a punch, creating a massive crater that startled Gu Feng and Gu Yeqing, who quickly sought to appease the officials, for neither desired to incur financial repercussions. Suddenly, a figure in a black cloak extended a hand, summoning a pitch-black ring that rapidly expanded to engulf the entire arena, erasing the competitors in an instant, as if obliterated by some unknown force. Then, the black ring vanished, and the cloaked figure departed without uttering a word. Silence enveloped the arena. Although many strong competitors had appeared today, with countless teams being swiftly dispatched, such a momentary eradication of an entire squad was a first. The expressions on Gu Feng and his companions grew slightly grave. Once again, they were confronted with a power that did not belong to this continent, a power that was perilous and seemingly capable of annihilating everything. Goodness, what a menagerie of monstrous beings has arrived. Nonetheless, Mother, should you command me to eliminate that individual, I shall undoubtedly strive to do so. However, Guyu, I imagine you must be intrigued by the cultivation system possessed by that person. Would you like me to spare you some breath? My companions Ayang, Cher, and Sister Fei Xiao, along with myself, find our own systems ineffective in this realm. Having finally encountered another, should I reserve some breath for you? Gu Feng gazed at the figure in the black robe who had vanished from the arena. Although he was aware that he might not be capable of vanquishing that individual alone, he was not engaged in a solitary battle. He had companions by his side. Gu Yuna cast a disdainful glance at Gu Feng, recognizing without a moment's hesitation that he intended for her to be the scapegoat. However, this was a task assigned by Aunt Xiaoyu, orchestrated by this lazy individual. He sought to evade effort. And although that person's cultivation system was not one native to the continent, Gu Yuna was confident, based on her prior research, that this endeavor would likely yield no fruitful outcome. Gu Feng, that fellow, is simply reluctant to engage, casting this laborious task aside. Fear not, ain't you? When the time comes, we shall vanquish those robed figures together. Ouyang interrupted the impending argument between Gu Feng and Gu Yuna, shaking his head in resignation, and then joined Qian Xiuyu and Poseidon in conversation. At that moment, several formidable opponents were eliminated. A strikingly handsome young man delivered a powerful punch upon the arena, causing everyone except himself to be swept away by the shockwave. He then dusted himself off and descended from the stage, proclaiming with an air of authority, "I, Long Ao Tian of the main body sect, hereby reserve this championship." A dashing swordsman, with a mere flick of his blade, swiftly dispatched an entire team. As he gazed in the direction where Long Ao Tian had departed, he coldly uttered, "You possess remarkable strength. I wish to challenge you. I am Ji Ju Chun of the Mingda Hall." The swordsman's intent soared skyward, stirring the interest of many formidable figures. "Ah, that youth cultivates sword intent. Intriguing. I desire a duel with him. At that time, none shall interfere, lest I become unfriendly." Song Yu, observing the soaring battle intent, felt her own desire for combat igniting. Thus, the first day of the elimination rounds concluded with these individuals showcasing their extraordinary abilities. Chapter 37. The auction that arrived early. It appears this grand competition harbors many who are deeply concealed. When the moment arrives, those who falter shall find themselves in an awkward predicament. As Gu Feng and his companions engaged in playful antics one evening, Gu Feng spoke up, eliciting collective eye rolls from the women present. Ouyang's son and Gu Yeqing exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. This fellow was perpetually frivolous. One wondered when he might adopt a semblance of seriousness. Fei Xiao, smiling gently, approached Gu Feng and suggested, "Come, let us take a stroll. I have scarcely explored the streets." Grasping Gu Feng's hand, she set off with determination, embodying the decisive nature of a general. Meanwhile, Ouyang's son accompanied Gu Yuna on a shopping excursion, while Ouyang Qier and Gu Qiuer retreated to a room, engrossed in some mysterious research throughout the day. Xue Di and Song Yu ventured to an auction, hoping to uncover something of value, while Poseidon and the Sea Witch stepped out to secure a private room. The two were currently in the throes of romance, prompting Ouyang Qier and Xue Di to consider seeking advice from the witch. In this realm, the balance of power had decidedly shifted. The few men, Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, found themselves outnumbered by a multitude of formidable women. It was questionable whether even one-on-one confrontations would favor them, and the distinction between winning and killing was significant. That night, as everyone returned to the Xinglua Grand Hotel to rest, Song Yu and Xue Di burst in, urgently pulling the others toward the auction. "What is it? Have you discovered something remarkable?" Gu Feng queried, having rarely witnessed their flustered demeanor. This was unprecedented. At the auction, the grand reveal had been pre-announced by Xinglua. Song Yu turned to the group, articulating a shocking revelation. "Hell fragments. What on earth? Hell fragments? How did Xinglua acquire them? Are they auctioning information or something? They can't possibly be auctioning the very realm of hell. How did you learn this? And how did Xinglua come by such intelligence? Why would they release this news?" Gu Feng's astonishment led to an outburst of expletives. After all, during the establishment of the Killing and VV academies, they had shared everything, including secrets. Thus, they were aware that the interference of those wretched deities could not breach the continent due to the former demon lord Liuxing sealing off this realm. Liuxing possessed formidable strength, capable of contending with the star gods, though he had not ascended to their ranks. In terms of life forms, he fell short. Moreover, the grand conflict had unfolded within hell itself. "Let us move. We can discuss this en route. Many have already gathered, and the news is too astonishing to delay." Song Yu led the way, and as they walked, they learned more about the situation. Xinglua had explored the ruins of Songqing for many years, initially yielding nothing, until Su Jiawei returned to the old site of their Xingguan sect and unexpectedly discovered a fragment of space. The fragment of space serves as a direct conduit to another realm, which you may have surmised. This fragment leads to a remnant of hell, a forsaken toe of that infernal domain. Su Jiawei and his companions dispatched individuals to explore it, only to discover that within this hellish remnant, the use of soul power is rendered futile, and even the replenishment of elemental energy proves exceedingly challenging. It is a paradise for physical cultivators. As this fragment manifests as an endless sea of blood, Su Jiawei hesitated to send anyone into its depths. However, the periphery of the blood sea is littered with numerous remnants of bodies. These remnants possess formidable strength, as even the most worthless Douluo could not obliterate them, and instead, they fell victim to the vengeful spirits of these remnants, resulting in the demise of a titled Douluo. Su Jiawei and his cohort were unwilling to retain such a relic in their possession. They resolved to auction it off in exchange for items of greater utility. Upon arriving at the auction house, they entered a private room, where Tsang Yu had almost elucidated the situation. Thus, it is indeed a matter of sheer luck. Gu Feng lowered his head in contemplation, pondering what those remnants spoken of by Xing Luo might be. The precursor to hell was indeed the demon realm, which later transformed into hell under the dominion of Lu Xing, the demon lord. Thus, those remnants must be the abyssal beasts. In an instant, Gu Feng contemplated a certain possibility, raising his head abruptly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The abyssal behemoth. He must acquire that fragment to venture into the remnants of that hellish realm. For both himself and Fei Xiao, he required power, and the abyssal behemoth could grant him the strength he sought. As time passed, various formidable factions arrived, prior to auctioning the spatial fragment. Xingluo had already presented numerous other items. Those trinkets held no value for their group, yet when the ice blue scorpion's soul bone appeared, the Snow Empress's countenance darkened. It was her kin, and now their remains had surfaced at the auction. Her distress was palpable. Guyu, do me a favor. Instruct Di Tian to seize that fragment directly. It is of utmost importance to me, and I shall owe a favor to your soul beast clan. Gu Feng abruptly called out to Gu Yuna, his icy words cutting through the air. All eyes turned towards him, recognizing the gravity of the situation that weighed heavily upon him. Very well. Yet such a favor is not easily repaid, Gu Yuna replied coolly after contacting Di Tian. As the auction reached its final stages, for seals appeared, locking down the venue, and the auctioneer unveiled the grand finale. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the room, plunging the entire auction house into an impenetrable blackness. From within this profound void, a terrifying breath echoed, and two enormous golden vertical pupils emerged above the auction house, tearing through the very fabric of the venue. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout Xing Luo City as a colossal dragon's claw descended upon the auctioneer, leaving the unfortunate man utterly obliterated in an instant. Soon after, the darkness dissipated, and Di Tian's figure vanished from Xing Luo City, leaving only the wreckage of the auction house as testament to his presence. Gu Yuna beckoned everyone to return to the hotel, and upon arrival, they found Di Tian awaiting them in a room. The news of his sudden intervention had been suppressed. It was beyond comprehension that Di Tian, the foremost figure of the continent, had acted so brazenly, leaving everyone in shock. Remember, you owe me a favor, and it is not easily repaid, Gu Yuna remarked casually as she tossed a shard to Gu Feng. Nana, consider it my debt to you as well. Should any insurmountable issues arise in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Provided your adversary is not a star god, I shall assist you once, Fei Xiao pledged to Gu Yuna. Witnessing this exchange brought a smile to Gu Yuna's face, for a small act had garnered her two significant favors in return. Gu Feng possesses immense potential, and this favor will prove invaluable in the future. Fei Xiao's prowess is exceptionally formidable, and her influence is equally powerful, rendering her a force that the trivial entities of the divine realm cannot confront. Although Fei Xiao is currently unable to take action due to certain constraints, she has nonetheless secured this favor, which provides the Soul Beast clan with a comprehensive escape route, a significant advantage. Subsequently, Gu Feng returned to her chamber with a grave demeanor, and after a moment of contemplation, Fei Xiao followed suit. They gradually retreated to their respective rooms to prepare for rest, awaiting the forthcoming matches. Chapter 38, The Elimination Round. Advancing to the Top 64, Part 1, The Grand Soul Arena of the Star Luo Imperial City. The following day's competition saw an increase in participants compared to previous years, as casual cultivators were now permitted to compete. Star Luo has introduced a new advancement method, although it has not yet been implemented. Gu Feng observed the revelers and the proud soul masters entering the venue, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. It was truly perplexing. He felt as though he were being treated like a mere spectator, akin to a monkey on display. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances, he would decidedly prefer to be elsewhere. The crowd, upon hearing his remark, turned their gazes towards Gu Feng, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. Ouyang-san, with a resigned pat on Gu Feng's shoulder, chose to leave him be. What is wrong with you, monkey? Am I still a monkey in your eyes? Do you look down on monkeys? Sun leaped around Gu Feng's head, venting his discontent. A gentle hand grasped Sun by the nape. A melodious voice soothingly intervened. All right. Cease your antics, little monkey. Gu Feng is not particularly fond of this environment, and truth be told, I share his sentiments. It all feels rather odd. In a standard competition, I wouldn't mind, but this atmosphere strikes me as somewhat peculiar. Fei Xiao tossed Sun into Gu Yuna's embrace, her delicate hand resting under her chin as she pondered the source of this strange sensation. Gu also felt an oddity. It appeared as though the attendees were not genuinely there to witness the competition, but rather to partake in a performance. There seemed to be a conspicuous absence of ordinary folk. Song Yu too sensed the dissonance. It was a continental competition, yet there were scarcely any genuine commoners in attendance. What, then, was the significance of such a contest? Regardless, it felt somewhat unsettling. Logically, could ordinary people truly discern the happenings of the match? What was the purpose of their presence if they could see nothing? Yet, they were not the typical commoners, but rather an elite assembly. What do you suppose is the reason for this? Gu Feng mused. Surely, it cannot simply be a case of having too much money and nothing to do. His expression turned slightly frosty. None among this group were unremarkable. The moment he spoke, the others began to connect the dots. The expressions of all present grew somber. At that juncture, Qian Chiyue approached, observing their troubled faces. Unable to suppress her amusement, she seized Gu Feng's face and playfully distorted it. Oh dear, this is hardly the time for you to fret. Did you not express a desire to forge a new world? Then exert yourselves. Do not dwell on such matters. These individuals are, to some extent, representatives. If you succeed and claim first place, it will surely benefit your aspirations. Stop overthinking and focus on the competition. However, who among you will participate in the elimination rounds? After playfully kneading Gu Feng's face for a while, Qian Shoyue turned her gaze upon the rest. Everyone appeared disinterested in the upcoming elimination rounds, a sentiment echoed by Zhang Yu and the Snow Empress, who seemed engrossed in their own conversation. Ouyang's son had drawn Gu Yuna into a discussion regarding the reform of the Soul Beast clan, while Gu Qiuer observed Ouyang Qier as she tinkered with her peculiar trinkets, occasionally offering assistance. Noticing this, Qian Shoyue swiftly apprehended her wayward little cub, a triumphant smile illuminating her face. Gu Fenghan's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly patted his own chest, indicating that if he did not take on such matters, who would? Qian Shoyue cheerfully tidied up the disheveled corners of Gu Feng's attire. She then exited their chat room, joyfully exclaiming a heartfelt encouragement to keep up the good work. Gu Feng cast a resentful glance at the group of unreliable companions, who could only manage an awkward smile. For none of them wished to partake in such a tedious affair, leaving Gu Feng to bear the brunt of it. All right, do not be upset. This elimination round is somewhat different. You have the option to engage in 10 consecutive matches, and victory in any of them will grant you immediate advancement. Just endure this little hardship, and return swiftly so that we may take a stroll together. Fei Xiao gently embraced Gu Feng, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, causing a faint blush to rise on his cheeks. After a brief moment, he nodded and turned towards the arena of combat. Below, VV Academy faced off against GG Academy. Gu Feng gazed at the 7 individuals opposite him, clad in the uniform of the academy. He sensed the aura emanating from them, 2 Soul Kings for Soul Sects and 1 Soul Master. Although the Soul Kings were of a lower rank, their presence was still quite formidable. What does this mean? Is your esteemed academy sending only you, as if to belittle us? Gu Feng, disinterested in such foolishness, thought that on the battlefield, such prattle would earn a swift demise. He glanced at the referee, signaling when the battle might commence. What? Is the VV Academy truly intending to send only 1 participant? Are you certain? If so, we may proceed. After the referee reconfirmed VV Academy's intention to field but a single combatant, he signaled for the match to begin. Onlookers, witnessing 1 challenger facing 7, could not help but focus on their confrontation. Some deemed it a farce, while others wore expressions of grave concern. Hey, you scoundrel, what do you mean by that? Before the speaker could finish, the Soul King was propelled from the arena, crashing against the wall and leaving an imprint. Gu Feng stood in the Soul King's stead, casually clearing his ears. The remaining 6 were momentarily stunned, but in the next instant, they prepared to unleash their martial spirits. Yet, before they could manifest their powers, Gu Feng's figure vanished from sight. In an instant, all 6 were eliminated, and the arena fell into an eerie silence, only to be followed by a roaring cheer. Referee, we request a 10-match series. Please expedite the selection of participants as I am pressed for time. Gu Feng took a seat in the soul fighting arena. After the referee conveyed Gu Feng's request to the organizer, preparations for the next match commenced. In the second match, it ended in a swift victory. The third match also concluded with a rapid defeat of the opponent. The fourth match, too, was resolved just as quickly. Now, only the final match remained. Once completed, respite would finally be granted. Gu Feng stretched lazily, awaiting his final opponent. In the 10th match, VV Academy faced off against Tianjung Academy. Please, Tianjung Academy, take the stage. Ah, the top 16 from the previous tournament? I wonder if we can unearth some secrets about that fellow. Xiahongkin's gaze was fixed on the dark-haired youth in the arena, for it was nearly impossible to overlook him. A group of cloaked figures fixated on the boy, their oppressive aura swirling around them. For few desired to associate with those shrouded in darkness. How intriguing. I hadn't anticipated that beyond Shrek, there existed other formidable opponents. It seems this time we have worthy challengers. The man at the forefront of the body sect displayed a flicker of interest. He was strong, and he eagerly anticipated the clash. The handsome youth opened his eyes to observe Gu Feng in the arena, turning to the purple-haired lady beside him to utter a remark before closing his eyes once more. The lady regarded this sword fanatic before her, pondering what captivated her about him. Was it his visage? She scrutinized Ji Juechen's face, and her cheeks flushed. Lan Shui watched Gu Feng in the arena, then glanced at Fei Xiao outside, lost in her thoughts. Hui Yuhao observed Gu Feng, contemplating the gap between his second martial soul and his own strength. He aimed to gauge how far apart he was from Gu Feng. After all, he had become a prominent figure in the outer academy after Gu Feng and his companions departed from Shrek, even managing to hold his own against Lan Shui for a while. However, if Lan Shui were aware of Hui Yuhao's thoughts, the situation might unfold quite differently. After all, if he were to hold back and still be defeated in an instant, then Hui Yuhao would certainly be unworthy of being the child of destiny. So, you intend to face us alone? We are not like those inferior academies. The captain of Tianjung Academy, Yi Wuqing, approached with his teammates. Gu Feng regarded this individual, who could contend with the elite of Shrek, recalling the inexplicable manner in which he lost in the original story. He glanced towards Hui Yuhao and the others, contemplated briefly, then looked to the heavens, as if grasping some understanding, before shaking his head and focusing on the referee. You shall learn the cost of underestimating us. Yi Wuqing glared at Gu Feng, who disregarded him, and the youth's fury erupted, golden leaves swirling around him. His teammates unleashed their martial souls: Angel, Bao, Wolf, Bell, Ethereal, Sun, and Moon. The black sun and white moon suddenly materialized on the arena. The black sun rose behind Gu Feng, while the white moon ascended from Tianjing's side. The sun and moon formed a unique domain, and then Gu Feng clenched his hand, causing the sun of black energy and the moon of white energy to descend simultaneously, crashing towards Yi Wuqing and his team. Since Gu Feng obtained the blood of the underworld, he seems to have become even more ruthless. He has hesitated to wield the power of this infernal essence, as he remains unable to fully control it. The remains of the abyssal behemoth within the fragments of the underworld are currently beyond his capacity to address, and perhaps he is ill-equipped to do so at this moment. Nevertheless, his comprehension and mastery of the etheric elements have become remarkably refined. Yi Wuqing and the others could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths as they gazed upon the descending sun and moon, each unleashing their most formidable techniques: the dance of golden leaves, the divine slashing of angels, and a volley of 5 arrows. A colossal cloud of dust enveloped the arena of combat, and as it dissipated, the members of Tianjung Academy lay unconscious upon the ground, leaving Gu Feng as the sole figure standing amidst the devastation. Gu Feng turned and walked towards the stands, amidst a deafening roar of applause from the audience. Chapter 39. Advancing to the top 64, Part 2. The referee watched the descending youth, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, feeling as though he could not match this young prodigy. Subsequently, the staff began to repair the spirit arena, and the next round of eliminations commenced. I shall take the stage for the upcoming matches. Let's finish this swiftly. This elimination round is far too time-consuming, and we cannot allow ourselves to be outshone by that individual. Lan Shui's frosty voice resonated, causing everyone to pause in surprise. Wang Yin considered advising Lan Shui to conserve her strength, but recalling the battles between Gu Feng and Lan Shui and Shrek, he let his hand drop. He glanced at the others from Shrek, and they all nodded in agreement. While the outcome of the match held great significance, if they could not secure a consecutive victory, they would inevitably be the subject of idle gossip from those who lacked understanding. Thank you all. Should we avoid encountering those teams in the top 64? I shall refrain from participating. Elder Xian should be arriving from Shrek soon, she stated. Xiao Shui, take care and do not overexert yourself. Your injuries have yet to fully heal. Perhaps let Xiao Yuhao accompany you on stage, Zhang Lishuan's gentle voice interjected. However, Lan Shui merely shook her head and offered an explanation. Thank you for your concern, Sister Lishuan. But my injuries are healed. Light can also facilitate recovery. Your injuries were far more severe than mine. Who could have anticipated that the evil soul master possessed a corpse of soul sage caliber? Had you not withstood the initial wave of attacks, I could not have extricated them completely. I have already communicated with Shrek about that incident. Elder Xian is likely nearing our location. Zhang Lishuan, observing Lan Shui's resolute demeanor, chose not to press further, only advising her to exercise caution. For none could predict whether rogue cultivators or other academies harbored such formidable individuals. Is Shrek only sending one participant? Yes, concluding this swiftly would be beneficial. Thank you, referee. Lan Shui gently conveyed Shrek's intention to engage in consecutive battles to the referee, who scrutinized Shrek and the position of VV Academy with a penetrating gaze. Lan Shui glanced at Gu Feng and the others' positions, and then her hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue from the tips. 9 consecutive victories. In the 10th match, Shrek faced Qianji Academy. Lan Shui beheld the previous year's top 32 competitors, initially planning to defeat them instantly, but suddenly recalling Gu Feng's impressive maneuvers. She paused for a moment. A second later, a golden 6-pointed star formation materialized behind her, followed by a colossal beam of light cascading forth, instantly propelling the 7 members of Qianji Academy out of the spirit arena, rendering them unconscious. Intriguing. It seems they all wish to play this way. I shan't waste time. Referee, please make the necessary arrangements. As the silver-haired youth leapt onto the arena the moment Lan Shui descended, the referee glanced towards Su Jiawei at the VIP stand, who nodded in approval. The referee then proceeded to arrange the match for Xiao Hongchen. Ha ha ha, this competition seems to be teeming with prodigies. Yet I consider myself one of the most exceptional among them. Aside from Muir, none others hold a candle to me. Are you my adversaries? Allow me to showcase my prowess. Upon entering the arena, Xiao Hongchen, resembling a character from a juvenile fantasy, unleashed a torrent of meaningless chatter. Soon, a golden radiance enveloped him, and a third leg sprouted from behind, albeit an odd sight. It exuded an aura of sanctity. He gestured with a flourish, and hundreds of golden metal fragments materialized behind him, transforming at an astonishing velocity into cannon barrels even before the 7 opponents could approach. A relentless barrage of projectiles ensued, prompting the referee to swiftly intervene to save the 7 participants. Xiao Hongchen regarded the individuals before him, forming his fingers into a pistol gesture and raising it slightly, casting a mocking glance towards the audience. Next, the ceaseless bombardment continued, and Xiao Hongchen emerged as the most peculiar victor with 10 wins, having triumphed solely through the relentless firing of hundreds of soul-guided cannons, leaving many formidable contenders pondering his audacity. A black ring materialized in the soul fighting arena, and a shadowy figure cloaked in black emerged upon the stage, its hollow voice resonating throughout the space. I request 10 battles. Death shall be your ultimate fate. As the chilling proclamation echoed, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing even the referee to instinctively retreat. A troop of rogue cultivators ascended the stage, desperate souls with nowhere to flee. Despite the sinister presence of the cloaked figure and the enigmatic black ring, they were compelled to test their mettle. The black ring erupted, swiftly expanding, and in an instant, the entire arena vanished from sight, only for the black ring to reappear encircling the shadowy figure. It rotated slowly behind him, rendering the onlookers on the stage utterly absent. The referee's eyes glazed over before he collapsed onto the arena, as if he had witnessed something profoundly terrifying. Startled, everyone rose to their feet as a disheveled elder materialized above Shrek, a colossal hand suddenly reaching for the figure in black. While a resonant voice echoed throughout the soul-fighting arena, "An evil spirit master dares to participate in the continental competition. Perish at my hands." The figure cloaked in black gazed at the ephemeral giant hand coalescing in the sky as a lengthy, ornate sword materialized in his grasp. The sword's design was particularly peculiar, with barbs adorning its entire blade and an irregularly shaped crystal affixed to the end of its hilt. As the sword was plunged into the ground, a gray beam of light surged skyward, instantly dispersing the massive hand above into a cloud of dust. A new black ring emerged atop the long sword, spinning relentlessly. In an instant, for title Douluo appeared on the soul fighting stage to thwart the intentions of Xuanzi, who was poised to strike. What? Do you also wish to obstruct me? The words dripped with disdain. Wretched soul masters deserve extermination. Do you, Star Luo, wish to shelter such fiends? Xianlao, this is a competition. It cannot be interrupted. Please consider, once the contest concludes, Star Luo will not impede you. But during the match, that is unacceptable. Su Jiawei, unlike his counterpart in the original narrative, stepped forth, exuding an imperial aura. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a starlit sky, a regal crown manifesting upon his head. As starlight focused intently on Xuanzi, before Xuanzi could unleash his fury, Zhang Lishuan hastily restrained him, subsequently offering an apology to Su Jiawei. The overwhelming presence that Su had just displayed was formidable. They could not provoke such a powerful entity, especially on his own turf. The competition shall proceed, Su Jiawei declared, returning to the stands, with Xuanzi and his companions following suit. The cloaked figure resumed the match, yet due to the earlier carnage, no challengers dared to step forth, forcing the referee to reluctantly declare the black-robed individual the victor by default. Interesting, then I shall take my turn. Long Outyin descended onto the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust as his commanding voice resonated throughout the soul fighting stage. Long Outyin style, though not as rapid as Gu Feng or Lan Shui's, nor as overwhelming as Xiao Hongchen's barrage, was direct and forceful, each strike landing with palpable impact, pressing his opponents' heads into the arena floor. Following this, Star Luo Academy and several other institutions achieved consecutive victories, revealing the formidable competitors and potential champions of this soul-fighting tournament. Meanwhile, on the streets, Fei Xiao, wandering aimlessly, suddenly turned his gaze toward the starry sky above the arena, a look of solemnity flashing in his azure eyes. The aura of a foreign object. Gu Feng gazed at the suddenly halted Fei Xiao, following her line of sight to behold the starry expanse and her whispered musings. He gently tugged at Fei Xiao's sleeve, shaking his head. Sister Fei Xiao, do not fret. I shall resolve these matters. Your sole focus now should be the ruins of Song City, and thereafter, establish contact with the Immortal Vessel Alliance to return to Yaoqing. Upon hearing his words, Fei Xiao looked into the boy's eyes, brimming with affection, wanting to say something, but ultimately embraced him tenderly. Chapter 40. The Advancement Matches of the Top 32, a glimpse of the underworld. As the contestants stepped into the Soul Duel arena, a raucous cheer erupted. The audience fervently excited, as if they themselves were the participants. Ah, indeed, this must be akin to the concerts of my previous life. Gu Feng reminisced about the concerts he had witnessed in his past life, where the fervor of the crowd mirrored this very moment. However, he harbored a profound aversion to such gatherings. In his previous existence, he was a reclusive individual, preferring solitude. Now, the confrontation between VV Academy and Tianlong sect was underway. Please, representatives from both sides, step forward to draw the competition format. Yang, you go ahead and draw. I'm feeling a bit lazy, and my luck has never been particularly favorable. Gu Feng shrugged, spreading his hands in resignation as he passed the responsibility to Ouyang Sunday. Not long after, Ouyang Sun returned and glanced at Gu Feng, just as the referee's voice rang out. The competition format will consist of both individual and team matches. Now, let the first individual competitor from each side take the stage. What are you all staring at me for? Why am I up again? If you're not stepping up, then why should I? I was hoping to slack off. Gu Feng grumbled, casting a disgruntled look at the group fixated on him. The others exchanged glances, preparing to impart some much-needed wisdom to this irreverent character. Wait. You all are formidable, my esteemed seniors. I concede. I'll go. Gu Feng hastily ascended the platform, realizing that he was no match for their collective might. Moreover, Fei Xiao was watching, and he certainly did not wish to suffer a humiliating defeat. As both sides took their positions, the audience erupted into a greater cheer upon seeing Gu Feng. The representative from Tianlong sect was a young girl, which was quite rare, as the sect, known for its blue lightning tyrant dragon lineage, seldom showcased female participants. Gu Feng sensed an unusual aura emanating from the young girl, something that seemed out of place in the world of Douluo. His eyes narrowed, and he became serious. As the girl ascended the stage and the referee departed, black patterns coalesced beneath her feet, forming the shape of a flower. Ethereal, the other shore flower. The girl was engulfed by a towering column of black clouds, and before it dissipated, A black sun and a white moon ascended. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, creating a peculiar gravitational pull that could be felt even from outside the arena, though it was subtle. The majority of the pressure bore down upon the girl within the black cloud. She was no ordinary opponent. Gu Feng realized he had a formidable challenge ahead. Had he known such an adversary awaited him, he would have taken action sooner. Song Yi watched with excitement as Gu Feng made his move. But the thought of having missed this worthy opponent due to her reluctance to engage with the weaker competitors made her want to confront Gu Feng. If Gu Feng were aware of Song Yi's sentiments, he would undoubtedly voice his frustrations and confront her directly. All right, when the time comes. You can all take your turns. After all, it seems we are not the only ones concealing our true abilities. Those like us who reveal their strength upon arrival are indeed the minority. Fei Xiao reassured Song Yi, smiling at the battle intent reflected in the eyes of the onlookers. She then turned her gaze to Gu Feng, who was fully committed to the fight, a smile gracing her lips. At the moment Gu Feng launched his assault, many spectators began to watch intently. An opponent capable of eliciting such seriousness from Gu Feng was at least on par with them, if not nearly equal. Lan Shui, the Hongqin siblings, Long Ao Tian, Miao Er V, Ji Ju Chun, as well as the cloaked figure and several others hidden in the shadows began to strategize their responses to such an attack and the potential for counterattacks. Ethereal, Nano Vanguard. The black and white currents merged, and in an instant, four figures emerged, the white Bardell wielding dual swords, soaring through the sky, and the purple Hello with four high-tech flying devices trailing behind. With a wave of his hand, a swarm of crimson spikes resembling Jormungand appeared, alongside the similar-looking Giri-eyed, gripping knives in both hands. The black cloud was cleaved apart, and the girl underwent a dramatic transformation. No longer just a girl, she had now become a mature woman, wielding a peculiar 2-meter-long katana, its hilt adorned with monstrous eyes. With flowing purple hair and an eccentric ornament atop her head, she wore unusual shorts accentuating her slender waist. The hem of her split skirt danced in the wind, while the wide sleeves of her attire cascaded down to her feet. By the heavens! Gu Feng could not help but exclaim upon seeing the figure across from him. Although he was aware that he would eventually encounter those from his past life within the railway, the unexpected appearance of the formidable emissary, Huang Quan, was startling. The moment the violet-haired sorceress manifested, she stood momentarily stunned, seemingly perplexed as to why she was present in this realm. Gu Feng felt an unusual trepidation, an anxiety that was anything but commonplace. However, in the next instant, Huang Quan raised her hand to observe the swirling ether surrounding Gu Feng, gently closing her eyes to perceive a curious resonance of blood pulsing within her. With a singular hand gripping her blade, she delicately drew it forth slightly before sheathing it once more, murmuring in realization. Thus, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as four sharp sentinels stood poised before Gu Feng, ready to strike at a moment's notice, the essence of the black sun and white moon intensifying around them. A chilling voice whispered in Gu Feng's ear, urging him to act. Proceed, and if your strength proves sufficient, I shall reveal to you the means to resolve the dilemma that plagues her. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his body gradually inclining downwards. In his previous life, he remained oblivious to how Fei Zhao's illness was ultimately resolved, and he was uncertain whether Fei Zhao's condition ever improved. He had consistently placed his hopes in the healer, yet the healer's response was not guaranteed. Moreover, Huang Quan, the most enigmatic envoy within the chaotic iron universe, might indeed possess a solution. Gu Feng gazed towards Fei Zhao's position, his aura returning to tranquility. He recalled the image of Fei Zhao quietly seated by the window at night. It seemed she, too, did not wish to be ensnared by Yu Kuang. Once a general of the celestial vessel, she now found herself unable to wield her own powers, fearful of losing control. The once carefree and unrepentant general now appeared to be burdened with the weight of numerous considerations. The images in Gu Feng's mind ultimately settled on the future that Fei Zhao had spoken of, where Yao Qin awaited his proposal. A low, melancholic laughter gradually turned into madness as Gu Feng swept his hand through his hair, the cacophony of his laughter echoing. Then let us battle. At the moment Huang Quan emerged, Fei Zhao rose in concern, sensing the ominous aura of an uncertain fate, worried that Gu Feng might be harmed. Just as Fei Zhao contemplated retrieving the cackling Gu Feng, Ouyang's son intercepted her. Let him fight with all his might. He has suppressed his desires for far too long. He was not like this back at Shrek. Gu Feng wouldn't he consider so much. You are the reason for his transformation. We must have faith in him. Even if he were to lose, We are still here for him. Ouyang Sun's fighting spirit sword, supported by Tsangyu, Shuedi, Ouyang Qi'er, and the Gu Yuna sisters, who stood resolutely behind him, all awaiting Fei Zhao's decision. Fei Zhao gazed at Gu Feng's figure, sighing helplessly as she leaned against the railing, her azure eyes seemingly lost in thought. Very well, let us trust in little Feng. Chapter 41. The Top 32 Advancement Match 2, Pseudo-Doomsday Canon. For vanguards surged toward Huang Quan, each on par with the soul saints of this realm. Huang Quan wielded his long blade, deftly blocking Gu Rue Dai's attack, then pivoted to kick away the approaching Bada air, nimbly evading the nano spikes unleashed by Yi Meng Jiat. Hela commanded floating cannons that incessantly released nano missiles at Huang Quan, while Bada air's shoulder armor opened, unleashing a multitude of nano missiles in a barrage. Yi Meng Jiat summoned spikes stretching several meters toward Huang Quan, and Gu Rue Dai's long blade glimmered with a black flame as it slashed toward him. The 2-meter-long blade, accompanied by its sheath, traced a gentle arc. And in the next moment, the combined assaults of the 4 nano vanguards dissipated simultaneously on the arena. Spectators outside the ring gasped in astonishment, realizing that they too could counter Gu Feng's nano vanguards, albeit not as effortlessly as the formidable purple-haired lady on the field. Her strength was astonishing, and many felt a sense of relief. After all, the clash between two such formidable opponents would benefit them regardless of the outcome. Huang Quan spun in place, his blade carving an arc as a wave of energy surged toward Gu Feng, uprooting the ground and propelling it in his direction. 3 paths withered. Ether, sun, and moon. The black sun and white moon vanished from the arena in an instant, only to reappear on Gu Feng's shoulders, their diminished presence exuding an even more terrifying aura. Gu Feng, brimming with indomitable spirit, stood resolute against the sun and moon, his aura reaching its zenith. A formidable black heavy sword materialized, shattering the air currents with a powerful upward strike. Ether, judgment. In an instant, Gu Feng's figure materialized above Huang Quan as the air rippled violently. The crimson aura flickered upon the great sword, and then it plunged fiercely downward toward Huang Quan. A massive pit formed on the arena, sending dust and debris soaring into the air. However, the scene that unfolded as the dust settled astonished most onlookers outside the arena. Huang Quan leaned casually against his great blade, leisurely enjoying a peach in his hand. Meanwhile, Gu Feng knelt half-heartedly in the enormous pit, gripping the hilt of his sword. As he withdrew the great sword from the earth, it shattered into countless fragments, which transformed into dust before they could touch the ground. The radiance of the sun and moon upon his shoulder dimmed, dissipating into wisps of white smoke. Gu Feng slowly stood up, his regenerative abilities, derived from the blood of the underworld, were now constrained by a peculiar force, rendering his recovery far inferior to what it once was. Gu Feng observed Huang Quan leaning against the blade. He was unaware of her thoughts, yet it was a relief that she refrained from taking action. Gu Feng gradually closed his eyes, and the ethereal energy circulating on the arena began to dissipate. Huang Quan glanced at Gu Feng, and then tucked the unfinished peach into her sleeve. She grasped her long knife, fully prepared to counter any forthcoming attacks. She needed to ascertain his general strength before contemplating whether to divulge any information to him. The glimpses she had seen of his future were but fragments, one of which depicted a confrontation with the divine. Yet, that vision seemed merely a fleeting illusion, too indistinct and ethereal. His obsidian pupils radiated a crimson glow, and Gu Feng's countenance bore an expression of chilling detachment. In an instant, an immense ebony coffin enveloped Huang Quan, bound by dark chains that suspended it in midair, the force of confinement inducing discomfort among the onlookers. The ethereal manifestation, Black Coffin. This entity might only grant him a modicum of time, especially since Huang Quan had yet to engage earnestly. Gu Feng adjusted his state, and the blood of the underworld finally mended his prior wounds. A multitude of tightly shut eyes appeared in the sky, their ethereal forms gradually opening, revealing countless gazes fixated on the black coffin. At the moment those eyes emerged, many resorted to various means to obstruct their prying, acutely aware of the voyeuristic nature of those celestial eyes. Most felt an overwhelming sense of oppression upon witnessing the dense array of eyes in the sky, as if foreboding some calamitous event. The sun and moon materialized once more upon his shoulder, and the heavy black sword reformed. Just as Gu Feng had sealed Huang Quan and made these preparations, a blade of light cleaved through the black coffin, which shattered into fragments and dispersed. Gu Feng sidestepped, evading the blade's gleam, which vanished several hundred meters ahead. leaving behind a vast chasm that extended up to the spectator's platform. Huang Quan maintained her relaxed demeanor, leisurely indulging in an unfinished cloud peach. Seemingly indifferent to the peculiar eyes above her, eager instead to see what surprises he might unveil next. Ether, the Emperor's cataclysmic light. Countless beams of energy cascaded forth, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. The arena, impervious even to Douluo's destruction, was shattered into fragments. A dark silhouette charged towards the figure with violet hair, the heavy sword scraping the ground, igniting black flames as it swung towards Huang Quan. A resounding crash echoed, propelling the dark figure backward, the black sword in its grasp dissolving into dust. In the next moment, black light was continuously repelled and surged towards Huang Quan. The entire space was awash with shadows, while most spectators outside could only perceive the violet-haired beauty standing amidst the ceaseless collisions of black shadows. The violet-haired enchantress wielded her longsword, adorned with a scabbard, deftly fending off the dark silhouettes. Yet, the relentless onslaught began to evoke a flicker of displeasure within her. As the black shadows swept past, they ignited pitch-black flames, which gradually coalesced into a strange pattern, though it seemed that no one was paying heed. The black shadows lunged once more at Huang Quan, who now exhibited a faint glimmer of lightning. In an instant, a terrifying thunderstorm engulfed the earth, indenting the ground with deep craters. The black flames extinguished entirely after the lightning's passage, revealing a pattern on the ground that caught the attention of many as they pondered its significance. Suddenly, a colossal vortex materialized in the sky, enveloping the entire battle arena, prompting all to rise in unison. Every titled individual felt an oppressive aura emanating from the vortex, causing those beneath the ranks to collapse to the ground. A surge of energies erupted, countering the overwhelming pressure. Figures such as Ouyang's son, Lan Shui, Miao Ervi, Long Outyen, and the cloaked figure revealed themselves simultaneously. Those who unleashed their energies exchanged glances before fixing their eyes on the arena, realizing that the phenomenon in the sky was likely connected to the individual on the stage. A terrifying roar erupted instantaneously, and at that moment, Su Jiawei, Xianzi, Qian Xiuyue, and others simultaneously intercepted the sound's propagation. Otherwise, this match might have descended into a river of blood. The sky, resembling a mirror, began to crack, as several bizarre colossal beasts emerged, gnashing at one another, forming a grotesque cannon-like mass. The breath emanating from the cannon instilled a sense of threat, even in the weakest of the strong, Sunzi. The cannon was aimed at Huang Quan on the arena, devouring boundless energy until, in an instant, all the energy within the confines of the battle spirit arena was consumed. The force of this consumption spread throughout Star Luo City. Sukoei summoned the Imperial Crown, attempting to isolate this consuming power from the starry sky, but the effect was far from satisfactory. His eyes narrowed as he observed the figure on the stage, lost in thought. Was it the Dusk Ancient Beast? No, it was merely similar. Lacking the overwhelming pressure associated with the true ancient beasts, its aura significantly weaker. Yet, it seemed to possess a certain danger nonetheless. Huang Quan momentarily froze at the appearance of the colossal beast, his body tensed, fearing he had encountered the Dusk Ancient Beast. Gradually, he relaxed. The creature's size, strength, and oppressive presence were inferior to that of the genuine ancient beasts. However, its aura appeared to share a common origin with the ancient beasts, a resemblance that was striking. Huang Quan gazed at the uninterruptible entity above, letting out a silent sigh. With one hand gripping the hilt and the other the scabbard, he slowly drew his long blade. As the black ripples trailed behind the sword's extraction, the entire space was tinged gray. All the past would return to nothingness, akin to tears destined to vanish in the rain. Do not look back. There is nowhere to retreat. I mourn for the departed, weeping as rain pours, flooding the crossing like a tide that surges forth to guide you home. At the moment the sword was unsheathed, Huan Chuan's violet hair transformed to a shade of gray-white, and his long-sleeved outer garment disintegrated into fragments. Beginning from the armor on his fingers, his entire body was adorned with blood-red patterns, and his dark crimson eyes exuded an ominous aura. As Huang Quan murmured, a hand emerged from the ruins, channeling the chaotic ether into the immense vortex above, amplifying the consuming power of the beast to an explosive degree, instantly shattering Su Kuei's defenses. A dark red beam of light cascaded down as Huang Chuan's aura erupted, the waves of destruction resonating in every heart. The pseudo-end of Day's cannon. Suddenly, the black and red blade light tore through the dark red beam in an instant, cleaving the entirety of Douluo city. The remnants of dreams were stained. A single strike severed all. The trace of the sword light extended beyond Douluo city before gradually fading away. The infinite gray light compelled everyone to shut their eyes, and when the brilliance dissipated, Gu Feng's figure lay quietly amidst the ruins. Even the blood of the underworld could not restore him immediately. As the forces of void and the power of hell clashed against each other, Gu Feng lay upon the ground, gazing at Huang Quan, who lifted her head to observe the descending raindrops. She extended her hand to catch the droplets, transforming back into her violet-haired form. As though the fierce persona that had cleaved the city in twain moments ago had never existed. From her sleeve, she produced a crimson-oiled paper umbrella. Unfurling it as she slowly approached Gu Feng, the crisp sound of her high heels striking the ground mingled with the rhythm of the raindrops falling upon the umbrella, resonating clearly in Gu Feng's ears. Let us take a moment's respite. That previous maneuver was but a mere fraction of that overwhelming power. It seems this place suppresses all destiny's energies, and the force that restrains such energies is intrinsically linked to something within your body. When you awaken, I shall return to provide you with the answers you seek. This is merely my projection, and I am uncertain why it is manifested here. Yet the instant I beheld you, an understanding seemed to dawn upon me. The sound of her high heels gradually receded as Gu Feng slowly closed his eyes. At the very moment Huang Quan departed, Fei Xiao appeared before Gu Feng, gently lifting him and vanishing into the curtain of rain. The onlookers who had witnessed this battle could only feel the absurdity of it all. Neither the vortex spanning the sky above Xing Luo nor the exquisite flash of the blade was within their capacity to contend with. Xianzi rose, determined to eliminate that formidable foe, for the threat he posed was too great. As he and others who harbored intentions to extinguish such an existence simultaneously stood, Qian Qiuyu, Guyuchen, Poseidon, and the sea which materialized together, their combined presence dispelling the thoughts of many. Xianzi sensed the four formidable auras that matched his own, resignedly returning to his seat, lost in contemplation. Su Jiawei surveyed the scar that traversed the sky of Xing Luo, the chilling aura emanating from it, instilling a sense of dread. The power within him, which had spurred him to surpass his limits, dared not stir in the presence of that scar's essence. He watched the violet-haired lady retreating and the members of VV Academy vanishing amidst the rain, before slowly turning back towards the palace of Xing Luo. Chapter 42. The Advancement Matches of the Top 32. 3. The Terrifying Black Ring. Following the upheaval caused by Gu Feng and Huang Quan, this continental competition was compelled to pause for 2 days, during which the Xing Luo faction tirelessly repaired and reinforced the arena for combat. Now, representatives from the Holy Spirit sect and the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile sect shall take the stage to confirm the format of the competition. Gu Feng remained in a state of unconsciousness. Following the fierce battle between Gu Feng and Huang Quan, the Tianlong sect was single-handedly overwhelmed by Ouyang's son, who did not even exert his full strength, effortlessly dominating the entire individual competition. Subsequently, in the team match, without Huang Quan, Ouyang's son took to the stage alone, performing a peculiar melody that rendered the members of Tianlong incapable of controlling their own bodies, casting them out one by one. Chaos reigned. Ouyang's son's bizarre ability, manifested through his music, could disorient the senses of others, proving to be remarkably effective at times. The Jiobao sect, a venerable and ancient power, was well aware of the capabilities of the cloaked figure. Despite their skepticism regarding Jiobao's chances of victory, they hoped the sect could elicit some of the cloaked one's hidden techniques. The disparity in overall strength among the participants was not excessively pronounced, and aside from desperate measures, intelligence could enhance their likelihood of triumph in such circumstances. They collectively observed their adversaries' matches, seeking to glean valuable insights to avoid falling into a state of unexpected vulnerability when their turn arrived. As the Jiobao representative entered the arena, he grasped a long sword adorned with 6 gemstones embedded along its blade, while its hilt bore intricate inscriptions that spelled out its name, Shisha. The moment both contenders entered the stage, a black ring materialized simultaneously, and an overwhelming sword intent surged forth, 6 soul rings illuminating in unison as the man's aura peaked. Shisha's sword technique. It was capable of cleaving the heavens and vanquishing both deities and demons. In an instant, the sword's brilliance tore through the still-forming black ring, as an unusual long-handled giant sword descended from within the ring, embedding itself into the ground and shattering the sword energy aimed at the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure advanced slowly, extending a hand from beneath the dark robe. The hand, pale gray, resembled that of a corpse, with irregularly shaped grayish-white crystals protruding from the wrist, and fingers long and entirely black. The moment the long sword was unsheathed, a decaying aura and an air of chaos enveloped the arena, forcing the Qixia practitioner to stagger backward under the impact of this tumultuous energy. Gray sword energy split the battlefield, and suddenly, the realm of murderous intent materialized before the Qixia warrior. 7 kills domain. The man swung his sword, severing the gray sword energy, his reddish eyes betraying a deadly resolve as the Qixia sword soared into the sky, gradually multiplying. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. Within mere breaths, a dense array of Qixia swords blanketed the heavens above the battlefield, while the cloaked figure merely rested the giant's sword upon his shoulder, remaining motionless. All swords converge as one. The 7 kills descend. All the long swords soared into the heavens, parting the clouds, as a colossal 7-kill sword, stretching 100 meters, materialized in the sky. The giant sword descended upon the figure clad in black robes, slicing through the air, which split in two. A thunderous roar echoed, and a shockwave swept across the entire arena. As the dust settled, the massive sword embedded itself into the ground, with the black-robed figure standing unscathed beside it. Suddenly, several gashes appeared on the black robe, and in an instant, the robe disintegrated into tattered strips that fluttered upon the stage. The onlookers, unable to contain their astonishment, rose to their feet. Those without spiritual power were so terrified that they fell to the ground, writhing backward. Beneath the black robe stood a woman, her pale hair cascading to the ground, her eyes devoid of pupils. Only the stark whiteness remained, exuding an eerie emptiness, her body adorned with countless crimson fissures. There were gaping voids at her arm joints and her thigh joints, along with protruding spikes, emanating a withered, lifeless aura. Despite the absence of any vitality, she stood defiantly on the stage, and at the moment her robe was torn apart, chaos erupted across the arena. Spiritual power, elemental energy, ethereal force, and so-called divine power could not be summoned. The spectators outside sensed an anomaly. They felt the woman's aura shifting incessantly. One moment she resembled a living being, the next a corpse, then akin to a spirit beast, followed by a divine presence, only to plunge into darkness like an abyss. Neither human, beast, corpse, god, nor demon. What exactly was she? Ouyang's son and his companions felt the intensity of the woman's aura, and a grave expression collectively surfaced on their faces. Her gaze was fixed upon the inheritor of the 7 kills. Though she lacked pupils, everyone understood she was directing her attention towards him. She pointed her long-handled giant sword at him, slowly waving it with one hand, and suddenly, the sword danced in her grasp, unleashing an unfathomable barrage of desolate sword energy. Wherever the sword energy swirled, the very fabric of reality seemed to be devoured, transforming the world into a hue of gray and white. In that fleeting moment, the inheritor of the 7 kills sensed a life-threatening peril. He wished to concede, yet no sound escaped his lips. The inheritor of the 9 treasures vanished amidst the sword energy, and the 7 kills' sword fell to the ground, gradually turning to dust, along with half of the arena. The title holder of the 9 treasures sprang to his feet, his furious spiritual power bearing down upon the woman with silver hair. He was the sword Douluo of this era, the master of the inheritor who had just disappeared from view. A super Douluo of rank 97, the sword Douluo, master of ultimate offense and punishment, surpassed even Xuanzi in attack, though he could not rival Gu Yechen, who excelled in offensive prowess, holding the title of the continent's strongest. Gu Yechen's assaults were unparalleled, and even the most formidable dared not provoke his wrath. Under the onslaught of Gu Yechen, survival was a matter of either living or succumbing directly to his lethal strikes. This was precisely why the 4 of them had previously managed to instill fear in those lurking in the shadows, eager to intervene in the contest. After all, no one wished to be taken away by the wrath of Gu Yechen. The sound of swords clashing reverberated throughout the Seoul arena, and Su Jiawei found himself inexplicably refraining from intercepting the sword Douluo. In a fit of rage, the sword Douluo instantly unleashed his true martial spirit. A colossal sword, hundreds of meters long, descended slowly from the heavens, ultimately resting behind the sword Douluo. With a mere gesture, he transformed the gigantic blade into a 1.2-meter-long sword, pointing it menacingly at the silver-haired maiden. A chilling aura enveloped the hearts of all present, as 9 soul rings of varying colors rose beneath his feet, the ninth radiating a blood-red glow. The clouds above were abruptly cleaved apart, and a beam of sword light descended upon the soul arena, slicing the clouds into neat halves as it rushed forth. In an instant, the silver-haired girl vanished beneath the overwhelming brilliance of the sword light. Just as the sword Douluo believed he had avenged his disciple, he turned to depart from this sorrowful place. Suddenly, a colossal black ring manifested above the arena, swelling instantaneously to envelop the entirety of Star Luo City. Following Gu Feng's consumption of all energy within Star Luo's domain and Huang Quan's devastating sword strike that cleaved through Star Luo, yet another force emerged to shroud the city. All-powerful beings protected their prodigious offspring, gazing gravely at the dark ring that engulfed Star Luo. The earlier ominous crimson cannon and the extreme flash of the sword both signified the terrifying nature of these extraordinary phenomena. The black ring appeared the moment the silver-haired maiden vanished, causing everyone's hearts to race. As the black ring enveloped Star Luo, the city was plunged into darkness. In the next moment, an uncountable array of frenzied sounds erupted. Sobs, laughter, furious roars, howls, pleas for mercy. Every conceivable sound resonated in the air. The hair on the sword Douluo stood on end as all 9 soul rings illuminated simultaneously, radiating with the brilliance of soul bones. The sword Douluo unleashed every ability at his disposal, and in his peak state, he could even momentarily contend with the limits of existence. However, death continued to encircle him. Suddenly, a thick black mist enveloped the sword Douluo, swallowing him whole. Within the mist, a dazzling sword light flickered, and after a breath's time, the brilliance vanished, along with the sword Douluo himself. The cacophony of maddened voices within the black ring grew more rampant, only to fall silent shortly thereafter. The black ring gradually receded, revealing the silver-haired maiden once more upon the arena. A chill ran down the spine of everyone present, including Su Jiawei in his ultimate form and the Silver Dragon King, the sovereign of soul beasts. The unknown is the most terrifying. No one comprehended how the sword Douluo had vanished. Within a mere breath after the black mist engulfed him, not a trace was left behind. Even the silver-haired maiden, whom the sword Douluo had severed, had re-emerged. The expression on the face of the Silver Dragon King grew increasingly grim. Although her pinnacle of divine consciousness detected nothing extraordinary, an unsettling chill coursed through her being. She could sense the formidable aura of battle emanating from Ouyang's son, as well as the terrifying power within Fei Xiao capable of annihilating the entire Douluo divine realm. Even the unusual essence residing within Gu Feng did not escape her perception. Aside from the previously encountered purple-clad woman, she had felt nothing amiss until the moment of confrontation, when an overwhelming terror of life and death enveloped her, a dread potent enough to erase the very fabric of existence. Yet, it was not as eerie as the presence of this gray-haired woman. Indeed, it was uncanny. Everyone sensed the strangeness, a strangeness that sent shivers down their spines. The representative of the 9 treasures trembled as he conceded defeat. Fear gripped them all. Faced with such an unknown terror embodied in a woman, few were unafraid. After the 9 treasures representative acknowledged defeat, she turned to depart. In her wake, the ground transformed to a pale gray, and once her black robe was shed, she became a harbinger of calamity. Her teammates timidly offered her a black robe, and upon donning it, the eerie phenomena vanished, leaving only the vanished sword Douluo and the marks on the ground where she had walked without her robe. Everyone believed it to be a mere dream. Yet the events unfolding in the soul-fighting arena attested to the horrific reality. Chapter 43, The Advancement Matches of the Top 32, Part 4. A shocking turn of events. On the following day, the matches for the top 32 continued. After all, 2 matches had spanned over 2 days. The previous day, Huang Quan and Gu Feng had obliterated the soul-fighting arena, while the gray-haired woman had devastated half of it the next day. Altogether, only a fraction of the top 64 competitors had competed thus far. The advancement matches resumed today, although the timing of unforeseen events remained uncertain. The first match featured the Sun and Moon Royal Academy against the Haotian sect. Both sides were summoned to engage in battle. The Sun and Moon team comprised 7 members, facing off against 7 individuals clad in sect attire, each wielding a hammer. At the onset of the match, Muir allowed Dream Red Dust and Laugh Red Dust to take the stage, and under the oppressive firepower of Dream Red Dust S, Zhuqing Ice Toad, and Laugh Red Dust, the Haotian sect struggled to defend themselves. Observing the retreat of the Haotian side, Muir felt a slight relaxation as the lively white-haired woman reminded him of the past. In this lifetime, he would accompany her in joy. Muir became lost in reminiscence, while the remaining four from the sun and moon side merely played supportive roles. Ji Juechen and his companions, having departed from the Mingda Hall, were not from the academy, so they brought along four to assist as needed. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The 6 members of the Haotian side activated their 6 soul rings in a dazzling display, charging forcefully towards Laugh Red just to impede her. Meanwhile, the remaining individual S martial soul underwent a startling transformation. The surface of the Haotian hammer began to shed, revealing a hammer with one half blood red and the other half snow white, its handle entirely black. The youth bore 7 radiant soul rings, 1 purple, 4 black, and 2 red. The crimson light startled all soul masters into standing alert. On the battlefield, the first 7-ring soul sage emerged, adorned with a 100,000-year soul ring. Although there had been numerous displays of power surpassing that of a soul sage, the essence wielded by those entities was beyond their comprehension. The sudden appearance of this super soul sage ignited a fervor within them. 7 soul rings erupted, transforming into energy that surged into the young boy's body. Muir, startled by the abrupt presence, regained his senses just in time to witness the blood-red hammer send Dream Hongshun flying, who was struck violently beside the boy. In midair, Dream Hongshun expelled a mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs. Laugh Hongshun, in a fit of rage, unleashed an assault on the 6 members of the Haotian team, but was momentarily unable to extricate himself. Muir, witnessing the shattered figure, trembled and caught the broken Dream Hongshun, tears cascading down his cheeks. As he held the weakening form in his embrace, he felt as if he were a mere puppet cradling a fractured soul. As Dream Hongshun's essence waned, a foreboding sense of dread welled up within everyone. The granddaughter of the Sun Moon Mingda Hall's leader had perished in Douluo. Such a loss was truly catastrophic. A colossal, 2-colored hammer descended towards Muir, prompting the high-ranking officials of Douluo, Shrek, and certain organizations across the continent to rise. Their expressions grave. In this match, anyone could perish, yet the consequences for a select few would be dire. Firstly, if Bian Huang Gu Feng encountered misfortune, Gu Yechen and Qin Shouyue would undoubtedly go mad. With a super Douluo-level divine angel martial soul, even the pinnacle might not restrain her, especially considering Gu Yechen, who could surpass even that. Secondly, the progeny of Ryu Jing Hongchun. If his son were to die, only a grandson and granddaughter would remain, and the calamity that would befall them would incite the wrath of the Mingda Hall, capable of annihilating a principality within a day. Thirdly, there were the 2 women, one with purple hair and the other with gray. Both posed a significant threat. One was shrouded in mystery, speculated to have attained divine strength, while the other was exceedingly enigmatic, with no one understanding how she could erase the current generation of Sword Douluo in a mere breath. Now, calamity had struck, claiming a life. Such grievous injuries were beyond salvation, even for a deity. Su Jiawei and others pondered how to thwart the impending vengeance of the Mingda Hall. At that moment, a frenzied voice resonated from the battle arena, and the eyes of the white-haired youth turned blood-red. After encasing Dream Hongshun's shattered form in extreme ice, he laughed maniacally towards the heavens. He now possessed the capability to mend Dream Hongshun's injuries. However, the soul was irrevocably lost. Ha ha ha! As he laughed, he clutched his head with one hand, 6 elements swirling tumultuously around him, his aura continuously escalating, reaching its zenith within mere moments, and still climbing. A youth, wielding hammers of 2 distinct colors, kneels upon the ground, engulfed by an unprecedented terror. One hand presses down upon his head, forcefully striking it against the earth, creating a vast pit of 100 meters. Blood streams from the boy's head, and upon witnessing this scene, several titled individuals from the Haotian sect rush forth. At the instant of Meng Hongshun's peril, Jing Hongshun prepares the soul-guided devices, unleashing a torrent of soul cannons aimed at the Haotian sect, determined that they shall accompany him to the grave. Miao Air entrusts the ice-encased Meng Hongshun to the care of Xiao Hongshun and Ji Juechen, then lifts the boy, who resembles a lifeless dog, his crimson eyes flashing with wrath. Where has the soul of the dream gone, you wretched vermin? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end. Ha ha ha! It is precisely beings such as yourselves, unworthy of this world, that have rendered my existence so unbearable. Rest assured, her soul has been banished. You shall never find it. The boy's eyes turn pitch black, and in the next moment, a void engulfs him, leaving no trace behind. Ha ha ha! A deep laughter gradually resonates, and a frenzied voice echoes throughout the star Luo. Beings not of this world, I was vanquished by Gu Shilon 19,000 years ago, and a millennium prior by Lu Xing. I had intended to abandon everything and live peacefully, yet since this realm cannot accommodate me, let it be obliterated. No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground of star Luo quaked, with countless flames erupting from beneath. The heavens rumbled with ominous thunder, and torrential rain mingled with lightning, as all metals converged upon the firmament. The gold element of the star Luo realm was instantaneously drained, and the molten metal, alongside the depleted gold element, formed a towering metallic six-wing structure, soaring to a height of 100,000 meters. As the six wings unfurled, a sharp, oppressive aura blanketed the skies above star Luo. In that very moment, powerful beings across the land sensed the lament of the Douluo realm. The final will of Douluo had initially sought to place its hope upon Hui Yuhao, yearning for him to liberate it from its grasp. However, with such calamity unfolding, the issue of control became trivial. One misstep could lead to annihilation. At Shrek Academy, Muin felt the tremors emanating from star Luo. His gaze fixated upon the six wings aloft. With a determined expression, the radiant holy dragon tore through space, hastening towards star Luo City, followed by numerous members of the Sea God Pavilion. In the Sun Moon Imperial Palace, Kong Deming, engrossed in his study of a 10th-level soul-guided device, suddenly sensed the Earth's lament, his countenance darkening as he activated the Silver Moon Divine Light shield to traverse space toward the destined location. In the Evil Spirit Forest, Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao were in discussion with the Evil Emperor when they exchanged glances, promptly setting off for star Luo. The Sea God clan from the vast ocean, alongside the extreme Douluo, the Sea God Douluo, and the Demon Queen, who relentlessly assailed the Sea Goddess Qin, all tore through space towards star Luo. In the depths of the soul world, a disheveled figure of the boy appeared above the Haotian Great Hall, murmuring softly before succumbing to a profound unconsciousness. Cursed fate! I have awakened the memories of my past life. Born into the Haotian sect, sheltered by the revered Tang Buddha, and endowed with two divine martial souls. Why then do I falter against these outsiders? Am I not the protagonist? The two leaders of Haotian, taken aback by the disarray of their sect's genius, were about to inquire when they suddenly felt the earth tremble, hastily tearing through the fabric of space towards the site of the disturbance. In the Arctic Ice Sea, the Sea Princess had instructed her two daughters to comfort their kin, when suddenly, the ocean floor split open with massive fissures. Many of her people were caught unawares and were swallowed into the abyss. Rising to the surface, she beheld the waters swirling into a colossal vortex, following the currents to their ultimate destination. Beneath the golden tree of Shrek, after Moon's departure, within the mysterious expanse beneath the tree, a blue-haired beauty hurriedly tended to a rugged man. He had been fiercely contending with the will of the realm when it erupted violently, and having refined a portion of this will, he realized the gravity of the situation, only to be grievously injured in an instant. "What shall we do now, Hao?" cried the anxious voice of Xiao San, who could provide no assistance. "Ian, we must rely on ourselves now. Allow me a moment to recuperate, and we shall proceed. If we do not intervene, the entire continent may face annihilation." Tang Hao's gaze pierced through the vast expanse towards the six-winged figure looming above the star Luo skies. Deep within the star Do forest, a 1,000-meter black dragon lifted its head, gazing at the six wings in the heavens. The towering trees of star Do swayed vigorously as the dragon's roar echoed throughout the forest, while a colossal bear charged forth to stand before Ditian. "King of all beasts, spirit of the beasts, purple princess, red king, you shall remain in star Do to stave off this calamity. Xiong Bai Ji, we must depart." The dragon's shadow tore through the fabric of space alongside Bai Ji and the giant bear. Across the continent, save for the polar regions, all eyes were drawn skyward to witness the six wings suspended in the celestial dome. Such a distance could not conceal the devastation that had befallen the site of the incident. In a fleeting moment of chaotic laughter from Muir, star Luo City was reduced to ruins. The colossal wall that once stood as a bulwark against divine incursions crumbled into the debris. The casualties in star Luo were incalculable. As Gu Yechen gripped an ancient longbow, his expression grave as he beheld Muir suspended high above. Su Jiawei's imperial crown radiated boundless starlight, shielding his sister and essential members of the royal family, while the poison immortal of the main body sect and Shrek Xuanzi protected their own prodigies. Qian Shoyue transformed into an angel, accompanied by Poseidon, to escort the denizens of the borderlands away from the battlefield, where the ground had morphed into molten lava, claiming the lives of nearly all who could not take flight. No one anticipated that a mere competition would ignite turmoil across the entire continent. Chapter 44. The Advancement of the Top 32, and Thunder Wangchuan Guardian Mei. With its 6 wings unfurled, a terrifying tempest arose as the earth heaved violently, submerging the ruins of the Star Luo imperial city beneath newly formed fissures. Millennia of history vanished from the continent, as a mighty earth dragon surged forth from the chasms, its colossal form soaring towards the heavens. As it turned its gaze downward, Muir stood atop the dragon's head, its roar resonating across the land, echoing even to the farthest reaches of the northern spirit beasts. The dragon lifted its claw, gathering energy upon its talons. Gradually, an earthen elemental spear began to take shape, and the great dragon, shifting its massive body, hurled the spear into the sky, cleaving the atmosphere. A gigantic spearhead materialized above the earth dragon and the 6-winged figure. From beyond Douluo star, one could witness the earthen spear piercing through the cosmos, as the planet's atmospheric barrier was struck like a balloon pricked by a chopstick. The spear's tip, measuring a staggering 100,000 meters, was poised to breach the atmosphere. Should the complete spear descend, Douluo continent would be plunged into oblivion, a testament to divine might. The cataclysmic abilities unleashed by this calamity stirred the hearts of all present. The space surrounding Star Luo City grew alarmingly fragile. Once only rendable by the most formidable of beings, now easily torn asunder by a mere soul sage, though the fate of those attempting to traverse through space remained uncertain. The radiant and shadowy holy dragons circled above the ruins, upon which reclined a stooped elder and a commanding figure, respectively. A colossal crimson puppet stood beside the holy dragons, bearing atop its shoulder a breathtakingly enchanting sorceress. A towering cyclopean eye loomed in the sky, flanked by hundreds of massive tentacles that sliced through the air, emanating a ghostly blue light. Roars echoed as formidable beasts emerged from the darkness, a gigantic bear and a 1,000-meter black dragon. From the distant horizon, a mermaid crowned in gold and a titanic magical whale appeared amidst the tumultuous sea. As the strongest beings of the continent gathered, they gazed at the spearhead rising into the sky, reflecting on the transformed ruins of Star Luo, filled with a sense of melancholy, before collectively directing their eyes toward the firmament. Cubs, your mother and father are going to lend assistance. Take your friends and depart now. Star Luo is no more. Seek refuge in that secret realm, and we shall return safely. A colossal 6-winged angel emerged amidst this chaos, upon whose shoulder stood a man wielding an ancient longbow, his soul rings flickering with a blinding silver light, radiating an aura that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Awakening, Gu Feng reached out toward his departing parents, but his hand fell short. Ouyang's son, witnessing Poseidon and the sea which ascend into the sky, gently placed a hand on Gu Feng's shoulder, awaiting his decision. Allow me to handle it. That entity cannot be obstructed by these beings. At worst, they shall perish, the continent shall be preserved, and Star Luo shall become a true ruin, or perhaps some shall die, and Star Luo's domain will be condemned to divine retribution. The heavy tone of Fatio resonated beside Gu Feng as the celestial entity above approached the appointed moment, far beyond the reach of those who had never traversed the bounds of their own planet. If you have yet to decide, I can offer my assistance. However, in return, you must aid me in combating the void in the future. An ethereal voice echoed from behind, as a figure with violet hair, wielding a crimson oil paper umbrella, traversed the void with an air of mystery, danger, and unwavering confidence. Huang Quan. Most remained oblivious to the nature of the void that Huang Quan spoke of. Save for Fei Xiao and Gu Feng. Feng, do not concern yourself with this woman. The sleeping celestial monarch is beyond our capacity to confront, and the future will not afford us the means to contend with it either. I can handle the entity above, and this woman's assistance is unnecessary. A hand restrained Fei Xiao from taking action. Very well, when that day arrives, summon me. As long as I still draw breath, I shall be there. Gu Feng stood with his back to Huang Quan, gazing at the descending rock spear from the heavens. In his current state, he could scarcely withstand such an assault. At best, he could ensure his survival amidst the onslaught. I will come to find you, he declared. Her predicament could only be resolved by him at this moment. Returning to the celestial vessel offered alternative means, my projection still bore sufficient strength to cleave through the barriers of this realm. After that strike, I could lead her away from this confined world. If you venture there, uncertainty looms large, but consider this a gift of assistance. As Huang Quan's words lingered in the air, she lifted her gaze to the firmament, letting out a slow sigh. Memories of the past surged within her mind. The shattered Takamagara and Izumo, a land strewn with broken swords and blades, a black sun against a gray sky, crimson rain. And that figure amidst the downpour, a gentle woman adorned in sacrificial garb, with 2 horns of dark hair, held a fractured longsword. Gazing at the swirling black hole above, in her recollection, the woman swung the blade, and the shattered sword gradually transformed into a blood-red long sword. As the blade materialized, the unique horns atop the girl's head faded from memory, and with that decisive strike, her hair turned a shade of gray-white. Numerous memories crashed into Huang Quan's consciousness until the final image emerged, a friend walking the same path, inquiring about her name. She had forgotten so much. Yet one thing remained etched in her mind. Her name. Thunder. Wuchuan Guardian. Mei. Huang Quan advanced through the void in her high heels, creating ripples akin to water. Gu Feng was drawn into a peculiar space. With her red eyes and gray hair, Huang Quan stood with her back to him, wielding a crimson longsword. She turned to face him. The surface of the sea in this realm continually rippled, while a colossal black hole spun in the distance. Huang Quan regarded the young man before her, noting the determination in his eyes. She recalled an old friend, the chaotic healer. During the protracted night ahead, you may encounter numerous trials and witness countless tragedies, until only the stark contrast of black and white remains in your vision. Yet, believe that within that monochrome world, a fleeting hint of red shall appear, and at the moment of your choice, it will manifest once more. You must carefully contemplate its significance. Subsequently, Huang Quan slowly drew forth a crimson long blade and struck towards the black hole. A red gash appeared before the void, cleaving the sea, and Gu Feng was subsequently cast out into this peculiar realm. After Huang Quan delivered that strike, the duality of black and white suddenly expanded throughout this world, engulfing it in an instant. The stars, sun, moon, heavenly souls, fighting spirits, constellations, oceans, poles, and all inhabitants of the Shrek realm witnessed the sweeping arrival of this monochrome tide, transforming the entire world into shades of black and white. The formidable beings across all continents of the star Luo were gathering their powers, preparing to counter the impending descent of the rock spear from above. The eruption of black and white filled them with astonishment. The shock in Myoer's eyes was unparalleled. While the hidden Nyo Tian tightened in the void, and the figures of Ein and Tang Hao beneath Shrek remained utterly bewildered. In the span of a single breath, the black and white enveloped the entire planet, rendering the descending rock spear gray, when suddenly a flash of crimson light pierced through the monochrome realm. The intense red light cleaved towards the heavens, severing the colossal rock spear capable of annihilating continents, which then dissipated into the void, creating a crimson rift in the sky, a testament to future divinity. The black and white world regained its original hues, and Myoer vanished into the firmament following the red light. The ethereal silhouette of Huang Quan reappeared before the crowd, her phantom form signaling that her time was nearly at an end. The power of this projection was on the verge of fading. General of the Yaoqing celestial vessel, you have a moment to bid farewell, she said. Moreover, I have merely halted that calamity. The individual has been gravely wounded by the residual force. What follows is for you to determine. Thereafter, Huang Quan's projection entrusted time to Fei Xiao and Gu Feng. Upon witnessing this, Ouyang's son and the others made way for them. Chapter 45. The coming of chaos. I shall await you on the celestial vessel. In the future, I will stand by your side as we confront the eternal slumber monarch. Fei Xiao embraced Gu Feng quietly. After a while, gentle words echoed in Gu Feng's ear. Take care of yourself. We must depart. Time is fleeting, and if we linger, this realm will be sealed by that entity once more. Very well, I understand. Fei Xiao cast a final glance at Gu Feng before vanishing into the rift in the sky alongside Huang Quan. The six-winged angel descended beside them, accompanied by the ethereal form of the sea god wielding a scepter. The witch and Gu Yechen stood at their periphery, while the supermodel had completely disappeared, and Xing Luo lay utterly incapacitated. It was now time for reckoning. The soul beasts, the evil soul masters, as well as Shrek and the peculiar Xing Luo, among others. A fierce battle erupted, with angels and the sea god simultaneously confronting the blood-red puppets. The giant whale and sea god island cautiously tested each other, Neither dared to reveal their full strength before these individuals, for they were not of this continent. The light and dark sacred dragons intertwined in a fierce struggle, while the witch obstructed the voracious divine cow, and Gu Yechen faced off against Su Jiawei. Suddenly, the death god puppet appeared on the battlefield, its scythe aimed at Shrek's ranks. The radiant phoenix of light timely intervened, blocking the sweeping blade and swiftly ushering Shrek's group into a frenzied retreat, their blood staining the golden feathers of the phoenix. Shrek's forces clashed with the evil soul masters, while Di Tian and Xiong Jun sensed the presence of the two traitors, Titan and Neo Tian, and furiously charged at them. The collision of four extreme-level soul beasts caused the very heavens to tremble. At the moment Huang Quan tore through the barrier set by the former demon lord, multiple divine consciousnesses simultaneously descended from the divine realm. Gu Qiu'er, crouching in midair, clutched her head and wailed, while Wang Donger, amidst Hui Yuhao's incredulous expression, emitted an ethereal voice. Blue divine consciousnesses descended upon the light sacred dragon and sea god island, and then a strand of divine thought surged from Gu Qiu'er's mind. Racing toward Wang Donger, Gu Qiu'er subsequently fainted, as Ouyang's son, Ouyang Qier, and Gu Yuna examined her injuries, revealing damage to her soul. Their expressions turned grim. Meanwhile, Wang Donger, now to be known as Tang Wudong, unfurled her resplendent butterfly wings behind her. A golden trident descended from the heavens, its radiant light cascading to the ground. Tang Wutong extended her jade-like hand, and the trident trembled slowly before materializing in her grasp. The aura of the super artifact momentarily calmed everyone. It was time for a desperate struggle. They had lingered at the pinnacle of this world for far too long, long enough for each of them to sense the fleeting nature of their time. This sudden appearance of a super artifact might be the key to their liberation. In the current calm signified an impending frenzy. None wished to meet their demise. Everyone had departed from Tang Wudong's side, leaving her in a vortex where anyone who dared approach would suffer dire consequences. Hui Yuhao wished to utter something, but it seemed as if his companion had vanished. The girl before him possessed an aura entirely distinct from the individuals he was familiar with. Nonetheless, there was a silver lining. The destined child of this world had not yet succumbed to despair, and the schemes of the Tang God King had become utterly futile. The will of heaven and earth suddenly alerted the crowd, swiftly whisking Hui Yuhao away before vanishing from sight. Tang Wudong cast a lingering glance at the disappearing Hui Yuhao. A child of fate, indeed. How fortunate to be favored by the heavens. She then turned her gaze toward the culprits behind this chaos. You stand no chance. Even with divine artifacts, you cannot ascend to godhood. However, there does exist a path for you to attain divinity. Eliminate those who do not belong to Douluo. Tang Wudong pointed her sword at Gu Feng and the others, including the silver-haired Nox. The black sun and moon rose from the ruins before detonating. Ether, sun, and moon. The explosion sent a cloud of dust soaring, prompting Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, along with the others who did not belong to Douluo, to flee desperately. As divine consciousness descended, Gu Feng felt an ominous premonition and prepared himself. Their strength was insufficient to contend with the continent's top-tier powerhouses. The death puppets and blood puppets charged simultaneously towards Nox, and in that instant, Nox was shattered into fragments. Darkness, profound and absolute darkness. It enveloped the entirety of Star Luo, spreading to the very borders of Douluo. Within that darkness, countless whispers arose. You have come. We long to be released to annihilate them. The black ring erupted, and the previous black mist surged towards everyone in Star Luo. Damn it, what is this? Shishui, take cover. The dark sacred dragon ignited its soul power, momentarily propelling Yi Shishui through the black mist. The dark sacred dragon appeared as though corroded, its scales decaying, horns withered, and claws aged. The dark sacred dragon transformed back into a towering elder, exuding a feeble aura, spitting forth black blood as it carried Yu Shishui towards the sun and moon. Zhang Liwu followed closely behind the dragon Xiaoao as it broke through the black mist, fleeing alongside them. He was the one who suffered the most, losing for 10,000-year soul beasts and the bone dragon king in his escape. The angel and sea god battled fiercely, while the witch was repelled by the gluttonous beast. Gu Yeqing found himself trapped above the heavens by Su Jiawei, ensnared by the protective barrier of the imperial crown, unable to break free in the short term. As the dust settled, Gu Feng and his companions were intercepted by members of the body sect, the angel, sea god, in which stood resolutely before the immortal poison, while the Shrek members and various forces from the continent surrounded them. The hooves of the gluttonous divine ox thundered down as Ouyang Sun's maniacal laughter echoed. Come, come. This is how it should be. With one hand propped against his forehead, a piercing crimson light radiated forth, while golden plumes and white down danced in the wake of the rampaging divine ox. Chitian. Everyone was momentarily lifted by Ouyang Sun, propelling the divine ox into the air. However, Ouyang Sun's strength ultimately paled in comparison to such formidable foes. After launching the divine ox, he reverted back, instantly losing his combat capability. The aura of the Snow Empress surged dramatically, Soul Saint, Soul Douluo, and on the verge of breaking through to the titled rank. She yearned to conclude her recultivation, although the outcome might still render her incapable of contending with these adversaries. There remained a glimmer of hope for her to escape this place. Gu Feng extended a hand to press upon the Snow Emperor's shoulder, then emerged from behind, approaching Qian Xiuyue and gently enveloping her in an embrace. Mother, do not worry. We shall be fine, I promise. He then delivered a swift strike to his mother, rendering her unconscious. Supporting her as she collapsed, he entrusted her care to the witch and Poseidon. As for his father, he found himself at an impasse. Though it seemed there was little cause for concern on that front, the number of titled individuals around them was increasing, and the temptation of ascension to divinity was overwhelmingly enticing. In the past, these individuals had struggled to find their paths, but now, everyone desired to partake in the unfolding drama. I can lead you all to safety. There is no need to resort to that. Sang Yue observed the encircling throng and calculated their remaining combat strength. The probability of a complete escape stood at a mere 40%, yet this was sufficient. I do not wish to flee again. Shrek has fled once, and I also evaded when Fei Xiao departed. I am no saint, nor do I relish in such troubles. However, the individuals I care for are few, my family. Whoever harms them shall pay with their life. A whisper emerged, gradually spiraling into madness, a frenzied aura emanating from Gu Feng. Sang Yue beheld the ethereal energy and crimson vitality surging from Gu Feng. She tightened her grip on her blade, knowing she still had one strike left in her arsenal, one strike potent enough to ensnare all for a fleeting moment. Sang Yue, take them away. Please look after them. Wait for me in the wilderness. I shall return. Sang Yue gazed at Gu Feng's retreating figure, and after a brief moment, she acquiesced. Very well. She withdrew to join Ouyang Sun and the others. None among the encircled dared to make a move. They had no intention of allowing them to deliver their final words. The individuals surrounding them hailed from various origins, each uncertain of how many opportunities for divinity existed. Furthermore, within the encirclement were 3 super Douluo. Now, only 2 remained. Yet no one wished to take the lead. They were tasked with guarding against potential breakthroughs from within while remaining vigilant against those outside. Let us preserve our breath for now. Do not grant these rogues the chance to escape. Xuanzi returned, one of his hands fractured. Ouyang Sun's strike had decisively broken it. Truly, he was the strongest beneath the limits. The onlookers observed Xuanzi's injured hand, their pupils constricting as they began to gather their strength in preparation for action. Chapter 46. Demon. Apothecary. Ha ha ha. A sonorous voice echoed within the encirclement, while the chaotic utterances of the Black Ring reverberated nearby, soon followed by the retreat of the black mist from the area. The imperial crown drew down the stars, intercepting the black fog. The Black Ring slowly migrated from the star Luo towards the direction of Doling, and as it moved, the black mist trailed behind, devouring all life in its path. Something is amiss. Why has the Black Ring departed from here? Moon and the shadowy figure of Ain Tang Hao furrowed their brows in contemplation. The peculiar nature of that entity was beyond their comprehension. They could only ensure their own safety while extending their protection to their companions. What could have prompted its sudden retreat? From beneath the ruins of Star Luo, an endless stream of black mist surged forth, swirling ominously around Gu Feng. In the depths of darkness, a pair of crimson eyes flickered to life. The inky blackness of the pupils contrasted starkly with the whites, the edges of the irises encircled by a ghostly ring of white. As these eerie eyes radiated a sinister crimson glow, the manic laughter morphed into a deranged, melancholic giggle. Come, come, let us continue. Today, you shall all meet your demise here, echoed the frenzied words amidst the suffocating black mist. Gu Feng's consciousness delved deep into the recesses of his soul, where the dark crimson blood seemed to encapsulate the entirety of existence. O slumbering demon within my being, assist me in overcoming this trial. I am willing to barter my future for your aid. A soft chuckle resonated within his heart, as the ephemeral visage of the demon flickered out of sight. Unbeknownst to Gu Feng, the demon bore an uncanny resemblance to him. A fleeting, human-like smirk danced across the demon's face. In an instant, the dark crimson blood coursed through his entire being, shattering the invisible chains that bound him. A colossal silhouette of the demon materialized briefly behind him. All eyes were drawn to the fleeting apparition, an ineffable terror descending upon the hearts of everyone present at its manifestation. No one discerned the demon's true form. Though it appeared only for a moment, an overwhelming sense of dread permeated their souls, as if a great calamity had arrived. In that fleeting instant of the demon's emergence, the deities in the celestial realm, along with the hidden Tang Hao, Ayin, the concealed Muir, and even the distant Huang Quan, all sensed something extraordinary. Yet, only Huang Quan comprehended the true nature of that phenomenon. An endless tide of black mist surged forth from the depths of the earth, and within its swirling darkness, a flicker of red appeared, transforming the black mist into a sinister shade of black-red. The shadowy figure vanished abruptly before them, as a hand seized Xuanzi's face, forcefully pressing him into the ground, creating a chasm several hundred meters deep. In unison, everyone recoiled, an overwhelming sense of imminent danger flooding their hearts. Hee! Death! 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 From the depths of the chasm erupted frenzied laughter and savage roars. The fractured earth began to tremble, as Gu Feng grasped one of Xuanzi's feet, relentlessly pounding him against the ground. Ascend to Dominion. Dragon Sovereign's Tremor Realm. Dragon Sovereign's Evil-Breaking Strike. The hunched figure suddenly loomed large. The strongest generation from a century ago unleashed his signature techniques. The combination of three formidable moves, coupled with a surprise attack, took place while Gu Feng was still engaged in his relentless assault on Xuanzi. A terrifying explosion resounded. In an instant, Gu Feng was reduced to a mist of blood. Ouyang's son and the others, witnessing Gu Feng's tragic fate, clenched their fists tightly. At the moment Mu En struck, he diverted everyone's attention, allowing Song Yu to open a portal. In the blink of an eye, she hurled everyone through it, and then, with Gu Yuchen arriving behind her, she intended to take him along. A chilling voice interrupted Song Yu's actions. I want these people dead. Gu Yuchen drew the sun-quelling bow. An infinite cascade of sunlight poured from the celestial sphere, striking the taut bowstring. An arrow forged from radiant beams, aimed with fervor at Muon. The sun had set. For a fleeting moment, the brilliance of the sun dimmed, and the arrow of sunlight transformed into a nascent sun, hurtling down upon Mu En. Suddenly, a colossal blood-red hammer materialized in the path of the luminous arrow, spanning tens of thousands of meters. A thunderous explosion erupted. A vast crater, measuring thousands of miles in diameter, manifested in the starry expanse, while a mushroom cloud ascended skyward, piercing through the atmosphere, across the Douluo continent. This mushroom cloud was visible from every corner. This day would later be commemorated as the dawn of chaos, the inception of all malevolence. Ignited by the ascent of that mushroom cloud, Tang Hao, leaning on the shrunken Haotian hammer, coughed up blood, while Ayin tirelessly infused him with life energy to heal his wounds. Gu Yuchen was supported by Song Yu, encircled by formidable warriors. None dared allow him to depart. The repercussions of his vengeance would be insufferable. The power he wielded had surpassed all limits, truly reaching the divine realm. Gu Yuchen gently withdrew his hand from Song Yu's assistance, and the Shiri Bao reappeared, prompting everyone to retreat in trepidation, uncertain whether he could draw an arrow. As both sides confronted one another, Ayin tended to Tang Hao, while an endless swirl of black and crimson energy enveloped the entire sky of Xinghua. The chaotic currents of black and red spiraled wildly. A dark sun and a crimson moon materialized simultaneously on the horizon. On this day, the inhabitants of Douluo beheld three celestial bodies, a dim sun, a colossal black sun, and a blood-red full moon. This extraordinary event was later chronicled by future generations, yet few believed it, save for the elders who had witnessed the spectacle. Almost no one else accepted its veracity. It was both a miracle and a calamity. Those present amidst the ruins of Xinghua stood frozen, gazing at the celestial phenomena above. The apocalyptic sight sent shivers down their spines, for first came the rock spears capable of sinking continents, and now the same ominous black sun and sanguine moon had returned. And their current state was far from favorable. Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao had already fled, while Kong Deming retreated to the sun and moon alongside them after the rock spear was cleaved in two. Di Tian and Xiong Jun, having battled with Neo Tian and Titan, were also in disarray. Neo Tian and Titan bore grievous injuries, and Di Tian and Xiong Jun. After the retreat of Gu Yu and her companions, unleashed the Dragon God Claw and the Rending Sky Claw, inflicting severe wounds upon Titan and Neo Tian as they departed from Xinghua. The Demon Queen clashed with the denizens of Sea God Island, though she emerged relatively unscathed. Her condition was less than optimal. Shrek's Moon and Xuanzi were also rendered nearly incapacitated. Tang Hao, having forcefully endured Gu Yecheng's wrathful strike compounded by the abrupt interruption of his fusion with the will of heaven and earth, found himself momentarily devoid of strength. Song Yue opened a portal to another dimension, leading Gu Yecheng through it. At the instant they entered, a voice resonated throughout the cosmos, though it bore an air of immense authority. Both Gu Yecheng and Song Yue recognized its owner. Subsequently, the dimensional gate closed. Ether, Sun, and Moon, the Black Sun and the Crimson Moon descended together, heralding the advent of doomsday. The true end of days upon Douluo. All resistance was relinquished. In the face of cataclysm, humanity inevitably reaches its limits, unable to withstand the onslaught. A collective prayer arose, as countless ordinary people and soul masters beseeched the divine for salvation. Su Jiawei called upon the name he had discovered within the secret realm. The prayers of an entire world, coupled with Su Jiawei's embarkation on a path of abundance, momentarily summoned the ethereal visage of a great existence. Adorned with antlers atop his head, he possesses a visage that transcends gender, 6 arms extending gracefully from his form, each adorned with a multitude of eyes. With a benevolent gaze, he surveys the world, his countenance graced by the softest smile known to mankind. The towering tree of heaven rises, supporting the Black Sun and the Blood Moon, both held aloft by its celestial branches. The fearsome power of this tree simultaneously anchors the dark, celestial bodies in place. Amidst the swirling crimson and obsidian currents, a pair of blood-red eyes ignite, as Gu Feng observes the heavenly tree thwarting the Black Sun and Blood Moon. As Gu Feng prepares to act, he gestures to unveil a rift, revealing an oppressive atmosphere on the other side, a sky stained crimson and an endless sea of blood, upon which looms a partially collapsed colossal city. This is the remnant of hell. The core of the demon realm remains unscathed, lingering within the dimensional space of Douluo. The heart of hell is indeed the essence of the demon realm. A higher dimensional universe is effortlessly opened by his hand. With a flick, he casts Gu Feng into the abyss. A roar reverberates through the cosmos before he vanishes from this realm. The apothecary. Subsequently, the rift seals and the endless black-red currents, now devoid of their master, gradually dissipate. He gestures to diminish the tree, transforming the sun and moon into its unique fruits. His compassionate gaze sweeps across this world before he departs, leaving behind an altered landscape. Chapter 1. A shift in the landscape. A year after the celestial alignment of the 3 stars, transformations began to unfold across the continent. Gu Yechen and his companions returned to the border wasteland, which had entered a state of full-scale preparation for war at that time. The group from Shrek, led by Tang Hao and Ayin, made their way back to Shrek Academy. Moon transferred the position of Sea God Pavilion Master to Tang Hao. Upon taking office, the Haotian sect emerged, with Tang Wudong designated as the next prospective Pavilion Master. The young man from the Haotian sect, whose actions had ignited the fuse a year prior, Tang Wujia, also joined Shrek. Throughout the year, numerous significant events transpired. Among the most notable were the Douluo incident, the Xing Luo incident, the Tianhun incident, as well as the Ryu and Shunling incidents. The black ring that erupted that day eventually drifted towards the Douluo realm after some time. On that fateful day, Douluo transformed into a realm of death. Although the powerful sects managed to escape, the ordinary populace was nearly obliterated. Presently, Douluo stands as a desolate nation, with the black ring hovering ominously in its sky, no longer in motion. Xing Luo, as the battleground of that apocalyptic event, has been rendered almost entirely uninhabitable. Nevertheless, the aftermath left behind terrifying consequences. Initially, some individuals worshipped the savior deity and gained near-immortal abilities. But it wasn't long before they morphed into monstrous beings, their bodies covered in withered branches, driven by bloodlust, attacking any living creature they encountered. Subsequently, the secret realm of Tsangcheng, governed by Xing Luo, fused with the ruins of the Xing Luo imperial city, forming a vast sinkhole. A severed tree took root amidst the ruins of Xing Luo, granting Su Jiawei extraordinary powers. However, due to Tang Hao's appearance and the divine inheritance bestowed upon him, there has yet to be any significant movement. In the wake of the calamities, the living populace of Luo has dwindled to almost nothing, and all corpses within the realm have transformed into monsters, congregating in the ruins of the Luo imperial city. Tianhun, on the other hand, appears to be in a relatively better state, albeit still chaotic. Douluo and Luo are exceedingly perilous, yet they pose little threat to ordinary people, as the latter have already perished. Suddenly, a half-human, half-demon entity emerged in Tianhun. These discovered demons are bloodthirsty, lacking in soul power, yet possessing remarkable speed, strength, and formidable physical forms. They even disguise themselves as humans, preying upon the living. The threat posed by these demons is substantial. Led by the leaders of the Benti sect, several sects formed a demon capture alliance. While large-scale incidents of demons devouring humans have ceased for now, such occurrences persist, and demons that consume human flesh can awaken various abilities. The threat from that quarter is currently of utmost urgency to address. Otherwise, who knows what horrors might arise if all the inhabitants of Tianhun were consumed. The Ryu realm has divided into two factions, one led by the Crown Prince and Yi Shishue's Holy Spirit sect, alongside the evil emperor. The other faction is Muir, the harbinger of the apocalypse, who has resurfaced after a period of dormancy. The boundless sea of blood has spread from the shores of Ryu, extending beyond the borders of Mingdu. The sole mentor legion of the sun and moon has been engulfed, and the blood sea has absorbed all nourishment, halted at the outskirts of the Ming capital. Muir's injuries have yet to heal. After all, the power of the void is not easily born. In the wake of this upheaval, the Crown Prince has allied with the Holy Spirit sect to ascend to power, while Jing Hongchun of the Mingda Hall, accompanied by Xiao Hongchun, has vanished from the capital. Above the boundless blood sea, a colossal blood orb has materialized, within which 6 extraordinary lives are gestating. Xuanzi from Shrek led an expedition to explore, but was repelled by the sanguine figures within the blood sea. Zhong Liwu seized the opportunity to grievously wound Xuanzi, almost leaving him stranded in the sun and moon realm. Throughout this year, the divine legacies scattered across Douluo have converged, and the divine resonance echoes across the continent. Everyone has heard it, the ancient relics of Jialing Pass, the legacy of the gods. However, the Jialing Pass relics were sealed by the gods a millennium ago. The shattered divine position of the angels, the heritage of the Rakshasa, and the legacies of the deities are now housed within Jialing Pass. The site of Jialing Pass hovers above Shrek City. The seal will be broken 3 years hence, a fleeting moment, as all across the continent, people strive to enhance their powers, yearning for the divine legacy. Naturally, many also harbor intentions to obliterate the divine legacy. The Soul Beast clan, the demons, Muir, and the denizens of the borderlands. Mist Songyue, would you indulge me in a drink? Gu Yechen stood upon the city wall, gazing into the distance, his drink swaying towards the newly arrived Songyue. The wine in Gu Yechen's hand found its way into Songyue's grasp. This exquisite wine was worthy of acceptance, so she graciously accepted it. Zhou Yue is looking for you, she stated, her frosty tone softened slightly by the allure of the fine drink. Before vanishing atop the city wall with the bottle in hand, Gu Yechen gazed quietly at the horizon, where the remnants of a solitary tree could be seen against the backdrop of the stars. Though it did not possess the grandeur of the miraculous tree, its presence was nevertheless discernible. Alas, the figure of Gu Yechen gradually vanished beyond the city walls. Sister, Qiuer's soul has fallen into silence. Gu Yue mentioned that a part of her soul is missing, yet it seems that something has preserved her life, and she is now slowly recovering. Yes, I understand. Are you planning to venture out? Indeed, Gu Yue has returned to the Star Doe. The continent is currently tumultuous. As the master of soul beasts, she must seek a path for them, as it is her mission. Please, take care of yourself. Here, I give you this item. Although I am not entirely certain of its nature, I believe it will complement your abilities well, especially in conjunction with your recovery over the past year. If all goes as expected, under dire circumstances, you should be able to unleash chaos like that Xuanzi from before. Ouyang Qiuer's voice gradually diminished towards the end. Ouyang's son, observing his unreliable elder sister, shook his head in resignation and then opened the door. He waved goodbye to Ouyang Qiuer without looking back, turning his gaze towards the rooftop, which held nothing but emptiness. Nevertheless, he smiled and waved towards that direction before vanishing from sight. 2 figures materialized on the rooftop. The enchantress held Poseidon, comforting her as they watched the departing Ouyang's son, hoping for his safe return. As night fell, the Snow Empress stood atop the tower within the city. Song Yue quietly leaned against her, sipping wine procured from Gu Yeqing. I intend to venture out, though I am no longer the sovereign of the far north. During the great battle last year, my efforts seemed futile unless I fought with all my might. Heh, a soft chuckle echoed. However, I am indeed the sovereign of the far north. Next time, I shall not remain a mere spectator. The Snow Empress's icy voice resonated in the tranquil night. Song Yue paused her drinking and smiled, then resumed sipping her wine. Very well, I had intended to tell you that I am also going to restore my strength. It is truly ironic that my role in that battle was merely to lead the retreat. I am a god of war. An overwhelming aura of sharpness and endless cold surged forth as Song Yue's words fell. After a moment, it settled, and the Snow Empress turned to gaze at Song Yue. The two aloof and reserved women simultaneously burst into laughter. Song Yue tossed the wine towards the Snow Empress, who took a swig before both departed in opposite directions. In the prison of Shrek City, a golden-haired figure was sealed away, her body marred and filthy, devoid of clothing. This woman has been imprisoned for over a year. Subjected to every form of torture, yet it has proven ineffective. However, one cannot deny that she remains remarkably alluring. Indeed, after being experienced by so many, she is still so enchanting. Ha ha ha, you've got me wanting another go at it, brother. Shall we? Half an hour later. Two prison guards simultaneously exited the cell of the golden-haired figure, leaving the wretched Lan Su lying on the filthy ground. Lan Su had endured a year of relentless torment. Captured at the behest of the so-called divine descent thousands of years ago, and by the demands of Tang Wudong, she found herself imprisoned. The Shrek she had called home for over a decade had not intervened in the slightest. Rather, they had become her primary accomplices in her downfall. Otherwise, even if she were unable to fight back, she could have at least escaped. Yet, the betrayal and treachery of Shrek had plunged her into an abyss. Daily subjected to humiliation by various tormentors, the resentment brewing within her sought to annihilate the entire world. Soon, very soon, you all shall perish. In the darkness, her once white eyes began to glow a blood-red hue, while her golden hair transformed to a ghostly white. Is this truly my destined fate? Ha ha, what am I? Merely your pawn, or perhaps a child of destiny. What has this identity bestowed upon me? Only endless suffering. An unseen will transmitted a message to the blue-haired figure. It was a life untouched by Tang San. With an innate level 20 divine martial soul, centered around the star Luo, he encountered the members of the Xingguan sect, aiding the woman of that sect to ascend as empress. She was the queen, he the general. His mother beamed with pride for him. And his father treated his mother exceptionally well. He unified the continent, soaring to the divine realm with his family, liberating the common folk. A harmonious family and a cherished love. This was his true destiny, not a life akin to that of a dog. The Ice Emperor and Tian Dream were engulfed in boundless fury. Those chosen by fate were predetermined from birth. But what of their choices? Were they also orchestrated? How intriguing. I have annihilated half a continent. Even gods are not beyond my reach. Now, it becomes more interesting, Yu Hang. How about you take me as your master and learn necromancy from me? A platinum-haired specter materialized before them. Such a being becoming a god is a mistake, yet do you dare to oppose him? He is a god, after all. And in their eyes, he could extinguish them with a mere flick. Unwilling to accept such a life, I yearn for my own destiny, to be the master of my fate. If you can teach me, I am willing to take you as my mentor. Ha ha ha, splendid. Through your misfortunes, I have gained considerable advantages. My fragment of divine consciousness shall not dissipate. Above you, there are a senior brother and sister, who are not inferior to the gods of this world. Yu Hang, I only hope that in the future, you can lead a life untainted by that being's interference, contributing something for the people of this world. My name is the Cataclysm of the Undead, God of Necromancy, Ilex. Chapter 2. Ouyang Lin and the Starry Dipper. Is it true that there are no soul beasts even in the outskirts of the Starry Dipper? How intriguing. The golden feathers flutter gracefully as Ouyang's son, wielding the divine demon staff, steps into the Starry Dipper. 2 years prior, several other youths also embarked on their journey from this very place towards the Starry Dipper. His destination is unequivocal, the core area of the Starry Dipper. Anyone who obstructs him shall meet their demise. However, the Soul Beast tribe is unlikely to stand in his way, for he bears her scales upon him. Logically, she should have sensed his arrival the moment he set foot in the Starry Dipper. It seems the Starry Dipper is not without its troubles, as many have been wandering near the borderlands this past year. Yet, under the guard of the border warriors and the intimidation of Gu Yeqing, none dare to venture further. Regarding the Starry Dipper, only a handful of formidable beasts possess high combat prowess, and she has undergone a complete reformation. Although her current strength is commendable, it ultimately pales in comparison to her former self. The emergence of god-level combatants on the Shrek side presents a significant complication. It remains uncertain how she has fared over the past year. Ouyang's sun transformed into a beam of golden light, surging towards the core of the Starry Dipper. As he approached the inner circle, he halted. Oh, is the situation this dire? He leapt into a tree, concealing his presence. Before him, towering walls had been erected around the inner circle, with countless high-tech soul-guiding devices aimed at it. On the city walls, the auras of 2 super Douluos could be discerned. This is merely one vantage point. Given the vast expanse of the inner circle and the positions of the 2 super Douluos he sensed, it would require at least 16 super Douluos to encircle the inner circle. To the east, west, south, and north, there must be 2 stationed in each direction, while the others can provide timely support. Where has Shrek acquired such a multitude of super Douluos? Unless Ouyang's sun contemplated the most precarious scenario, these super Douluos do not belong solely to Shrek. They represent a united front from all factions across the continent. But why? Ouyang's sun and his companions have had minimal contact with the outside world over the past year. The individuals from the borderlands are not weak. They do not require soul rings. In fact, they are either soul Douluos or tidal Douluos. While the advancement from soul Douluo to tidal Douluo has become considerably easier compared to a millennium ago, the people from the borderlands are reluctant to use soul cores for their ascension. This is a notion echoed by that fellow, Gu Feng, who claims that advancing through soul cores is a shortcut. The ascension to tidal Douluo a millennium ago required accumulation and deep understanding, enabling one to harness the forces of nature. Thus, it is unlikely that a significant number of tidal Douluos will emerge from the borderlands in the near future. One cannot help but wonder about that young man. According to Lord Gu and Songyu, he has not perished. He was indeed the one who brought forth the final 3-star convergence. However, the resounding roar that echoed across the continent was undeniably his voice. The apothecary. Is that the phantasm? Ouyang's sun recalled the peculiar figure that waved away calamity, surprisingly finding it gentle and imbued with warmth, evoking a sense of familiarity. This was abnormal. Having been cast aside by fate, he pondered how this could be. Clearly, the situation was far more complex than it appeared. As he regained his focus, he gazed upon the imposing wall before him, realizing that he possessed no means to pass through it effortlessly. He would have to force his way in. A blinding crimson light emanated, and in an instant, the positions of everyone atop the city wall manifested within his mind. Blazing eyes, thermal imaging. Though somewhat impractical, it proved to be quite useful. The number of adversaries before him was not overly daunting. There were 10 soul saints, 3 Douluo, and 1 tidal Douluo. While the super Douluo was absent from this location, the real challenge lay with the 2 super Douluo. Dealing with the tidal Douluo would merely be a matter of time. However, time was of the essence. Should the super Douluo from the opposing side arrive to provide support, his efforts would be in vain, possibly leaving him with no opportunities in the future. Ouyang's sun's thoughts raced as golden feathers fluttered among the trees, while white fluff cascaded from the treetops behind him. Suddenly, a red scarf radiated 7 distinct colors of light, flying toward his neck. What was this? The special weapon his sister had been studying? Ah, the stone feather ribbon. 7 powers, yet only 5 were currently available? 7 uniquely colored diamonds, each embodying a distinct ability. The red diamond was a remarkable weapon, a spear forged from concentrated fire poison, capable of infinite division. The yellow diamond could summon 1,001 gravestones imbued with special enhancements, each inscribed with unique runes. The purple diamond could temporarily augment his organs and even enhance cells, granting extraordinary abilities. However, it could only empower 2 organs, and once chosen, the decision was irrevocable. This enhancement could even be deemed a form of evolution. The green diamond, a verdant bell inscribed with the sutras of rebirth, was an ancient scripture related to spirits and transcendence, capable of guarding the sea of consciousness and protecting the soul. The blue diamond, a flock of crows composed of azure lightning, was indestructible and immortal, imbued with electrical energy. It functioned like his eyes, allowing him to swap positions with any of the crows and gain their perspective. The pink diamond was ensnared by countless chains, seemingly connected to another realm within his perception. The black diamond, dull and devoid of light, appeared to lack any radiance. However, he sensed that the power it harbored was the mightiest of all. As he absorbed the information conveyed by the stone feather ribbon, Ouyang Sun's mind momentarily faltered. Was this truly an invention of his sister, that fool? No. This was not her creation. Rather, she had crafted her ribbon based on this very artifact. It seemed that the realm was rife with supernatural entities. And if such weapons existed, one could only wonder what other extraordinary armaments might yet emerge. Ouyang Sun's crimson eyes dimmed for a fleeting moment. But in the next instant, the divine demon staff radiated an unparalleled golden light. Stone feather ribbon? The abilities displayed are indeed remarkable. However, the divine demon staff is not to be underestimated, for it may even surpass in offensive prowess. The feathered silk requires a cooldown period after each use. Yet at this moment, it serves to resolve his infiltration dilemma splendidly. Blue diamonds, purple diamonds. The violet emperor's star, enhancing bloodlines and shadows. From the void emerged countless blue crows, each alighting upon the towering trees. The golden light emanating from the divine demon staff grew increasingly blinding as Ouyang Sun wielded it like a battle axe, unleashing a golden radiance that cleaved a wide gap in the city wall. Ouyang Sun's shadow coalesced into his form, and amidst the chaos, the blue crows surged toward the breach. The purple shadow exuded an air of nobility as Ouyang Sun stealthily concealed himself. Violet Emperor Star, Chi Tian. The purple shadow ascended to a towering height of hundreds of meters, brandishing a dark purple divine demon staff. This shadow could utilize all of his offensive capabilities and was impervious to death. Its sole limitation was that it was merely a shadow, unable to stray too far from his position, requiring his direct control, and it could not harness the abilities of the feathered silk, nor some enhanced states. Nevertheless, Chi Tian was an exception, for it too possessed offensive potential. Violet Emperor Star, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Cannon. The shadow of Ouyang Sun transformed the staff into a Gatling-like apparatus. He had previously contemplated his lack of particularly fearsome attacks. However, his intention was to establish firepower suppression. All issues stemmed from the inadequacy of the parties involved, and moreover, the god-slaying sniper indeed had the capability to slay deities. It was merely a matter of insufficient power at present. The individuals atop the city wall reacted swiftly, yet they were caught unprepared against a premeditated assault. The outcome was already predetermined. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation cannon unleashed a relentless barrage, breaching the wall before the titled and super Douluo could respond to the gap. Hundreds of blue crows surged toward the substantial breach. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone realized what transpired, and they desperately attempted to intercept the blue crows. Yet, ultimately, a few managed to slip past. At the very moment the blue crows infiltrated, the purple shadow vanished instantaneously, and the titled investigators found nothing upon their examination. Yet they were aware that this matter was far from simple. A speed-type soul sage raced toward Shrek. Unbeknownst to Ouyang Sun's figure manifested beside the blue crows. Subsequently, Emperor Tian appeared, casting a profound glance at Ouyang Sun. Alas, let us depart. The master awaits your presence. Chapter 3, Bluefield Jade, Ouyang Sun. Mask of the Mad God. Tian led Ouyang Sun towards the Lake of Life. Along the way, Ouyang Sun observed numerous spirit beasts tending to their wounds. A shallow green lake emerged before him, shrouded in a thick mist that represented the essence of the world, while the life force above the lake was particularly potent. The water appeared emerald, and a figure with green hair tirelessly healed a portion of the spirit beasts by the lakeside. In the center of the lake lay a small island. To call it an island would be a misnomer, as it was more accurately described as a diminutive patch of land occupying a spot within the water. A towering ancient tree swayed gently, beneath which several figures gathered. A muscular man, towering at 2 meters, exuded a sharp aura. A tall, purple-haired woman, standing at 1 meter 80, sported dragon horns atop her head, her deep purple eyes glimmering, while a tail gracefully swayed in the air from her spine. A robust man with red hair bled profusely from one side of his body, continuously attempting to stabilize his injuries. An elderly man with squinted eyes lingered in the shadows near the tree, giving the impression of someone plotting, occasionally glancing up at the figure in the ancient tree. A delicate, effeminate man assisted the red-haired warrior in healing, his presence elusive and barely perceptible, as if he might vanish at any moment. A porcelain doll clad in a white dress slumbered peacefully beneath the ancient tree, her blue hair interspersed with strands of white, and a faint royal insignia appeared on her forehead. When Tian and Ouyang Sun made their entrance, All eyes turned towards the masked Ouyang's son. Sensing a threat emanating from his figure, which bore the strength of a 10,000-year spirit beast. You have arrived, a young, called a silver figure descending from the tree. Landing before Ouyang's son, as the surroundings seemed to fade away. The silver figure embraced Ouyang's son, and the ferocious beasts around them refrained from interrupting. The transformations over the past year had been monumental. The fate of the spirit beast rested heavily upon their leader. Yet, in the eyes of these ancient beings, their leader was but a child, despite her formidable prowess and noble lineage. Moreover, she had undergone a rebirth, striving to forge a future for them all. Born into adversity, she had been gravely injured and unable to fully recover, and then faced the upheaval that swept across the continent. Their leader bore immense suffering. Ouyang's son's mask concealed any expression, isolating him from the world, save for his piercing crimson eyes that gleamed with intensity. As he held the girl in his arms, the crimson light within his gaze softened. He extended his hands gently, seeking to comfort the leader of the spirit beast clan. In her, he sensed a shared experience. He was determined to return to Sea God Island with Poseidon, the sea witch, and his sister. Where's their true home? She aims to lead the Soul Beast clan to carve out a path in this world. Essentially, their situations are quite similar. They too have been forsaken by the divine. But what of him? They have long been abandoned by the gods, have they not? The island of the sea god, which once held reverence. Is it still deserving of such a title? They yearn for the former deity of the sea, rather than the so-called sea god of today. Long time no see. A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the mask. Ouyang's son's mask betrayed no emotions. Why do you wear a mask? Do you not reached out from her embrace? Yearning to glimpse the visage of her beloved boy beneath the mask, Ouyang's son did not resist her gesture. He stood still like a statue, allowing her to explore. Her delicate hand gently caressed the mask, as slender, blood-red tendrils writhed upon its surface. Gyuna recoiled sharply, her graceful figure retreating. The surrounding beast bristled with tension, prepared to confront any sudden developments. Who are you? She inquired coldly of the figure before her, a silver dragon spear aimed steadfastly at him. The mask once again fitted snugly against Ouyang's son's face, his crimson eyes radiating a sinister glow. He rested one hand on his forehead, a manic grin appearing upon the mask. Who am I? Ah, yes, who might I be? Oh, I remember now. I am known as Lantianyu. But for now, I go by Ouyang's son. Thank you. If not for your display, I would have been at a loss for what to do. What once seemed troublesome is now quite manageable. The divine demon staff plunged into the earth, and Ouyang's son crouched atop it, golden feathers emanating a dazzling brilliance. A frenzied smile danced upon the mask, and his scarlet eyes pulsed with red light. Waves of energy surged from his being, sweeping everything around him. In the perception of Emperor Tian and his companions, as they aimed their weapons at the being known as Ouyang's son, it appeared that something within him awakened, something not of this world. It exuded an unmistakable aura, brazenly radiating an essence foreign to their realm. Ouyang's son gently descended to the ground, lifting the divine demon staff from its earthen resting place. He rested it against the nape of his neck, tilting his masked head, the manic grin intensifying. Suddenly, the king of all beasts appeared between Ouyang's son and Gyuna, just as tensions threatened to erupt. Master, this young friend. Might we first address another matter? This young friend was detected upon entry. The two gods from Shrek are on their way, and the trees have conveyed a delightful scent to me. It is the essence of that weedy plant from 10,000 years ago. May I suggest addressing the matter at hand before delving into your personal affairs? The aged voice resonated between them. Lord of 10,000 beasts. Tian repressed his fury directed at the Lord of 10,000 beasts. In Tian's heart, this was an affront to his master. Oh! Ouyang's son suddenly glanced towards the direction from which he had arrived, the intricate patterns on his mask glowing ever more vividly. Is it that fellow? Ouyang's son turned his back to them, casting a shadow that elongated infinitely under the sunlight. With a sidelong glance, one eye shimmered with a crimson radiance beneath the setting sun, embodying both extinction and divinity. While the power from the frenzied god mask still lingers, I find myself itching for a bit of action. I suppose I shall take care of those nuisances as well. As for our sordid affairs, we shall settle them once those nuisances are dealt with. A flicker of flame danced within his scarlet eyes, leaping several meters high. Ouyang's son slowly crouched, the ground beneath him fracturing like a spider's web. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the lakeside where the ancient tree stood. The silver silhouette, with the spear still aimed at the opponent, slowly lowered it upon hearing the Lord of 10,000 beasts mention the enemy. Let us also take a look. All the beasts followed ancient Moon Na's lead towards the towering walls that imprisoned Star Doe. Chapter 4. Battle with Tang. How this aura emanated from outside the wall, where 3 men and 2 women observed the breach opened by Ouyang Sunday. Tang Hao pondered. This aura feels so familiar, yet I cannot quite place it. It's that damned little brat. Xuanzi's expression suddenly twisted as he fell into a trance. Calm yourself. A resonant voice echoed within Xuanzi's mind, rousing him from his stupor. Muan waved his hand, releasing a gentle aura that stabilized Xuanzi's state. Ian, connected to the blue-silver grass below, though no longer the blue-silver emperor, retained a mastery over it that surpassed even that of the former emperor, fortified by 100,000 years of experience, divinity, and the life core forged in the scheming of Douluo. Xuanzi, whose aura is this? Do you recognize it? Tang Hao inquired once Xuanzi regained his composure. It belongs to that little brat from Star Luo from years ago. Ah, so it is him. Tang Hao recalled the fleeting image of the figure that had sent Xuanzi flying. No wonder Xuanzi was incensed. It was him after all, which explained everything. After all, Xuanzi had been ridiculed by countless titled individuals in private due to that incident. Grandfather, grandmother, what are you worried about? Not everyone is capable of annihilating the continent like those 2 monsters. A playful voice rang in their ears as Tang Wutong appeared before familiar faces, embodying the essence of a child yet to grow up. Though, in truth, she was indeed still a child. Shao Qi, do not underestimate the individuals on this continent. Disregarding those 2 world destroyers, the intricate black ring of Douling is not easily resolved. Nor is the laughter of Ryu Xiao Hongchen any less formidable than your father's youth. There are numerous individuals, including the young master of the opposing force to Shrek and that group from the borderlands. Shrek possesses its own prodigies. These individuals, even a millennium ago, were no less talented than your father. Thus, Shao Qi, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Tang Hao gently tousled Tang Wutong's azure-purple locks. Although his words suggested otherwise, he remained somewhat unconcerned. The angelic deity from a millennium ago was surpassed by his 3rd child long before, ultimately succumbing to her prowess. Furthermore, he was aware of certain arrangements made by Tang San. The innate talent of Hui Yuhao far exceeds that of Qian Rinxue from a millennium past. However, his potential has now been transferred to Shao Qi, rendering him a negligible threat. Little did he know that the will of the heavens had bestowed an extraordinary fate upon his progeny, revealing both her original and current destinies. At that moment, Tang Wutong wished to playfully charm Tang Hao and the others, when a streak of fire plummeted from the heavens behind her. Ouyang's son, wielding the divine demon staff, regarded the group of gods with crimson eyes. Are you merely a handful? Eliminating you shall suffice. Prepare to meet your demise. As he spoke, a multitude of weapons materialized in the sky, each possessing unique attributes, sharpness, explosive power, magic suppression, and more, reminiscent of the golden glimmer of the king's treasure. Yet, the arsenal was not endless. An unceasing rain of golden weapons descended upon them. Heavenly soldiers, sword rain. In an instant, the towering walls were reduced to mere sieves, and the trees surrounding the area were swiftly leveled, clearing a space spanning several miles. Di Tian tore through the fabric of space, arriving with the king of 10,000 beasts, Xiangjun, and Gu Yuna, only to witness this spectacle. Yen Ao, with the divine demon staff resting upon his shoulder, stood unshielded. The sky was incapable of obscuring his sight. A resounding bellow echoed, and a colossal hoof descended. The hoof, enshrouded in a thick, earthy membrane, struck the ground, stirring a massive ring of dust. Is this the lad in question? Is he courting death? This seemed an opportune moment to resolve matters. Muan, you and Xianzi handle them. I wish to see if this Silver Dragon King has indeed undergone a complete rebirth. If so, I would not mind settling the affairs of the Soul Beast clan today. Tang Hao summoned the Haotian hammer. The blood-red giant hammer pointed towards Gu Yuna. Emperor Tian and Bear Lord attempted to step forward, but were halted as Gu Yuna gestured for them to retreat. Silver dragon scales enveloped her entire form. Silver horns sprouted forth, and her exquisite violet eyes shimmered with brilliance. A pair of pristine white dragon wings unfurled behind her, while her dragon tail swayed gracefully. A silver dragon spear materialized from the void, its tip aimed at Tang Hao, as the elements of heaven and earth rejoiced. I ask, do you hold me in contempt? Old fool, came a voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Ouyang's son, bearing the divine demon staff, advanced step by step, treading upon the hearts of the onlookers. Behind him lay a half-dead Taotai divine bull and a wing-broken holy dragon, its horns shattered. Beside the two colossal beasts, Tang Wutong knelt on the ground, devoid of resistance, while Ayin propped up a blue barrier in front of Ouyang's son, continuously healing Tang Wutong's wounds. As the dust settled, Ouyang's son's full figure emerged. One arm dangled in midair, the other wielding the divine demon staff, his body cloaked in dust. The golden feathers had dimmed somewhat, and the white fur was also coated with grime. Nevertheless, the eyes behind the mask glowed with an increasingly bright crimson light. Warm jade physique, blood-imbued body, book of life and death. Several enhancement, recovery, and status skills were triggered simultaneously as Ouyang's son's words echoed. In his complete form, Ouyang's son reappeared, emanating a more potent aura. They are incapable, what of you? If you cannot entertain me, then perish. A maniacal laughter erupted. A deep pit formed in the earth, and Ouyang's son's speed rivaled that of teleportation as he appeared above Tang Hao. Irregular golden thunder flickered upon the divine demon staff, and flames danced in the crimson depths of his eyes. Heavenly soldier, staff punishment. A mushroom cloud ascended. Tang Hao lifted the Haotian hammer to block the assault of the divine demon staff, but the violent explosion sent him flying. From a distance, a small mountain shattered into fragments as Tang Hao's figure soared forth from the wreckage. In a disheveled cloak, the ascended Tang Hao no longer needed to gather strength in place. He engaged Ouyang's son in a relentless exchange of blows, swiftly shifting from a balanced struggle to overpowering Ouyang's Sunday. In the blink of an eye, the roles of attacker and defender reversed. Ouyang's son gripped the divine demon staff with both hands, carving a 1,000-meter-long mark into the ground. Heavenly Gate, twisting dragon weasel. Heavenly Gate, jade pipa. As the ancient dragon appeared, adorned with antlers, fish scales, a bull's mouth, a horse's tail, and eagle claws, it charged towards Tang Hao. Ouyang's son's staff transformed into a pipa, its enchanting melodies resonating throughout the realm. Tang Wutong clutched her head, wailing incessantly, while Ayin struggled to withstand the haunting notes. Amidst the fierce clash with the ancient dragon, Tang Hao strove to suppress the cacophony. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 5. The 1,000 Kills God Luo. Heavenly Soldier, Sword Rain. The jade pipa reverted to the form of the divine staff. Ouyang's son, wielding the staff, pointed it at Tang Hao, as countless golden rays cascaded from the heavens like raindrops. Humph! Tang Hao stifled the blood rising in his throat, and his aura surged, propelling the flame dragon into the air. The dragon was shattered by a colossal hammer, with a single strike of Ling Tian. The blood-red Haotian hammer swelled to an immense size, descending upon the golden light rain. Countless golden ripples danced across the surface of the Haotian hammer, momentarily halting its descent. With the continuous influx of golden light, the hammer's handle began to bend. Roar! The giant ape bellowed, its massive hand striking towards Ouyang's Sunday reacting to the thunderous sound. Ouyang's son raised his staff in defense. The air rippled as he was forcefully struck away by the titan ape's punch. With Ouyang's son incapacitated, Tang Hao gradually dispersed the golden rain from above. Beneath the blue-silver emperor's crown and the Haotian crown, we have arrived too late. Dark clouds gathered above, and a deep blue dragon shadow glided through the sky. The Tianqing bull python. No, it should now be called the Tianqing divine dragon. With Tang San's assistance, the small serpent had transformed into a dragon. Otherwise, during the Star Luo incident, these two traitors would have been dealt with by Di Tian and Xiong-jun. Upon the sudden appearance of the two greatest traitors among the soul beasts, Di Tian and Xiong-jun's eyes turned crimson. However, Guyana intercepted them, her silver-white spear standing resolutely before them. Even though these traitors had become the pawns of the gods, they were confident in eliminating them, as long as no deities descended. Master, allow me and Xiong-jun to slay those two traitors. Indeed, my lord, Xiong-jun and I shall take down those treacherous ingrates. Gu Yuna merely shook her head gently, choosing to remain silent, her silver spear unwavering in her grasp. A violet luminescence flickered in her deep purple eyes, revealing her contemplative state. In the distance, a silhouette gradually materialized. The dusty figure came into view for both parties. Gu Yuna gazed at Ouyang's son, seemingly awaiting his words. Ouyang's son, however, paid no heed to the soul beasts, his focus instead on the two newly arrived colossal creatures. He sensed the latent power concealed within their forms, causing a slight tension to stir within him. If not for the faint threat he felt when contemplating the swift demise of the woman with blue-violet hair, he might have acted differently. The woman lying on the ground was already lifeless, while the blue-haired healer posed an insurmountable challenge. Her regenerative abilities were formidable, making her a difficult target. Moreover, there appeared to be an extraordinary force within her, though she seemed ill-equipped for offensive maneuvers. As for the one wielding a hammer, he harbored the strongest power. Yet something restrained him from unleashing it freely. Both beasts possessed a similar force, which posed a slight inconvenience to Ouyang's son, especially as the power granted by the mask of the mad god was gradually waning. The strength emanating from these two creatures felt only marginally inferior to that of Di Tian and the bear, with the hammer wielder being slightly more formidable. "Is this the so-called Haoyan crown? He doesn't seem particularly impressive," remarked Ouyang's Sunday brother. "Do not underestimate him." The Titan giant ape, seemingly indifferent, was about to retort when it was abruptly propelled into the mountain by a swift strike. The stick retracted rapidly. Tang Hao and Niu Tian's eyes widened in surprise. The peculiar stick was capable of extension and retraction. A blue radiance shot towards the Titan, who, caught off guard, swiftly recovered from the inflicted damage. Ouyang's son brandished the divine demon rod, which emanated a crimson glow. "It seems I must resort to that," he declared, rotating the rod and plunging it into the ground. He leapt atop the divine demon rod, his body gradually lifting from it, suspended in midair. The rod incessantly drew upon the earth's profound energy. The crimson glow from the eyes of his mask intensified, soaring skyward, accompanied by a deep, resonant voice. "Let us commence the second round. Fools, I hope you do not perish here, for I would be deprived of a few more toys." As Ouyang's son's words fell, a brilliant crimson light suddenly withdrew into his eyes. A colossal statue of a 1,000-armed Buddha rose majestically behind him. Towering at 1,000 meters, the statue glimmered with a dark golden hue, its eyes firmly closed, with countless arms manifesting behind it. Tang Hao, Niu Tian, and Titan gazed in astonishment at this bizarre apparition. They sensed an enigmatic force emanating from it, yet its nature eluded their comprehension. In Douluo, there had originally been no concept of celestial Buddhas or demons. However, Gu Feng's descent into darkness introduced the notion of evil for the first time. Now, Ouyang's son had summoned the first Buddha, albeit not the benevolent figure of legend. A massive hammer stirred a tempest as lightning from the heavens rained down upon the Buddha's crown, while Titan unleashed a swirling orb of crimson energy. 3 formidable attacks surged toward Ouyang's Sunday. Although they could not discern the essence of this entity, their objective was clear: to prevent its emergence. The battlefield is no place for reasoned discourse. The sole aim is the annihilation of foes. Survival is the only virtue. As for the so-called grand tournament, it is but a child's play. Who, in the heat of battle, would wait for their opponent to launch a devastating strike? Unless one is incapable of retreat, who would willingly endure such an onslaught? After all, not everyone possesses the tenacity of that young man Gu Feng or the mysterious woman with purple hair from years past. Just as the attacks were about to descend upon Ouyang's son, the Buddha's eyes opened. The golden statue bore a pair of crimson eyes, radiating a blend of sanctity and foreboding, both Buddha and demon. The combined assaults of one man and 2 beasts were instantaneously thwarted by the enigmatic statue. Ouyang's son gently descended to the ground, taking 2 steps forward, lifting the divine demon staff that was embedded in the earth. Tilting his head, he rested the staff upon his shoulder, its white fur billowing gracefully. "My comrades, let us continue." As his words echoed, the statue's hands began to stir. While most of the 1,000 arms remained ephemeral, a small fraction commenced their motions. Heavens, unleash chaos. Jade Pipa. Celestial soldiers, sword thrust. Celestial soldiers, sword rain. Heavens, unleash chaos. Crimson lattice. Various weapons materialized within the Buddha's grasp, unleashing a relentless barrage upon them. Staffs, guns, blades, swords, halberds, spears, crimson lattices, rings, pipa, flutes. An explosive cacophony uprooted the surrounding trees, leaving the trio severely wounded. Ain hastily activated the healing powers of the Blue-Silver Emperor to mend their injuries. A terrifying energy coalesced behind the statue, its spectral form dimming. Yet, as the statue began to fade, a colossal Gatling gun manifested in its hands. 1,000 kills divine law. 6 paths of reincarnation cannon. This amalgamation materialized into what was once whispered about in Gu Feng's previous life on the internet. The mysterious entity known as Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. The rabble, I shall send you into reincarnation. Chapter 6. The God Hunter S Sniper. Upon witnessing the Gatling gun, Tang Hao and his companions felt their pupils constrict sharply. Rat-a-tat-tat. The figure brandishing the Gatling gun aimed frantically at Tang Hao and the others, unleashing a torrent of bullets. A barrage of projectiles filled the air, while the blue-silver grass surged forth, rapidly transforming into an immense blue barrier. The barrier splintered under the relentless hail of bullets. As Aine tirelessly employed her portion of the life authority she had seized to mend the peculiar weapon's assault, the deafening explosions reverberated throughout the Douluo forest, even reaching the distant Shrek Academy. Numerous streaks of light darted from Shrek towards the core of the Douluo. On that colossal wall, several presences surged towards Ouyang Sun and his companions. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes flickered to life. Oh, have those fellows departed? It appears they truly have, leaving no one behind. They must have forgotten about me. Ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter gradually emanated from Shrek's confines. That woman is losing her mind again. Wasn't she once a top student at Shrek? Well, it's true. She indeed was a student from the inner academy of Shrek. Yet, it remains a mystery what crime she committed to have her cultivation crippled by the academy. Otherwise, we would never have had the chance to taste the delights of such a woman. One guard mused, reminiscing about Lan Xue's exquisite form, beckoning another guard to join him in seeking some relaxation. Oh, taste what, you ask? Gentlemen, I too wish to partake. A seductive voice whispered in the guard's ear. What else could it be but that proud, celestial maiden? The guard, initially oblivious, continued to speak lewdly, reveling in the notion of overpowering a defenseless paragon, intensifying their inner desires. Eventually, realization dawned upon him. There were only the two of them guarding. So whose alluring voice was that? A figure, clad in nothing but shadows, silently observed him from behind, while his companion lay lifeless. A chill ran down the guard's spine. He retreated in terror, the specter of death looming over him. I am sorry. Before he could utter another word, he witnessed the final scene of his life, his own body. Pitch-black flames ignited in Shrek City. As the students of Shrek labored to extinguish the inky blaze, utterly oblivious to the enchanting figure stealthily making her way toward the inner academy. Brother Hao, although my attacks are indeed feeble, possessing a fragment of the life core's authority should render his threat negligible. This must be his last gamble. Once his final assault ceases. Weeped. Before Aine could complete her words, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She had been backlashed. The ancient golden tree is in peril. How could this be possible? Lan Xue gazed at the golden ancient tree as it gradually transformed into a deep black, her dark crimson eyes shimmering with a hint of madness. It's just the beginning. Our vendetta is far from over. From the pinnacle of the tree, Lan Xue relentlessly infused it with a shadowy light. Her gaze fixed upon the stars, a bloodthirsty smile blossomed upon her face. Boom. Devoid of the support from the authority of life, the Gatling gun in the ancient Buddha's hands effortlessly pierced through the tree barriers. Celestial Azure Annihilation Thunder. Sluggish Domain. Titan Sky Cannon. Gravitational Field. Explosive Ring. Howden's 9 Techniques. Destruction Technique. Slaughter Domain. They unleashed their most formidable attacks to thwart the assault from the ancient Buddha behind Ouyang Sunday following the onslaught. A sinister laughter echoed as the 1,000-kill divine array behind Ouyang Sun dissipated into luminous particles. In the next instant, an enormous rift appeared in the heavens and earth. The fissure widened to reveal a colossal dark red eye. One of Ouyang Sun's eyes, once crimson, had turned pitch black. As the eye in the sky fixated on Tang Hao and his companions, the inky flame spread, igniting the void, continuously breaching the layered domains of the three. 1,001 peculiar tombstones erupted from the ground, with Ouyang Sun perched atop the highest one. A jet-black eye and a blood-red eye silently observing those desperately attempting to stave off the encroaching dark flames. Behind him, the tips of flowing fur shimmered with purple and yellow brilliance, radiating dazzling light at the ends of the white fluff. That weapon, not of this world. The stone feather satin, purple diamond enhancement, blinding blood, yellow diamond, amplifying the 1,001 tombstones. All the inscriptions on the tombstones converged upon Ouyang Sun, as the divine and demon staff erupted with a terrifying devouring force. Countless soul beasts and soul masters had perished in this vast forest, with the number of deaths recently declining due to the high walls. Yet, in the grand scheme of this world, the disparity remained minimal. Countless souls of the deceased, intertwined with the essence of heaven and earth, coalesced upon Ouyang Sun's divine and demon staff. The heavens darkened. The sky behind Ouyang Sun turned somber. As endless black clouds roared ominously, Tang Hao and his companions sensed the looming threat of death. The dark flames incessantly eroded their strength, rendering them incapable of wielding their divine power. They could only watch helplessly as the attack, capable of altering the very fabric of the world, slowly took shape. My lord, shall we take action to completely eliminate these Shrek individuals? Di Tian sensed the immense power concentrated by Ouyang's son atop the towering gravestone, pondering deeply before voicing his inquiry. This attack emanated an oddly discordant feeling. Although formidable, it seemed to possess more strength than it displayed. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to obliterate those traitors and that deity. Even if it did not annihilate them, it would render them utterly defenseless, allowing him and Xiangjun to dispatch them with ease. Yet, a chilling realization struck him. They had a backup plan. As Di Tian was about to inquire further about this contingency, a tempestuous azure sea surged from the direction of the unconscious Tang Wutong. An alarm resounded within him and his companions, recognizing it as the power of the deity. This overwhelming aura was palpable across the continent. Tang Wutong's figure hovered opposite Ouyang's son, her cerulean eyes glimmering with divine essence. Heretics shall be punished by the heavens. A deep voice resonated from her, echoing across the realms for all to hear. Oh, a deity? Ouyang's son chuckled maniacally, propping his head with one hand, memories of a certain individual flashing in his mind. Indeed, as he had foretold, these beings dared to call themselves deities. Punished by the heavens? Look at this world. Who dares to oppose me? If this was what they termed deity, then he would demonstrate the futility of their claims. Furthermore, a mere fragment of consciousness attempting to assert itself here? You pitiful wretch. Even if your true form were to descend, it would still meet its demise at my hands. The essence of the stars continued to coalesce. But Ouyang's son could no longer afford to wait, nor did he have the luxury of gathering strength. An endless torrent of vengeful souls was devoured by the divine demon's staff. A streak of black light sliced through the fabric of space, hurtling towards Tang Wutong, the hunter's sniping strike. What he unleashed now was merely a weakened version of the true hunter's sniping strike, which could consume the very souls of an entire world along with its elemental energies. God, those who dare obstruct shall perish here. Chapter 7. Reactions from All Sides. Part 1. The resentment of the heavens and earth, the primal energies, and the souls of the deceased are all drifting towards the stars. How I wish to partake in the commotion. Alas, having just escaped from that place. My body is still mending, and I must bide my time for the next opportunity. What a pity. Lan Shui stood by the ignited sea god pavilion. Her delicate feet dipped in the waters of the sea god lake, gently stirring the surface. Would you not agree, dear senior sister? Behind her lay a severely injured Zhang Lishuan, bound in ominous black chains. Shrek had not been devoid of formidable warriors. Yet all the top-tier fighters had ventured to the stars for support. Though Zhang Lishuan was undeniably powerful, her youth rendered her vulnerable after a series of unforeseen events. Lan Shui, now shrouded in darkness, had cunningly captured her. Oh dear, does the senior sister gaze upon me with the hope of being released? Rest assured, my esteemed sister, I shall grant you your freedom, albeit within the confines of an auction house. The alluring figure gracefully approached Zhang Lishuan, with Lan Shui gently kneeling beside her, her crimson lips brushing against Zhang Lishuan's ear. The seductive voice that whispered to Zhang Lishuan, however, brought forth an overwhelming dread. Beneath the fiery inferno, the golden tree began to lean and collapse, while two enchanting silhouettes gradually vanished into the flames. After the upheaval, the members of Shrek searched for Zhang Lishuan tirelessly, only to rediscover her within the auction house just before the opening of Jialing Pass. Presented as a commodity for bidding, Zhang Lishuan's eyes had lost all radiance. She was no longer gentle, her essence now exuding an enchanting allure. Beyond the realms of the sun and moon, amidst a sea of blood, a figure with white hair observed the azura and celestial paths emerging from the six realms. These were the lost laughing red dust and mirror red dust, their presence emanating an aura that transcended limits. Soon, very soon, once the six realms were fully realized, they would conquer this world. Dream. I shall use the life force of this world to resurrect you. We shall remain together forever, I promise. The white-haired mirror gazed upon the slumbering dream red dust within the crystal, aware of the missing fragments of her soul. He was not without options. To ensure the complete revival of dream red dust, he employed the ancient secret arts of Kalankaya from his past life, manifesting the six realms. intending to use this world as a sacrifice to unleash the forbidden techniques of Kalankaya. Within the secret realm of the Sun and Moon Palace, there existed a miniature world infused with an aura of destruction. The martial souls of the Sun and Moon royalty were among the most elite lineages throughout the Douluo continent. The Sun, the Moon, and the purple radiant destroying dragon. The human form could not withstand the might of the Sun martial soul, which is why it often appeared flamboyant. As for the Moon martial soul, it required a sacrifice. What that sacrifice entailed remains unknown, though it is said that the first master of the Moon martial soul referred to it as the Cursed Moon. This was a treasure passed down through generations of the royal family, for otherwise, their inherited martial soul would not have almost always been the Sun. As for the purple radiant destroying dragon martial soul, Su Tianran arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Sun and Moon after usurping the throne by slaying his father. His purple radiant destroying dragon martial soul finally revealed its true form. A divine-level martial soul, with unparalleled talent, heralding destruction. Haha. Once I complete the inheritance of the purple radiant destroying dragon, there shall be but one voice echoing throughout this world. The maniacal laughter resonated within the desolate secret realm. As Su Tianran accepted this inheritance, unexpectedly healing his legs and other ailments, he had truly become a man once more. And once again, these gods. Upon the precipice of a celestial divide, a transcendent sect is nestled within its grand hall. In this sacred chamber, the esteemed leaders of the sect convene, pondering the most judicious approach to address the malevolent spirits concealed by the heavenly souls. The divine pronouncement resonates across the continent, and naturally, the body sect becomes aware of the celestial decree. Grant me time, and I shall surpass these deities. The awakening of my primordial martial soul has reached the pinnacle of diamond-level ascension. I can sense that there are still 2 more awakenings above. Presently, my sheer physical prowess is sufficient to contend with Elder Jean, ensuring my invincibility. This is merely the beginning of my awakening, and I seem to have manifested an inherent domain. As I speak, the azure sea rises to the blue lotus, and the luminous moon descends from the heavens. An unparalleled aura of dominance envelopes the entire hall in an instant, rendering Du Busi unable to perceive the forces of the universe at that moment. Ha ha ha, splendid. Outyin. Whatever you require from us old fellows, do not hesitate to voice it. Du Busi and the others of the body sect exclaim with unrestrained elation. It appears that fate is favoring them this time. In a concealed corner, a rustling sound emerges. Miss, do these imbeciles truly dare to call themselves gods? I yearn to eliminate that brazen fool. Uncle Pong, pay no heed to such a simpleton. We initially arrived in this realm while exploring a secret domain. The area may be modest, yet it harbors numerous hidden marvels, far more intriguing than the eastern wastes. Besides, we cannot discern the path back. By the way, Uncle Pong, has that ethereal figure uncovered any information? The young lady disdainfully remarks about the fool who announced the decree across the continent, while attending to her pet. Suddenly, she becomes eager. No news whatsoever. The master of that ethereal figure has yielded no information. However, judging by the figure's actions, it is at least on par with our ancestors. So formidable, it seems this place may indeed harbor remarkable legacies, making my efforts to contend with those individuals worthwhile. Then, Uncle Pong, what about that purple-haired woman and the dark-haired individual? The purple-haired woman remains an enigma. All we know is that she possesses great strength, certainly surpassing mine. And that seems to be merely a projection of her power. What? How can that be? And what of the other person? The young lady is taken aback by Uncle Peng's revelations. Such a caliber has already reached the realm of formidable beings in her previous world, and it may not even represent their full strength. This world appears to be far more perilous than she had anticipated, prompting the young lady to temper her arrogance. I sense an ominous threat, akin to confronting an ancient clan of eternal imperial lineage. The man sighs, feeling quite helpless. He had presumed his might was unparalleled in a realm where the manipulation of elemental forces was beyond comprehension. Yet who could have foreseen? Above the arena of spirit combat, a colossal black ring spins ceaselessly, and a formless figure gradually materializes. A deity? A celestial resonance echoed within the black ring. Nox, with hollow eyes devoid of iris, gazed toward the constellation. After a moment's scrutiny of the so-called deity, he turned and entered the abyss of the black ring. A cacophony of voices erupted. A deity? Such a being dares to be called a god. Such a creature would not even comprehend how it met its demise in our realm. Ha ha ha. How I long to assimilate him among us. Within the Black Ring, numerous discussions ensued, yet none regarded that wretched entity with any seriousness. Chapter 8, Reactions from All Sides, Part 2. Upon the half-remaining colossal tree of Starfall, a man crowned with an imperial diadem surveyed the undying monstrosities below. Oh, deity, why do you evoke such pitiable weakness in me? Is it due to your lack of essence, or are you merely a worthless being? How intriguing. A god of this world not only meddles with the continent, but is also lamentably feeble. This world requires a new voice. Let me bestow immortality upon it. Su Jiue rose from the throne he constructed at the heart of the colossal tree, the stars shimmering faintly behind him. Countless roars emanated from beneath the tree. A multitude of bizarre figures, their bodies festooned with desiccated branches, bellowed as they began to roam the remnants of the Starfall imperial city, spreading across the continent. Evolution or obliteration, I shall usher forth a new genesis for this world. Su Jiue's voice resonated throughout the imperial city. Grandma Man-Yi, is he truly still himself? The magnificent maiden gazed at the increasingly unfamiliar figure beneath the tree, unable to suppress her concern. Your Highness, I am uncertain of the changes within His Majesty. Yet I can discern that he appears quite joyful. It has been ages since he has experienced such elation. Su Jiujiu watched the flamboyant silhouette at the treetop. After much contemplation, a smile finally graced her troubled visage. Indeed, that is sufficient. In the far north, beneath towering ice sheets, the monkey has already engaged those gods so swiftly. A woman with flowing white hair awaited a snow-white cold lotus adorned with 12 petals. Yet, this does not seem right, although that monkey is a battle maniac. He should not be confronting those beings so soon. Is it due to the alleged soul beast sovereign? How ironic. The Snow Empress seemed to have recalled something. A flicker of anger crossed her cold visage, a mixture of disdain for the unworthy and an acceptance of fate's cruelty. She clenched her fists tightly before releasing them. The destiny of their spirit beasts, at least that of the northern spirit beasts, would not be entrusted to the so-called spirit beast sovereign. As for the Emperor's sacred beast, it had merely been a pawn, a victim of circumstance, perhaps one who, like her, had also been ensnared by machinations. The Snow Empress reminisced about the moment she acquired the Snow Lotus, her form surrounded by countless icy crystalline spikes. Was this your scheme? Mark my words. I shall return to settle the score in due time. Her gaze pierced through the towering ice layers, fixating on the direction of the stars. At the ocean's depths, Song Yu, adorned in blue dragon-patterned attire, traversed the abyss, her aura undetectable. Her corporeal form withstood the ocean's pressure as she walked along the seabed. Even relying solely on her physical strength, she could obliterate the ultimate gatekeeper, the Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit sect. Oh, that monkey's predicament against those foes is rather dire now. A blood-red saber materialized in Song Yu's hand as she contemplated whether to assist the monkey, pondering if she might also slay a deity. Ultimately, Song Yu relinquished the crimson blade. Merfolk, are you here to hinder me? Her delicate, silky eyelashes veiled her slightly narrowed eyes, concealing her thoughts from the golden-crowned merfolk before her. Opposite Song Yu, a mermaid silhouette emerged from the depths, evoking memories of the command bestowed upon them by the sea god they served. She sensed the lethal threat emanating from Song Yu, recalling the various actions of the newly appointed sea god. A long sigh escaped her lips. Do not mistake our allegiance. We merfolk serve the old sea god, not that creature of the stars. I come merely to extend an invitation for you to visit our merfolk clan. It appears we possess something that resonates with your essence. Intrigued, Song Yu responded, lead the way. I am eager to discover what it is. In the magical whale domain a millennium ago, a colossal magical whale hastily plunged into the depths. Mother, it is the human who killed father 1,000 years ago. The whale transformed into a girl, clutching a beautiful woman, tears streaming down her face as she thought of her father. The beautiful woman gently comforted the weeping girl, her countenance radiating boundless tenderness. Yet, when she gazed toward the stars, her eyes betrayed an unwavering hatred that had endured for millennia. She loathed, yet she understood that, in the eyes of that being, she was merely a larger ant, even if she now surpassed her husband from a millennium ago. Buddha's child, I promise you, I will avenge your father. The choked voice of Lan Fozu intermittently resonated through the depths of the ocean, reaching the ears of the demon queen. No, Mama, we cannot defeat that person. I do not wish to lose you again. Upon hearing this, a flicker of tenderness appeared in the demon queen's eyes. She yearned to speak. but ultimately chose to gently comfort her distraught daughter. We shall discuss that matter later. The demon queen cast one last glance towards the constellation-studded sky before her gaze shifted to the place where her husband had resided for countless millennia. There, a colossal green crystal radiated a soft, verdant glow, a light that not only alleviated the adverse effects of her rapid ascension, but also continuously fortified her physique. Opposite the green crystal lay a purple crystal, exuding an aura of destruction, relentlessly obliterating everything in its vicinity. Yet, under the influence of the green crystal, all would revert to its original state. She had initially intended to invite her daughter to train there, but given her current condition, perhaps it would be best to wait until she felt better. Tang San, that day shall not be far off. The demon queen mused silently. Her lavender eyes shimmered with a profound green light in one and a rich black light in the other, fleeting yet intense. The aura belonging to the divine flickered momentarily. Divine? Gu Yechen stood against the wall of the border wilderness, bow in hand. He gradually drew the bowstring, poised to unleash an arrow upon the so-called deity, eager to witness whether this god could withstand his aim. A delicate hand gently pressed against Gu Yechen's, halting his draw. We must have faith in those children, just as we believe in our own. Tears welled in Qianqiu's eyes as she spoke. Although they were now aware that Gu Feng was not dead, they remained oblivious to his whereabouts. That day, all they had seen was the ethereal shadow that had delivered Gu Feng far from Douluo. Gu Yechen embraced Qian Shuyue, assuring her, "Do not worry. We shall undoubtedly locate that young man." He offered comfort to his beloved, while simultaneously soothing his own turmoil. Yet, a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. He was determined to find their child, and should anyone dare obstruct his path, they would face his wrath. The hunter's divine sniper. Due to Ouyang's son's current limitations in strength and the insufficient time to gather energy, the hunter's divine sniper, having absorbed the essence of half a city of star spirits, was unleashed towards Tang Wudong. Her pupils constricted sharply. The super artifact, the sea goddess trident, was hurled skyward. The heavens were a vivid blue, and the endless light of the sea god shielded against the hunter's divine sniper, which had been weakened through countless iterations. Are you prepared to embrace divine retribution, blasphemer? Chapter 9. The Descent of the Gods, the Sea God. The demon approaches, the demon lord. The smile upon Ouyang's son's mask gradually faded. This is troublesome. That fellow actually left such a contingency in Douluo. A phantom figure emerged in Tang Wudong's mind, a projection of Tang San's divine consciousness, infused with his innate power, complemented by the sea god-s trident. He was, without a doubt, among the foremost combatants on the Douluo continent. As Tang San wielded the sea goddess trident, the vast ocean transformed into a curtain of rain, each droplet piercing through stone, enhanced by his divine power. Monkey King. In an instant, Ouyang's son exploded, and 2,000 miniature versions of him began to leap among the towering gravestones. Tang San was momentarily bewildered but quickly regained his composure. He had never encountered such a life-saving technique before. He contemplated unleashing the vast oceanic power stored within the sea god-s trident to clear the field. However, a year had elapsed in Douluo, and the barriers of Liuxing had significantly re-established themselves. He could only faintly sense the presence of his true form. If he were to ignite this fragment of divine consciousness, and if his true self were willing to pay a price, in conjunction with the other divine kings, it would be possible to momentarily condense a clone to descend. He understood his true form. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it would have already contacted the other divine kings by the time this fragment of consciousness manifested. Once his clone descended, all variables not scripted could be managed. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Tang San's eyes. Just as he prepared to act again, a powerful aura locked onto him. Gu Yuna, wielding a dragon spear, unfurled her dragon wings, summoning the elements of heaven and earth to coalesce behind her. Oh, is the Silver Dragon King planning to engage me in battle? Can you truly withstand me in your current state? Though Tang San uttered such words, he ultimately refrained from taking action. No one could ascertain whether the Silver Dragon King possessed any hidden strategies. If that fragment of divine consciousness were to be extinguished before the Avatar's arrival, he would have to wait for that peculiar barrier to dissipate in order to eliminate these uncertainties. The diminutive Ouyang's son was swiftly captured by the arriving members of Shrek while Tang San and Gu Yuna were at a standoff. The shrunken Ouyang's son seemed to have lost his extraordinary combat prowess, and those who came were all formidable Shrek warriors. After a brief struggle, they succeeded in apprehending the entirety of Ouyang's Sunday. In their perception, All 20,000 of these Ouyang sons were regarded as the true body, or rather, parts of the true body. After the arrival of Shrek, Di Tian and Xiongjun retreated behind Guyuna. Their number of top-tier combatants paled in comparison to Shrek's. However, this was the Star-Do Corps. Should a conflict arise, they could certainly detain all of Shrek's members, albeit at a cost they could not afford. Silver Dragon King, why don't we each take a step back? We shall withdraw and advise the Academy and Haotian sect to refrain from entering the Star-Do Corps area, one suggested. Let us stabilize this mother dragon first, and once my true body is prepared, the ultimate victor shall still be me. No one knew what thoughts were swirling within Tang Sen's mind, but Guyuna's eyes shimmered with resolve. She was tempted. Although she could unleash her divine power one last time, it would cost her life. She wasn't ready to die just yet. The weakness of the dragon god had been passed down to her. Otherwise, had she remained alongside the Golden Dragon King, they would have met their demise in the divine realm. Yet, at least half of the 5 great divine kings of the divine realm would have perished. A chorus of youthful laughter erupted as Tang San proposed a retreat. Did they truly believe victory was assured? The 20,000 diminutive Ouyang sons chimed in unison with innocent voices. The scene was utterly bizarre, with the multitude of Ouyang sons uttering the same words. Their faces adorned with identical, strange grins. Slay him, echoed the voice of divine intent within the hearts of Shrek's members. Guyuna glanced at Tang San, as if to say something, but then turned her gaze to the beast behind her, finally casting one last look at Ouyang's son. As she and Di Tian observed from the side, a cacophony of laughter resounded once more. The members of Shrek unleashed their assaults, exterminating all the Ouyang sons. Only when the last Ouyang son was obliterated did the eerie laughter cease. Following the demise of the final Ouyang son, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the faces of Shrek's members, and Tang San's expression darkened. As the last of the 20,000 Ouyang sons fell, the elemental energies of the Star-Do Corps surged violently, dispersing the vast sea Tang San had conjured. God, do you even deserve that title? Silver Dragon King, our collaboration has reached its conclusion, and indeed, so has our time. Ha ha ha. That lad was indeed correct. He has seen everything clearly from the very beginning. However, it matters little now. Divine fragments, come forth. The divine demon staff struck towards Tang San. The trident intercepted the staff, and Tang San was forcefully driven into the earth. At this moment, Tang San's fragment of consciousness was exceedingly ethereal, with Mu In, Tang Hao, and the members of Shrek standing guard before him. Heavenly soldier, sword piercing. A golden stream of light shot forth from the divine demon staff, instantaneously breaching the defenses of the crowd and piercing through Tang San's essence. Just as the golden light was about to strike him, a smile graced his lips. The heavens and earth changed hues. The sky over the entire continent transformed into a vivid azure. The ocean rejoiced, and a figure descended, empowered by the 5 divine kings. 8 pristine wings, deep blue armor. The sea god trident surged towards the arriving man, whose oceanic aura locked onto Ouyang's son and Guyuna, as well as those foreign presences upon the continent. Father, little Seven misses you dearly. Upon seeing the man, Tang Wudong dove into his embrace like a little bird returning to its nest. Tang San gently ruffled her hair, tidying the disheveled strands. Little Seven, wait here for father. I will accompany you once I resolve this matter. Ouyang's son felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. How could they possibly fight now? It seemed impossible to contend with such an advantage. It was akin to an evenly matched battle with someone using maxed-out cheats. How could they engage in combat? From the depths of the sea, Song Yu unsheathed her blood-red blade, and a portal formed before her. The sun and moon's mirror radiated a peculiar smile as an enormous blood-red sun rose from the boundless sea of blood. Do Ling's knocks re-emerged from the black ring, endless whispers echoing in the dimension of combat spirits. Su Jiawei from Xing Luo was momentarily taken aback, but upon sensing the sea god's presence, he felt compelled to laugh heartily. This divine slayer could not bring about his demise. My lady, shall I eliminate him? Old Peng, your strength has yet to fully return on this continent. If you were to remove this avatar, you would likely face dissolution as well. The elder quietly regarded the girl, withholding further words. Beneath the towering ice layers, the Snow Empress, the demon whale monarch from the sea domain, and Su Tianan from the sun and moon's secret realm simultaneously experienced a profound sense of helplessness. They were all beings of Douluo, and this divine might inherently suppress them. However, give them time, and even gods are not invincible. Very well, accept the divine punishment. For those who have insulted the divine, the sound of space tearing echoed in the ears of every individual across the continent. Suddenly, a gaping maw split opened behind Tang San. His jet-black eyes, imbued with an eerie blue hue, contrasted with the cascading dark locks that enveloped him. Clad in naught but his own skin, his muscles emitted a faint, ominous glow. A crimson glimmer flickered within his obsidian gaze. Tang San's doppelganger sensed the presence looming behind him, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Ensnared by an overwhelming force the moment that shadowy figure materialized. A hand extended slowly, seizing Tang San's head, and subsequently, both he and the darkness were drawn into the rift. The fissure sealed shut. In an instant, the divine majesty vanished without a trace, leaving countless souls in alarm at the sudden absence of such a formidable entity. As the onlookers gazed upon the terror within the rift, even a year later, most could still recognize that ominous silhouette. Chapter 10. The vanished stars. As Gu Feng emerged, the overwhelming divine might of Tang San descended, only to vanish without a trace in an instant. Along with it disappeared Tang San's avatar, which bore half of his power, sent down by the assembly of deities. In that fleeting moment, the people of the Star Do saw a glimpse of a corner of that world, a vivid crimson realm, where the clouds were drenched in blood-red hues. The city, lifeless and blood-soaked, bore the stench of decay that lingered over its dilapidated structures. Through the rift, Ouyang's son and his companions seemed to witness the immense power of time itself. A colossal beast surged forth from the sea of blood, its aura reaching the heavens, only to be met by a gray tempest that transformed into a sword, severing the beast's head. Countless battles and endless murderous intent permeated this world, where only the strong survived or perished. Judging from Gu Feng's sudden appearance, he seemed to belong to the strongest echelon of that realm, though something appeared amiss. Ouyang's son pondered while crouched atop the divine demon staff. His lifeless gaze, coupled with the aura of decay emanating from Gu Feng, suggested even his previously relied-upon ether had undergone a change. Under the enhancement of the purple extreme star, his burning eyes detected a wisp of gray energy descending slowly at the point where the rift had closed. An alarm rang in his heart, and the heightened perception granted by the purple extreme star urged him to flee, as his eyes burned with forewarning. What manner of creature elicits such a sense of danger? Ouyang's son rose, realizing that when Gu Feng seized that foolish deity, everyone had been ensnared in this place. In that moment, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the prospect of leaving without a fight. His crimson eyes turned towards the members of Shrek, and he tightened his grip on the divine demon staff. Before they could react, Ouyang's son aimed his staff at the weakest among them, Tang Wudong, the daughter of the sea god. Tang San. A golden streak pierced the air, impaling her chest and obliterating her heart, flesh vaporizing in an instant. Tang Wudong's eyes dulled, her form plummeting from the sky. Ouyang's son gazed at her descent, surprised to see she still clung to life despite her grievous injuries. A flicker of breath remained. Yet, he had no time to finish her off as the others began to react. After an arduous battle with that foolish god Tang San, his own state was dire. With a final, deep glance at the Shrek members, a blood-red Haotian hammer descended from above, aimed directly at Ouyang's Sunday. Gu Yuna gestured toward his position, but ultimately refrained from action. As the colossal hammer was about to strike, Ouyang's son caught sight of her movement, a mocking smile emerging beneath his mask. Is this truly what one would call a partner? However, he never intended to entrust his safety to these beasts from the very beginning. Awaken, Calamity Buddha Ape. Return to source. As the colossal hammer fell, Ouyang's son's figure transformed into motes of light, vanishing before the eyes of the onlookers. Tang Hao, having absorbed a portion of the Douluo will, unleashed a surge of energy. There was not a trace of Ouyang's son's presence. He had completely disappeared from this place. Ayin, sustaining the backlash from the core of life, clung to Tang Wudong's final breath. How? I will take Shaoqi back to Haotian sect and find a way to stabilize her life, Oyin declared before hastening towards the heavenly soul realm with Tang Wudong. The domain of slaughter enveloped Emperor Tian and the others. Darkness descended, colliding with the blood-red realm of slaughter, creating an extreme domain of shadows. The clash of these two formidable realms was imminent. Tang Hao's gaze, filled with murderous intent, was fixed upon Emperor Tian and the so-called master of soul beasts, the Mother Dragon. What, do you think our soul beast clan is easy to bully? Emperor Tian, enough with the chatter. Let us annihilate this brat together. 5 fissures appeared in the sky, the space sliced open by an incredibly sharp aura. 5 claw marks lunged towards Tang Hao and the instant Bear King spoke. Sky-rending claws. The Bear King in battle was no ordinary fool. He belonged to the Dark Gold Terrorclaw clan, born warriors. The bloodline of the Baiman granted them unparalleled combat talent. A colorful aura coalesced in Emperor Tion's grasp, a power bestowed upon him by the Dragon God. It enabled him to briefly transcend the divine level on the continent. Dragon God's Claw. The vibrant Dragon Claw followed close behind the Sky-rending claw, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, a retaliatory strike of such magnitude could pose a significant threat to them. Simultaneously, 6 black and 3 red soul rings exploded. Countless soul powers converging on Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. Exploding rings, Great Summer Hammer. In the moment before the 3 attacks collided, a surge of gray aura erupted. The 3 attacks, surpassing their limits, were entirely consumed by the gray mist. An overwhelming sense of peril flickered in the hearts of all present. Emperor Tian tore through space, desperately fleeing towards the life lake in the Star Dell. Tang Hao, utilizing the remnants of the explosive ring's power, forcefully ripped open a rift in space, leading the Shrek members away from this location, indifferent to the fate of the Alliance members. After consuming the 3 attacks, the gray airflow seemed to have absorbed sufficient energy. Wave surged forth, targeting the approaching tidal Douluo and Sol Douluo, as well as the fleeing Emperor Tian and Tang Hao. Everyone swept by that wave was immobilized in place, an immense aura coalescing. Regardless of their power levels, all those restrained felt the call of the King of Hell. Emperor Tian, run. Head towards the bottom of the life lake. Quickly. Gu Yuna briefly broke through the confines using the power of her divine consciousness. Di Tian gazed at Gu Yuna, who had fainted after uttering those words, and ignited her essence blood, leading the multitude of beasts towards the lake of life. The divine power residing within Tang Hao erupted, forcefully shattering the mysterious force that had imprisoned him. During this brief moment of captivity, his sense of impending crisis intensified. Lacking the spatial talents of Di Tian's Black Dragon, he knew he could not outrun him. Yet, fleeing was something he had frequently done a millennium ago. Accompanied by the members of Shrek, he harnessed the divine energy within him, desperately striving to break through towards the Star Doe. However, the others in the Star Doe and the majority of soul beasts were not as fortunate. A gray luminescence emanated from that current, expanding outward. In every area of confinement, wherever there was a hint of life, everything was reduced to ashes: trees, soul beasts, land, humans, and even the primordial energy of the heavens and earth. All were stripped of their vitality. Humans, beasts, and flora dissipated into ethereal smoke, while the land transformed into a pallid gray, exuding an ominous aura, rendering the essence of life completely absent from this realm. Over half of the Star Doe forest thus vanished from a land that had existed for countless years. This place became a true forbidden zone, the Star Doe Forbidden Land, also known as the Ruined Forbidden Land. It later emerged as the most perilous of the several forbidden zones in Douluo, devoid of all, save for an insatiable force that consumed everything entering this territory. Chapter 11. A different Huiyu Hao at the edge of the Star Doe. Ouyang Sun's silhouette appeared quietly after that wave of energy had obliterated much of the Star Doe. In that moment, Ouyang Sun seemed to have shed the arrogance he once held, reverting to the gentle demeanor he had exhibited previously. I believe I now grasp the meaning behind your earlier words, yet it is rather ironic. You sought to create a world that separates the extraordinary from the mundane. Yet you have become the greatest destroyer of all. Over half of the Star Doe, a land that has evolved for countless millennia, has now been rendered unrecognizable by your actions. Leaning against a tree that had survived the obliteration, he spoke to the sky, perhaps sharing with Gu Feng, or merely engaging in soliloquy. Who could tell? He himself could not articulate the reason. Perhaps it was the sheer sense of powerlessness upon witnessing this scene. Natural disasters, calamities wrought by humanity, or perhaps calamities of a man-made nature. A year prior, there were similar disasters, yet they had not experienced them firsthand. Both occurrences were miraculously averted by a formidable force. Now, having felt the weight of this calamity, Ouyang Sun found himself ensnared in confusion. The divine staff rested upon his shoulder as he vanished into the horizon, swallowed by the sunset. In the heart of the stars, the ancient tree that had existed since the dawn of the cosmos ceased to sway. This venerable tree resisted the encroaching grayness, gradually transforming into ash, expending its final vestiges of energy to safeguard the spirit beasts beneath its boughs. Emperor Tian, Gu Yuna, Bear Lord, King of all monsters, Spirit of the Beasts, by G. ZG, and those formidable spirit beasts who had arrived here long before, each over 100,000 years old, gathered in solemnity. Emperor Tian, let us depart, drawing upon the ancient tree's last strength to escape this place. Gu Yuna gazed at the silent Emperor Tian, never having witnessed him in such profound silence. Bear Lord and the others too refrained from speaking. All were enveloped in sorrow, save for her. She had remained in slumber while Emperor Tian and the others had inhabited this land for countless millennia. This was their home. Indeed. My lord, we shall go. Emperor Tian transformed into a colossal black dragon, his resounding roar echoing through this impending forbidden realm. A single tear fell from his magnificent golden vertical pupil, its origin uncertain, whether for the spirit beasts within the forest or for their cherished home. Perhaps it was for both. Suddenly, Hui Yuhao clutched his chest, a surge of intense palpitations coursing through him as he gazed towards the direction of the Star Do continent, sensing that something transpired there. Oh dear, Yuhao, do not dwell on it too much. Knowing our past fate, we still have a formidable enemy to contend with. Yes, Yuhao, the words of that creature. Tianming, ring true. The one who manipulates our fate has already ascended to godhood for millennia. Who knows what traps he has laid upon the continent? What we currently know consists of Shrek, Hao Insect, and Sea God Island. Who can say if there are hidden machinations lurking in the shadows? What we must focus on now is to fortify ourselves, growing strong enough that no one can interfere with our destiny. A small, emerald green scorpion struck and sent a plump, white insect flying. Subsequently, a melodious female voice resonated in Hui Yuhao's ears. Following the intervention of the will of heaven and earth, Hui Yuhao reaped numerous benefits. His innate deficiencies were remedied, and the hidden injuries within his body were eradicated, with the assistance of heaven and earth. And in light of the tumultuous state of this world, his martial soul underwent a transformation, evolving into a talent. All of his soul rings shattered, releasing the vast energy within them, which continuously purified him. Under the baptism of the million-year-old heavenly dream ice silkworm, the 400,000 years of the Ice Emperor, and the soul ring imbued with divine power from Ilex, he had become a formidable beast in his own right. With the combined aid of Ilex and the Ice Emperor, Hui Yuhao initially grasped this newfound power, now capable of contending with ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts. This assertion came from the Ice Emperor herself. The most significant advantage he gained was the elimination of Tang San's hidden hand that had lingered upon him. Additionally, his spiritual eyes seemed to have undergone a transformation, currently in a gestation phase, the specifics of which would only be revealed once the process was complete. The three companions following Hui Yuhao also garnered considerable advantages. Firstly, the Heavenly Dream and the Ice Emperor received new corporeal forms, retaining their best talents, albeit their cultivation was entirely devoted to Hui Yuhao. Ilex had also firmly stabilized his divine consciousness, rendering him virtually invincible in the mortal realm, barring unforeseen circumstances. Yuhao, this land appears to be a new continent. The will of heaven and earth has finally delivered you here before succumbing to slumber. There must be something here that can aid in your ascendance. This realm has undergone vast transformations. You must expedite your growth, for even if you are the child of destiny, you may be swept away by the currents of fate. Moreover, significant events had indeed transpired on Douluo continent. As Ilex spoke, he moved to an open area, turning his back to Hui Yuhao while gazing in the direction of Douluo continent. He seemed to ponder whether to disclose certain information to Hui Yuhao, creating a silence between the master and disciple. The Heavenly Dream and the Ice Emperor exchanged glances, puzzled by their conversation, as their powers had long diminished, rendering them incapable of perceiving the terrifying aura that Ilex sensed. They were also unable to grasp the disquiet that enveloped Hui Yuhao. They were not the children of destiny. And the two small beasts stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the silent exchange between the master and apprentice. Master, I understand your intentions are for my benefit, yet I still wish to know what has transpired. If I cannot confront the events that have already occurred, how can I face the future? Although Hui Yuhao did not finish his thought, Ilex understood all too well. Master, Ilex waved his hand, letting out a long sigh. Alas, Yuhao, two significant events have transpired on Douluo continent, one of which pertains to your adversary. Upon hearing this, a surge of unnamed fury welled up in Hui Yuhao's eyes. Tang San, the origin of all misfortunes. Hui Yuhao stifled his anger until he was completely calm, at which point a glimmer of jade light enveloped him. It was at this moment that his spiritual eye was finally cultivated, yet he sensed that it was not yet within his grasp. It required a certain opportunity to manifest. Teacher, please continue. I wish to understand what has transpired upon the continent, Hui Yuhao implored. Ilex regarded Hui Yuhao, who had mastered his emotions, with a flicker of admiration in his eyes. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics either. However, I am aware that the heavens rejoiced. Tang Xin ascended to godhood in Douluo and divided the dominion of the ocean. I have observed the history of your Douluo. Perhaps he also possesses the authority of the sky from the angel god, who was defeated a millennium ago, as well as the dominion of the Rakshasa god. Even if he does not, he has the power to influence. When he descended, the heavens rejoiced. Yet, in the instant of his arrival, the celestial celebrations ceased, only to be replaced by mournful cries. At this juncture, Ilex paused briefly, and then, with uncertainty, shared a conjecture that left the two beasts and one man astonished. Although I do not know the precise events that unfolded, such a shift in the heavens can only indicate one thing. Tang Xin perished upon his descent. Chapter 12. Among Mortals, I. A large question mark appeared above Hui Yuhao's head. Stunned into silence by Ilex's revelation, both Tianming and the Ice Emperor stood speechless beside him. They had already been taken aback upon learning of a deity descending to the mortal realm, but the news of a god's demise shattered their worldview. The three-god war from a millennium ago was vast in scale and prolonged, occurring when those three had only just attained godhood. Truth be told, during that time, the extreme north was not particularly fearful. The Snow Emperor had managed to contend with their aid, though the outcome remained uncertain. However, the deities who descended had been gods for millennia, and yet they were quietly eliminated. Despite the significant transformations the world had undergone, the thought that beings once synonymous with immortality could perish upon the continent left them utterly bewildered. Big Bug, Little Scorpion, do not overthink it. The so-called gods are merely beings of a higher order, Ilex concluded, recalling the figure from a year prior, adorned with antlers and eyes upon its arms, possessing both masculine and feminine traits. At least in your world, the gods are merely stronger individuals. The true deity is perhaps only that ethereal figure who saved this continent. Ilex lifted his gaze toward the heavens, where an intangible barrier manifested before his eyes, as colorful regions absorbed the natural energy of the Douluo continent. Humph, these entities hardly deserve the title of god. Big brother, what are you doing? Why do you always wear a mask? A little girl skipped joyfully to the base of a grand tree and called out to Ouyang's son perched atop its branches, with crimson eyes wide open. Ouyang's son glanced down at the half-meter-tall child. Humph, just a little girl, he muttered, vanishing from view at the tree's summit. Hey, big brother, where did you go? Do you not like Yaya? The girl's voice trembled, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. No one likes Yaya. They all say she is a child without a father. Do you not like Yaya either? Her voice dwindled, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. A hand gently rested upon Yaya's head. Enough, stop the noise, it's driving me mad, Ouyang's son's impatient voice echoed from above, as he took a bite of a peach in the other hand. If you keep making a fuss, I'll hand you over to your mother. Upon hearing his words, Yaya promptly ceased her crying, though tears continued to trickle down her cheeks. The sight of her wanting to cry yet holding back exasperated Ouyang's son. He had not realized how troublesome children could be. Just then, he noticed the little girl gazing longingly at the peach in his hand, her eyes sparkling and occasionally wiping her tears with her delicate hands. Relenting, Ouyang's son extended his large hand to retrieve another peach and tossed it to the little girl. All right, stop the noise. If you keep this up, I'll send you back to your mother. He resumed his position atop the tree, munching on the peach. After the fierce battle, Ouyang's son had harnessed some extraordinary powers. Although he was not gravely harmed, he required time to recuperate. This must be the idyllic world that boy dreamed of, he mused, observing the quaint village below. The villagers rose with the sun and returned at dusk, helping one another, their faces adorned with smiles of pure happiness. He cherished this peaceful, carefree place. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to recover here. It's quite pleasant here, he thought, glancing down at the little girl who had finished her peach and lay resting beneath the tree. A flicker of helplessness crossed his crimson eyes, intertwined with a tenderness he was unaware of. Now I believe I understand your sentiments, though you, my dear, are no longer on this continent. Sighing, Ouyang's son raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sun. Big brother, Yaya is going home now. If I don't hurry, mother will worry. The girl chirped, skipping towards the direction of her home as the sun began to set. Ah, little one, A gentle smile graced Ouyang Sun's mask. Then let me build the world you wish to create. Ouyang Sun gazed at Yi Yu's silhouette, a flicker of determination flashing in his crimson eyes. He, too, found solace in this realm devoid of worries. For him, it sufficed to live without regret. The outer perimeter of the Douling's black ring had been transformed into a front line. Within its confines resided those who had perished in that calamity, including ordinary folk, soul masters, merchants, and the elite. These individuals voluntarily erected a city, a testament to the existence of the nation of Douling. Previously, they had no connections. Yet after the disappearance of Douling, they congregated spontaneously. In times past, wars between nations merely resulted in new leaders at the helm. However, this time, indiscriminate death had descended upon them. Be it soul masters or soul beasts, whether high-ranking nobles or mere commoners, all were consumed by the darkness above Douling. Many managed to escape, yet most sought refuge in other lands. Nonetheless, a handful clung to nostalgia, constructing this city in hopes of witnessing the eventual vanishing of the black ring overhead, yearning for Douling to remain etched in history, rather than fading into mere whispers of the past. The inhabitants named this city Douling City, while outsiders referred to it as the Abandoned City. Goodness, is what you say truly accurate? Are you all from the Douling Empire? A voice of astonishment echoed within the tavern of this forsaken city. With resplendent blood-red eyes, lips as crimson as fresh blood, and enchanting long hair, a woman's devilishly alluring voice captivated many within the tavern. Though her presence ignited impulses in the hearts of numerous patrons, none dared to act upon them. A glimmer of surprise danced in her eyes. Lan Shui surveyed the so-called abandoned city, which its residents proudly dubbed Douling City, ever since she had destroyed the golden ancient tree and fled from Shrek City. Accompanied by the captive Zhang Lishuan, they had traversed numerous locales. Many who encountered Zhang Lishuan could not suppress their urges, and the dark laws manifested vividly in the wake of the cataclysm. Yet, this place offered her a unique sensation, although the gazes of the men unsettled her. She understood that it was not their fault. Little girl, indeed, it is true. Ahem, no need to fear. Here, it is not like the outside world. This is our refuge. The old man coughed while reassuring Lan Shui, mistakenly believing her discomfort stemmed from the stares of those around her. Away with you all. Have you never seen a girl before? The cacophony of sound did not disturb Lan Shui. Rather, it awakened distant memories. The affection shared among siblings. The Shrek who had lived in this world for over a decade was the Shrek before any harm was inflicted upon her. A fleeting struggle flickered in her blood-red eyes, but she quickly recalled the subsequent actions of Shrek that had inflicted pain upon her. The crimson pupils revealed a profound and enduring hatred. She gazed upon this city that once again enveloped her in warmth, quietly observing the raucous patrons of the tavern. Silently, she withdrew from this place. There were matters to attend to, and vengeance to exact. Perhaps, once she accomplished her objectives, this could also be a pleasant place to live. Lan Shui contemplated her future, a final trace of tenderness gracing her features. Chapter 13, The Mortal Realm, Part 2, in the imperial city of Tianhan. The weary Long Outyin and his companions entered the royal domain. This time, they had failed to capture the leaders of the demons, instead falling prey to the schemes of lesser fiends. Although there were no casualties, the situation was quite dire. Vina led Long Outyin to meet her father, the emperor of the Tianhan Empire, and afterward, they sought refuge on a street owned by her family's sect. Brother, do not dwell on it. This is not your fault, Vina said, observing the troubled expression on Long Outyin's face as she embraced his arm for comfort. Startled by Vina's sudden gesture, Long Outyin's countenance remained impassive. Yet the keen-eyed Vina detected a blush blooming on his earlobes, realizing her man was embarrassed. A smile graced her lips, captivating Long Outyin as they made their way to the noodle shop run by his parents. Before entering the establishment, Vina released his arm. Mom and Dad, I'm back, Long Outyin called out before crossing the threshold of the noodle shop. Outyin's back. How did it go this time? Was it successful? His parents inquired as they hurried to prepare noodles for the patrons. You and Vina can rest for a while. A gentle voice emanated from the noodle shop. Long Outyin's mother was preparing noodles in the kitchen, while his father assisted her. He first tenderly comforted Vina for a moment before joining his parents in the kitchen. Poisoned but resilient, he had been brought back to the sect, and their family operated a modest noodle shop in the Heavenly Soul Empire. Despite the exhausting nature of their daily toil, they found joy in their work. After he awakened his true form, although his parents were summoned to the imperial city, They had grown accustomed to their lives as humble vendors. Unable to remain idle, Long Outyin eventually sought assistance from the sect leader. And with the combined support of the emperor and the leader, this street transformed into a gathering place for the families of those from the sect, becoming a second home for them. The True Body sect was the sanctuary for which they toiled, a refuge for their souls. In the afternoon, after their labors had concluded, Long Outyin rested in the courtyard. He observed Vina engaged in conversation with his parents, her face adorned with a smile he hadn't seen in ages. And he felt the warmth of the kindness radiating from those around him. His spirits lifted slightly from the disappointment of his recent endeavors. If only it could remain this way, he softly voiced his innermost thoughts. Outyin, come here. Vina beckoned him with a wave of her hand, and upon seeing her, a smile blossomed on Long Outyin's face. The low-rise buildings gave an impression of modernity. Here lay the Ming capital, the very place of their past lives. Dream. This is the place where you lived for over a decade. This will be my final visit here. I remember how you always loved coming here. Whenever you felt downcast, you would invariably seek solace in this spot. All I wished was to bring you here for a bowl of plain noodles. I never understood the allure of plain noodles. Yet watching you eat them gradually made me accustomed to their simplicity. Muir had concealed his whereabouts and arrived in the Ming capital, now a fugitive sought by the upper echelons of society. However, this world was predominantly inhabited by common folk, and the elite never imagined he would blend among the mundane, returning to the places he and Dream often frequented. Ah, it's you, young man. An elderly woman greeted Muir as he stood at the entrance. Why haven't I seen that little girl, Dream? Did you two have a quarrel? Young man, Dream is a wonderful girl. Though I may not comprehend what sort of life you all desire, I can see clearly that all she wishes for is to live peacefully alongside you. She let slip this truth during our idle chats. Alas, one grows old and tends to ramble. Please don't take my words too seriously. The elderly woman, upon finishing her words, hastily waved her hand, as if she had inadvertently let slip a secret. Following her utterance, a single pearl-like tear appeared at the corner of Muir's eye, tracing a delicate path down his cheek. The droplet fell to the ground, producing a clear and resonant sound. It had been an eternity since he had shed tears. He had not wept during the princess's wedding, nor at the downfall of Karankea, and he remained dry-eyed when hope for the princess's resurrection was extinguished. He had long believed that he had exhausted his supply of tears, yet here he was, weeping anew. Is it true that I can still cry? The soft whisper echoed in the air, as Muir's figure faded from this place he once frequented. Young man, come in for a bowl of noodles before you leave. Go and comfort that girl. Xiao Meng, the old woman, reappeared, holding a bowl of clear noodles that Ming Hongchen often enjoyed. Muir's spirit lingered as he glanced at the bowl, and his tears fell once more. How pitiable is my existence in this life, to shed tears over such a trivial matter. A deep, mirthless laugh resonated across the horizon, drawing the attention of the sun and moon, only to vanish in an instant. Amidst the boundless sea of blood, Muir gazed into the vast expanse, then turned his gaze towards the old woman. It seemed he transcended space to look upon her. Thank you, yet ultimately it is too late. The red lanterns were hung, draping the city in a crimson hue. A year had passed once more, a creation of that young lad, though this year he would not return. On the city wall, Gu Yechen peered into the distance, hoping to catch sight of that boy from his memories. Since that morning, he had leaned against the wall, and as the sun began to set, Qian Xiuyu quietly observed Gu Yechen, knowing he had always carried burdens alone. To have met him was truly a blessing. Qian Xiuyu gently placed Gu Yechen's head upon her lap. Darling, what brings you here? Why not celebrate with Qier and Poseidon? Gu Yechen abruptly sat up, enveloping Qian Xiuyu in his embrace as he drew her close. She nestled quietly against him, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Yechen, let us return home for the new year, she murmured. If the little one were here, he would surely begin to speak of us. He would probably say, it's New Year's Day today, do not busy yourselves. Let us postpone everything until after the celebrations. You have worn yourselves thin day by day. Take this time to rest. And then, he would gently urge us back home, taking it upon himself to manage our affairs. Leaning against him, Qian Xiuyu gazed at the bustling surroundings, softly recounting tales of the past. Gu Yechen tightened his grip on Qian Xiuyu's arm slightly, casting his gaze toward the luminous moon ascending in the sky. That lad will be fine. After all, he is most terrified of death. Hell, an endless expanse of crimson sky and an infinite blood-red ocean. A dilapidated city hovers above this sea of blood. A hoarse voice reverberates throughout this shattered realm. It seems I have forgotten something of great importance. Subsequently, a tumultuous gray mist envelopes the entire sky, while countless colossal beasts plunge deep into the sanguine depths. This monstrous entity, arriving a millennium ago, always descends into chaos at such times. Inhabitants of that city typically dwell in peace, yet as the time arrives, chaos ensues. The survivors of that great battle are now few in number. Chapter 14. The Underlying Currents. Following the descent into the realm of the sea god, Douluo was engulfed in an eerie tranquility. The immortal monstrosities that once roamed Xingluo have vanished, leaving no trace behind. The emperor of Xingluo also disappeared without a word, and no one knows his whereabouts. Only a princess remains to uphold the royal lineage. The boundless blood sea of the sun and moon has ceased its expansion, with the bloodthirsty creatures birthed from its depths retreating to the ocean as abyss. Rumors circulate that even more terrifying beasts have emerged from the depths of the blood sea, compelling all those bloodthirsty monsters to pay homage to this entity. Yet the truth remains shrouded in mystery. Offshore, a colossal wave once surged, enduring for several days before tranquility returned, leaving no clue as to what transpired in the deep sea. According to the powerful beings who ventured forth to investigate, an island has been submerged, its outline barely visible, while the surrounding waters have turned a deep crimson, staining the ocean for an extended period. In the far north, an unusual snowfall has blanketed the land. Those beyond the frigid realm dare not approach. Even ice attribute soul masters find themselves unable to enter, as temperatures plummet to sub-zero extremes. Amidst the snow, a towering specter can be faintly discerned, reminiscent of the Titan snow demon of the extreme north, though no one dares to verify its existence. The black ring of the Douluo Empire continues to spin, yet the strange sounds that once accompanied it have faded away, as if the source of that eerie noise has departed. Nevertheless, the black ring continues its relentless rotation above Douluo, with individuals who ventured inside to investigate never returning. The forest of evil has taken on an even more sinister aspect, transforming entirely into a haven of malevolence. Ordinary soul masters who enter are soon transformed into evil soul masters. Even those who do not undergo such a transformation suffer from significant memory loss, often succumbing to inexplicable deaths within a month. Something terrifying seems to be taking root there, as ominous crimson clouds shroud the forest, intermittently flashing with dark red lightning. Surprisingly, the extreme northern icy sea lies in an unnerving calm. Even the typical shallow waters are devoid of fish and shrimp. Fishermen have summoned others to investigate, but to no avail. All creatures within the extreme northern icy sea appear to have vanished without a trace, with even the fish released by fishermen disappearing by the following day. The reason remains elusive. A titled guardian was dispatched to uncover the truth, only to vanish like the fish. In the Heavenly Soul Empire, no peculiar phenomena are reported, yet the realm grows eerily desolate come sunset. Only with the sun at its zenith does vitality return, as Heavenly Soul gradually transforms into a ghostly kingdom, embroiled in a relentless struggle between the disciples of the main sect and the hidden demons among the populace. The entirety of Heavenly Soul has become their battlefield, rife with assassination, poison, and traps, true warfare. The disciples of the main sect initially suffered heavy losses, with many perishing. However, under the leadership of Long Out Yin, they gained a slight advantage, only to be subsequently ensnared by the demons, sustaining grievous injuries. On that day, a colossal green giant roared in Heavenly Soul, obliterating a city of demons. Perhaps not all inhabitants of that city were demons, but who truly cares? Perhaps Long Out Yin might have cared. Yet at that time he lay in a state of unconsciousness. The furious poison, indomitable as ever, obliterated an entire city, seeking to unearth the hidden orchestrators behind those monsters. However, the matter remained unresolved. As Poison Indomitable prepared to return to his sect, he was ambushed and gravely injured in an instant, during which he sensed a power not of this world. Thereafter, the realm of Tianhun seemingly transformed into a land of specters. People could only venture outside during the hours from noon until sunset. The border wasteland remained sealed, with all hidden forces beyond its confines thoroughly purged by its inhabitants. A golden canopy arose outside the border city, under which vigilant patrols roamed. None knew what transpired within that celestial vault. Nothing could enter, nor could anything emerge from the wasteland, save for the searing heat that emanated from within, reminiscent of the sun's embrace, yet perilous in its intensity. At noon, A magnificent white rainbow would arch skyward from within the wasteland, a phenomenon shrouded in mystery, though the strong could sense a vast aura emanating from it. The remaining soul beasts, remnants of the starry realm, vanished after the resounding dragon's roar of Emperor Tian. Their whereabouts remained unknown, and some harbored murderous intents towards these homeless beasts. Initially, the followers of the Holy Spirit sect scoured the world for these creatures. Yet despite their exhaustive search across the continent, they could not find any trace of Emperor Tian and his companions. Intriguingly, their frequent movements caught the attention of Shrek Academy, which refrained from direct confrontation with the Holy Spirit sect, hinting at an unspoken agreement between the two. On the contrary, Shrek's actions stirred the entire continent, as the Academy mobilized all its graduated students in search of the missing. Moreover, Moon, a representative of Shrek, broadcast an announcement across the continent. Whoever could provide accurate information would receive a favor from him. As long as this favor posed no harm to Shrek, he would endeavor to fulfill it, inciting the interest of many powerful figures lurking in the shadows. Yet, as the search spanned the entire continent, those whom Shrek sought seemed to have evaporated into thin air. No one had seen the once celebrated prodigy of yesteryears, Zhang Lishuan, the former appointed head of the Sea God Pavilion. After Tang Hao's return, the Haotian sect began its relocation, settling in Shrek City, where it became the most formidable force within the city. Under the divine powers of Tang Wutong, Niu Tian, and Titan, a life was spared. Ain and Elder Zhuang of Shrek were unable to withstand the blow upon witnessing the collapse of the ancient golden tree, their eyes rolling back as they fainted. Subsequently, Ain and Elder Zhuang, along with others, tirelessly invested rare treasures to revive the golden tree, and under the nurturing of Ain and the ancient tree, Tang Wudong gradually began to recover. It seemed as though everything would continue in this manner, until a towering beam of light erupted outside Shrek City, resonating across the continent. This was a multitude of divine legacies, their divine might reverberating throughout the land, capturing the attention of all on Douluo Star. Although the beam appeared only for a moment before vanishing outside Shrek City, the continent fell into a more bizarre tranquility following its emergence. Shrek did not send anyone to search for Zhang Lishuan. Instead, the Haotian sect and Shrek mobilized all available forces back to Shrek. They no longer believed that merely relying on their foregods would ensure their dominance. Time silently slipped away in this strange calm, until Shrek extended an invitation for all sects and empires on the continent to gather. Shrek, Haotian sect, Jiobao, the splintered blue lightning, the main body, Star Crown, and the Holy Spirit. Chapter 15. Gathering for an unusual trading conference. Part 1. Half a month later, a colossal structure was erected outside Shrek City, a grand trading venue. Those invited by Shrek would remain within this immense edifice until the commencement of the legacies. The building was half the size of Shrek City itself. When powerful beings initiated construction, transforming the landscape became a mere routine. Furthermore, Shrek merely required a venue capable of accommodating these individuals. As guests began to arrive one after another, 3 juniors emerged from the refurbished Sea God Pavilion. Their arrogance remained unchanged, yet most were willing to show respect to Shrek. For this was their territory, and no one knew how many more divine powers they could unleash. While Tang Wudong engaged in discussions with Ling Luochan and Ma Xiaodao, some individuals not on the invitation list stealthily arrived. A captivating figure entered, leaving a trail of enchanting fragrance, seemingly unnoticed by the guards on duty. Only after the woman, holding a leash, stepped inside did the guards regain their alertness. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. A titled individual observed the seemingly normal entrance. Yet an unsettling sensation lingered within. Your Majesty, do not overthink it. In such a setting, who would dare to cause trouble? A subordinate was flattering the sealed title. Indeed, all those with power and influence from the mainland had gathered, save for a few individuals who no longer held significance in their world. However, it was likely they would not dare to provoke trouble while all the continent's top combatants were present. Yet, they perhaps did not realize that this also presented an opportunity, a chance to eliminate the renowned powerhouses of Douluo in one fell swoop. Golden feathers danced in the marketplace, while white fluff swayed behind him, as Ouyang's son silently gazed at the refuse strewn upon the ground. What are we doing here? Do you truly value this litter? A flash of irritation flickered in his crimson eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Suddenly, a graceful figure lunged toward Ouyang's son, and his arm found itself enveloped in a warm embrace. He turned to regard the blue-haired woman, an impulse to tear her apart surged within him. What is it? Xiaoyuo, have you grown disenchanted with your sister? Indeed, It seems Xiao Yu no longer cherished her sister. The blue-haired woman's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears, appearing utterly pitiable. A myriad of hashtags appeared on Ouyang Sun's mask as he forcefully restrained his fury. My name is now Ouyang Sun, not Lan Yu. And for heaven's sake, put away that expression of yours. Otherwise, even if you are my sister, I shall not hesitate to rend you apart. Ouyang Sun executed a sidelong glance, his crimson eyes intensifying the effect, causing everyone nearby to vacate the area in haste. Ouyang Qi'er pouted, seemingly displeased with her brother's demeanor. Yet she dared not provoke his ire. She understood well that her brother, now adorned with that mask, was no longer the protective figure who had always trailed behind her. A vivid image flashed through Ouyang Qi'er's mind, her brother, in a dire state, receiving a call and preparing to rescue her. Though ultimately he did not arrive due to unforeseen circumstances. Yet, she knew her brother was, at heart, a gentle soul. Such a tsundere, Ouyang Qi'er softly uttered, crossing her arms, her chest becoming a formidable barrier. She turned away, her blue tresses sweeping past Ouyang Sun as she strode ahead, lost in her own thoughts. Ouyang Sun's crimson gaze lingered on her vibrant figure, and he sighed gently, his voice barely audible in the solitude surrounding them. Sister, I cannot possibly remain by your side for eternity. He swiftly shook his head, the confusion in his eyes dissipating, and with his hands clasped behind his head. He followed her. Sensing her brother's approach, Ouyang Qi'er's face lit up with a radiant smile, and a sound only she could hear began to resonate softly. Such a tsundere. Oh dear, my beloved Lishuan, a new master shall soon arrive. What do you think? The alluring figure gently lifted Zhang Lishuan's chin, her gaze now devoid of the vibrant spark it once possessed. During this period, she endured inhumane torment. If given the choice, she would have contemplated ending her own life. Yet, her soul power had been rendered useless, and she had been subjected to a peculiar infusion by Lan Shui. This substance entirely augmented her physical strength and various other facets, rendering her incapable of even the act of suicide. Upon hearing the words of the enchantress Lan Shui, a flicker of light ignited in Zhang Lishuan's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished once more. She had become utterly useless in Lan Shui's grasp. She had at least grown accustomed to her fate. Were she to be in the hands of another, no one could fathom the torment that awaited her. Zhang Lishuan extended her delicate, pink tongue to gently caress Lan Shui's fingers, her eyes betraying a peculiar affection. For a moment, Lan Shui was taken aback by Zhang Lishuan's gesture, but soon she regained her composure. She cupped the beautiful face before her, scrutinizing the enchanting woman who had been dubbed the dream lover by countless Shrek students. Observing this timid creature, who dutifully served her out of fear of abandonment, one could scarcely reconcile her with the once proud daughter of heaven. Leaning down, Lan Shui whispered into Zhang Lishuan's ear, a fragrant breeze brushing against her earlobe. Do not worry, my dear puppy Lishuan. Since you are so reluctant to part from me, I shall not cast you aside. However, my darling Lishuan must perform a grand spectacle for me. Her seductive voice gradually shifted to one of authority as she spread her arms wide, tilting her head back to gaze at the ceiling, seemingly peering through it at the capricious god who toyed with fate. A dim light enveloped the entire room, and within its glow, Zhang Lishuan beheld a pair of blood-red eyes glinting with a predatory gaze. The room fell into silence, and Lan Shui transformed back into the enchanting enchantress, relentlessly teasing her once more. Zhang Lishuan's cheeks flushed, her eyes glazed. She realized she could never return to her former self. Zhang Lishuan gently closed her eyes, a single crystalline tear glistening within them. When she reopened her eyes, a fleeting pink glow danced across her gaze. Ha ha ha. The enchanting laughter of Lan Shui echoed softly before transforming into unrestrained mirth. She encircled Zhang Lishuan's waist from behind, and, amid Zhang's startled exclamation, lifted her effortlessly. A dim light enveloped the entire room as Lan Shui cast Zhang Lishuan onto the grand bed of the hotel. As the light faded, Lan Shui stretched languidly, her gaze drifting towards the disheveled scene on the bed and the now unconscious Zhang Lishuan. A bittersweet smile, one she herself could not articulate, graced her lips. How wonderful it would be if none of this had transpired. Her soft murmurs dissipated into the air as she departed, leaving no one but herself privy to her thoughts. Chapter 16. Convergence, the Eerie Trading Meeting, Part 2. A doorway adorned with intricate patterns materialized in the shadows, and from the swirling vortex at its center emerged a foot clad in high heels, heralding the arrival of a commanding figure. Draped in a blue and white coat embroidered with blue shore flowers, paired with light gray jeans and a fitted top, her azure hair cascaded down to her feet. Her deep blue eyes radiated indifference, while a blood-red longsword materialized from the void, cradled in her embrace. Oh, has that monkey arrived so soon? I wonder how formidable it has become. I hope it can provide me with some amusement. Her indifferent words lingered before Songyue vanished from the spot, leaving no trace behind, save for the icy surface beneath her feet as evidence of her presence. What? Come quickly and help me see if this looks good, Ouyang Chier called out, using the name of her brother from a past life, who had always protected her in her memories. Ouyang's son approached helplessly. He then leapt backward, the divine demon staff appearing in his grasp, with one hand on the ground and the other resting the staff on his shoulder. His crimson eyes fixed upon the spot where he had just been. A massive ice flower bloomed, its biting chill permeating the area. Most onlookers, upon witnessing this spectacle, fled toward the outskirts of the marketplace. Crazy woman, do you wish to die? I'll grant your desire. Leaving behind a fleeting shadow, he swung the divine demon staff in a wide arc, aiming for Songyue's head. Above heaven and earth, I alone am supreme. Countless icy blasts erupted, the bone-chilling cold freezing every creature within sight. In midair, Ouyang's son wielded the divine demon staff, yet his figure remained suspended there, encased within a colossal block of ice. Behind Songyue stood Ouyang Chier, astonished and frozen in place. You dare seek death? Intermittent shouts rang out as the massive ice began to crack. The ice shattered explosively, and Songyue waved her hand, sending all the flying icicles hurtling away from her. Within the icy mist, a crimson glow ignited in Ouyang's son's eyes. Celestial soldier, sword thrust. The golden streak of light surged towards the Songyue, instantly melting the icy chill that had congealed in midair. The force of the golden luminescence remained undiminished as it hurtled toward Songyue. The Antarctic Cross Star. A colossal ice shield in the shape of a cross materialized before Songyue. The explosive clash between the golden streak and the giant ice shield startled the guards stationed at the marketplace. The golden figure and the blue figure treated the guards with indifference, their relentless collisions punctuated by the sounds of clashing weapons. Ice, light, blade chi, and staff shadows danced in a frenzied combat between warriors. Only the defeat of one side could halt the fray, unless under extraordinary circumstances. The red sun and the blue sun appeared simultaneously before them after their collision. Songyue, cease the fight for now. Yuer, stop as well. The simultaneous voices momentarily halted Ouyang's son and Songyue, who were intent on continuing their battle. In a vast chamber, the four gathered after leaving the marketplace. Despite their commotion, no one could discern their hiding place. The crowd was too dense, and the space ample, ensuring their concealment for the time being. The two women fixed their gazes on Songyue and Ouyang's son, one wielding a blood-red demon blade, the other holding a divine staff radiating golden light. The crimson streak flickered in Ouyang's son's eyes, while Songyue's gaze turned an icy blue. Enough, you two. The voices of the two women rang out simultaneously. Yuer, this is not a battleground. Let's remain calm. Songyue, there will be plenty of opportunities to spar with Ouyang's son in the future. Don't act recklessly now. Shuedi and Ouyang Chier exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of helplessness. Ouyang's son, donning the mask of the mad god, was a veritable combat maniac, while Songyue was undeniably a fierce warrior, her passions revolving around drinking and fighting. It was entirely normal for them to clash upon meeting. Even if Songyue refrained from engaging, the two would inevitably find themselves at odds. This wasn't merely a desire for combat from Songyue, but also Ouyang's son's disdain for Songyue's demeanor. Previously in the borderlands, these two had frequently brawled, had they not been present. Ouyang's son and Songyue would undoubtedly have been surrounded and beaten by the Shrek group, possibly even more than just them. Realizing this, both women simultaneously wore expressions of exasperation directed at Songyue and Ouyang's Sunday. In the shadows, a figure quietly observed the remnants of the battle between Ouyang's son and Songyue. As the marketplace filled with people, the silhouette gradually vanished into obscurity. Wisps of grayish-white hair brushed past, transforming the shadows into a realm of gray. The decayed and desolate aura was discovered the following day, prompting the Sea God Pavilion to seal off the area due to its peculiar atmosphere. After the four vanished, a hollow, raspy voice echoed slowly. Death is the ultimate destination. Oh, have those individuals arrived as well? Behind the gray-haired figure stood a silver-haired youth with piercing silver eyes, his gaze seemingly transcending space to observe the two combatants. Mirror, what are you speaking of? When shall we make the Haotian sect and those from Shrek pay the price? An oppressive voice emanated from the youth. Mirror merely turned, patting the shoulder of the smiling Hongqian. Soon, my friend, very soon. We shall make those who harm dreams face the consequences. Death shall be their price. The Avenger lurked in the shadows, poised to reveal its claws at any moment. Hee. I never anticipated all these individuals would gather. Let me unveil the curtain to this grand performance. My dear Le Chien, you will support me, won't you? Ha! Lan Shui, utilizing her keen senses, leaned closer to Zhang Luxian's ear. She then suddenly stood upright, her manic, grotesque voice and laughter echoing throughout the cloistered room. Countless observers in the shadows focused intently on the protagonists of this battle, pondering how to reap greater benefits in the ensuing chaos. The Lord of the Black Rings of the Douluo, who obliterated the entire Douling's Nox. The Emperor of Luo, the nearly immortal Su Jiawei. The malevolent Emperor of the Sun and Moon respectfully relayed the information he possessed to his silhouetted figure. The ominous being, cloaked in demonic energy, regarded the true form of the evil emperor. Oh, how intriguing! The young master of the heavenly soul, Long Ao Tian, felt his blood surge tumultuously within him. The enigmatic figure behind the scenes, known only as Mississippi, the demon emperor, accompanied by Lan Fozi, stealthily materialized, eager to see what they might acquire. Guyuna, along with Di Tian and Xiong Jun, quietly appeared in a concealed location. Upon sensing Ouyang Sun's aura, a flicker of emotion crossed Guyuna's eyes before she regained her composure. Hui Yuhao gazed calmly at the heavens. In his eyes, the sky above was suffused with countless black and red calamities, with a glimmer of golden light faintly discernible amidst the chaos. He surmised that this might mark the end for Shrek. Grandfather, those individuals have all arrived. Can we truly hold them back? Tang Wudong's voice, once filled with anger, gradually lost its strength. Back then, when they had ganged up against Ouyang's Sun, she had nearly been eliminated, let alone in the face of such numerous anomalies. Xiao Qi, do not worry. Xiao Sen has lent me a hand once more. I now possess the ability to harness divine power across the continent. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Tang Hao's eyes. Chapter 17. Convergence. The eerie trading assembly continued after the skirmish between Ouyang's Sun and Song Yu. The atmosphere in this locale grew increasingly tense. However, Ouyang's Sun and his companions remained indifferent. After all, who would concern themselves with the anxiety of strangers? Moreover, a considerable portion of their group harbored intentions of world destruction or creation. Shrek and the locals of Douluo continued to intensify their patrols, yet the unease only escalated. In such trying circumstances, Shrek issued an announcement that sparked thoughts among those in the shadows. Ah, how intriguing. A free trade. With the goods being a mystery until they are presented. The trading time is set for tomorrow night. As long as one possesses the trading number, they can simply present the goods to that individual. Wasn't this merely an unconventional auction? Nonetheless, a trading assembly where only the owner knew the goods should prove rather fascinating, wouldn't it? Ouyang's Sun turned his head towards the three women behind him, his eyes gleaming with a dazzling red light. He was quite intrigued by such affairs. Moreover, if the trade were unequal, or if someone were to disrupt the rules, wouldn't that provide an opportunity for conflict? The very thought of a chaotic brawl over a coveted item exhilarated Ouyang's Sun further. This foolish monkey. What could he possibly be thinking? Song Yu observed the trembling Ouyang's Sun and casually unleashed a chill to calm him. Crack. The frigid ice crystals shattered at Ouyang's Sun's touch, scattering like exquisite jewels in the air. I wouldn't mind dispatching you before participating in tomorrow's intriguing event, foolish woman. Flames danced within his crimson eyes, for Ouyang's Sun had grown weary of this dim-witted woman's provocations in recent days. The Snow Empress and Ouyang Qi'er exchanged glances, simultaneously resting their hands on their foreheads. They were truly at a loss regarding these two. The Snow Empress tugged at Song Yu's collar, while Ouyang Qi'er squatted down, wrapping her entire form around Ouyang's Sun's thigh. Ouyang's Sun's mask was adorned with a series of hashtags, as Song Yu was directly frozen and dragged away by the Snow Empress's chilling magic. Ouyang's Sun gazed down at the real-life cat clinging to his leg, and with a resigned sigh, he grasped Ouyang Qi'er's collar and lifted her up. Foolish woman, if you cling to my leg again, I shall break your foot. Suppressing his fury, Ouyang's Sun admonished Ouyang Qi'er, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. Ouyang Qi'er, recognizing her recent overstepping, understood that her brother was not one to be trifled with. Had it been anyone else, the consequences would have been dire. Under Ouyang Sun's scrutinizing gaze, she nodded repeatedly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Upon returning to her residence, Lan Shui swiftly muted her surroundings, erupting into fits of laughter before turning her attention to Zhang Lishuan, who greeted her respectfully in a maid outfit. A subtle smile graced her lips as she glided toward Zhang Lishuan with an alluring elegance. With a delicate finger, she lifted Zhang Lishuan's chin, her breath warm against the air, causing Zhang Lishuan's ears to flush a deep crimson. Is my beloved Lishuan reluctant to fulfill her mistress's wishes? Or are you still preoccupied with those Shrek miscreants? Her once enchanting voice turned icy. Her captivating gaze filled with an aura potent enough to obliterate the world. The chilling presence enveloped Zhang Lishuan, making her shiver as she felt like a mere mortal, outmatched in strength. The terrifying atmosphere and biting coldness caused beads of sweat to form on her brow, as if death loomed near. As Lan Shui reigned in her palpable intensity, she regarded Zhang Lishuan, who had collapsed like a marionette whose strings had been severed. Reclining on the bed, she gently tapped the edge, observing Zhang Lishuan, who was panting heavily. Her eyes appeared vacant, lost in contemplation, and when she next beheld Zhang Lishuan, the sight of her frail demeanor ignited a tempest of resentment within her. Lan Shui beckoned Zhang Lishuan to approach with a subtle curl of her finger. Startled, Zhang Lishuan recalled Lan Shui's earlier frail state, a lingering pain still haunting her. Noticing the flicker of impatience on Lan Shui's face, she inhaled deeply, recalling lines from a book she had read long ago. Slowly, she lowered herself to the ground, inching her way to Lan Shui's feet, eliciting a look of astonishment from the latter. Zhang Lishuan lifted her gaze to meet Lan Shui's, embracing her delicate foot with both hands, gently nuzzling her face against Lan Shui's slender leg. Tempting words slipped from her crimson lips. Mistress, Lishuan feels no pain. Might you spare me today? Suppressing her inner shame, Zhang Lishuan recited phrases she had encountered in the book, though she had never reached its conclusion. Unbeknownst to her, the outcome of her submission was uncertain. She merely hoped that such pleas for mercy would bear fruit, as they had in the tale. Suddenly, Lan Shui's breath quickened. Leaning down, she cupped Zhang Lishuan's charming face. Inhaling deeply before her heated voice broke the silence. Did you glean these actions from that book? Are you aware of the consequences that accompany such behavior? Zhang Lishuan's face suddenly stiffened. What consequences? Shouldn't she be spared? Could it be that the outcome diverged from her expectations? Her mind raced through various possible repercussions. Yet she could not fathom what lay ahead. Surely, her abject pleas, devoid of dignity and integrity, would evoke a sense of pity in others? Was she not meant to escape this calamity? The confusion lingered within her. Lan Shui lifted Zhang Lishuan, her slightly breathless visage drawing near to Zhang Lishuan's ear. The words that rendered Zhang Lishuan's complexion pale entered her ear with chilling clarity. The consequence is that you have ignited within me an urge to ravage you to your very core. Are you prepared for that? Lan Shui hurled Zhang Lishuan onto the bed, leaving an imprint as the dim light enveloped them from all directions. No, please, I beg you. Don't. Zhang Lishuan's cries echoed through the darkness, interspersed with Lan Shui's ferocious roars. Dream, do you see? We could have savored the culinary delights of this world together, basked in its breathtaking vistas. Though you slumber now, I shall take you to witness the beauty of this world. Just wait until I make those hypocrites and the one who put you to sleep pay dearly. Mir opened the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window, placing the crystalline remnants of Dream Hongchen before it, recounting the wonders she had encountered in recent days. Even though Dream Hongchen could not hear her, Mir continued to softly articulate the world's splendor. No one paid heed to Mir's peculiar behavior. In that moment, she encapsulated all that was beautiful in the world: tenderness, patience, and sunshine. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this gentle soul harbored an impulse to annihilate everything. She had left behind all her beauty in her moments with Dream Hongchen. What followed was the emergence of a pure, unadulterated destroyer, intent on obliterating the world. Time flowed slowly, and on the following morning, a vast stage was erected, the venue for the evening's trading fair, devoid of any concealment, which was a distinctive feature of this unique auction. Chapter 18. The commencement of the trading fair. Upon the grand stage, numerous iron cages were cloaked in black fabric imbued with shielding properties. A beautiful woman, devoid of any soul power or special abilities, appeared under the spotlight at the center of the stage. Aside from the beam illuminating the woman presenting the goods, countless eyes from the audience fixated on the stage. This extraordinary auction captivated many, hinting at the potential emergence of something truly unique. Due to the special nature of this transaction, no one dared to speak carelessly. The woman on stage merely served as a facilitator to unveil the black cloth. As for the items up for trade, individuals would communicate through a specialized soul conduit, tossing their offerings into the darkness while vocalizing their bids. Whether these items would be intercepted in the shadows depended on one's skill. Those who completed the transaction would need to ascend the stage to retrieve their acquired goods. Upon departure, one could never be certain if they would be followed, for after all, those who led desperate lives often had no path of retreat. The woman on stage wheeled one of the items into the light. As the black cloth fell away, a surge of soul power erupted within many spectators. Yet no one dared to rush forward to seize it. After all, flipping the table would blur the lines between hunter and prey. Within the cage lay a skeleton, a dragon bone. The dark golden hue of the dragon bone emanated an aura of ancient might, and the winged skeleton flickered with a faint crimson glow. The first item for trade, a dragon bone over 100,000 years old. The mere presence of this exquisite item stirred restlessness among the onlookers cloaked in darkness. Tion's gaze was fixed intently on the dragon bone, his dark golden vertical pupils igniting with fury. A kaleidoscope of colors shimmered in his hand, yet he ultimately restrained himself. He could not afford to act recklessly, as the hidden dangers in the shadows were innumerable. A hasty move could result in an ambush, and even he might find himself perishing here. As the trading progressed, information was continuously relayed to the woman on stage, who in turn communicated with those offering the items. For each completed transaction, the facilitator earned a reward of 10,000 gold coins, an immense sum for an ordinary person. Soon, the stage was piled high with notes. For who among the soul masters could resist the allure of a dragon bone over 100,000 years old? The girl, utilizing a specialized soul conduit provided by the sun and moon, sifted through the offerings and swiftly identified the optimal item for trade. Among the treasures was one of the finest, crystal blood dragon ginseng. The instant the details of this exceptional item emerged, even more individuals in the shadows piqued their interest, eager to observe the ensuing process and discover who would ultimately claim this remarkable treasure, as well as the identity of the one providing it. They could hardly believe that a person daring enough to trade such a celestial treasure possessed only a single specimen. If that individual's strength and the power behind him were mediocre, then, the dark laws would be fully manifested here. In the shadows, Tang Wuji stepped toward the stage, clutching the millennia-old crystalline blood dragon ginseng. The elements erupted in a momentary frenzy, a fleeting turmoil sensed by numerous formidable beings. So it is you, scum. In the darkness, a pair of dark crimson eyes fixated intently on Tang Wuji upon the stage. Miur silently observed the one responsible for this unfolding scene. Fury ignited within him, yet he knew that the time was not ripe. The death of one alone would not quell the long-simmering wrath within him. He sought to bring this world to ruin alongside it. Tang Wuji would be crushed beneath his heel. That aura belongs to that fellow. I wonder if he still possesses that world-annihilating power. I truly wish to test it. Flames danced within his scarlet eyes as Ouyang's sun gazed toward the source of elemental upheaval in the darkness. Presently, there were but two beings on this continent capable of inciting such elemental chaos. One was the harbinger of destruction, and the other, not even a human, but a beast. Monkey, when the time comes, I shall take the lead. It has been far too long since I have exchanged blows with a powerful adversary, and my blood is boiling. A chill surged through the darkness toward Ouyang's sun, as Tsang Yue conveyed her sentiments in her own manner, indicating her interest in that individual, insisting that she should handle it, lest the consequences be dire. Ouyang Chi'er and the Snow Empress each grasped Ouyang's sun and Tsang Yue to restrain them. Otherwise, before the chaos above even began, they would be besieged by the lurking figures. Though they were not particularly fearful of these individuals, exercising caution was prudent at such a moment, as nearly all formidable beings on the continent lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportune moment. A misstep could prove troublesome for them. Oh, that aura, Elder Pong. Is it the one who brings destruction? Such a person has also arrived. It seems that seizing opportunities will be difficult. However, should I wish to depart at that moment, they will not be able to stop me. The woman in the green attire inquired of the elderly man behind her, and upon receiving his affirmative response, she paused for a moment. Then, her confident voice resonated in the darkness. This is the current trend of this world. She, an outsider, was eager to see how far she could go. She yearns to lead an era. even if the denizens of this world pale in comparison to those of her original realm. Nevertheless, there exist formidable beings, such as the one who recently clashed with that wretched deity, a mysterious figure indeed. Although that deity is of little merit, the woman in the green attire is acutely aware that she cannot vanquish him. At most, she could inflict significant injury at a cost. Yet, aside from Ouyang's son and a few others, no one knows that Tang San's avatar was obliterated by Gu Feng. After all, tearing through the fabric of the world to annihilate Tang San's doppelganger, a remnant of gray ether subsequently obliterated the entire Star Dough, rendering it a forbidden zone. Such individuals are perilously dangerous, and Ouyang's son and his companions dare not speak carelessly, for who knows if the evidently peculiar Gu Feng might rend space to confront them? They hardly believe they could withstand such an encounter. Humph, these fellows truly think us easy prey. It seems our prolonged silence has made the world forget that Shrek Academy and the Haotian sect earned their esteemed reputation through sheer might. Tang Hao's commanding voice echoed in the darkness. Despite his earlier failure to capture Ouyang's son in the Star Dough, he had been compelled to retreat in disarray. Yet now, endowed with divine power, he was confident he could detain that monkey named Ouyang's son. But the specter that had effortlessly dispatched Xiao San sent a shiver down his spine. That figure was simply beyond reach. In fact, to Tang Hao's estimation, even a combined assault from 5 peak divine kings would likely result in mutual destruction. However, should Ouyang's son be privy to Tang Hao's foolish thoughts, he might well be struck with laughter. For Tang San's avatar likely possessed only the strength of a secondary deity in this world. It is conceivable that upon reaching the first level, even a fully realized wretched deity would not be exceedingly powerful. At the very least, Ouyang's son and his companions had not regarded those deities with any seriousness. Of course, at present, they might find themselves in peril should they refrain from employing certain strategies against those deities. Nonetheless, this did not detract from their disdain for those feeble gods. Ayin gazed at the imposing Tang Hao, gently wrapping her arms around his robust waist from behind, her entire being draping over his back. Chapter 19. The transaction in progress. The crystalline blood dragon ginseng was held in the hands of Tang Wujia, who then turned his attention to a certain direction within the darkness, the location of their Haotian sect members. He subtly nodded towards the crowd below, eliciting a hint of disdainful laughter from a few individuals who had noticed his gesture. Did they truly believe everyone was a fool? Tang Wujia is not a fool. Rather, he possesses an inexplicable confidence in Tang Hao and his companions. This very confidence, however, is also the reason why they have not disclosed the mysterious circumstances surrounding Tang San's demise. Instead, they publicly proclaimed that Tang San's avatar had exhausted its divine power upon descending to the mortal realm, asserting that the calamity in Star Dough was orchestrated by him. Otherwise, Shrek Academy would never have had the audacity to summon all the factions across the continent. Not everyone would readily accept this narrative. The crystal blood dragon ginseng vanished into the abyss. From within the darkness, a hint of dark green materialized as a small hand reached for the ginseng before disappearing into that direction. At the very moment the green hue faded, a golden streak surged toward that location, followed by an icy chill, revealing a magnificent, colossal crystal. However, they were a moment too late, as the indomitable poison master had already prepared for a strategic withdrawal. Ouyang's son and Song Yu remained fixated on that direction, refraining from further action. It was not yet the opportune moment. A massive flame erupted skyward, while the dark green toxin enveloped the poison master in a protective barrier. The darkness was momentarily illuminated, revealing Muir, cloaked and concealing his visage. A torrent of flames rained down upon the poison master. He intended to use the ginseng to contribute to the blood sea, thereby slightly enhancing the 6 paths, a minor gain, yet of utility. However, for transactional purposes, it was unnecessary. Initially, they held the upper hand, but maintaining it was paramount. Did they truly believe the elder to be mere clay? A colossal green giant surged through the inferno, its massive fist aimed at Muir. Beneath the hood, Muir's gaze remained remarkably serene as a fiery Buddha ascended from behind him. The fire element, Akalanatha. The rising Buddha grasped the poison master's arm with one hand, while forming the image of a flower from the other shore with the other. His palm struck the poison master's body, and a flash of golden light ensued, causing the crystal blood dragon ginseng to tumble from the poison master's grasp. Lan Shui transformed into light, seizing the ginseng with unparalleled speed before swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Those lurking in the darkness, hoping to seize an opportunity, were left astounded. Who could have anticipated that a being with such speed would play the same treacherous game as they? The audacity was overwhelming. The wrath of the poison master reverberated throughout the trading grounds, his crimson eyes fixated on Muir. A faint chuckle escaped Muir's lips. How pitiful! Flames enveloped Muir's form, and as the fire consumed him, his figure vanished from the scene. The thwarted poison master longed to obliterate the area, but ultimately, he could only entertain such thoughts. He lacked the power to act without fear. Returning to his normal size, the poison master faded into the shadows. The crystal blood dragon ginseng was gently tossed into the air by Lan Shui, who watched it descend repeatedly, her gaze fixed upon an iron cage on the stage. Lost in contemplation. But perhaps it was for the best. After all, having accompanied me for so long, it would be unfortunate if it were truly snatched away by Shrek. Lan Shui's crimson lips parted to emit a sound only she could faintly perceive, yet her true thoughts eluded even her own comprehension. Countless dim glimmers intricately wove peculiar patterns across the darkness. In the subsequent exchanges, she refrained from causing any disruption until an intricate array enveloped the entire stage. At which point she exhaled slowly. This should suffice, she mused. It was rather exhausting to establish such a formidable defensive formation. Had she known, she would have ensured to engage in more physical training beforehand. Following this event, she resolved to dedicate time to her own exercise. Lan Shui licked her alluring red lips, gazing at the stage, her words uncertain whether meant for her own ears or for others. Her gaze fell upon the crystalline blood dragon ginseng in her hand, her eyes shimmering with invisible radiance. Ouyang Sun's piercing gaze seemed to detect something amiss. The silk ribbon of Shiyu activated, and both the purple and blue diamonds sparked to life simultaneously. This location was ideal for these two diamonds. The enhanced vision of the purple extreme star coupled with his piercing gaze caught sight of the faint, flowing dark light. While the nature of that light remained elusive, the unfolding events grew increasingly intriguing. The divine demon staff was planted firmly into the ground as Ouyang Sun crouched atop it, quietly observing the developments ahead. Who would emerge as the hunter, and who would be the prey? His anticipation was palpable. So it is the light element, yet not the light of salvation, but rather the light of annihilation. Intriguingly, this light of destruction seemed to safeguard the stage. Was there something of great significance above? Muir sensed the elemental shift. After all, his peak power was that of a demigod, a six-element demigod. He had even briefly attained the strength of a true god. The fluctuations of the light element were impossible to conceal from him. Let me add a touch of my own, then. A mysterious glimmer flickered in Muir's eyes as the ultimate earth element surged within his grasp, flowing into the stage and concealing itself beneath 100 meters of earth. No one noticed Muir's actions. Who would casually scrutinize the depths of the ground? Such strange fluctuations. Was it merely my imagination? Or did someone make a move? An ancient voice gently resonated. Although soft, the words reached the ears of the woman in azure. What is it, Elder Pong? Have you discovered something? The elder shook his head in uncertainty, sensing a hint of discord, but failing to pinpoint any specific anomaly. The woman in azure turned her gaze from Elder Ping to the stage, a beguiling smile illuminating her features. Elder Ping, do not underestimate these individuals. They are likely not of this world, much like ourselves. It would be wise to exercise caution. A cerulean brilliance surged in her eyes, and a lotus mark appeared at the center of her forehead. Indeed, how intriguing, I nearly overlooked it. The woman noticed the peculiar aspect, yet she refrained from taking action. As her hands bore no covert tricks, a hasty move would surely lead to complications. The trade fair resumed after the initial dragon bone. Yet nothing of greater value has been cited. Following Tang Wujia's ascent to the stage, a multitude of titled protectors from the Haotian sect concealed him as he secured the dragon bone within a soul-guiding device, then swaggered into the shadows. This place was perilously close to Shrek and the Haotian sect, and they lacked the confidence to confront so many titled Haotian hammers simultaneously. Moreover, who could ascertain whether any hidden members of the Haotian sect lay in wait? They certainly did not wish to be unexpectedly struck down by a sudden assault. As for Ouyang Sun, Muir, Nox, and the cloaked woman in the shadows along with Lan Shui, these individuals were merely biding their time. The moment for action had not yet arrived. The woman on stage unveiled an iron cage. As the dark cloth was lifted, an odd atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, stirring peculiar thoughts within many hearts. Inside the iron cage were two bound figures, specifically, two dragon maidens. Golden and silver scales delicately adorned their concealed forms. captured by humans. The dragon maidens stood on the precipice of a mating frenzy. This transaction involved two dragon maidens, both nearing their mating season after 100 millennia. Such a temptation was undeniably potent, yet the curse upon the dragon maidens deterred many. This was indeed a perilous affair. Chapter 20. The Dragon Maidens and the Angels. The moment the golden and silver dragon maidens appeared, a mixture of greed, shock, fear, and sympathy surged through the crowd. How fascinating. It was indeed this very object. Shrek and the Haotian sect ought to refrain from interference. Whoever dared to touch the curse would meet their demise. Tang Hao remarked to the restless Yin Xiaojia and Tang Wujia, noting that while the benefits were evident, one must possess the means to enjoy them. Observing Tang Wujia's waning vigor, Tang Hao held a certain optimism for the young man. Noticing his unwavering gaze, Tang Hao discreetly wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Recognizing the dragon maidens as exquisite treasures of the mortal realm, however, one could only dare to engage with them at the peril of their life. Tang Hao softly divulged the lesser-known secrets to Tang Wujia and the others. The curse of the dragon maidens was no trifling matter. A prior second-tier deity had once captured a dragon maiden and forcefully engaged with her, only to face dire consequences. The crowd was eager to learn the outcome. As the legends surrounding the curse were formidable, yet surely even deities could withstand such a fate. Nevertheless, Tang Hao's subsequent words sent a collective shiver through them. Filled with dread and horror, that second-tier deity, after being cursed, killed the dragon maiden. After all, it was merely a game for him, being a deity. He regarded the dragon maiden with disdain. Subsequent events unfolded in a most peculiar manner. After the deity vanquished the dragon maiden, an unexpected yearning for her exquisite form compelled the divine being to contemplate capturing her once more for companionship. However, at the very moment the deity departed from the celestial realm, a black hole materialized before him without any warning, leading to his astonishing demise. At this juncture, Tang Hao's countenance reflected a palpable fear, acknowledging that curses can often be particularly unreasonable. He further elaborated that the deity's lineage was abruptly severed, as the dragon maiden's curse was precisely designed to ensure such an outcome. The essence of the deity's divine legacy now resided within the black hole. Yet no one dared to reclaim it, not even the God King. Ain released her grasp from Tang Hao's waist, and together they turned their gaze towards the two dragon maidens on stage, their eyes filled with an indescribable complexity. Tang Wujia wished to utter something, but upon witnessing the expressions of Tang Hao and Ain, he could only sigh in resignation. My lord, these are the leaders of the Dragon Maiden clan. They are the Golden and Silver Dragon Maidens. Should we intervene? A spark of excitement flickered across Di Tian's face, for the Dragon Maiden clan possessed formidable combat prowess, and their primal essence held various other significances. Yet, as these thoughts crossed his mind, Di Tian's expression suddenly grew intricate. Among their soul beast lineage, only the three of them remained of the pure-blood dragon clan, ZG, along with the Silver Dragon King. This was the legacy of the curse cast by the previous Golden and Silver Dragon Maidens. Most of ZG's kin were of mixed blood, not true hellish dragons. With her being a rare ancestral return, a singular anomaly in hundreds of thousands of years, Gu Yuna observed the mesmerizing movements of the Dragon Maidens on stage. Deep in contemplation, just as Di Tian was about to inquire again, Gu Yuna's voice broke the silence. However, the culprits behind the current plight of the Dragon Maiden clan are, in fact, our dragon lineage. They will not assist us. Upon hearing this, Di Tian opened his mouth to refute, but found himself devoid of any rationale. The Dragon Maiden clan and their dragon lineage were indeed sworn enemies, locked in an eternal vendetta. A sigh escaped his lips as he gazed complexly at the Golden and Silver Dragon Maidens, who appeared as mere commodities, his face betraying an indescribable desolation. Countless spectators below yearned to possess the two Dragon Maidens on stage, yet none were willing to offer anything in exchange. The curse of the Dragon Maidens was nearly insurmountable. No one understood its underlying principles, nor could anyone ascertain the likelihood of enduring it. No one was willing to wager their life on the chance of acquiring a Dragon Maiden's favor. A delicate hand tightly clasped Gu Yuchen's palm. Gu Yechen gazed at Qin Shouyue, whose face was etched with a myriad of emotions, and quietly offered solace to his beloved wife. What troubles you? Do not fret. It has nothing to do with us. Before Gu Yechen could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Shouyue. Yechen, let me tell you a story, shall I? Her deep voice resonated, and upon hearing her tone, Gu Yechen's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He understood that she was grappling with a matter of profound significance. The gentle words reverberated softly in his ears, weaving a tale from a distant past. 10,000 years ago, the continent was home to only two nations, Tiando and Xinglua. At that time, Tiando had not yet fragmented into the present-day Tiangong and Doling. The esteemed Shrek Academy was merely a name devoid of reputation. The practitioners of dark martial souls were not yet referred to as evil soul masters, nor did they feel the need to conceal their gifts. The two great empires rarely engaged in conflict, and the evil soul masters bore a different title. They were known as fallen soul masters. During that era, soul masters revered a sanctum universally acknowledged as the holy ground, the martial soul hall. Subsequently, the infamous Three Gods War unfolded, resulting in the martial soul hall's defeat and its disappearance from the annals of history. The descendants of that time glorified the victor, Tang San, to an unparalleled extent. Nowadays, few recognize that it was he who precipitated the resurgence of the evil soul masters on the continent. The martial soul hall once undertook the mission of eradicating fallen soul masters, but what of Shrek today? It merely plays at a semblance of duty. Our angel clan was fated for extinction during those tumultuous times. My ancestors fled to the great desolation, pursued by both Tiando and Xinglua. It was a beautiful land, devoid of strife and warfare, where they lived self-sufficiently, albeit with a sense of exclusivity. Yet, it was these very beings who saved my ancestor. Once healed, my forebears spent many years cultivating in the Cloud Dream Marsh, a place they deemed a paradise. Upon bidding farewell to the Golden and Silver Dragon Maidens, my ancestor declared that the angel clan was now forsaken by the gods and could not endanger them. Ultimately, my forebear imparted to us descendants that should we encounter any peril befalling the Dragon Maidens, we were not obliged to intervene. They simply reminded us that without the Dragon Clan, our angel clan would have long since vanished from history. Yeching, what do you think I should do? Qian Shiyue raised her beautiful visage, her eyes slightly reddened. She truly found herself at a loss. If they were to rescue the Dragon Maidens, they would undoubtedly become the center of attention, and the borders might well be thrust into turmoil. Gu Yechen gently cradled Qian Shoyue's face, tenderly smoothing her slightly disheveled hair, before affectionately ruffling her small head. A soft voice resonated in her ear, uttering words of reassurance. Just protect them. As Qian Shoyue watched Gu Yechen disappear from her side, silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. In this transaction, I remain oblivious to the desires of the other party. However, the two Dragon Maidens shall be claimed by our desolate land. A commanding voice echoed across the realm. Gu Yechen's silhouette has already graced the arena. In his hands, he wields the sun-shooting bow, its string drawn taut. This formidable weapon is crafted from 3 pieces of 10,000-year-old soul bones. While I am aware it may not suffice, I am prepared to make my move. As for these two Dragon Maidens, they shall belong to our desolate frontier. Gu Yechen cast his gaze upon the liaison on the stage. After a moment, the individual nodded. Qian Shoyue emerged onto the platform, supporting two Dragon Maidens as they ventured into the shadows. The sun arrow in Gu Yechen's hand was aimed directly at Qian Shoyue's position. Whoever dared to show their face would be swiftly dealt with. Chapter 21. Elemental Needle in the Darkness. Those lurking in anticipation felt the aura emanating from the sun arrow in Gu Yechen's grasp, compelling them to suppress their thoughts. The Dragon Maidens could still be captured through strategy. However, facing Gu Yechen, the continent's foremost attacker, meant that a single arrow would lead them to meet their ancestors. When their forebears inquired about their demise, it would be utterly absurd to say they perished over two Dragon Maidens, ultimately outmatched and eliminated in an instant. As Gu Yechen beheld Qian Shoyue and the two Dragon Maidens vanish safely from sight, he finally lowered his bow, casting a glance towards the direction of Shrek in the darkness. They had disappeared from the stage. Senior, Yin Xiaozhe gazed at Tang Hao, poised to speak, but was interrupted by a hand. If possible, avoid provoking that individual. He gives me an unsettling sense of danger. Should we act recklessly, even wielding divine power, we might meet our demise. With that, Tang Hao fell into silence. Everyone was taken aback by Tang Hao's words. Could a mere mortal truly harm a deity, even slay one? The moment those words echoed, a flicker of unease passed through Yin Xiaozhe and Mu'en, and a thought that should not exist began to stir within their hearts. Tang Wujia, concealed from everyone's view, quietly observed Yin Xiaozhe and Mu'en, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable mockery. Oh, so these are the two Dragon Maidens. They seem rather unremarkable. Why do those people fear two defenseless women so? Ouyang's son, utilizing his enhanced purple diamond, scrutinized the two dragon maidens for an extended period, yet discerned nothing particularly special about them, beyond their exceptionally vibrant life force. He noted that various intoxicating emotions were steadily eroding their sanity. Ouyang's son found no other remarkable traits. Foolish monkey, can you even perceive curses? If you could, such a curse would not deter even the gods. A mocking voice emerged from Song Yu's lips. The symbols on Ouyang's son's mask flickered, and he gripped his divine staff tightly. Foolish woman, I have tolerated you for far too long. With that declaration, a golden shadow of his staff descended upon Song Yu. An explosion resounding in the darkness. Countless eyes in the shadows focused on their position, eager to discern who dared to engage in conflict at that moment. Song Yu waved her hand, and a portal to another dimension opened, revealing a frigid expanse. She understood that this was not the place for a skirmish. Should a fight ensue, their entire group would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. She was not foolish. She merely sought to engage in battle, but only with the strong. This monkey, she had long desired to face him, having contemplated it for quite some time. Song Yu stepped into the dimensional portal first, and Ouyang's son, with a forceful leap, transformed into a blur, charging towards her, no longer wishing to hold back. He had endured this insufferable woman for far too long. Thus, their figures faded into the abyss of darkness. The Snow Emperor and Ouyang Chierer simultaneously sighed, exchanging glances before shaking their heads in unison. Choosing to disregard the antics of those two, ice coalesced in the hands of the Snow Emperor, who then struck towards the golden-silver dragon maidens, encasing the utterly defenseless pair in a frozen prison. Observing the ice gradually turning pink, a rare look of displeasure crossed the Snow Emperor's face. Damn it. Just how much emotional poison is this? The Snow Empress found herself at a loss. Ouyang Chierer could only watch helplessly. She certainly could not resort to using fire to dispel the poison. Such an act would be disastrous, potentially neutralizing the toxin but at the cost of the two dragon maidens' well-being. The two women shook their heads in resignation, lamenting that had they known, they would have departed alongside Ouyang's son and Song Yu. A gentle holy light illuminated the darkness surrounding them, as 6 golden wings unfurled behind Qianqiyu, her 6 wings spreading gracefully. A soothing aura continuously permeated through the icy chill, cleansing the emotional poison within the two dragon maidens. However, as time progressed, Qianqiyu's countenance grew increasingly grim. The mingled emotional toxin had seeped deep into their bones. She could not dispel it completely, at best allowing them a brief return to consciousness. If this issue remained unresolved, they would inevitably succumb to the shackles of desire. Time does not pause for anyone. While Qianqiyu and her companions fretted over the plight of the two dragon maidens, the trading continued unabated. Premium soul bones, rare natural treasures, and unique soul-guiding devices were plentiful. Most of the top-tier factions were uninterested, but when a drop of peculiar blue blood emerged, the body sect re-entered the fray. The viscous blue blood exuded an aura that sent chills through the air. Most were unaware of the origin of this blood, but it was undeniable that it held incredible power. Nonetheless, there were those who recognized it as the blood of a divine creature, containing remnants of divinity. Ultimately, the body sect secured the blood, while the poison immortal faced renewed assaults. This time, the attacks were serious. Emperor Tian transformed into a black dragon, shrouding the area in deeper darkness, while Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. In the end, the black dragon seized the drop of blue blood, leaving the poison immortal wounded and displaying a hint of despondency. It seemed that their era was drawing to a close. The trading would not cease for any individual. Half of the items had been exchanged, and it was unclear who emerged victorious or what each had gained. The only certainty was that the body sect had suffered a significant loss. After 2 attempts, they had failed to acquire the blood dragon ginseng and the divine blood, instead relinquishing a considerable amount in exchange. The black cloth was pulled back once more, revealing an elderly man with a sallow complexion, devoid of any color. In his hands, he held 3 needles emanating a faint glow. The performance was about to commence. It was intriguing to ponder how those lofty individuals would respond. Would they destroy this artifact or attempt to control and utilize it? I eagerly anticipate the spectacle. The scarlet eyes glimmered in the darkness, and Mir's voice echoed softly through the surrounding space. This was not an artifact of this world. It was the handiwork of those individuals. How fascinating. Let me observe what maneuvers you all will execute. The woman in the blue attire sensed the unique vibrations coursing through the needle. It was not the essence of this world, yet she could vaguely perceive its effects. as if it were a means of igniting life to acquire power. It offered a glimmer of hope, a fleeting chance for those ensnared in the mire of existence to resist. All eyes were fixed on the elderly man's introduction on stage, and until he concluded, no one truly believed that this needle could bestow upon ordinary individuals a power surpassing that of soul masters. The old man surveyed the surrounding darkness, oppression, and the fragmentation of families, the echoes of his life's tribulations resonating within him. He recalled the words of the white-haired man. The purpose of the elemental needle was to awaken the elements within them, though it exacted the price of their lives. For those newly come of age, it might grant merely a year of existence, while for the elderly, teetering on the brink of death, it would yield but a fleeting quarter of an hour. He yearned for vengeance against the lofty soul masters. The elemental needle was plunged into the old man's wrist. In the shadows, all eyes were riveted on his actions, mocking him. The lowly should kneel in prayer, not indulge in unrealistic fantasies. The old man's anguished cry resonated across the stage. Moments later, he collapsed onto the platform, and a cacophony of laughter erupted from the darkness. The wind stirred. A tempest arose, a swirling vortex lifting a young man into the air. It was the very elderly man from before. Mortals, yet extraordinary. The wind sensed the positions of those in the shadows, granting him awareness. Perhaps it had been far too long since he had felt such ease. The indigo whirlwind spun ceaselessly as he floated serenely within it. He was already on the threshold of the grave, yet now, experiencing a moment of brilliance. He could display his fury to those who had shattered his family, and that was sufficient. The whirlwind elevated the man to the skies, dispersing into streams of air upon reaching the zenith. Subsequently, multiple whirlwinds formed, countless tornadoes surging toward the darkened Shrek. Shrek was the perpetrator behind his family's demise. Yet this world was also complicit. Once, his family had lived a relatively happy, albeit arduous, life. They had been farmers for generations, accustomed to toil. And though they were common folk who could not behold the vistas from heights, they had their own existence, which he deemed satisfactory. They had taken in an injured individual, who spoke little but had not harmed them. However, everything changed when Shrek's men came to their home, declaring that the person they had sheltered was a so-called evil soul master. They accused them of being accomplices and sought to take action against them. No amount of explanation could sway their judgment. In that moment, the man had aided their escape from their home. It seemed that this very action had sealed their fate as accomplices. Without reason or inquiry, they were relentlessly pursued by the so-called allies of justice. They were merely ordinary individuals who had extended a helping hand to someone in need. Moreover, that person did not exhibit the characteristics of the so-called dark soul master. It was merely claimed that their soul power possessed a dark attribute, a statement that came solely from the individual in question. The man closed his eyes, reminiscing about the past. Upon reopening them, his gaze reflected a deep, ethereal green. The whirlwind surging toward Shrek Academy was extinguished by a fiery bird and a peculiar bull. In the man's perception, the fiery bird seemed to possess diminished strength, its flames not as fierce as when it first appeared. As for the bull, he could not discern its significance. Silence enveloped everyone, their faces betraying an indescribable blend of fear and astonishment. They were terrified by the sudden emergence of an ordinary person wielding the power to defeat Yin Shaozia of Shrek Academy, a renowned formidable figure on the continent. The Radiant Phoenix was indeed a top-tier martial soul, yet it was injured in a mere encounter, and by an elderly man who had barely crossed the threshold of the earth. Had it not been for that shameless old fool, Yin Shaozia might have suffered far worse than just a light injury. Every influential force on the continent recognized Chuanzi as that shameless old fool, preying on the weak, leveraging his age to exploit others. Were it not for his status as one of the closest beings to the ultimate super Douluo, he would have long been secretly eliminated. Chuanzi let out a resounding bellow, then charged toward the man hovering in the sky. Though the man seemed powerful now, could someone who had never possessed strength truly harness it effectively? Many knew the answer. No, and thus, they were not afraid of the figure aloft. What terrified them was the possibility that such strange needles were not confined to just three. What if the mastermind disseminated those entities across the continent? Their status and lives would be jeopardized, for each of them held their share of tragic incidents, whether direct or indirect. The man observed the colossal beast of a bull charging toward him, remaining unfazed by his newfound power. He understood that prior to this, he was an ordinary person. Thus, how should the wrath of an ordinary individual be expressed? Through decisive action, he conveyed to all. Boundless winds coalesced in the man's grasp. A voice, carried by the wind, resonated in everyone's ears. I was but a mortal, devoted solely to my family. Alas, fate has dealt an unexpected hand. Now, let you witness the fury of an ordinary man. A towering azure beam descended from the heavens. Xuanzi found himself enveloped in the blue radiance. With time stretching infinitely in his perception, the man's figure descended from the sky, dissipating into the ether midair. The azure pillar of light gradually weakened and vanished after the man's presence faded. Along with the disappearance of the azure beam, so too did Xuanzi. The once formidable second strongest of Shrek met an untimely demise at the hands of an inconsequential mortal whose name remains unknown. I initially believed that merely injuring that ancient being would suffice, yet unexpectedly, a delightful surprise unfolded. Is it that the divine chose not to intervene, or simply lacked the desire to do so? Muir gazed at the vanishing celestial pillar, astonishment flickering in his eyes, before turning his attention towards Shrek. Through the shadows, he beheld the man wielding the hammer, his gaze filled with an inscrutable brilliance. Yuhua, did your eyes perceive it? The figure of Ilex materialized before Hui Yuhua, inquiring about the azure beam that ascended into the heavens. Memories of the elder on stage surged within him, igniting a newfound sense of purpose. This was, in truth, the will of Douluo, urging Hui Yuhua to act, a realization that he only now grasped. The Snow Empress and Ouyang Chair fell into silence. The elder's final display of power did not warrant such reticence. Rather, it was the resolute expression and detached gaze he bore that stirred them profoundly, as they regarded the dissipating blue light and the surrounding breeze. A sorrowful lament seemed to echo within the winds. It was a manifestation of helplessness. Countless ordinary individuals, akin to this elder, existed in this world, relegated to the lowest echelons of society. It appeared that no one truly cared for their plight, nor did the so-called nations show concern for their existence. They languished in a brutal world, leading lives of numbness. This was their misfortune, and indeed, the misfortune of this era. Had they lived a millennium ago, or would they find themselves in another 1,000 years hence, their circumstances would be vastly improved. In ancient times, the Spirit Hall raised their voices on behalf of ordinary folk, while the future held the promise of governance by a federated order. But now, the Spirit Hall has faded into the annals of history, and the nascent form of the Federation remains but a distant shadow. War, malevolent soul masters, nation-states, and royal families are solely preoccupied with their own interests, while Shrek, a mere facade seeking fame, relying on the so-called inner courtyard students to uphold the continent, many of whom remain oblivious to the distinction between right and wrong. This elder was merely a reflection of the times. Although Muir's elemental needle was forged at the cost of his life, it bestowed upon them an opportunity, a chance to raise their voices. A spark of hope, destined to ignite a conflagration. Ouyang Sun and Song Yue ceased their fierce confrontation, their gazes seemingly transcending space to witness the actions of the elderly figure. They stood in silence, Song Yue sheathing her blood-red, demonic blade, while Ouyang Sun's arm hung limply, the demon god's staff trailing in the snow. The crimson and icy blue of their eyes lost the fervor of battle, replaced instead by a profound bewilderment, an uncertainty about the world and the future that lay ahead. An endless sea of blood stretched out, the sky cloaked in a dark crimson hue, while a dilapidated city floated in midair, silently standing as a monument to desolation. In the heart of this city stood a statue-like figure, dark blue hair billowing behind him, his pitch-black eyes devoid of any color. Suddenly, a flicker of vitality sparkled within his gaze. "It seems I have unfinished business," a fragmented voice echoed from his position. The remnants of a long-held ambition that had not been forgotten, even after a millennium. Chapter 23. The Unforeseen Change from Afar. The arrival of chaos in the Star Luo realm. On that fateful day marked by two apocalyptic events, Star Luo left behind two divine legacies. The first was the white-haired woman who cleaved through the Douluo barrier with a single strike, allowing a deity to briefly manifest upon the continent. This blow not only shattered the barrier, but also split a colossal rock spear capable of sinking the land itself, creating a chasm that stretched for countless miles, extending from the Star Luo Imperial City to the edge of the Star Do Forbidden Land. This chasm retained the mysterious woman's power, drawing many who sought to wield such world-altering strength. However, none succeeded. Those who recklessly sought to harness that ethereal power were assimilated, vanishing without a trace. The second divine legacy was a mysterious projection that saved the entire continent. The three stars of the heavens, the black sun, the blood-red moon, and the original sun. Witness this figure as it obliterated the great sun and the blood moon, leaving behind a fragment of an ancient tree. This half-ancient tree, capable of reaching the heavens, was the fabled Jinmu, a giant tree that had brought endless calamity to celestial vessels. Though broken, this fragment radiated a unique vitality. Eternal life, the pursuit of wisdom, and the theme of life unending. Everyone yearns for immortality, yet simultaneously fears it. This half-ancient tree heralded the arrival of undying monstrosities. Additionally, an emperor embarked on a path of abundance. Cracks began to appear in the chasm, and countless strange mechas erupted forth. Surrounding the chasm were entities of moderate strength. Having exhausted their talents in hopes of ascending to greater heights, they were both fortunate and unfortunate. Endless void specters surged from the fissures, annihilating all life before them, leaving no one to escape. To be seen by them meant an unending cycle of death and rebirth. A dense swarm of void specters poured forth from the chasm, soon encountering the undying monstrosities. In the cataclysm of the collapsing iron universe, two calamities converged. Awaiting them was not unity, but rather annihilation. The phantom soldiers surged towards the entities of flesh, while the latter lunged at the former, embodying the eternal struggle between immortality and annihilation. The entire cosmos was engulfed in an unending conflict. In this war, neither side suffered significant losses. The phantom soldiers emerged endlessly from the fissures, while the entities of flesh were perpetually reborn. Absent extraordinary circumstances or the intervention of formidable powers, their warfare seemed destined to persist indefinitely. Within the Arctic Ocean, Song Yu had previously traversed this realm, where a fissure had opened in the depths, nurturing a peculiar form of life. Song Yu employed ice elements and dimensional gates to seal this rift, yet the seal was gradually fracturing. The soul beasts inhabiting the icy waters sensed the looming threat of death and began to migrate towards the distant oceans. This unprecedented migration of soul beasts captured the attention of coastal lords. However, all the nation's formidable warriors were currently engaged in Shrek. Those remaining behind dared not recklessly seek information amidst the uncertainty, as no one comprehended the events unfolding in the deep sea, only that a tempest was imminent. Scouts set forth towards Shrek, compelled to relay the situation to those in authority. Above the icy expanse, storm clouds gathered, and lightning coalesced, heralding the arrival of creatures that should not exist in this world. The realm of Douluo issued a warning against this impending entity. Yet, the realm was vastly weak. Even with the inheritance from hell and the acquisition of that higher dimensional power, it remained insufficient to instill fear in those apex beings, as it had not yet matured to that level. A resounding roar erupted from below the icy sea, conjuring towering waves. A grotesque yet divine creature emerged, with lightning striking its form, igniting mere sparks upon its colossal frame. With a massive physique adorned in pristine scales, it was a creature of myth, a dragon. Not the so-called great lizard of Western lore, but a true dragon, albeit one that had undergone some mutation. 9 formidable dragon heads and 9 tails adorned this godlike being. Yet it bore no dragon claws. The 9 dragon heads aimed at the storm clouds above, roaring thunderously across the heavens, causing the clouds to disperse in an instant. 9 white dragons, a genuine demigod, the nature deity of the celestial realm, descended into this new world. On that day, the coastal inhabitants heard a dragon's roar that echoed through the skies, followed by a torrent of blood from their ears, rendering them utterly mute. In the abyssal forest, black-red storm clouds brewed ominously, and as this harbinger sensed the peculiar transformations of the world, a pair of blood-red colossal eyes opened above the forest. The abyssal emperor, towering 1,000 meters, materialized beneath those eyes. A blood-red throne descended from the heavens, hovering in mid-air, emanating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. A voice resonated in the ears of the abyssal emperor. This is one of the 7 thrones in that realm. You have yet to recover, and something of your caliber has emerged from the ocean. However, it appears that he, much like you, has sustained grievous injuries, though perhaps in a somewhat better condition than yourself. Take this throne and endeavor to see if you can vanquish him. Should you succeed in slaying him, bring back his lifeless form, for this would enable you to regain a substantial measure of your strength, and in due time, your name shall resonate once more throughout this world. You are the god of divine retribution, Austin Griffin. The evil emperor listened with reverence to the directives of the god of divine retribution as the throne diminished in size and the evil emperor transformed, advancing towards the icy expanse. In a world of vibrant hues, A priest who had been observing the Douluo barrier discerned its weakening. This barrier was no longer capable of restraining the descent of the divine. The priest established contact with the 5 great divine kings through a unique method. At the heart of the divine realm, for the first time, the 5 divine kings refrained from quarreling. Destruction, I propose that we all descend together. Douluo star serves as the foundation of the divine realm, and moreover, it underwent a sudden transformation over a decade ago. Tang Sen paused momentarily before articulating the reason that had caused their indecision regarding their descent. The flow of time on Douluo star has now aligned with that of the divine realm, meaning that Douluo star can fully withstand our powers. You must comprehend the implications of this. Should Douluo exist beyond the control of the divine realm, it will inevitably give rise to a divine king. A king belonging to Douluo. The threat posed to the divine realm would be monumental, destruction, evil. You all understand this well. Tang San divulged everything he knew. Douluo star had completely slipped from their grasp. He too required allies, and fortuitously, the divine realm possessed several divine kings, alongside a few others of comparable strength. Tang San's gaze penetrated deeply toward Douluo star. This time, he intended to eradicate all anomalies present on Douluo star. Should the child of destiny dare to resist, he would not hesitate to seek another child of destiny. Meanwhile, the upheaval in the distance had yet to reach the members of Shrek, as following the elemental needle transaction. Tang Hao, in a bid to avert any unforeseen occurrences, utilized the divine power within him to seal off this area. This seal was akin to a barrier, yet its purpose was particularly unique, effectively preventing any news from entering or exiting. Thus, the changes on the continent remained unknown to those within, save for those who were not of this world. Muir, the returning Ouyang's son, Song Yu, Lan Shui, Ouyang Chier, the enigmatic woman in green, as well as Su Jiawei, along with the true first man and beast of the continent, Gu Yeqing and Gu Yuna. These individuals simultaneously sensed something different, yet it was too late. The ensuing transaction was nearing its conclusion, and they could only hope that matters were not as dire as they perceived. The crowd restrained their actions, as the transaction gradually approached its culmination amidst their complex emotions. Chapter 24. The onset of battle. The final few items on stage were drawn into the spotlight. The moment the black cloth was lifted, silence enveloped the venue. Everyone from Shrek stood up, their eyes reflecting an indescribable blend of shock and fury. All gazes were fixed upon the figure on stage, where the myriad facets of human life unfolded. Some expressed sympathy, others derision, some scoffed, some slandered, while others desired possession. And yet others harbored intentions of destruction. On stage, Zhang Lishuan donned a translucent blue garment, her snow-white skin barely concealed, bound in ropes that created a torturous shell. Adorned with a mask and blindfold, one of her feet dangled in midair, tethered to an iron cage. Her hands were restrained behind her back, and her current appearance bore little resemblance to the ethereal moon fairy she once was. Nevertheless, the crowd recognized her as Zhang Lishuan, the former appointed master of the Sea God Pavilion at Shrek. Senior sister, how could this be? It's impossible. Ma Xiaotao stood up in a fury, flames igniting around her as fiery wings unfurled from her back. I will handle this. A palpable pressure forced Ma Xiaotao to the ground, and rage surged in Tang Hao's eyes. Shrek and Hao Yian sect had been utterly humiliated. The former missing appointed master was being treated as a mere object, traded upon such a continental stage. Regardless of who was behind this, he vowed to eradicate both the individual and their backing forces, or else he could never quell the resentment in his heart. Of course, this transaction was no longer necessary. In an instant, the realm of slaughter enveloped the area, as boundless light dispelled the surrounding darkness. Mu In and Yin Xiaojia simultaneously unleashed their martial souls. Everyone concealed in the shadows revealed themselves in that moment. Oh dear, are you all in a hurry? Or is Shrek and Hao Yian sect planning to breach the rules? Lan Shui smiled as she gazed at the 3 floating figures, her charming voice suddenly turning frigid. Ouyang's son tightly gripped the demon god staff, while Song Yu crossed her arms, the blood-red demonic blade faintly visible within her embrace. Ouyang Chier cheerfully clung to the free arm of Ouyang's son, and despite his disdainful glance, she tossed her head playfully, causing a small blue orb of light to materialize in the hands of the Snow Empress. The 6 wings unfurled behind Qianqiu, wielding a luminous sword, while Gu Yeqing stood resolutely, an imposing aura emanating from him. Muir leaned against a height, clapping gently, his gaze fixed on Tang Wuji. A mad grin plastered on his face as flames danced in his palms. Behind the woman in green, a pair of emerald wings emerged, exuding an air of unmatched nobility. As the elders silently observed the gathering from behind her, Nox's position lay below the stage. She had been there before these individuals dispelled the darkness, sensing the impending turmoil. Realizing there was no time to squander. Rules, I am the embodiment of rules. The realm of slaughter surged, and upon seeing Lan Shui, he understood what was unfolding. These outsiders again. This time, he was determined to annihilate them. The blood-red Haotian sect transformed into a mountain, crashing down upon Lan Shui and Zhang Lishuan. Once Zhang Lishuan perished, they had myriad ways to cover up this scandal. No, don't. Ma Xiaotao's eyes darkened. In the academy, Zhang Lishuan had treated her well. In the fleeting moment of witnessing Zhang Lishuan's impending demise, malevolent flames devoured her already scant reason, giving birth to the ultimate dark fire, the Dark Phoenix. A pure shadow materialized before all, a puppet appearing behind her, whisking Ma Xiaotao away before the Shrek members could react. Holy Spirit sect, you seek death. A roar erupted from within the body of the radiant phoenix, pursuing the puppet relentlessly. Mune was obstructed by another colossal puppet and the dark holy dragon. Humph! Tang Hao snorted coldly, wielding divine power. While Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao simultaneously sensed the threat and used their survival tactics to escape. 6 Elemental Flux. When Muir beheld Tang Wuj again, he could no longer contain himself. To hell with the grand scheme, he only harbored a singular desire, to shred that guy into pieces. Flames, torrents, earth, lightning, wood, metal, 6 elemental streams fused together, hurtling towards Tang Wuj. The specter of death loomed in Tang Wuj's heart. At a crucial moment, the Titan transformed into the Titan Great Ape, forcefully enduring the blow. A top-tier powerhouse beneath the divine level was grievously wounded in an instant without the use of divine power. Colorful dragon claws erupted from behind the Titan, striking down towards its head. Dragon God Claw. The stars had vanished. Those who survived were the evolved spirit beasts. He no longer needed to assume the mantle of the beast god. Now, he only sought to eliminate the culprits responsible for this calamity. Titan and Neo-Tion were among them. This is the original timeline, where for an extended period, the foremost powerhouse of the continent, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, D-Tion, reigned supreme. The azure-hued divine dragon unleashed thunder, sustaining injuries while deflecting a formidable blow, yet it managed to save the Titan. The fabric of space was torn asunder. 5 claw marks slicing through the heavens, descending upon the Titan who had narrowly escaped calamity. The skyrending claw. Xiangjun also took action. Only a few beasts remained of the dark golden terror claw clan, and as their leader, he was compelled to avenge their fallen kin. Vines of blue gold transformed into a barrier, absorbing the impact of the assault, as a Ines figure emerged beside Neo-Tion and the Titan. D-Tion, Xiangjun, and Muir formed a triangular encirclement around their adversaries. Gu Yuna obstructed Shrek's reinforcements. The wrath harbored by D-Tion and his companions needed to be unleashed by themselves, while Gu Yuna's role was to bolster their efforts. The silver dragon spear and golden dragon spear manifested in her hands. D-Tion's serpentine form morphed into that of a man, adorned with dragon horns, wings, and eyes of dark gold that blazed with fury, grasping a golden longsword. The dragon clan's law sword, the dragon slayer's sword. He declared, "What? Do you wish to approach? Have you sought permission from my mother? The humiliation you wretches inflicted upon me will be repaid in full." Clad in black battle armor and wielding 2 dark light swords, Lan Shui unfurled her obsidian wings, confronting Tang Hao. Above the stage, a black formation shielded Zhang Lishuan. The blindfold was removed from Zhang Lishuan by a woman on stage, who subsequently attempted to lower her down. However, Lan Shui had no intention of releasing her. The blindfold was meant to be removed when Zhang Lishuan was ushered onto the stage. Thus, the only thing that could be taken off now was the blindfold. Suspended in a cage, Zhang Lishuan observed the chaos unfolding around her, a flicker of concern evident in her eyes as she gazed upon the dark figure high above. The present version of her stood in stark contrast to her former self, light and darkness, an unexpected culmination of events. Nox's peculiar longsword plunged into the ground, summoning a small black ring in the sky from which countless voices echoed. An indiscriminate assault commenced upon everything here. The woman in green continuously unleashed waves of azure light, obliterating the bizarre entities, only for them to emerge anew from the black ring. The woman in green cast a wary glance at the suspended black ring, a grave realization crossing her mind. She had underestimated these adversaries. Chapter 25. Chaos. Gu Yechen raised his hand, drawing the sunshooting bell. A golden beam of light surged into the sky, and in an instant, the arrow shattered the barrier set by that fool, Tang Hao. An incident had occurred on the outskirts. Gu Yechen cast a glance at Qian Shiyue, then swiftly released another arrow towards those who sought to snatch the Dragon Maiden. In the wake of his shot, the assailants vanished without a trace. Observing this, Qian Shiyue and Gu Yechen each supported a Dragon Maiden and turned their gaze towards Ouyang Sun and the others. Song Yue waved her hand, opening several portals to alternate dimensions. Let us go. A crisis has arisen. The seal on Gu has been shattered. Shiyue, you and Yechen must head to the borderlands. Monkey, where do you and your sister intend to go? Song Yue grasped the delicate hand of the Snow Empress, sensing disturbances in the Arctic Sea and beyond. They needed to proceed. Even if their powers had not yet returned to their zenith. Gu Yechen merely nodded, plunging into the dimensional rift alongside Qian Shiyue and the two Dragon Maidens. The ominous crack in the boundary began to release those abhorrent creatures, repulsive insects. If they did not hasten, an overwhelming army of these bugs could obliterate the entire Douluo star. Their reproduction was alarmingly swift, capable of infinite division, and he had no time to squander. You go ahead. I must seize the so-called legacy, lest Poseidon, the witch, and the inhabitants of the wasteland face peril amid the impending chaos. Ouyang Sun's expression turned grim. Until the barrier shattered, their perception remained somewhat imprecise. Now, it was not just them. Anyone with a modicum of strength could sense those peculiar entities. The mechanical contraptions, akin to mechas, were clashing with the aberrations of Xingluo, creating a frenzied battlefield. While Doling fared better, the other side had little left to defend. The Tianhun forces were urgently converging on the border. As both the demons and humans of Tianhun rushed forth, whichever side triumphed posed a threat to them. One side was nearly indestructible, while the other was infinite, multiplying with each encounter. What was truly terrifying was that even the weakest of those spectral soldiers could overpower a soul sage who had not revealed their true form. This was indeed horrifying. From the rift in the wasteland, those bizarre insects emerged, posing a significant threat, which was why Gu Yechen's countenance was so troubled. After all, no matter who pushed him to the brink, he could always replace them. But those insects were different. Song Yu hastened towards the northern ice sea with the Snow Empress. For the aura of that entity was far more perilous than the so-called divine descent encountered previously. Be careful, woman. I may not be able to protect you later. Here. This will safeguard you. The Shiyu satin ribbon was handed to Ouyang Chier by Ouyang Sunday Chier. Gazing at the figure shielding her, felt a smile bloom on her face. Before she could utter a word, only the Shiyu satin ribbon remained, as Ouyang Sun vanished from her sight. Old fool, you had your fun in the Stardow, didn't you? Now let us continue. Ouyang Sun intervened in the battlefield between Lan Shui and Tang Hao, appearing behind Tang Hao, the golden radiance pulsating on the divine demon's staff. Heavenly Soldier Staff Punishment. A small mushroom cloud erupted. Hexagram Aurora, the black hexagram illuminated, and a colossal beam of light surged forth, plunging Tang Hao into a state of utter passivity. Explosive Ring. Hao Yan's protective barrier. Forcing himself to withstand the onslaught from Ouyang Sun and Lan Shui, a trickle of blood escaped Tang Hao's lips. The three engaged in fierce combat, and the scene grew ever more chaotic. Su Jiawei had already set his course towards Xingluo the moment the barrier fractured. That was his foundation. Although those eternal aberrations were nearly indestructible, it depended on who they were up against. As he embarked on the path named Abundance, he became aware of many truths, including those beings, the pawns of destruction. Damn it, how did the pawn of destruction end up here? I can only hope that the newcomers are merely fodder. If those underlings arrive, it would be disastrous. There is nowhere to escape, and it's utterly revolting. My entire plan has been rendered futile by these wretches. Su Jiawei is now akin to a powder keg, for had his scheme succeeded, at this juncture, there would have been few in the continent capable of standing against him. Those wretched beings scattered across the starry realms could have swept through this world, yet now, that certainty hangs in the balance, as his subordinates clash with the vanguard of destruction. Moreover, the foes emerging from the side of annihilation are mere cannon fodder, should a heavyweight arrive. It would spell great trouble. Su Jiawei transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the starry expanse. Ouyang Chier and the others who had refrained from engaging watched from a distance. As the battle raged, the sky above fractured, revealing the forgotten Jialing Pass. They surged towards Jialing Pass, with Ouyang Qier, Long Outyan, and Xiao Hongchen mingling among the crowd. Their aim was not merely to seize the legacies, but to acquire them fully. Xiao Hongchen wished to cast the legacies into the sea of blood to augment their power, while Long Outyan sought to obtain legacies for some members of the body sect, his second home. He aspired to safeguard the body sect amidst this chaos. Although the gods did not seem particularly formidable to him, he nonetheless required their strength. Ouyang Qier, too, alongside Ouyang's son, did not need these legacies. However, Poseidon, the witch, and those from the borderlands were in dire need. As for Gu Yechen, he appeared to possess other means of enhancing his power. While Qian Shouyue had her own path to tread, the fissures expanded, and a spatial passage connected to this location. Countless hidden figures surged toward Jialing Pass. Move and perish. Chaos unleashed. Tang Hao unleashed a surge of power, repelling Ouyang's son and Lan Shui, with the Haoyan hammer aimed at those leaping towards Jialing Pass. Ouyang Qier recklessly charged toward Jialing Pass, confident in her brother's ability to hold the line. They needed to obtain a portion of the divine legacies, for they could not perpetually shield their significant ones. Old man, do you underestimate me too much? Qi Tian. The colossal Ouyang son raised the enlarged demon god rod, his crimson eyes flickering with flames, aiming a downward strike at Tang Hao, refusing to intercept his assault. He could not stop it. Rather, the timing was off. His sole intent was to eliminate this adversary. Tang Hao would either have to divert his attack for defense or gamble his life against that of his foes, betting that this individual valued his own life above all else. Moreover, his sister is no mere ornament, even in his absence. She is fully capable of standing on her own. After Ouyang's son exerted his full strength, Lan Shui deftly extricated herself from the battlefield. She harbored the desire to eliminate the one wielding the hammer, yet there were more pressing matters at hand. Her otherworldly gaze fell upon the still intact stage, and she exhaled softly in relief. Let us first ensure your safety, she declared, without the luxury of time to free Zhang Lishuan from her bindings. Lan Shui scooped her up and unfurled her ebony wings, preparing to depart from that place. You may leave, but leave the light element behind. A voice resounded, as a venomous serpent struck from the shadows. A colossal earth dragon erupted from beneath the stage, engulfing Lan Shui. Damn it, as expected of light. It moves with remarkable swiftness. Mir's countenance darkened as a massive fist descended upon him during his moment of distraction. He raised his hand to intercept the Titan's heavy blow, only to be sent flying. Chapter 26. In times of turmoil, I have truly shown you leniency, gorilla. Immutable king. A towering fire giant arose, clutching a golden greatsword, while stone transformed into armor that encased its fiery form. Lightning and flames coiled around the greatsword, as colossal trees erupted at the Titan's feet, and waters and massive vines entwined around its body. The greatsword struck downward, aiming for the Titan's head. Roar. Titan Sky Cannon. Gravitational field. The concentrated earth element shattered the constraints of the gravitational field, and the gathered energy surged toward the great sword, which was imbued with lightning and flames. A mushroom cloud ascended into the air. Erming. The deafening explosion momentarily distracted Niutian. You care so much for him. Go down and accompany him. Traitor. The black dragon sword. 10,000 dragon flames. The massive black sword was enveloped in thick, inky flames, and Niutian recognized it as the dragon clan's innate talent, the indomitable fire. Slow field. Azure Oblivion Thunder. A cerulean lightning coalesced in Niutian's grasp, as a claw formed from the lightning surged toward the approaching black dragon sword. Dark field. An immeasurable darkness enveloped Niutian's slow field, and Emperor Tion's figure vanished within the shadows. Multicolored light flickered behind Niutian. Dragon God's Claw. The 9-colored dragon claw targeted Niutian's vital point, as he sought to ensure the demise of these traitors. In the extreme North Sea, the evil emperor materialized in midair, accompanied by a blood-red throne. A formidable mental force stirred titanic waves, illuminating the depths with 9 pairs of golden eyes. Legendary creatures awakened. The white dragon breached the water's surface, emerging onto the sea. An overwhelming divine might bore down upon the evil emperor, momentarily bending his waist. The blood-red throne emanated an aura of relentless slaughter, the throne of judgment and massacre. The throne transformed into crimson battle armor and 2 blood-red long swords, with the evil emperor's eyes brimming with fury. Damn it! I care not what you are, daring to humiliate me. You shall perish. The crimson sword aura surged forth, infused with spiritual power, striking toward the divine being. An ice sword countered the blood-red blade. What intentions did the evil emperor harbor by invading my extreme north? Did he seek to wage war against me? The Snow Empress, Sang Yue, and the Sea Princess appeared simultaneously. The Sea Princess and the Snow Empress intercepted the evil emperor, while Sang Yue confronted the nine-headed white dragon. For she too required the power of the nature deity. Her strength had not fully returned, and the white dragon was likewise not at its peak. Defeating it would enable her to swiftly reclaim her former glory. Chaos erupted across the continent, and her current strength was not the strongest. Thus she must capture this white dragon. The blood-red demon blade emerged. In heaven and earth, I alone reign supreme. The ice encased the realm, forcing the nine-headed white dragon to retreat from the sea's surface, as its 9 dragon heads roared menacingly at Sang Yue. It sensed a threat, however, consuming this entity before it could restore much of its authority and power. After all, it was a deity governing nature. Lightning, tempest, rain, flames, and toxic gas, each of the 9 dragon heads unleashed different forms of ferocity upon Sang Yue. Ice, space, and blood-red lotuses adorned the sky and sea, the chilling aura palpable even from afar. Damn it! Can this monstrosity truly be slain? Has that esteemed one placed too much trust in my capabilities? The evil emperor stood in confrontation with the Snow Empress and the Sea Princess, feeling the violent battlefield resonate from afar, his expression grim. For it seemed such monsters were abundant on this continent. The evil emperor's eyes narrowed. His blood-red armor and twin swords radiated an air of judgment. These were the 7 thrones of divine seal, and even in Douluo, they would be regarded as supreme artifacts. The Snow Empress and the Sea Princess fixed their gaze intently upon the evil emperor. Previously, they could only make the evil emperor flee, but now, the situation was uncertain. After all, the Snow Empress had yet to regain her peak, and although the Sea Princess maintained her pinnacle state, she was inherently inferior to the evil emperor. Spiritual domain. Emperor's cold heaven, snow dance radiant sun. Siren's voice, recreation, snow dance radiant sun. The azure spiritual domain surged forth, conjuring 2 snow-white suns in the sky, as 3 formidable domains collided, creating towering waves. Emperor's sword, ice peerless. The evil eye fixated. The 100-foot ice sword clashed against the white radiance. The ice sword shattered, fragments scattering in all directions. The power of the evil eye diminished, yet its residual force surged toward the Snow Empress. Oceanic force. The Sea Princess summoned a staff, harnessing the power of the ocean to withstand the lingering threat of the evil eye. The 2 imperial swords diminished in size as the figures of the Snow Sovereign and the Evil Sovereign clashed. Each collision of the blood-red dual swords and the imperial swords unleashed towering waves, and the imperial swords struggled to withstand the assault of their crimson counterparts. The Sea Princess provided assistance from the sidelines, resulting in a temporary stalemate. The 2 factions withdrew. The Evil Sovereign ceased his attack, recognizing that a clear victor could not be determined without risking everything. He cast a glance toward the distant Sea Princess, who was battling fiercely against the Snow Sovereign. The Evil Sovereign had no desire to meet his demise here. Now, the outcome between them would dictate his next move. If the white dragon emerged victorious, he would retreat. If that woman prevailed, the Evil Sovereign narrowed his eyes, secretly channeling his mental energy. It was time to fight with all his might. The abundant wanderer. How intriguing. This backward planet, aside from those peculiar beings and unfathomable strengths, still harbors fate walkers. Little one, could you enlighten your elder sister on how you became a fate walker? Or perhaps inform her if the apothecary has ever visited? A swirl of green flames obstructed Su Jiawei, from which an alluring voice emerged. Su Jiawei's hair stood on end as numerous phantom soldiers materialized around him. How is this possible? These ghostly entities can even turn invisible. His expression darkened, and the imperial crown appeared upon his head, while the projection of the 7 stars manifested in the sky. Oh dear little one, do you truly believe that having embarked on the bountiful path of fate grants you immunity to your elder sister's warnings? Fortunately for you, I am merciful and will not hold this against you. Had those other beings been here, you would have been reduced to ashes. The teasing voice echoed from the green flames. Since when did the Lord of Annihilation possess a benevolent heart? What you have summoned is merely a powerless projection, is it not? Otherwise, you could have easily subdued this sovereign, am I not correct? The Lord of Annihilation. Su Jiawei sneered coldly as he gazed at the flames floating before him. Silence ensued, only to be broken by raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Can you withstand the blessing of annihilation? Destroy him. A sinister voice resonated from the flames. Subsequently, the flames began to dissipate, and the phantoms fearlessly charged towards Su Jiawei. The projection of the 7 stars descended with radiant light, obliterating the phantoms that rushed at him. After clearing the area of the surrounding phantoms, his expression grew increasingly grim. The most troublesome scenario had indeed arisen. The Lord of Annihilation had taken notice of this place, but why? For so many years, these matters have been overlooked. Why? All of a sudden, did Su Jiawei find himself contemplating the ruins of Tsongchen and the half-dead giant tree of the sacred wood? He recalled the maniac who had directly attacked the apothecary and the elusive projection from that time. Upon receiving the apothecary's blessing and embarking on a path of abundance, Su Jiawei discovered an array of cosmic truths, including the identity of the figure that had cleaved through the starry sky that day, the existence that should not have been, the harbinger of nihility, along with the fox ears. Did these elements attract the attention of the Legion of Destruction? Or was there something else I had yet to consider? Chapter 27. The Great Battle at Jialing past the shattered giant city, a battlefield from millennia ago, the remnants of the spirit hall that fought for the common folk. The divine legacy lay above the ruins of the old city. The assembled crowd had already begun their fierce combat, each vying for those inheritances. Ouyang Chier's eyes turned a fiery crimson, blazing like Ouyang's sun's, yet imbued with her own innate gifts. She embodied both flame and the sun. Endless fires surged from her, sweeping in all directions. A cold snort pierced the air. From the ground arose a blue lotus, while a waning moon descended from the heavens. Long Outyan's fist glimmered with white light, an ordinary fist wielding the momentum to obliterate all, shattering the flames as it hurtled toward Ouyang Chier. 6 colossal wings of metal unfurled, propelling the figure of Xiao Hongqin skyward. One of the 6 paths, combined with the innate spirit beast martial soul, granted him the power to manipulate metal. He now resembled March of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry. Metal, one of the 6 paths, one fighting for April, the other for his sister. As the metallic wings spread wide, countless blades rained down, indiscriminately slaughtering all in sight. Above, a gray portal materialized, and an army of countless undead surged forth. A half-planar specter relentlessly advanced toward Xiao Hongqin in the sky. Hui Yuhao maintained the passage of the half-plane behind the undead. The combined might of the 4 supermodels nearly sent numerous titled fighters soaring into the distance, save for the hidden demon emperor. Sensing the legacies above, a flicker of dark light crossed her eyes. Those inheritances appeared to be problematic. With a cold laugh, the demon emperor quietly departed, for indeed, those gods remained as hypocritical as ever. The forbidden ground of 1,000 tombs. 1,000 gravestones emerged from the earth, dramatically altering the landscape of Jialing Pass. Each gravestone towered 1,000 meters high, etched with peculiar runes that possessed unique powers, some capable of weakening adversaries, while others could bolster one's own strength. Ouyang Qiao leapt gracefully upon the sea of tombs. Her crimson eyes blazed with a fiery intensity, exuding an almost otherworldly charm. With a single punch, she struck a gravestone. Indeed, Long Outyan truly embodied the name he bore. Nothing could obstruct his fists, a testament to his unwavering confidence and pride. Good grief. Confronting such a brute is a challenge. As a mage, facing this reckless warrior in a one-on-one battle is exceedingly arduous. Each time she narrowly evaded Long Outyan's powerful blows. Ouyang Chier's countenance grew increasingly grim. If only Ouyang's son were here to assist her. The only answer to brute force was a greater force to crush it outright. As a sorceress, contending with such an opponent was exceedingly distressing. Her gaze shifted past Long Outyan to the other 2 individuals. One was commanding countless undead that surged towards the sky, a figure resembling a birdman. This avian creature relentlessly dispatched the undead assaulting him. Boom. A gravestone collapsed once more, deepening Ouyang Chier's frown. I've shown you enough leniency, you brute. The second ability of the Shiyu silk ribbon activated. A horde of blue crows darkened the skies. Lightning crackled upon the wings of the blue crows as Ouyang Chier darted amidst their ranks. Long Outyan swung his fists to disperse the crows, but they would reassemble after being scattered. Fireballs and fiery tornadoes incessantly collaborated with the electrified blue crows to harass him. He found it increasingly vexing. This kite-flying adversary was utterly repugnant. He only needed a single punch to end the confrontation, yet the challenge lay in actually landing it. Suddenly, Long Outyan sensed a wave of ominous energy. A crimson sun ascended on the horizon, the embodiment of the sun itself. The fabric of space began to warp under the intense heat, and Ouyang Chier's complexion paled. She wiped the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Brute. Let me see you shatter this with a punch. The crimson sun twisted through space, descending upon Long Outyin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Hongqin was engulfed in the relentless chaos.